while temperatures swing from a chilling 15 to a scorching 134 degrees. It's a land shaped by seismic forces, prone to earthquakes and rumbling with tales of the Earth's raw power. With less than 2 inches of rain yearly, it stands as one of the planet's most formidable climates, a testament to nature's stark beauty and relentless challenge. For nearly 60 years, men and women from every walk of life and background have converged on this desolate and unforgiving terrain to challenge themselves and one another in what has become one of the longest-standing and most esteemed motorsport events in the world, the BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. The Mint 400 race course spans over 100 miles. It starts at the California-Nevada border in Primm, behind Buffalo Bill's Hotel and Casino, and winds its way out into the lonely and desolate McCullough Mountains. The course is a nightmarish path of thick silt, crushing stone, jagged cactus, and massive ruts, and there are only 2 remote pits for teams to repair their vehicles while racing. Most of the racers will attempt 4 treacherous laps, making up 400 punishing miles of racing, but less than half of them will finish. There is no place to rest. There is no time to relax. It's game on, from start to finish. And if that wasn't tough enough, the course degrades heavily as the day wears on, making just finishing the race a heroic effort. This year, over 450 race teams in over 60 classes have journeyed to Sin City to put themselves and their vehicles to the ultimate test in front of a crowd of over 25,000 spectators, all hoping to immortalize their names in the off-road history books. This is the Great American Off-Road Race. This is the BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400.
Good morning. This is the 2024 BFGoodrich Mint 400, based just outside of Sin City, Las Vegas. The Mint 400 has a history that stretches back through the decades. Presented by BFGoodrich. You join us for the next episode, and it starts right now here at Friday morning. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is none other than Bob Bauer, Jim Beaver, and of course, Ricky Johnson. Gentlemen, welcome to the Mint 400.
Well, Jim, I'm telling you, the planets have aligned perfectly. The air is cool. Bob, we're going to talk about this. Nice and chilly in here. That means the cars are going to run really fast. Also, Jim Beaver, we've seen some rain out here, so it's going to make the course even faster than normal. This course is normally known for being so rough, so treacherous, but one of the things that people think, oh, I really want rain and I want all that to come down. But what it does, it gives you more traction, and sometimes that could play havoc on the cars.
Absolutely. Well, and talking about the UTVs this morning, I mean, the drivetrain on those, that's kind of been one of the things.
Yes.
They've got bad fast, but, there's also that drivetrain you got to worry about on a side-by-side.
We're going to talk about that, too. We were talking with Keaton Kincaid. A lot of innovation going into these side-by-sides that they're taking from Pro 4 and Ultra 4. So, Bob, what do you think about this? You've been around since Chariots. You've watched Jesus, and you've hung out with Jesus. You went with Ben-Hur on the Chariots, and now we're here at the Mint 400, and the greatest race.
We had to slow down for the saber-tooth tigers. They had attitude, I'm telling you. Here's what I see. I mean, you talk about what the desert's doing out there. It's getting ready for these trucks, these cars, everybody. And that smoothness, that speed, it's seductive. It makes you want to go faster, so you're on the throttle better because you can see better. But the thing is, you start hitting things and bang, bang, bang. Folks at home, when you're inside that truck and you get in this grip, it's like you're being rammed in the back. And that goes into the drivetrain. That takes out rings and pinions. It takes out drive lines. It takes out trannies. So they can seduce themselves right into a broken race car.
Exactly. Jim Marsden, so I'm telling you, you're all the way over. This is very similar to Great Britain. It's very chilly and kind of moist and stuff, not like the normal Nevada desert.
Well, I disagree with it about being very similar. At the moment, we're all building arcs in the UK. We've got that much rain. But no, the weather, particularly the chilliness, and we talk about this, but this is going to be perfect race conditions. This is what these guys and girls are expecting. And we've been talking about the weather. Now, right now, it's around about sort of 46 degrees out there. Now, for those who are at home watching, that means it's around about 8 or 9 in real money.
His home.
So it's going to be really cool. But the interesting thing is we've got a lot of moisture in that desert, which is what you're talking about. We're going to see those nice dark lines appearing when we see those tires starting to cut it up. You say there's going to be a lot of traction out there. It's going to be very, very fast.
When you wake up in the morning and you smell the desert, you got yourself some traction
that
coming.
creosote bush going, you smell that?
Yowza.
But let's take a look at this track. The qualifying track is unbelievable. Brian Manley, who I used to race motocross with, is one of the builders. But look at how the dirt is chocolate brown everywhere. And so that is going to be great for the spectators. As you can see, we don't have much wind. But for the racers, it's going to be awesome because there's not much dust.
They're going to have to use their heads.
Yeah.
I mean, they really have to think their way through this, at least the first lap.
They're racers. We don't do that. We take the brain out, we put the helmet on, and we move forward.
Well, and I think that, you're talking about that, and I go, I think this first lap for the limited classes might be the fastest first lap we've ever seen at the Mint 400 for the limiteds, because not only do we get the rain, it's going to kill some of the dust on that first lap, but, we talked about the traction that these cars are going to get and, and the way they're going to hook up. And I think this first lap, by the time we get to the unlimited classes tomorrow, the desert's going to be back to normal unless we get some more rain. But today, first lap, it's going to be crazy fast.
Well, and we've also seen, because it's a side-by-side, the leader gets to start by himself because he's a fast qualifier. And normally he can go out and set the pace. If you got a guy like Robbie Gordon, he's notorious for qualifying fast and then holding everybody back. And what that does is it creates a lot of havoc back and forth. But what we've seen before is that when they have the 2x2 starts, what happens is they typically race through the infield and then it separates. But now we have that wet dirt. There's going to be racing all the way around, and we're running clockwise this year. In some years past, we'll do counterclockwise, where you go up the sand wash, and that creates a lot of havoc with traction trying to go up that.
Well, not only in the sand washes, but all the sharp edges are now, when you go the opposite direction, are now coming at you.
Yeah.
So it changes. Even the routing may be close to the same, but the surface is different because now you're going like your fur is backwards, and that takes out cars.
Oh, you mean your fur, Bob?
Well, I have no idea.
Don't brush Bob's fur backwards. It pisses him off. Just let everybody know that.
What did you call it this morning? A sesame seed catcher, Bob?
Yeah,
Well, it is. Yeah, there you go. I can't tell you how good this actually feels.
Right. We'll talk about that later. We're going to get into beard grooming in just a moment.
Absolutely. Well, we continue with the beard grooming therapy group. We're going to cross down to Tiffany Stone. She's going to be live on the start line this morning, bringing us all the news. So, Tiffany, what have you got for us? No pressure.
Thanks, guys. I'm so excited to be back for another year. The weather is beautiful right now in the lower 40s, and I did see that we are going to get some wind later on, so that is going to play a factor. Now, the intensity that is building down here, it is amazing. I know a bunch of these drivers are ready to get out there. They said this course is going to be a great one. We've got a stack field, and I can't wait to talk to some of the drivers to see what their game plan is. Stay with me, and I'll bring you guys all the info from the starting grid in just a little bit. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiff. Absolutely fantastic. Now, Tiff is going to be down there, as she says. She's going to get all the stories and all the gen, but we got lots of that yesterday, didn't we, down in Fremont Street. Now, let's just talk about a little bit about tech and contingency down there, because if you've never been to the Mint, that is absolutely incredible. The festival that was Fremont was
especially
amazing.
When you walk with superstar from Great Britain, Jim Marsden. We're getting stopped every 10 feet. Oh, I can't wait to hear you. Welcome to America.
I think you're role reversing there, but yeah, I mean, that's the wonderful thing, isn't there? I mean, there were so many people down there, and it was great to see the drivers out of their cars, walking alongside those vehicles, answering all the questions, having photos taken. People, we're talking about Harley Letner, we're talking about superstars like Sarah Price, Ricky Brayback, and all of these kind of people. That's amazing to see that happening.
I'll tell you, here's what I saw. You talked about people who've never been. You should see what a spectacle it is. How about some of us that have been? There's something going on, Ricky. I saw more people there yesterday. There's a vibe that's happening at this year's Mint 400 that I haven't felt in years. There's an excitement. There's a tension. People are anticipating some good stuff.
Well, and everybody's been saying, oh, the economy's bad, and this is happening, and that is happening. And when I rolled in yesterday, I didn't know what to expect. I was like, we'll see. But the vendors were out in force. People were out in force, and it was enthusiasts and fans. It was a great mix, Jim Beaver. I mean, to walk up and down, it took forever.
Well, that's it. It took forever. And, and I've been coming to the Mint 400 since I was a kid in the 80s, and this has to be one of the biggest most packed, I guess, contingency or off-road festival days I've ever seen. And you talk about that. I mean, and what also lended to it is we're pushing 450 entries at this event. That's unheard of in off-road racing these days.
It's unlimited. Wait a minute. It's unlimited off-road racing. How did I do?
Wow. Okay, hold on.
Segue,
Wait.
Bob.
Bob-ism number 1465.
Yeah, but as Ricky said, we're talking about the economy and inflation and everything going on.
Yeah.
The off-road community hadn't figured that out yet.
No. And the celebrity force is out. But I do want to mention also Brian Little is going to be here today from AGM. Him and Tiffany are going to be doing some behind the scenes. And Brian is so strong technically.
Yes.
He comes from a background of building cars, racing cars, and also I think he's evolved when it comes to the co-driver seat. I remember when he was down there with Armin Schwartz, and I would watch him every night with the GPS and with his notes, just completely breaking it apart. And Ryan Arciero was one of those first guys that actually had Benny, would be his co-driver. Benny would have the booklet, and he would go over and over like, Benny, how can you do that? But they didn't have the GPS or the notes or anything like that. It was all done by hand like old school rally. But Brian was one of the first ones, I think, to really incorporate it into the GPS. So I'm really looking forward to a lot of the technical side that Brian Little is going to bring.
That has everything to do with the homework. And the trouble is that there's no homework to do at this race. There's no pre-running. So that first lap has a double edge to it.
But let me share with you, though, but with the GPSs now, especially like with lead nav, you put it on pre-runner mode and you have a button off to the side as you're racing. And I did this a long time ago when I was racing with Clyde Stacy. I would say I would hit a big hole, and I'm like, make sure you mark that. So I had red, yellows, and greens so that if a pothole was getting bigger, a silt bed was getting bigger, I could mark a red. And then they could tell me the next lap, hey, that red's coming up to about knock our teeth out, so be careful there. So the technology has come so far, as well as Jim Marsden and then Bob. Let's talk about watching the races from in the car.
Well, here's the difference is the people who are going to race tomorrow in the unlimited trucks, they're the ones that have the lead navs. They're the ones that will put 10 grand into a communication system. Our racers today aren't those guys. Our racers today are the ones, they have GPSs, but they've still got to navigate the old school way. They still got to do stuff.
Let me just tell you, you get leave nav on your phone. You put a mount on it. You go get a Rockform mount, and you just have your button. You can hit it each lap and add your buttons to it. Even if you're in a single seat car. So the technology is there, and the price. You don't have to spend $10,000 and do all this crazy stuff. But depending on what you have. But Jim, let's talk about the TV that we're going to be watching from in the car.
Well, absolutely. We're going to see some amazing stuff this weekend. The technology is changing. It's not that long ago where we'd be seeing teams spending the kind of money you were talking about, $10,000 just on communication. That is just what they're spending on satellite pings up and down. Now that's changing with things like Starlink coming through, etc. And these are not massively expensive things, but that also allows us to move our technology forward with the way that we cover the race. Yeah. So what does that mean? It means that we're going to have some incredible live feed cameras inside some of these vehicles this weekend, and we are going to see the best images. Now, normally what would happen is we would have a GoPro or something similar or some kind of adventure cam in there. We'd wait for those cars to come back. We'd download the footage, and then we'd add it into our show. Not this year. This year is going to be literally live camera action from inside some of the very best cars. Ryan Arciero, Tim Hurst, and I believe even Rob Mack's going to have a camera on car.
Well, and when you watch what's coming, it was Mickey Thompson that why he sold Score and he started MTEG. He says, I have the best races out here in the middle, but there's cactus and lizards are the only one to see this, so I wanted to bring off-road racing to stadiums. Now with technology, you know what, and I'll bet Mickey Thompson is smiling upon us because he would love this. He would love seeing how all of the evolution of the things, the big shocks, the big tires, everything that Mickey wanted to do, and he was a huge fan of the Mint 400, has come to fruition. And now with the technology, he's even beyond what even Mickey could see back in the day.
He had vision. He could see things we had no idea was coming.
Not even close.
I mean, that was
just like even car technology. You look at what he was building back in the 70s and early 80s till, and what we're seeing now. I mean, a lot of that technology's transitioned over, and, it was the basis of what we have today in modern off-road.
His Mickey Thompson, the Challenger car that he ran the Mint in, I mean, he ran a 100-mile lap at the Mint 400 in 45 minutes. No. An hour 45. That's what it was.
I was going to say,
45.
Is that a friggin' airplane?
No,
if you talk to Mickey Thompson.
But that's a Mickey-style story.
But true
Mickey
story.
will tell you it was 145.
True story with Mickey Thompson, one of my favorite ones, is that he's driving,
Yeah.
He looks over.
Yeah.
Car's on fire.
Oh, my.
So what did Mickey do? He drove so fast, he blew it out. Jim, take it away.
Right, as we continue here, if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 BFGoodrich Mint 400. But while we're waiting for the action to start here with the unlimited classes, we're going to pop out to a very short commercial break, and we'll be back with all the action as we get this race started.
Need a little help? We got help. Need some advice? We got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver. Straight on through.
Good morning and welcome to the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400 here just outside of Sin City, Las Vegas in the Prim Desert. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me are none other than Bob Bauer, Jim Beaver and of course Ricky Johnson. Gentlemen, welcome.
It's good to be here.
Well, I got to say, as we said earlier in the show open, the weather is smiling upon us, and because typically you want a little bit more wind when it comes to off-road racing, but we have the other side, the blessing of the rain. So, Jim Beaver, this is going to be a very fast course.
Well, I think it's definitely going to be fast, especially this first lap like we talked about earlier. For those of you just joining us here with the limited races, we've got that beautiful cake dirt that lends itself to some insane traction. Obviously, that can hurt some cars later on in the day, but I think lap one, nobody's going to be checking up. They're going to be on the gas. They're going to be pinned. And, I think the dust is going to be relatively dust-free this first lap. So I think it's going to be a quick lap number one.
But, Jim Marsden, let's talk about it. Typically, this can be the first race for a lot of people, but this is the second of the series. We had the Parker 400 earlier this year. So we have some people we have a points race, and we also have people that have been out there, because a lot of times when you get to your very first race, so much is happening. You didn't test your car that much. You didn't run your car that much. And you also you're not real comfortable. So you're driving over your head, and a lot of these conditions add to that. But we are starting the unlimited series as well. I mean, not starting it, but we're race 2.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's just talk about this, because this isn't just the Mint 400. This is a league of races now. So we've got the Mint 400, we've got the Parker 400, and then, of course, we've got the California 300 later on in the year. That means that we're going to have lots of vehicles out there who are playing for championship points as well. Yes. Now, this is a series that you can't drop a race. So some series you can actually drop one and then gain points in others. This one you can't. So that throws a little bit of a sideways motion to that, because we've got some guys who were at Parker who won't be at this one, which means that guys that are right down in sort of 10th position at the moment, they can find themselves elevated much higher and be really in the hunt for this race.
Well, to explain that, in a lot of racing series, when you have multiple races, like up some 10s and this and that, they will throw out your worst race. But when you have a series of 4 races or 3 races or whatever it might be, everyone counts. So you have to think about that. But this is the big daddy. When it comes to Mexico, the Baja 1000. If you talk to any of the racers, you say, well, would you rather win every race and lose the Baja 1000 and win the championship, or lose every race and win the Baja 1000 and lose the championship? They'll take that Baja 1000. And that's what the Mint 400 is, Jim Beaver. Yeah. It's that crown jewel that you want that trophy on your mantle.
Well, and I think the only comparison here would be the Indianapolis 500 in the IndyCar series, because the Mint 400 is the Indianapolis 500 of off-road racing here in the States, and I think that's the thing. Nobody checks up at the Indy 500 because of the points championship. No. And nobody's going to check up at the Mint 400 because of the points championship. They're going to roll the dice, and whatever pops up, pops up. But I think we're going to see full send out here from everybody, and and if they win, it gives them a really good shot at a points championship if they did well in Parker. But I don't think we're going to see anybody step off the gas and try and worry about points chasing at the end of the year.
There's got to be a whole lot of internal thinking going on, taking that first green flag, because your brain is telling you, don't let me mess this up, and then how's my pace, and am I doing this? Gosh, I got to do this many laps. Am I using up more car now than I need to? Holy crap, it's so easy. I want to do more, faster.
And I think this course is going to actually mentally challenging, because we're talking about how great the conditions are for lap 1. But Ricky, as you know, how many guys lead on lap 1 at the Mint 400 and actually win?
Not too often. To finish first, you first must finish.
That's a fact.
But let's talk about last year's winner, Eric Harden, who didn't come out of nowhere, was there solid all day long and then brought it back, and how physically fatigued he was when he got out. They had to literally carry him out of the car. Same with Adam Householder. They got out to do their interviews, and they're just sitting on the side of the track. This track beats you up like no other, because here's why I say that, because I did it for Clyde Stacey quite a few years back, but every lap it gets worse and worse, and so you anticipate the beating. This section is going to be really bad, and it's even worse than it was the lap before, because everybody is racing around, and the track gets rougher and rougher as you go. Jim?
Yeah, well, let's just talk about that as well, because a lot of people that will be joining us, they don't realize that the Mint 400, it's a 100-mile lap, which is astonishing in itself. I mean, so you come round, you finish your first lap, and you're like, oh, man. And then you've got the anticipation of another 3 of these laps. But we're about the limited classes today, and some of these limited classes are going to be running different lengths out there. Some of them are doing 1 lap, some of them are doing 2 laps, and we're going to be seeing those out on course. But we've also got some other classes that we've never seen before, and let's talk about the EV class. We're going to see some EVs out there. Will they be able to survive this desert?
It'll be shocking if they do.
Oh, God. Okay, 1,426.
Come on. Okay. You low-hanging fruit.
Man, get that hook. I got to grab him out of here.
But I want to throw this in there, and this is something that's really cool. With the EVs, what we're seeing is mainline manufacturers bringing their products out to the desert to join us here so that they can put them on the start line and prove to us what those cars can do. That's significant to see these manufacturers here, and I love that.
Well, you got to look at the distance. This is actually the perfect race for it, because we have multiple pits, and we also have where we can stop and keep track of it every lap, so it's never that far. It's a ways out there. I mean, you're not going to walk back, but if you have a problem with the vehicle, you can get out to it. Now, there's not that outside assistance. You have to get brought back by one of the officials to one of the pits. But if you had to do a battery change or a charge or something like that, this lends it to a perfect scenario.
Well, and I think the advantage of EVs, and I've been to some hill climbs and and stuff like that. The power is insane. So we laugh at EVs, but I mean the torque and the power these cars produce is next level crazy. And I think that's the draw. That's the luster of EV. And the other thing is as we get into the day, it is going to warm up a bit. It's a little chilly this morning, but EVs, they don't fight the same heat issues as liquid cooled cars do and things like that. So there are some advantages to EVs. I think we're still very early on in the development process of racing them, but I think long term, I mean, they may have an advantage in the desert. And I'm not talking like next year, but I'm talking decade down the road. I think it could have some.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as we continue to talk about this and all the wonderful classes that are happening here, let's talk about the schedule for today. So this is the Friday schedule. At 8 a.m. and in 4 minutes is the start of the limited race. Then at 10:30 is the Youth 570 race start, and then at 12 p.m. the Youth 1000 race start. 1:30 then it goes to qualifying. And what are we qualifying today, Ricky?
We are qualifying the Class 1 vehicles. We are the unlimited spec vehicles, as well as the unlimited, the big dogs. We have past winners like Rob Mack, who's here, this guy has won everything. I mean, I've raced with him and against him over the years, but I'm in awe. I mean, I'm a huge fan. So we have that caliber of driver, not to mention Ryan Arciero. The list goes on and on. So we have great qualifying. We want to make sure that we watch that this afternoon.
I'm going to be interested to see in qualifying how the all-wheel drives do compared to the two-wheel drives, because we have like EV technologies. We have an awful lot of technologies that are using the Mint 400 as a crucible to solve them, to make them better.
And I got a little stat as you come in and talk about that on Rob McCachran.
Okay.
So Amber, Rob's significant other, just texted me. I said, hey, how many wins at the Mint 400 does Rob have? Because I knew Amber would have it.
Yeah, Rob does.
In 1989, he won with Walker Evans. In 2008 and 2009, he won with his own team. In 2012, he teamed with Steve Serapis for the win. 2017, he won again with his own team. And then in 2021, most recently, won again with his own team. So that is 6 Mint 400 victories for Rob Mack.
And 5 of them in unlimited truck.
Yeah.
5 of them.
And one of these days, he's really going to come into his own and start doing something.
Yeah. Boy, oh boy.
Now, we're very close to the start of the limited race here at the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400, and we can just see some of our limited class cars there. I love this. Look at the start line. And sitting on the start line now is last year's champion, Rob Turant. And we're just sitting on the start line right now, getting ready to go. Now, Bob, these vehicles we got lining up right now, look at these.
Well, these cars, excuse me, these are they are a limited displacement car, single or two-seat, open wheel, as you can see. These guys tend to be fast and nimble. They're not going to do 100-mile-an-hour stuff, but they just don't slow down. These guys are in for a competitive day, and they know each other is there.
Over the years, Class 10 has been, I think, the most competitive class. Here's why. Because it's got the suspension of a Class 1, but it's got that high revving 4-cylinder light motor, as you said, Bob. It's a momentum. If you ride motocross and you've ridden back in the day, you rode a 125. And when you rode a 125, you're high on the RPMs. You keep that thing blasted the whole time. And Class 10 has been that. But we've seen some unbelievable when they run in the Baja 1000. They'll finish. We've seen them in the top 10. So they're not, just because we say they're limited cars, no, they are unbelievable full-blown race cars. And throughout the day, we are going to see some interviews throughout the day with Tiffany. She's going to be bringing us last year's winner here in a little bit. But right now, the nerves are up. Then they're getting ready to go as they're sitting and waiting going, we're getting ready to start this race. Yeah. And guess what? I haven't pre-run. I'm looking at my GPS. All right, I shut Bob Bauer up.
No.
Woo!
Well, I actually exercised a little bit of good judgment right there.
There we go.
You didn't see it happen, but it went through.
Right, you are just joining us right now. Welcome to the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. We are only moments away from the start of the limited race. We have over 30 classes racing with us today, and it's going to be absolutely fantastic to see these vehicles away from the start.
That is 1033 Greg Longy as he starts on the right side of the white car, and right next to him is Jordan Suiza Price. So that is going to be, as we said, you got to be patient, but you got to be aggressive at the same time, Jim Beaver.
Definitely got to be patient. You got to get aggressive. You you're going to see a little bit of battle here because nobody wants to lay up. They want to be that lead car. They want to go into the desert knowing that they're number one. You get to set the pace when you're the lead car, but if you end up in that second spot, I think the best thing you're going to do is just settle in, let the lead car go, and just see what happens, because you don't want to push and make a mistake early on.
There's a little psych factor here with these guys. First two guys off the line, they know it, and they got all this stuff in the beginning before they get out into the desert, and so there's a psych thing, is that somebody's going to be watching the other driver and make a mistake on their own.
Yeah. Well, I agree with Jim Beaver that because we don't have the dust, you're not in the danger. Let that guy go out and watch him and see if we go. Now the wheel is off. Jim?
Here we go. We've got action here at the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400, and the first of our limited classes are off the line.
Greg gets to the inside. Looks like he's got the whole shot.
Well, in these first two, if you remember last year, there was a lot of crashes in this infield area. I think they're kind of, they're tiptoeing around to see how the cars are going to react on these jumps. They're kind of the guinea pigs out here.
Yep.
Yeah, well, look at this whoop
section.
Okay.
Now, last year we had that huge jump. Do you remember? We saw a couple of cars coming down real hard.
Jordan looking to the inside and pulls it off. Greg looked like he hesitated just a little bit. That road jump is going to be notorious. Everybody skies out throughout the day. But look, the water continues out into the desert. Now this, they've watered, so you got to watch out. Being too close, you could get a lot of mud up under there. There's a thing called cruise armor that has really changed the game. It's a coating that goes over the top of your shield. You don't have to use tear-offs, and you can wipe it, and you can run those all year long and not scratch your visor.
And sand doesn't?
It doesn't scratch it. You can run the thing as long as you want as we get this great sky shot.
Wow.
Yeah, in the days of old, I mean, Ricky'd be like me. Every single race we had a brand new face shield because they get so scratched, so pitted from everything hitting.
And then if you go into the sun, it's even worse. Well,
Josh Burns looks like he gets the whole shot over Indy Hardeman from Toyota of Escondido. We'll see him coming into the fray right there in the red car. And that is 10. He's 1085 for Indy, as well as 1019 is Josh Burns. I think Indy's doing a good job. He's got his dad in there that is from Toyota of Escondido, and that's going to be great. It's very cool. We're seeing a lot of father-son racing in this. We've seen it over the years. Dan Myers is in that co-dog seat. I don't know if I'd want my dad in the co-dog seat. I've done it with Luke. I've done it with my son, but man, my dad was a little bit loud.
Well, how do you think they feel about you?
He loves it when I co-drive.
Sure he does.
My dad and I pre-ran a lot together. My dad and I never raced together. We raced together as teammates and swapped off driving, but we never raced together in the car at the same time because we knew it would end up in an argument.
Oh, two guys in the same house at the same time? Yeah. I'm sorry. Doesn't always work that way. So who do we have here? We have, looks like Lance Webb and Tyler Mills on the line right now. Getting their countdown. You remember the old days, Ricky, where your clutch foot would be hopping?
Oh, yeah.
Sitting here waiting, just doing that. Here we go. Oh, he just actually took it away from him. I think he gave him it away.
Track is great. I really want to compliment the guys from Mint. Right now we have Tiffany Stone down on the starting line with last year's winner. Take it away, Tiff.
Thanks, guys. Here with last year's overall winner. Now, Joe, you have a target on your back because everybody never wants to let somebody get a back-to-back. Somebody like Dustin Jones knows what that feels like. So you are going for that win again. You and Jason said you guys were flying last year. You did it, I think, in, 7:47. So we're looking for that time again. What do you think it's going to take to get a back-to-back?
Man, we're just going to go out there and just, one, have fun, but set a consistent pace and hopefully just start picking cars off one by one and get it around clean and smooth.
Well, and talking about that, now, Jason, as a co-driver, you've got a very important job as well. Not only are you calling the notes, you're looking for things out there, you're also keeping your driver calm and collected. How does that make you feel to be in such a great position?
Oh, I'm privileged to have Joe. He's like a little brother to me, and, I'm just so proud just passing on all the racing knowledge and the information I've learned in the last 15, 20 years, and he just absorbs it like a sponge, and it obviously shows. We got a lot of work to do, but we just got to keep our heads down and stay vigilant and go for it.
Awesome. Well, we always talk about pit strategy as well. You know, we never really see anybody pit till after the second or third, especially here at main pit, unless something is wrong. Is there a pit strategy that you guys have developed for this race, or is it kind of we're going to see how the race goes and figure it out then?
Yeah, no, we have a small gas tank, so we'll be pitting at main pit every lap. So that's about our game plan right there.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you guys. Can't wait to see that, and hopefully we can get you a back-to-back for this overall.
Thank you very much, Tiff. It's always great to hear from you and to hear from last year's winner, of course. Now, the limited classes, they're making their way into the desert, and we were talking about this earlier. The desert is perfect racing conditions today.
Well, as we're watching the cars, look, a little bit of roost, no dust, it's falling right down. I'm going to go by what Jim Beaver said. If I was the first couple of cars or whatever, I might just sit back about 6 or 7 car lengths unless the guy is slowing me down a lot. Then I got to go. But if he's running a strong pace, let him find those holes. Let him do their thing and have your coach. Well,
look at that.
Very innovative. Let's just split the difference.
Wow.
Very, very smart. We teach that in the driving class, and my son was the one that pointed it out. He goes, if you have an opportunity to get one side of the vehicle out of the bumps, even if you're in the bumps, it's half the weight going up and down. So that kind of going back and forth, that is a great line. We have to talk to Brian Manley to make that berm a little bigger.
I was going to say tomorrow that'll be all changed.
Yeah.
Got to applaud him for the innovation early on, though.
That's what you've got to do. You've got to think about your lines. You've got to think about your strategy right the way from the start. Now, we've got multiple races taking place, and already today we saw the pre-runner class actually taking to the track, and they are already well into this race as we watch now our limited classes. Now, the Class 10s are out in front of the UTVs today, and of course there's always that battle of who's the faster, the UTVs or the Class 10s, and we're now starting to see those UTVs really getting on the heels of these Class 10s, and in fact at King of the Hammers this year we actually saw the UTVs dominate the Class 10s.
Well, because the evolution, the size of the tire, everything the way it got going, but we've seen the Class 10 in this kind of desert, in just the big rough desert, but King of the Hammers was that way this year as well. The 10 car has always been better at high speed once they get up and they get moving, but it's that corner to corner. Here's we're watching these guys dice a little bit edgy there in one of the Potts entries. But back to finish my thought is that it's coming out of that corner. It's making a second there, a second there, a second there with that all-wheel drive and the way these cars are balanced now with the Can-Am. The Can-Ams have a 7-speed. I mean, it's unbelievable. I drove one for the first time the other day. And then you got the Pro R with the 3-cylinder. You have all these different vehicles and the different dynamics, and they're going faster and faster and faster.
Well, we saw earlier this year they started drag racing them. We saw Robbie Gordon, and we saw some of the Pro Rs out there. I mean, was it one of them? They hit 118 mile an hour in a UTV.
Yeah, I don't want to go that fast.
But it's the fact that the technology's taken them to that place. And we were talking earlier about Keegan Kincaid, the technology that he's now bringing from Pro 4 into UTV as well. And I think it's going to be very interesting. I think I'm going to say this. I'm going to put my money out there. I think we're going to see a UTV actually outpacing Class 10s this year.
Well, at our race this 2 days.
I think we might do.
We'll be seeing that, but right now we're going to see Tiffany Stone down with Anthony West down on the starting line. Tiffany, take it away.
All right, Anthony, Team West over here. Now, I know you've got that big smile already. You guys are getting strapped in, getting ready for this limited race here at the Mint 400. How you feeling?
Yeah, we're feeling great. Truck fuel is great. Race team's great. We're all great. We're going to have so much fun.
Well, we just saw you guys a few weeks back at King of the Hammers. You got everything coming back together. We're here for another race. How many times have you raced the Mint 400?
This is the first time I ever raced the Mint 400. First time, honestly, driving the truck 400 miles. So we're going to do it. I got my dad in here co-driving for me, and it's actually his first off-road race in the back there. So it's going to be a slow one, but we're going to get there, you know? So.
Well, I love this, and like Anthony was saying, he's super excited. This is his first time racing. We are excited to see this. Now that it's your first time racing, in one word, really, how would you sum up the Mint 400?
Fun/stressful. It's amazing, though. It's all worth it.
Fun/stressful. Well, best of luck to you. We'll let you guys get out there. I love that answer. Fun/stressful. That's a great way to talk about the Mint 400.
Thank you very much, Tiff. Always great to hear from you down there on the start line. And she's going to be down there all day and all day tomorrow, getting all those little stories, finding out all those little bits from all the drivers, and we love that so much.
I just love his enthusiasm. It takes you back. Jim takes you back to your first Mint 400. Remember how you were?
I don't know if I was that excited. He's excited to go get beat up for 400 miles.
Maybe he doesn't know yet.
I love that excitement. I mean, he's going to go out there and he's going to have fun. Win, lose, or draw, he's going to have a blast.
And he's got a guy in the back seat that's going to out-holler him.
So now we're watching on the course. This class has made a massive resurgence, and the Grabowskis used to dominate in their Subaru. It's the Class 5 Unlimited. Now we're seeing some of the UTVs out on there. We're seeing those Baja bugs. That Unlimited Class 5 is really strong, as we're seeing some of the Unlimited UTVs, as the gnats are very loud. We got the sound of it. And Jim, let's talk about the different classes. Jim Marsden, let's talk about the different classes in UTVs, because it's not just one. And I know there's a lot to go through, but talk about NA, talk about Pro R, talk about Turbo, talk about a little bit about what they can do with the Unlimited as well.
Yeah, so we've got the Unlimited out there, we've got Pro Modified, we've got Stock, and we've got NA. So NA is exactly what it says, non-turbo class. Then we've got the Stock class, which is where you can actually race your stock vehicle. You can go and buy it literally at any Can-Am dealer, any Polaris dealer, come out here with a few safety changes and race it. Then we step up into the modified classes, into the Pro classes, so Pro Turbo and also Open classes. And they are exactly what they say they are. So the Pro Turbo, you still have to have a UTV that looks like a UTV. It still has to have all the plastics, etc. But it is basically your next step up from your stock and your NA. Then, of course, you have Open. Now, Jim Beaver, that's a bit about you. The Open classes, they are really anything goes, don't they?
Well, they've really started pushing the limits, and what started it really was the Pro R, and now obviously Can-Am's got their new UTV out. That's 240 horsepower out of the box, and it's the technology. Honestly, just in the last 3 to 4 years, we've seen in side-by-sides and the development, the race cars. I mean, some of the stuff that guys like Doug Mittag are building. Yep. We've got Keegan Kincaid. We talked about him. Some of the technology he's bringing from short course racing in the Midwest. He's building a Pro R to come race in the Unlimited Series. We're really seeing the envelope pushed, and I think that's why we finally started seeing these times that are competitive with Class 10s, is because these side-by-sides, I mean, these are full-blown race cars in the Open class. They're not side-by-sides anymore. The technology that's going into these is borderline what we're seeing in some of the Unlimited truck classes.
Well, they've developed an awful lot of improvements from when they first started the UTVs. Used to be you used to carry like 4 or 5 belts with you everywhere you went. Now they're running a whole race with one belt.
Well, and a lot of people say that obviously it's old technology, but they keep refining it. Yeah. And that's where if you look at the Can-Am, it's a 7-speed. And you can shift it, you can paddle shift it, or you can put it in auto. I was really, really impressed, and we saw how fast they were. And Jim Marsden, let's talk about Kyle Cheney. He did miss a section, but he was a contender for the overall King of the Hammers with the rocks and everything in a side-by-side.
Yeah, now we've seen this in the last few years. We've seen those side-by-sides starting to break into the top 10 at events like King of the Hammers. And then, as you say, Kyle Cheney just came out the box, but with the slightly older vehicle and using the 37-inch tyres, and he was a massive contender. If he hadn't have missed that one trial, he would have been right up there and possibly in a winning position. So it's the rise of the golf carts, dare I say.
Yes.
It is absolutely remarkable to see what they can do. Now, I'm going to throw this at you. This is an incredibly rough course. Are we going to see guys out here in the UTVs using those 35-inch tires to try and get up out of those rough parts?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because what happens, as what Jim is talking about, as the ruts get going more and more and more, they're racing. A lot of this is just two-track, and what they mean by two-track, it's a one lane for a truck, but it's the two lane between back and forth. Here we're seeing one of the Class 10 cars out on the dry lake bed coming to a stall, coming to a stop. But to finish that thought, if you can get that chassis off the ground, it's going to help you, because as those berms get deeper and the ruts get deeper, as you're rolling through, it starts hitting the bottom of the skid plate and slowing you down. And even though you have it sealed up and laid the back ways, next thing you know, you got a bunch of rocks back in the motor department.
Well, Jim Marsden, there's another thing that 35-inch tire does for these folks, and that is a 35-inch tire will roll through stuff much more easily with less effort on the machine, less effort on the driver. So there's an advantage in a rough course like this. Even though there's fast stuff, that extra inch and a half or so, it makes a big difference to the driver.
Well, let's not forget it's rolling diameter that we're actually talking about here.
Absolutely.
And that rolling, even though we're talking about an inch of difference in tyre height, the actual overall diameter change is remarkable. And the difference between going through a hole using a 33-inch tyre and going through there with a 35 is night and day. And until you experience it, you really can't understand it.
But you like it when you find it.
Oh
boy. Dude, you love it.
It's also the other thing that a UTV does have an advantage over a Class 10 car is weight.
Yeah.
So they are a little bit lighter. They can skip over the ground. And Ricky touched on it earlier when he was saying all-wheel drive. The way that these UTVs are pulling all the time in and out of the corners makes such a difference when they're racing.
But now as we watch on the screen, we see the UTVs on the left as they go through the whoops, and then we see the Class 10 car out there. What is the first thing that I notice? The wheel base, how long it is between the front wheel and the rear wheel. And when you have that wheelbase, Jim Beavers, when you get going through the bumps, that helps stretch out from one to the other, and you don't go down inside each one.
Yeah, well, and I think that's one thing. A couple years ago, we saw a lot of four-seat side-by-sides were getting used, and that was because of the wheelbase. But then the four-seaters got stretched to be so long and got to be too long. So now we've gone back to the two-seaters that are a little bit stretched out from the previous two-seat side-by-sides. But, you're right, Ricky. You get into that deep whoops, the deep rough that we see out here at the Mint 400 quite a bit. It's an advantage to be in a 10 car, regardless of how well your side-by-side handles in the rough.
Absolutely. Well, and for my pre-runner, I have a 4-seat Turbo R, and what it does is it has a 35-inch tires, and it's basically like my buggy that I had with an LS. I had a Lumacraft with an LS motor and stuff like that. But this is so much easier to prep. If I put new ball joints, new belts, and kind of basically completely refresh it, it's so much more economical to run each time, as well as I got all-wheel drive. I want to go peak at an alternate line. Yeah. I got all-wheel drive, and I can get myself up and out of there if I need to.
Homework always matters.
Yeah,
that's what's funny. You see, down in Baja, a lot of guys pre-running, and they've got these 800 horsepower unlimited truck style pre-runners, and they're buried in the silt. And here's a side-by-side that's $35,000 just bouncing right by them, and
Yep. Well, we had a situation where I have a Jeep Cherokee all set up with Rusty's off-road parts on it, and it's basically not stock, but it's set up. And my son Luke Johnson's down there pre-running, and all of a sudden he comes across the legend Kurt Leduc, went to find something and actually dipped over the edge and was stuck in the middle of nowhere. And luckily, Luke was like-minded like Kurt, like, what's going on over there? And actually pulled him out with a little straight six Jeep Cherokee and saved him. I'm like, you got pictures of that? He's all, absolutely. I'm going to take that one to the grave with me.
You bet your bippy.
And with that, we've lost some great legends of racing, and so I want to throw a shout out to the Leduc family. We lost Kyle Leduc, who was the most dominant Pro 4 racer that we've ever seen. You go back, maybe Jack Flannery was that guy before him, but we lost Kyle way too young. So my hat is off and my heart is broken for all the Leducs and Kyle's family. So we're going to miss him out here. He was a staple when it came to short course, off-road. Kyle could do anything, as well as for the electric vehicles over in Europe.
And sad to say, we on the 5th we lost John Nelson.
Yes.
One of the absolutely most innovative fabricators, designers, things. He turned rock crawling upside down. He turned trophy truck upside down. Yeah, he has overall wins, and what a great mind and what a great loss for.
But I'll tell you
sport.
one thing, and he would laugh if he could hear this, and so his whole family. He was a son of a bitch to drive for, because every time I would go out when I was racing the stadium trucks with him, we were chasing down the Toyotas. If I didn't flip at least once a test, he would go, "What are you, afraid?
Yeah.
Do I need to get somebody else in here?"
Yeah,
and so I would have to flip, and it would hurt, but he would come in like, "You okay? Yeah." "You were half a second faster." I'm like, "Damn it."
Damn it.
So he had that ability to push metal to new levels.
Yes.
And also push drivers. Larry Ragland, Jimmy Johnson, Scoop Vessels. The list goes on and on. So John Nelson, we'll miss him definitely. And as you said, one of those guys that elevated this sport.
He really did. Rest in peace, John. Let's go racing. What do you think?
That's right.
I'll tell you, yes, I'm old, and yes, I've been around. I am so still thrilled by what we're able to do with drone stuff. I mean, they changed how we view off-road racing.
Oh, it did.
And the Mint 400, I tell you, these people do not hold back on the good equipment and the good stuff, the good shots.
So here's something interesting. You know, we've been seeing the infield, and obviously the infield, you know, it had rain, but it also they had a water truck. You know, it's been watered.
Sure.
We're out here in the open desert. There's no water trucks out there.
Zero.
You know, as we saw that shot, and I'm looking, and Ricky, as we talked, there's still no dust out there.
No.
So the moisture did sink in overnight, and it actually is helping this course. I'm hoping it hangs on for most of the day today. I don't think it will, but I think the first couple laps we got a shot.
Well, I think it will, Jim, because here, what happens when you start driving on it more and more? That water starts to come up. It's just like if you go when you were a kid, you'd slap the ground and it would bring the water up to the surface. And I think by driving it, we're gonna see more and more moisture come up.
Well, one of the things that we don't see is wind right now. And when the winds do come up, and if they come up, that's going to accelerate the drying of this desert.
I think our resident weather reporter, Tiffany Stone, earlier this morning had said this afternoon, I think wind is supposed to come in.
Oh, boy. Well, she's got that crystal ball. She knows these things, you know.
She does her homework. We'll give her credit. Tiffany Stone does her homework.
So watching the Can-Ams as they go around, they got that new innovative front arm style that it actually comes above. When I remember when people first saw it, they're like, oh, that's terrible. Sticks are going to get caught in there. And I was like, you don't think that they tested that? They don't think that they know better than that. But it does limit them, Jim Beaver, on tire size. They cannot go up to that 37-inch tire with that. They can run up to a 35.
Yeah, you know, and I think for desert racing, I think right now the max tire size is a 35, so we're good. But some of the other, side-by-side divisions, I know Ultra 4, things like that, some of the guys are pushing the tire size stuff, you know. But I think, you know, as far as it goes out here in the desert, yeah, we're maxed at 35, but which I think actually is probably a good thing right now. You know, I think we were talking about unlimited spec and how over the years things have changed there and things like that. So it's like I like having some parameters to keep a difference in things.
And if everybody's got the same thing, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So let's
exactly
go
right.
down to Tiffany with Vincent Munoz down on the start. Tiff, take it away.
Here with Vincent and Danielle. Now, this is their second time racing, but they are a husband-wife team, which means that this is going to be a great race day for them. You guys are all smiles here. What is the game plan?
Game plan is to just go out and have some fun. You know, it's like a Sunday drive with the wife in the middle of the desert, and it's all smiles. We're here to have a good time. I got my other boys driving with me towards the middle of the race, and yeah, we're just here to have a good time and have some fun at the Mint 400.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you guys. And this is a great thing. Husband-wife teams, father-son teams, best friends teams. This is what the Mint 400 is all about. Best of luck to you guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Tiff. That's always great to hear from these races when they're on the start line. I love that enthusiasm, getting ready to go. They've got big smiles on their faces. Now, normally I'm sitting down there. My palms are sweaty. I'm starting to think about what's going on. These guys are looking super relaxed.
Well, I'd say I've been hearing a lot of this three-letter word that seems to drive this whole force. That's fun. F-U-N, fun. They're here for fun, and that's actually a winning attitude in that class.
Well, and I want to see if his wife's going to be that stoked when he starts smashing into rocks. And, you know, I know that even though I'm a professional driving instructor, my wife still tells me how to drive. And so it doesn't matter where I'm at. You're driving too fast. You're driving too close. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, do you know what I do for a living? I mean, you can harass me and everything, but that doesn't stop. But
what does she do when you tell her how to drive?
I don't. I'm smart, Bob. I've been married this long. So I've been married 33 years, so I don't tell her how to drive.
I've been married 46. I went from scared to scared, so I shut up.
Jim Marsden.
No, you see, I always go, you do know what I do for a living? She sits there and goes, yes, but I also know who rolls a car more often.
Exactly. Busted. Who's crashed more cars, you or me? That would be me. But yeah, everything is going great, and we're going to start to see how this desert is going to shake down. As Jim Beavers was saying, we're not seeing dust out in the desert, and it honestly doesn't look as rough because it's not as soft. So this course, as you said, is going to be unbelievably fast, but I think it's also going to be tearing up some cars.
Oh, I absolutely think it's going to tear up some cars. I think, you're going to start seeing with all this traction, maybe some broken axles, broken differentials, as the day goes on, things like that. I don't know. It's cold enough. Belt temps, I don't think are going to be, much of a factor today, but I think axles and differentials definitely could come into play.
Well, let's just talk about that, because belts are something that are real-world UTV problems, and when we see them on particularly these longer races where we're stretching out to that 400 miles, you were saying about belt temperatures, looking after your equipment, it's so difficult to do, and that's where the Class 10 has the advantage over the UTV. But we're seeing changes in technology. We're seeing people like the new Can-Am, the new Maverick R, they've got a different style drive system. So is that going to come into play?
Absolutely. So I used to run with the Honda Talon pre-running, and I would go down there with guys with Polaris and stuff, and I would get twice the gas mileage because I could short shift. And I could bring the RPM down and all the different stuff. If you're running the belt in a Can-Am, a lot of these vehicles, it revs up to like 8,500 RPM, and then it does its magic staying right there. So you're high on the RPM the whole time. It's kind of like driving a turbine or something. You got to keep it spooled up to keep it going, because once you let off it comes back down. So I think if you do want to conserve yourself a little bit, I think the Can-Am platform does help you. I'm stating both platforms are unbelievably fast. But as far as saving your equipment, I think that shifting, it helps.
But then you've got the other one, haven't we? You've got the Kawasaki, which is, of course, using a more traditional sequential style gearbox that you'd expect to see on more like motorbikes, etc. So they don't have that, but then they also have clutch issues and bits and pieces. So it's the yin to the yang, and it's the difference between the manufacturers, and that's what I love about this.
Well, as we're watching right now, Bryce Allen, as he's working his way through the desert, you can see how tight they are in there. Look, you see the GPS and everything is over. All the controls are on the passenger side. His job is not to, his or hers, wait, I gotta be correct here, his and hers, as we're watching out that vehicle. And this is live. This is what we were talking about, Jim Marsden, that is so unbelievable. Through the Starlink, we get to see these vehicles live as they're going through. And now this is the other shot looking into the car. So both of that, I still can't believe that we're watching a live shot as we're going. And I love what he's doing, getting off to the side, looking for that hard dirt as he's going across that dry lake bed and trying to keep it rolling as fast as he can.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if you're watching at home and you're looking at these guys and you think they look like men from outer space, that's because they've got all kinds of things going on with those helmets. So those big pipes you see coming in, that's forced air induction. So there is forced air being pushed into the helmets that helps to keep the dust out, but it also helps to keep them refreshed. Because even though it's going to be cold out there in the desert right now, that adrenaline, it warms you up, it gets you hot, and you just want to make sure that your visor doesn't get steamed up, and that forced air does that. They're also going to probably have some kind of hydration in their helmet, and they're also going to have their comms as well. Look at this.
Look at that.
Here we go.
Three different lines.
To the middle, three wide.
So we got three different types of vehicles.
Sierra Romo looks like. Is that Sierra Romo in the middle?
That looks like Sierra, yep.
Sierra splitting the boys, and just look at her, man, making the move.
Now, Sierra Romo has been racing for the last few years. She's come up right through the ranks, and she is a massive contender. And she'll be looking for a top three here in class for sure.
Sierra's one of those drivers, and I've said, she's been around a long time, young, but she's been around for a long time. She's been doing this since she was 12, 13 years old. But I think the biggest thing with her is she's waiting for that big breakthrough win. She's been so close to a big win, and she hasn't quite got it yet.
Well, and we saw it this year. The very first American woman to win a stage was Sarah Price this year in the Dakar Rally. As you can see what's going on, that roof is not falling off. More than likely, they've changed a flat, and it just hooks on there. They're belted in. They'll be fine. But they look like they're off pace just a little bit. But we are seeing some dust, Jim.
Yeah, we are. And while we're continuing with the racing here, we've got our technical expert, who's Brian Little from AGM. So let's check out and see what Brian's got to say.
Okay.
Guys, super excited to be back for another year at the Mint 400. I'll be bringing you tech pieces throughout the weekend, covering the different aspects of the race cars and what drivers need to get that top spot at the end of the day. Back to you.
Thank you, Brian. Now, I'm looking forward to that, because now Brian really knows the tech on these vehicles. I mean, there's so much technology out there. We've got so many classes. I mean, Bob, we're over 30 classes racing today.
Well, that's the good news, and to me, that's the bad news, too. Well, because I'm one of those guys, I have a hard time keeping track. If you don't study these things, you can't tell one from the other. And I'm thinking our viewers at home really need your help, and Ricky, your help in understanding what are we looking at. Because I can tell you what, I get as lost as last year's Easter egg. I have no idea what I'm looking at most of the time.
Well, that's no problem. That's why we're here. Particularly Jim Beaver is going to be really helping us out there with these UTVs. Obviously, Jim, now you've raced UTVs for how many years now?
I think first year in side-by-sides racing was 16 or 17. We had a program called the Star Car program where I brought celebrities in and they came and raced with me at, we actually debuted the program here at the Mint 400, and Tanner Faust came and raced with Jolene Van Butte and I.
Nice.
Now, if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. Just outside of Sin City, Las Vegas, we are in the Prim Desert, and what a day of action we're already having. We're less than 30 minutes into this limited race, but it's already incredible. Now, if you want to go to the mint400.com, you will be able to pick up live tracking and also live scoring and find out where all your heroes are running and riding. So get on down to that website, find out and check out the live tracking. The 2024 Mint 400 is brought to you by BFGoodrich Tires, title sponsor of the Mint 400. Find yourself off-road and explore the BFGoodrich family of tires. MagnaFlow, your source for everything exhaust. Camberg, #1 in off-road suspension. Rugged Radios, the official communications of the Mint 400. Stay connected and go further. Sylvania Off-Road, built for any adventure. Belching Beaver, the official craft beer of the Mint 400. The Belching Beaver Brewery brings damn good times. Okay, and welcome back to the BFGoodrich 2024 Mint 400, and we've got more starters leaving the line right now. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining him in the booth is none other than Bob Bauer, Jim Beaver, and of course the one and only Ricky Johnson.
Well, as we're watching the side-by-sides going, we have a lot of different cars. We have the modifieds, the unlimiteds, the NA car, which means normally aspirated, and that is non-turbo. So a lot of different vehicles, and we're seeing a lot of manufacturers, Kawasaki, Polaris, Can-Am, the list goes on. And I don't know if we're going to see any speeds out here today, but this UTV class has been taking over the sport by storm, Jim Beaver.
Well, it definitely has, and I think, there's guys like me who went from running an unlimited truck to running in side-by-sides, and I think, one of the things is, and I've had people ask me, they go, do you think it was a step backwards? Absolutely not. They go, what do you mean, you're going slower? And I go, we're going slower than we did in the unlimited trucks, but I go, the competition level is as high in side-by-sides as it is in unlimited truck, and I said, a good race is a good race. You got 30 good drivers in a side-by-side or 30 good drivers in an unlimited truck, it's still a good race.
If the rules keep it close, you know what I mean? So I raced NA car. Is that Mitch Guthrie? I'm not sure. It looked like a Red Bull car.
I saw the Red Bull car. That's got to be Mitch.
So it's got to be Mitch out there who's, this guy is just, look under the word driver. There's a picture of Mitch Guthrie.
I've said this. You put Mitch in an unlimited truck and give him a couple test days, he could be as fast as anybody in the business, I think.
If you, and I'll go back to Christopher Plavardi. We look at a lot of the different guys that have come from, they started with those trophy cards, which are most unbelievable bullets there are. But as we go back, let me finish my thought on the racing side-by-side. So I did the Vegas to Reno in a NA car for Carson City Motorsports. I never drove so hard in my life. I was literally racing short course pace the whole day, and I was not, I think we finished top 10. We learned a lot during that day, but the pace and how hard they're driving, especially these young kids, they don't care. They don't give a dang about that. They just race hard all day long. They're not patient. They don't worry about finish first or first must finish. They're out to go wide open the whole time. And if you're going to play with them, you have to run that pace.
Step up.
There was a spot 2 years ago at Vegas to Reno. Jamie Campbell, myself, and Matty Wedking were racing, and we were in the unlimited class. We got to mile 400, and we all started 1, 2, 3, and we got to mile 400, and we were all within 45 seconds of each other, 400 miles in, and none of us had lifted, and we'd all bounced around and swapped positions. But we get in one section, my car was faster, another one, Jamie's car was faster, another one, Matty's, and 3 of us just leapfrogged for 400 miles, and we were within 45 seconds, 400 miles in, and I'm like, that was a race. You want to talk about the 3 of us just driving, driving things.
How did it end? Don't leave me hanging.
The 2 of us ended up having some problems, and then another one ended up. We all ended up finishing, but
that's good. But oh darn.
Okay, right, as the action continues here, that is Mitch Guthrie Jr. making his way into the desert. But right now, down on the start line is Tiff with Todd Ciccone.
Here with Todd Ciccone. Now, Todd, last year you came to the Mint, you DNF'd, so this year is a redemption year for you. What did you really learn last year to implement into this year?
Last year we didn't really pace ourselves. We got in trouble after the first lap. So this year we're going to just take it easy for the first couple laps, and race doesn't start until lap 3.
Well, and right here when we were coming up to chat, your son is right next to you on the line. With that being said, how does it make you feel being a father racing your son and vice versa?
There's no explanation for the feeling. It's been a dream of ours for a long time, and the fact that we're both racing the Mint right now is a dream come true.
Wonderful. Well, I know underneath that helmet we can see your smile and you're having a great day. Like I said before, this is always such a great event. We've got father and son, mother, daughter, sometimes best friends, and this is what, like I said, the Mint 400 is all about. Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Tiff. Always great to hear from the runners and riders down on the start line before they get going. But today, it's all about the limited classes here at the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. Now, Bob, you've been out on these deserts so many times. You've raced it, you've been there, you've done it. What are those guys thinking sitting on that start line?
Well, it depends on who they're doing in their situation. First thing they do is you're sitting there at the start line, you're not moving, but the flag is starting to move. Your brain says, don't let me mess this up. That's the truth. That's exactly right. And after that, then you get going in your pace. And you're trying to figure out, is this too much pace, too little pace? Am I going too hard, too fast? I got 4 laps to go. How much do I use up right now? And the fact is, you just keep going on instinct. All that thinking doesn't end up mattering.
Well, we saw the living legend, Larry Ragland, yesterday.
Yes,
and
we
when
did.
I was racing stadium trucks, and it was 5 minutes of fury and just rip everything apart, and he just goes, RJ, go out and go slow. When you think you're going slow, slow down some more. And he says, when you think you're going really slow, slow down some more, because this is 400 miles, and I was in a single-seat buggy. He goes, just trust me on this. Just keep doing that. I kept backing down, and I tell myself, Larry, I'm going too slow now. I'm waiting to get hit in the back. Next thing you know, I catch another guy. And I'm getting second to Steve Serapis that year in Class 10. I was very proud of that because Steve dominated Class 10 back then. And I was in a single-seat Gemco, beat to death. But you're so right. You got to be patient. But the equipment is so much better now. Tire technology is better. Shock technology is unbelievable with the bypasses. I was just running, a coil carrier, single shock per corner. And so it's a completely different ball game out there now.
And there's the argument that happens between your ears when you're driving. I got this technology. They're faster now. They're stronger now. I can go faster. Wham!
Yeah, it's bad. Next thing you know, oops, dang it.
Nothing bad happens slowly.
Jim Beaver, how many times have you apologized to your car when you hit something? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
You really start apologizing for everything when you start getting, 400 miles in of a 500-mile race. And you can hear, you can smell the oil, and you can, hear every creak and crack and groan, and you hit something, and I'm sorry, please, get me to the finish. And
you just become very religious. It's like when you're turbulence on an airplane. I hear more people put down their drinks and start praying to God when the turbulence comes, and then as soon as it clears back out, I'll take another double, please.
But there's times when you just tap it on the instrument and say, thank you.
Come on, baby.
Yes. Thank you, man. Oh, man, I'm so sorry I did that to you.
Yeah. So this looks like one of the modified cars, and this is, I think, the NOS car, but look at how balanced it is. You can see right there, he got a little bit of skid plate, and that's where you're talking about getting those higher tires. See how it's going down? Needs a little more compression in the back, maybe a little more ride height for this race, which would make it a little bit more tippy in the corners. But as you can see, this course is very rough. And watch when it goes down, you see that big poof of dust? That is skid plate. And when it goes to skid plate, it hurts the driver because there's no shock, no tire, goes right metal to metal.
I'm trying to see if this is Ronnie or RJ. Both of them have entries, so I'm trying to figure out which Anderson brother this is.
Well, you know what ends up happening is that you're talking about your pace, and this guy's got a problem because he's hitting the bump stops, he's on the things. One of the things we try and teach guys, and I'm sure you do in your school, Ricky, and that is if you keep it in the spring, you're going to be fine.
Yeah.
You keep it in the spring, it'll give you the best result your race car's got that day.
Well, and with the vehicles now, you have so many different things. You have the shock, you have bypasses, then you have the bottom out, you have your bump shock, so that you can tune this thing in. But the driver has to know. Then you have the Fox active suspension that can pick things up, and actually in the Can-Am or in the Pro R you have that. If you have the Fox Ride Command, you see a big G out coming, you hit the red button, it stiffens everything up and absorbs that. So I was out doing school the other day with Kirk, and first time I drove one, I'm like, let's try this thing. Next thing you know, I was on that thing all day long because I saw the big G outs coming. But that's the technology that we have, that you can go, wait, at a button I can stiffen my suspension.
It's just so awesome. We used to have to lift.
Or just crash through it. Just take the beating.
Take that, Desert.
Yep. When Mark Miller and Ryan Arciero won that Baja 1000, they were on the skid plate all day long on 35-inch tires. It was pretty amazing that they put that together. It's pretty great what they did with Don Tebby and do the fuel on the go.
Man.
That was very, very innovative.
One time.
So
but
Jim
Beaver,
Beaver,
those Pro Trucks actually, Ricky, those Pro Trucks had a low back end. They seemed to be on the bump stops a lot.
Yep.
And they were tough at it.
Jim Beaver, can you pick up who this is?
This one is Ronnie. This is the 952. RJ's in the 937, I believe. So this should be Ronnie Anderson here. Looks like I'm sure that other car that we got a shot of may have been RJ then. Well, but looks like he's moving.
Yeah, they got a pace going. They're chasing down Mitch, and they're going to be at that pace. These are the people that we're looking for that will overall this race. So pretty unbelievable the pace that these UTVs will be going.
And they're still starting cars. We have, I think what the number was, something like 215 or 225 cars to start this morning, and they're all going to be in the desert at the same time running laps.
There's 10 pages of vehicles.
There are.
So here we're watching Mitch Guthrie Jr. as he works his way through the rollers. I think that is the Fox. No, that's the BFGoodrich. I'm sorry, I jumped off really quick.
Oh, look, the
194 cars. I'm sorry, Jim Beaver. 194 vehicles in this race.
Well, judging by this track, so the stuff that's close to Prim, where we're at, our production office is here in Prim, and the start is in Prim, looks like the dirt's a lot darker. When they get out towards the quarry in that area that's farther north, up towards Vegas, that end of the course didn't get near as much rain as this end of the course did.
Well, now as you can see, but they've done a great job this year at giving you alternate lines, that it's not just one trail. Because a lot of times you have to go through the desert, you got to stay on track, and there's nowhere to pass.
We're seeing a lot of dust here, but here is the kind of dust that the driver doesn't mind. You see the breeze is taking it off to the left. So nobody's visibility is really being compromised here, but you do think about what's going to happen in about 2 hours.
Well, and here's the other thing. If I'm a driver and I see the dust is blowing to the left, I am getting as far to the right to screw the guy behind me as much as possible.
Make it a wall.
Well, I want him to be stuck in the dust. And is that dirty pool?
No, it's dusty pool. Dusty, not dirty, just dusty.
1,496 Bob Bowerisms. So now here we're seeing, now watch this. This is probably the NA cars. You can see it's a more limited size tire, smaller tire, as well as suspension. So their speed is down quite a bit. We were watching the Anderson boys and as well as Guthrie Jr. They looked like they were tapping out about 65, 70 to 80 miles an hour.
But there's a good example of a nice cooperative pass. Seriously, some are passes under heat, and you got to bump them and bang them and talk to them a little bit.
Yeah. Well, and I think the key to the Mint, one of the things where it's one of the roughest races we do all year, but it's also the pace is so fast.
We got someone upside down. Sorry, Jim. We see somebody upside down. We see them that they're out, that they're okay, but there's a situation that they're right in one of the race lines. That is the Potts.
Yeah, that's Kara Potts.
Yeah, that's the 10 car that Potts had.
Yeah, so Kara Potts, he left the line in 8th position this morning, so that's a real tough luck for him.
Well, he's in the inverted position at the moment. So
it's what we call a desert tortoise.
Well, No, there's no desert. The desert tortoises are in their home
This
and
looks
they're
like
happy and everything is good.
Is that the Japanese entry?
Yeah, that's the Yamaha. So let's talk about what happened. He's down the middle of a straightaway. That shows you that you get going faster. You haven't pre-run. You don't know. You off-time a bump. You get into that skid plate, and then there's no rebound control in your tires. So when you bottom everything out, you go to chassis and tire, it is going to kick back hard, and that's probably my educated guess on what happened. Or they swap side to side. So we can see him see Potts off to the left in a safe spot, but you want to make sure. That's why they'll give the drivers a triangle or some different things to let people know that you're there.
And there's two lines there, so you know he was on the left side, probably booking it pretty good.
But also we have the racing track, so you can push your hazard, and as the driver's coming up, he'll see that a vehicle is down on the course. So before you get out of the vehicle like that, if you are a racer, you're upside down, you see that, you hit that hazard, that lets a car coming up know, because in the dust situations is the problem. You're upside down, dust, it's a single track, you have nowhere to go except hope that nobody runs into you. So this gives the guys an opportunity to know what's happening.
It's Dustin Jones here.
There is.
Yeah, Dustin Battleaxe Jones, always fast. He'll be looking for it to have some redemption out here. Had a tough couple of years at the Mint 400, so it'd be great to see what he can do.
This looks like the quarry, correct?
Yeah. We're already up through the quarry. In fact, there should be a whole bunch of people through the quarry already. Another guy is Donald Cerrone, the Hall of Fame UFC fighter, now turned racer. Phil Blurton is here. We have this class is stacked, not only with tough guys like Donald, but also drivers that have won this race and multiple races in the past.
Now, I love the Cowboy Cerrone story, because he came into off-road racing, as a learner, as an amateur, and to see his rise coming up through the ranks, and he's now seeing him racing in Class 11 in Nitro Cross and all of these things, and he's starting to really be a force to be reckoned with out here. He's learning his trade.
Well, when I was racing motocross, I started taking jiu-jitsu for the reason of it's racing and jiu-jitsu and fighting is very much the same, is that if you get too aggressive, you open up to get hurt. You open up for an arm bar. You're taking big swings. You open your face up to get punched. When you're driving a car, if you drive too aggressive, you're smashing and crashing and stuff like that. So it's this constant battle emotionally in your ego of how fast do I push, how much do I conserve, and back and forth and back and forth. So if you take an athlete like Donald Cerrone, world champion, MMA fighter, fought all over the world, and you put him in there, and he puts the discipline into this, he is going to be a force to be reckoned with. And to mention, if you hit him, he's going to kick your ass when you get out of the car. So there's that factor, too.
But, taking back to the old days of the Rod Hall school of thinking and how you do this, a new guy, if you can help him understand maybe three things. You got to take a good pace. How do you decide your pace is right? You ask yourself three questions. Am I getting a good ride? Am I placing the car where I want it? And am I relaxed? And any of those comes up as a no, fix it.
Yeah. Back her down a little bit. And as so many people have said in one of Tiffany's interviews, I was too aggressive last year. I'm going to take it easy the first two laps, because I think that's what you have to do. If you're always fast in your DNF, you need to take a big step. Finish a race and then go, because I've had multiple drivers come up to me and go, yeah, I would have won if I didn't get those 8 flats. I'm like, that doesn't count, because you're driving at such an erratic pace that you're getting those flats. So it's a balance, and as you said, you got to be comfortable, you got to be patient, but then you go, okay, now I finished. Now where am I going to make my time to go faster, Jim?
It's an endurance race, but this is one of those weird endurance races where it's an endurance race, but it's kind of also a sprint.
Yes.
And it's that real, as you were just saying, it's that balance between how hard do you push. And this is where pre-running is so important. And these guys aren't allowed to pre-run out here.
Yeah.
So that first lap is your pre-run lap. And you've got to be exactly what you said, back it down, hit those marks. Either you've got to use those memory cells to remember where those rocks are, or you've got to be using something like lead nav or another kind of mapping system to be able to lock those in so that when you come around to it next time, you know or are aware it's there. Equally, the course changes every single lap. There might be a rock singing wave that wasn't there last time. There's going to be cars throwing stuff onto the track. There's also, as we always see, tool bags, spare wheels, fire extinguishers also tend to find their way onto the track as well. So you've got to look out for those things.
Well, and you got to keep an eye on the Vegas boys, because even though they didn't get to pre-run, once they go out there, they're so familiar with it. We saw that a few years back with one of the most unbelievable finishes, Rob Mack. Luke McMillan, his teammate, is leading. It was foggy. It was all messed up. Rob knew exactly where he was on the desert the whole time. He didn't even have radio communications. Him and his son were able to communicate back and forth with hand signals and that, and then they were just sending stuff via with Amber with the phone. Because he knew where he was. And so that's the advantage, guys like B.J. Baldwin, the Dean boys, Rob McCachran, knowing the Herbs.
And the kids.
This is where they test.
Yeah.
So they're not out pre-running that spot, but they know what this is like, and they know that this is their backyard.
Well, I know with the Mint, my approach has always been, that first lap, everybody's bunched up. Well, in any desert race, it's a loop race. That first lap, everybody's bunched up. You don't want to risk a tire or anything. When everybody's bunched up and you're 30 seconds apart, you get a flat tire and it takes you 2 minutes to change it, you're going to lose 4 or 5 positions. Well, if you push it on lap 2 or 3 when things are spread out, you may lose a position, but you're not going to lose 3 or 4.
Well, and that's the thing. So we were able to get that Potts car righted back up. They're giving us thumbs up. Now what they'll do is they got to turn the vehicle over because it was upside down. It'll fill the valve covers full of oil and stuff like that. You got to turn it over slow, pump that oil out. This goes another thing that Larry Ragland was telling me, that you stay in line. When you're in trophy trucks and stuff like that, you can't catch them and pass them unless everything is working out perfectly, especially with the dust. But stay in line. And Rob, and I'm going to finish this and throw it back to Jim Marsden, Rob McCachran is key. What is my back door? So he is always asking why, because he knows it. Let's just say a number. It takes him 2 minutes to change a tire. If he's got 3 minutes on the back door, then he's okay to make a mistake. If it's within a minute, he's got to pick his pace up to get that gap that you're talking about, Bob.
Absolutely. Now, as we continue to watch the racing action here, if you're watching at home, pop on down to the mint400.com. You'll find live scoring, and you'll also find our live tracker. But I've got some interesting news for you. Now, check this out. This is our current top 5. At the moment, we've got Dustin Jones at the first time split with a 26.26. In 4th overall with 26.18 is Cameron Meister in the UTV Pro. And then we've got our highest place, Class 10, sitting in 3rd with 26.13. But right now in 2nd overall, it's Mitch Guthrie Jr. with a 26.12. But leading the pack right now on adjusted time is Braden Baker in the UTV Pro Open class. So it's the UTVs that are sending it to the Class 10s right now.
It'd be great to snapshot that order at this moment in the race and come back on lap 3 and see how we match
I can
up.
do that. I can do that for you, Mr. Bauer.
There we go. Look, he's doing it. Ladies and gentlemen,
technology.
Mr. Marsden has his phone out. He's taking a picture of the computer. This is perfect. Just perfect.
So this is in car with Bryce Allen now. Just check out these images. This is live from the race course.
Well, and you look very, as Bob was saying, very comfortable in the car, not sawing at the wheel. They're actually in what looks like one of the most forgiving sections of the course. It looks nice and smooth, and they're just moseying along. But as you were saying, Jim, they're completely, they got the skirt that stops the dirt from going in. They got the fresh air through a filter to pump them in. And even some of the guys in the unlimited trucks will have air conditioning as well to keep the driver's head cool, because if you notice where the air comes in, it's not at the mouth, it's at the head, so that does hit the sweat on top of your head and cool you off as well to keep you thinking straight.
I love the way our driver here is hugging that right side. He's saving the right side a little bit. You got the left side in the groove.
Now, let's just give this some kind of relevance, okay? At the moment, Bryce Allen is having a solid race. He's running 16th in the Pro UTV Open class, but he's 33rd on adjusted time right now. And if we're watching that, what do you reckon, Ricky? I reckon he's doing about 55 mile an hour, something like that.
Yeah, I'm going to say somewhere around 50, 60 miles an hour, which people think, oh, I can go that fast. I do that going that fast down to work. But you got to realize that his tires are in the air half the time, so you have to work that back and forth, because if you just hold, like right there, you see when it goes up in the air, if you just hold the throttle wide open, the wheels, they increase in speed. So say we're watching as he goes by, he's going 65 miles an hour. When he goes in the air, if his wheels goes up to 80, Brandon Sims, as he rolls through, looking very, very strong. But you got to make sure that you take care of those CVs.
Yeah, now that's something that's really worthwhile talking about, because these vehicles are all-wheel drive, which means they have independent front suspension and independent rear suspension, which means that on these vehicles they have no less than 8 CV joints.
Yes, and so we were talking yesterday, and Jim, you can comment on this. We had Keegan Kincaid, who comes from the Kincaid family back in Crandon, obviously very strong in Pro 2, Pro 4, Pro Light, and now he's worked his way into this, and so now he's taken technology from short course into off-road. Jim?
Yeah, and I think, he actually went with Doug Mittag, another short course guy who's doing some side-by stuff, building some amazing open class cars, went and raced with him. And so, Keegan, being the engineer that he is, went and goes, how can I perfect a desert racing side-by-side? So they're literally working with some of his partners in Roush and some of these others that are involved with engine technology and stuff like that, building a car. But, they're taking some of the Pro 4 technology from the differentials and things like that, and they're applying it to the side-by-side game. So now we're seeing stuff like, we were talking yesterday, where they're going to be able to go into a corner and it's going to freewheel, and then when you come out, the front differential bites. And obviously you know about that from your time in Pro 4, Ricky, but, it's crazy to me to think that technology, that these 900 horsepower fire-breathing short course trucks are, they're taking that and they're applying it to a side-by-side.
Well, and as we're watching on field, I'm going to get back to that just one second. As we see the drivers going through the pits, a lot of times these remote pits, some people have it set up to do their fuel and tires and stuff like that, but a lot of times these are just the lifeline. If I get a flat here in America, you have to take your tire. What you take in, you have to take out. So if you get a flat, you can't leave the tire on the side and let the crew clean it up later. You got to bring that back, and when you get to there, they'll do a tire swap for you and help you out. Jim?
Now, I just want to look at this. I'm looking at the live scoring right now, and I find this incredible. I'm looking at our top 4 overall, and in 4th position we've got the highest placed UTV Pro, who is Cameron Meister. Then in 3rd position overall, but first in Class 10 is Tyler Mills. Then in 2nd overall and 2nd in UTV Pro is Mitch Guth Jr. And leading up in 1st in class and 1st overall on adjusted time right now is Braden Baker. So we've got 3 classes or class leaders in the top 4. That's incredible.
Well, and this goes back to what you were saying, Jim, yours, is that we've seen the Class 10 cars dominate in the past, but right now they're not even in the top 10.
No, they're inside the top 10.
Yeah.
We've got one sitting there, a Class 10 sitting in 3rd overall with Tyler Mills. No, that's okay. I got you. But I've got to go right the way back to 6th position before we get the 2nd Class 10.
That's what I'm saying.
And this is a game changer. This is something that we're seeing in the last only 2 years, where these UTVs are starting to outclass the Class 10s. But this is lap 1. These Class 10s are desert racers. They're going to be hanging back. They're going to be waiting for that race to come to them.
Well, and to finish Jim's thought, when we were talking with Keegan yesterday, I said, is it a driving thing that you're looking for, performance driving, or are you looking for survival? And with the all-wheel drive and the big bumps coming into corners, as you let off, the back tires want to lock up. That shocks the drivetrain system, shoots it to the front, and hits on the back side of the gear. So by freeing up your clutches in the front to where it freewheels, you don't get that shock back and forth. So it's more of a survival technique than it is a performance technique. But yes, when we race in short course, you wanted that to come free to let you rotate more to get through the corners. But in the desert, you got berms and stuff like that, where Keegan was saying this is more about saving the back sides of those gears.
Well, and I think the biggest thing, talking about side-by-sides is go back 5 years ago, we've doubled the horsepower in these cars. So we're starting to have a lot of issues start to come to fruition that weren't there 5 years ago, but we've literally doubled the horsepower on these side-by-sides.
How about the size of the tires?
Well, no.
Well, yeah.
That's another
We were
big
running 30s, 5-6 years ago, and now we're up to 35s.
Fat and sassy with 30s.
Yeah.
So this sounds kind of familiar. With the truck, let's put bigger tires. Oh, we need a bigger axle. Oh, let's put a bigger motor. Now I need a bigger transmission. Now I need a bigger drive shaft.
I need a spindle.
Now we have Neil Mace's making 11-inch gears. So everything, what you change it from the manufacturer, you have to modify the next thing in line, because that's what you're going to tear up, Bob.
We had John Nelson stories here.
Yep.
John was one of the development guys that BFGoodrich used a lot. And when they'd come up with a tire that had a lot of torque and a lot of energy and it would break parts, all the other builders are saying, fix your tire, you're breaking my truck. Nelson, on the other hand, said, build a tire, break my truck, I'll build it back.
Exactly. That's the way that he was all about. He was like, drive as hard as you can, break it, and it's my job to make it stronger for you. And that's the kind of engineer that you want. That's not going, keep slowing down.
John and Pops would go sit at the table and have a talk.
There you go.
Absolutely. Now, I'm looking at the tracker. The one thing that I'm really noticing this year as I look at that is the lack of stopped vehicles on course. Now, if you're looking at the tracker right now, you'll see that all of these, the cars that are running are highlighted with an orange dot. At the bottom of the dot that you'll see normally if they're running, you'll just see orange. If they're stopped, they have a little red dot at the bottom of there. There is so few vehicles that are stopped on course right now. That is incredibly impressive.
Yeah.
That is.
Well, and how tight they are. You can see how bunched they are up in the quarry, which is unbelievable. You look at it, they're having a party up there, but that course zigzags back and forth, but those guys are all right on top of each other, and then you see the leaders as they start to spread out. But let's talk, Jim Beavers, a little bit about some of the guys have pre-runners as well because they opened it up. If they want to go out there, they brought their other truck to go set the lap to check everything out.
Yeah, and I think in years past they had that sportsman division.
Yep.
You had a lot of the unlimited truck guys running the sportsman division, and the sportsman guys have their own race.
Yeah.
So, doing the right thing, the Martelli brothers and Unlimited go, hey, we're going to give these guys their own, their own time to go and pre-run a lap. They're going to pay the entry fee. So they started an hour before all the limited classes to hopefully they're finished up and they're off the course by the time, these guys race, and it didn't really affect their races. And I think that was a great thing. So the good news is it gives these unlimited truck guys an advantage. These limited class racers, they don't have an opportunity to pre-run. They're just coming out here cold turkey, and they're just having to send it. The unlimited guys and girls, they're going to have to go out here tomorrow, and they're going to have one lap under their belt. So they're going to see the rocks, they're going to see the bumps, they're going to see the course conditions, and I think it's going to give them a distinct advantage. And I think as you know, Ricky, pre-running, even one lap, going into race day, it gives you that much more comfort level and being able to drive that hard on lap one.
And that's it, because we did see some shots of some trucks with the tires on the back and stuff like that. And you're wondering, wait a minute, where is that coming from? Is that but as you said, I love what they did. They let them go early so that they're not running race pace. They're marking their course and they're doing that. They gave them time to get out and get away. So that, because all of a sudden I start seeing guys like Jason Coleman. I'm like, you got two trucks here. He's like, well, I had to get my pre-runner ready to go so I could come out here because they don't want to take the race truck. So it gives them an opportunity.
The idea to be able to see a little race course the day before a race is here.
Absolutely, and we're watching one of the last pre-runner cars coming back in now. And if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. Join us again in around about 2 minutes for more action. We're going to pop out and pay some bills, and we will see you very soon.
BestOffRoad.com. Offering the best off-road brands, best customer experience, best prices. Experience off-road retail re-engineered by BestOffRoad.com. Stop by our booth in the Midway. Off-road advice is always free. BestOffRoad.com can help you create your ultimate off-road vehicle.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
And welcome back to the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. If you're just joining us, we are just outside of Las Vegas, Sin City at Prim for the best race of the year. This is the Mint 400, and today it is all about the limited classes. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is Jim Beaver, Bob Bauer, and of course the legend that is Ricky Johnson. How are we doing, guys?
We're doing great.
I mean, we've been starting for an hour. Okay, 190 plus cars all day long, and we're just now getting the last, well, not even the last of them. You can still see in the background.
Close to the last of them.
We have a bunch more cars going, and we have it spread all out. And Jim Beavers, you were saying about the difference in the side-by-sides, and we're going to talk about this going back and forth as we're watching the drivers as they're working their way through the whoops on the short course inside. But the pace, how much faster it is now with the technology.
Well, and that's the funny thing. We've got a lot of side-by-sides, and, you know, they may side-by-side, no pun intended, look the same.
Yeah.
But, you know, the cars that we're seeing Mitch Guthrie Jr. and these top-level drivers race out here, I mean, the technology in them, I mean, it's insane how far they've been pushed. And that's why we're seeing, we've seen Mitch Guthrie, you know, fight for overall victories in a side-by-side at some of these desert races before. And then you go back to some of the sportsman classes that still have yet to even start, and they may look the same, but, you know, as Jim had said, you know, they're very similar to something when you get on a dealership floor. You know, you put some safety upgrades, some window nets, you know, and go out there and, you know, let's go try our hand at the Mint 400. And let me tell you, those are going about half the speed of what Mitch Guthrie's going to be doing today. So they may look the same. It's definitely a little bit different storyline, but, you know, that's what's great, though, side by side. It's been the gateway drug to off-road, I like to say.
You know, the fun factor, whether you're going that fast or half that fast, is high.
Yeah.
It's all fun.
Oh, it's a blast.
Yeah, so we're with Zakane at the moment, who, of course, we saw being interviewed earlier on. Now, he's going through what's called a speed control area here right now. I love these images because it's not all about going flat out. There are certain speed control areas on this course. Talk us through that, Ricky.
Well, what they don't want to do is just be a muck everywhere. So right here you can see there's actually traffic going both directions. If guys are coming out sideways or trying to pass, and the thing is, what people will do is try to take advantage of that area. So this way they keep them controlled, or there's another area where they're right next to the big power line poles where the guys are going zigzagging in and out of them. It's for driver safety and to make sure that we keep the races fair, because if it's just run amok, bad things can happen. So they gotta police them, because we're racers and we're going to go as fast as we can all the time. So there are those sections where you got to just pipe it down. And if you get caught, you will be penalized. So there's a couple ways they're going to find you. One, they can have a radar gun in the section, or if it pings, you have your racing tracks that tells your miles an hour. And if you go over that, it will flash at you and let you know. And sometimes that happens to you and you're like, oh man, I hope that it didn't ping exactly at that time, because it's a game that you play, because you don't want to give up time either.
But they're also doing that in the unlimited trucks. We're going to see that tomorrow. Some of these cars actually have speed limiters built into them, and they can literally hit a preset button that will lock them down to a set speed. And I mean, we've seen how many amazing passes have we seen over the years in Baja, particularly where you're coming on speed control sections, and you see the likes of Robbie Gordon just making up those tiny bits of time on the braking to be the difference between being ahead or sitting in someone's dust.
And those passes under those speed conditions, we had a pass going out in Baja in a speed control situation. It took us probably a minute and a half to do 1 mile an hour faster than the guy that was next to us.
Yeah, well, and now they have the technology, and Neil Mason was the one that kind of evolved it, is that when I was racing with Neil, Team C, with Larry Connor, you get up to a certain speed and he would take it over. And then he has a little dial over there, like a volume dial, and he just plays with it back and forth and keeps it right at, if it's 37 miles an hour, 65 miles an hour, whatever, depending on what the speed zone is, he keeps it right there. But you get it up over 25 miles an hour, I take my foot off the throttle, and then then my co-driver Victor now does that. But that was the stuff that Neil Mason evolved, because you can make up, if you can go in one section down in Baja is 85 miles of highway. If you can be a mile an hour faster that whole time, that is a lot.
It is. It's huge. But we're not going to see that kind of technology on these cars today. This is the limited classes, and these guys are going to be staring at those GPSs hard. And it's difficult because the GPSs take a little bit of time to update each time. So those tiny movements on the throttle make all the difference.
Well, and look, this is a section we call the quarry, and as you went through there, there's... The thing about the Mint is there's a lot of runoff area, but it's not forgiving runoff area. If you make a mistake, there's a lot of area you go out through the bushes, but if it's out the quarry, you can go off the course, but look at the boulders and the rocks.
The key word is off.
Yeah, and it's so, you can't make a mistake out here. It looks like, you blow a corner, you're just going to go out through the bushes, but behind every single one of those bushes is a rock that's, a foot big, and it's going to cut a tire or hit a differential or something like that. And, that's the thing. The Mint 400 is so unforgiving.
And nothing bad happens slowly. It's like, pow, oh, man, it changed. Everything changes.
Well, this is our Warfighter-made entry. It's awesome that we support our troops. These are the guys that go out and signed up and fight so that we can live in the greatest country in the world, and that's my opinion. I'll stick to it. So we want to thank them, and they got some entries out there. They're running in multiple classes, and also we have General Jody Lynch that is going to be out there on a motorcycle tomorrow, and so it's great to see the combination of, because these guys are out there, they're off-road racers when they're in battle as well.
And they bring in new people. We've got one new troop that they're going to have in PF2 is Thomas Smith, and he's a guy I know from the BFGoodrich company. And, it's great, Ricky, when you see, and you do this too, when you're talking to your students, guys that are in their first time and they've just been told you're in. They haven't arrived yet, but they're in. He is going nuts. He's happy.
Well, and it's great. It's good adrenaline. And what we found is that so one of the Armageddon card looks like he went over on the start, missed his mark by just a little bit. That's the new company that's actually built down in in Ensenada. They're doing different parts and stuff like that. So a very, very rough start for them this morning. But hey, you got to learn. So those of you that have never crashed, cast the first stone.
Yes, that's exactly right. I spent a good time talking to those folks yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
And the enthusiasm they had and the excitement they showed is going to make this little wreck it's like a nothing sandwich. They'll do just fine.
But it's the end of your world if you're the driver right now. At the moment, it's the worst thing possible, but you're going to look back and it's going to be a good story.
Oh, that's exactly right. They just created a great story. And what else are you going to do with the time?
No, you just got to figure it back out.
Let's just hope they get it back running so they can finish out the day.
Yeah, as we continue to watch that, I can tell you now that our lead cars are starting to come through Sector 2. Now, when I say Sector 2, what I mean is that this race course is broken up into 3 different sectors for timing loops, so we can actually get some idea as to where these guys and girls are in relation to their placing. So our first car is coming through right now, and I can already see that we have got 4 Class 10 cars that have knocked into Sector 2. So we've got Greg Longy, Nick May, Tyler Mills, and currently leading up in Class 10 right now, it is Michael Taylor. It's going to be very interesting to see as if on this second section of desert, whether these Class 10s can start to move away from those UTVs, or whether those UTVs will continue that dominance we saw in Sector 1.
That is going to be a good question, Jim. I don't know, actually. I think if I had to pick away, I'm going to have to say laps will tell the difference.
I think so as well. I think it is going to be all about the laps. I think we're going to see the Class 10s coming into their own, sort of around about that lap 3, lap 4 kind of area.
And then, there's drivers out there like Rob Mack is supposed to be driving the Wilson Class 12 car in this.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that's
just to get a little extra stuff. He and I talked, and
Because he hasn't done enough desert racing, right?
Yeah, he's still a rookie. Still a rookie.
Yeah, if you don't know who Rob McCachran is probably the greatest off-road driver of all time. I think we were chatting once about how many wins he had, and he really doesn't know.
No.
But a lot of people say that it's over 300.
You know what I love about Rob McCachran and his record is that it's a mix of desert and short course, and it's a mix of every division you can imagine. I mean, he's won championships in stock mini, 1600 cars, class 10 cars, 1 cars, unlimited trucks. I mean, short course he's done Pro 2, Pro 4. I mean, back in the old days it was heavy metal. I mean, Rob has raced anything, done everything you possibly can, and I laugh. He's even got a NASCAR truck victory to his credit.
And it's like he's a unicorn because, Jimmy, there's drivers that are desert guys and long-term, endurance racers. They're short course racers. Very rarely do you find the same guy, gal, person, driver, whatever you want to call him, that does both at such a level that Rob Mack does.
Yeah, and that's one thing I love about him. You throw him in anything, and he can be fast in it. There's not many guys out there that can do that. You throw somebody in a Class 12 who hadn't been in one in 5-6 years, they're going to be slow. Rob, he'll probably put a burner of a pace down today.
Yeah. First 100 yards is training. The rest of it is fun.
Yeah.
Well, for the longest time, he was always going out to the different statewide challenges and winning the 16 class. And so if you can drive a 16 car fast, you can drive anything fast because it's all about momentum and working with the dirt, not against it.
Yeah. Well, your words, Ricky, these UTV classes, these are the entry level. These are where the young guys are learning to drive. This is where you have to learn how to drive so that if you ever do get into something that's unlimited, you've got some skills that you didn't have, you wouldn't have if you didn't go through this school.
That's what's funny. UTV started out, and some of these are the learner classes, but you look at the open class, like, some of these guys like Guthrie are in, and they're making a great living driving side-by-sides now.
Well, let's just also talk about that, because the UTV classes are, we talk about professional off-road drivers. Many of the drivers who are driving in the unlimited classes, particularly in the unlimited trucks, they're all guys who pay to race. When we actually come to UTV, we've actually got really, and it really is the rise of these classes. We've got lots of professional drivers, whether it be Mitch Guthrie Jr., whether it be Seth Quintero, whether it be Brandon Sims, whether it be Dustin Battleaxe Jones, the Miller brothers, Kyle Cheney, etc. These are all professional drivers who make a living from racing these UTV vehicles. That is astonishing. If you'd said that 10 years ago, people would have laughed at you, but now it's a reality, and UTV is leading the way in professional off-road motorsport.
That's all I got to say about that.
That was a mic. that was a mic drop moment, Marsden. You just dropped the mic there.
I was like, I don't really have anything else to say. It's pretty good.
That was like your coup de grace. Like, we just need to end the stream now.
How do you add to that?
But I'm actually waiting to see when the first of the UTVs make their way through. We've got 6 Class 10s that are now entered into Section 2. And right now, our top 3 is in first position, Michael Taylor. In second, it's Taylor Mills. And in third, it's TJ Fisher. Now, TJ's made up a lot of spaces there. In Sector 1, he was right back down the pack. So TJ Fisher is a man on the charge.
Well, and if you're watching what we're seeing, the live stream, you see 1 hour and 17 minutes and 24 seconds into the BFGoodrich Mint 400. You can also scan around, go on the website. You can watch the tracker. Now remember this, when you're watching the tracker, if you see somebody pass somebody, look down and check and see when the last time it checked in, because they do not all update at the exact same time. And so that's going to give you more information so that you're not just stuck watching this car. If you're trying to keep in touch with Dustin Battleaxe Jones or the Anderson brothers or Phil Blurton or whoever it might be, you can actually watch what your driver's doing all day long and keep track with him. Now that's, Jim, talk about that. That's one of the limos when it comes to with side-by-sides, the long, and why would they do that? Why would they stretch that thing out so far?
Well, I've driven, the 2-seat and the 4-seat side-by-sides, and the 4-seaters, we've actually had a change in the last couple of years on lengths of vehicles. So, a few years ago, you saw most of the fast guys, we were in 4-seat cars. Well, the 4 seats now have got stretched. And so now it's too long of a wheelbase.
Wow.
So now but the 2-seaters at the same time have been stretched. They're almost as long as the 4-seaters used to be. So now you're seeing all the drivers go back to the 2-seaters because the wheelbase is the better of choice of the two. But you look at some of the 4-seaters now, there's a couple guys that'll be out here racing them. I mean, they're like limousines that are just really, really long. But, the advantage is in the whoops. I mean, you get that longer wheelbase, you can really skip over the whoops a lot better.
What are we talking about in inches, though? What do you mean wheelbase? 100, 105 inches?
I mean, I think some of the 4-seat side-by-sides coming out now are wheelbase of, longer than an unlimited truck.
Really?
Yeah.
That's too long.
Yeah.
Well, that distance. So we're watching the Allen brothers, Jim Allen in the side-by-side as we were watching him go through. This is, you see one of the trucks. I think this is one of the pre-runners. Yep, or Trophy Light. I'm not sure yet. I might have to make a correction. But as you can see, the side-by-sides are starting to work them up. He could be catching one of the guys that is finishing his pre-run lap, which I think gave him enough time, but this driver might have been cruising. But this does look like a Trophy Light.
Yep, that is definitely a Trophy Light.
Yeah, that's a Trophy Light.
Which, you want to talk about we talk about spec classes, and I know we're gonna probably tomorrow get into an arrive and drive type class, but Trophy Light, what they put together, these are fun little trucks.
Yes.
And they all are completely the same, and there's some guys that own them. But if you want to come in and just try your hand at desert racing, I know Jason Cobb will put you through kind of a training program and let you go out here and wheel one of these. And for relatively little cost, it's a fun way to get started off-road.
And, Ron and Austin Stobaugh do the same thing up here in St. George.
Yeah.
And they run a really good program. And so, viewer public out there, if you're thinking about, I'd love to give that a try. Just a taste. That's the way to go.
Absolutely.
Because these cars, these Trophy Lights, that category, little motor, good reliability, great suspension, leave it pinned, have fun.
Okay, let's talk about as we're watching them go through. I'm pretty sure that's Gonzo Pit.
Yep.
Yeah. So we have 3 main pits. We have main pit. We also have the Gonzo Pit, and then
Gene Hurst Pit.
The Gene Hurst Pit. So in those different things, because of the distance and things like that, people will set up a different time. Typically on these, I think with the side-by-sides, they're going to have to go with probably 4 stops when it comes to fuel, depending on how big of a fuel cell that they add to that vehicle. But some of the unlimited trucks, they'll probably do it in I'm going to say probably a 2 and a splash, because with those unlimited motors, they can get about 170 miles, some up to 200, depending on how big that fuel cell is. But where are you going to do your pits? And so a lot of times we set it up to where we have the splash cans that hold 20 gallons each. If we do, so that's hypothetical, we get a flat. And we lose, as Jim was saying, you lose that spot, you lose 4 positions. You come in, you change your tire, go ahead and take fuel there, and then that changes your pit strategy. But if you have a dry brake and you're doing everything, a Pressure Pro to do that, it's a lot. You don't just pick it up and move. You got to set everything up. You got to pressurize it. You got to have it ready to go. So a lot of strategy goes into off-road racing, and the cool part is it can change. It's not like NASCAR where that pit is at the same place every time. You can move it around.
So tell me strategy, Dad. What do we do for pit strategy here? Do we do it at main pit? Do we do it outside? Do we do it up at Gonzo, halfway? What's the deal? What do you think?
I have options, because if as we were talking about, Rob Mack always says, what's my back door? If I know that I'm in a good position, I might have 2 locations that I want as my main pits. But with these side-by-sides, they can get away with 2 dump cans really quick because they don't have that big of fuel cells. So you can be a lot quicker, and you can have multiple options depending on if you get a flat or if you're in traffic. So hypothetically, you catch a bunch of guys, you're in traffic, and you're just sitting in the back in the dust. Go ahead and take that time now, make that time back up. Then when they pit, you can pass them again. So a lot of times it's not just how far in front you are, but how stacked you are behind these guys. So strategy is a big, big thing when it comes to desert racing as well.
You hear about track position and NASCAR stuff. The same thing happens in the desert.
Yep, they did it to me when I was racing at Sonoma in the Craftsman Truck Series. They said, let's go ahead and pit early because you're in traffic and they're slowing you down. You can run about 2 seconds faster than you're running because you're not up front.
Yeah.
So go ahead and get back, and then you get that free track, and then when they make their pit, you pass them while they're in the pit. So watching as we're going through here, this looks like
This is that northern section heading into before you get to shooting range, I believe. No. Sandwhoops. This is Sandwhoops. This is mile like 47.
Yep.
Yeah, and we're just starting to see cars now coming through section 2. And right now, it does look like the Class 10s are finding a faster area of the desert as we thought they might. It's Michael Taylor who's leading up in the Class 10s. But then just behind him is Ryan Piplick in the UTV Pro Open. And just behind him is Braden Baker.
Well, we have the beginning of the vintage class here coming up. This is going to be good. These guys have old cars, but they have new ideas.
These look like 5/1600s.
These are fives, yeah. Or 16s.
5/1600s, it looks like.
Yep.
Right behind them was going to be the vintage class, I think.
Oh, so I'm a little early, huh? It's
a
race.
And then we're
better be early than late.
Yeah.
And then we're going to have our fun ones. We're going to have the Class 11s out there. But look at this.
Well, we got 6 or 7 of them on screen. Look at that. Gee, many Christmas.
Look at the lines, too. This is just to pick your poison.
And every one of those folks is thinking to themselves, I got the right line. I'm in the right spot.
But you see this, and I sarcastically pick your poison, but the advantage, Ricky was talking about all the Las Vegas locals. The advantage is they know the right line, and they're going to have a distinct advantage. A lot of people are going to, have to figure it out as they go. The guys from Vegas who test out here and race out here, they know exactly where to go.
Where to stay right, stay left. I'll be honest with you, Bob. Whenever I'm in a section, especially pre-running or watching these guys, it always looks smoother over to the other line.
Yeah, it does.
I always think that I'm in the wrong line. That is a single-seat Class 16 car. You can see limited travel, limited 1,600cc motor, but that is the driver class.
But, to Jimmy's comment, if you know the desert, you know how these little trails end. It's easy to see to get into, but if you don't know how it ends, you could be putting yourself into a box.
Yes, absolutely. As you can see, the drivers are looking to the
left,
left, to the right.
Okay, that was not a cooperative fest. That was hard. But, he is.
Double pass.
Look at that. He has just pulled the pin on that
That's
grenade.
the husband and wife. So right there, the wife's going, good, go to the left, go left, go, 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 go. As we take another look at that, this is a 2-for-1 as they're going through. I think these are the rollers.
Look at this. Door to door.
Door to door, then comes down, sees the open air, says, I got to make my move now, and just totally hammers it.
Yeah, but I love the way that little bit of extra pace smooths out the truck completely. Completely different look to the other vehicles we saw there. So this is the Gonzo pit now, around about race mile 58.
Call it the halfway one. What do you think, Jim? Halfway on the lap?
Oh, no, they're beyond halfway now. So we're seeing our lead cars are coming around through, gone past the 70-mile mark. And I can tell you right now that our current race leader is Michael Taylor in the Class 10 in second position, but leading in class is Ryan Piplick. In third position and second in class is Brandon Baker.
This is for our leaders here. You start getting past mile 70, about 73. That's when you enter Beer Bottle Pass. And Beer Bottle Pass, the way we're running it this way, is kind of like your gateway to no man's land. You go through Beer Bottle Pass, you got Joshua Tree Highway along the backside of that mountain. There's no help. There's no support out there. You have a problem out there, you're going to be sitting for a while. So this is one of those where and there's a lot of opportunities to have something bad happen, run off the road, hit one of those Joshua trees. They're really unforgiving. So that's one of those where as a driver you get back there and there's no support. There might be one rover out there for Unlimited that's helping drivers if they end up having a problem, something like that. But there's no support. There's no chase crews getting out there. You're going to spend the afternoon, out there into the evening before you get out. So it's one of those when you get into no man's land back there, part of you does check up just a hair, going, I don't want to have a problem back here.
Yeah, no, it's interesting just watching this car here making its way through. Is that Brandon Sims?
Yes.
I was just trying to get confirmation of that. But as we watch these cars coming through, you see the rocks sitting on the trail there, and you've got to be so careful just to try and bypass those, and there's going to be kicked out all through the rest of the race.
Well, and Brandon Sims, this is one of my, if I had to have one of my picks to win today, I would say Brandon Sims. He's put it all together multiple times here at the Mint 400. He's setting a pace early on, and I'm watching. Is he the top guy? Not right now, but it's probably on purpose. He could be that top guy right now, but Brandon's settling in, and he goes, I've won this race multiple times. I know what it takes to win. I'm just going to go out here and put in a really solid lap one and let the race come to me.
Yeah. So if you look at that, that's the Sandwhoop section. If you look at at your map, as it comes down, it's slightly off camber, and the main line, the whoops are massive. They're like 3 to 4 foot tall. We saw Brandon off to the side, probably going about a 1/16 of a mile longer, but his mile an hour is up, and he's also not beating his vehicle. So that goes back to the knowledge that Jim Beaver was talking about, is that knowing the desert. And he's like, I'm going to go out here to the outside, carry more speed, let my car breathe, cool my suspension off, and make up time as well, instead of just banging. The shortest line is not always the best line. We use a term, it's kind of goofy, but I used it in motocross and supercross when it came to starting position, but condition over position, because maybe the right line is out to the outside or to the inside, but the bumps are big or there's mud holes and stuff like that. You got to go with the condition as well.
Well, that sand whoop section's interesting too, because when you're racing at the direction they are, it's downhill. And, you know, you can get, you know, where your vehicle works really well, but at the bottom, the whoops get really deep. So then you've got all this momentum in the whoops, and then you've got to slow it all down as the whoops get deeper. And let me tell you, you know, when you carry that much momentum downhill, it gets really tough to slow down.
Bob doesn't like downhill. I don't like downhill. Too much uncontrolled for Bob.
Well, if we're going third person, Rick loves downhill, because you can let her eat and things fall faster. It's easier to push it downhill than it is uphill.
Gravity sucks, I think it's fair to say. If you're just joining us, this is the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. We are just outside of Sin City, Las Vegas, in the Prim Desert for this incredible race. And right now, it's all about the limited classes.
Now, if we're watching, look up at the upper right-hand side. You see the Beast right there. That it says race mile 33 to 35. So those cameras, those are drones that are scanning back and forth. So if you're ever wondering where you're at on the track, just check that out. You can go back to your map. We have a printed out map that lets you know where they're at. That's up by the gravel pit when they're coming out of there. So as you can see, the different routes, and they have to stay online, Jim, because there is GPS that's basically going to let them know if they're short coursing.
And you know, the price of a penalty in today's Mint 400 isn't like it was 10 years ago, because the cars are so competitive. The finishers are so close. If you get yourself a 5-minute penalty or even a 1-minute penalty, it hurts.
Yeah.
Well, that's when I started racing unlimited truck in the early 2000s. If you just finished, you were almost guaranteed a top 5.
Exactly.
Yeah. And now here we go. This is the Class 11s. This is one of my favorite classes. We've got nearly 20 of these Class 11s out here. Now, this is a class that's in a huge resurgence in the last 5 years. We saw social media superstar Blake Wilkie sit in this class alight, and we also see this class now racing in Nitro Cross. So multiple duties racing at race courses all around the United States. Absolutely incredible to see the growth of this.
Yeah, we've seen them at King of the Hammers.
It's a regrowth, you know.
King of the Hammers, Crandon. I mean, they're running all over. It's great.
So just to let you understand, they're starting at 188. That's how many cars there are.
We're still
out
going.
there.
So my list goes to 214 plus the pre-runner class.
Yeah.
Plus a 1450.
So let's talk about lap number 2, because our leaders, Ricky, I mean, you've raced races like this. Our leaders now, you know, there's going to be somebody just starting, and our leader's going to catch them immediately into their second lap. And so lap traffic comes in really quick at this race.
It does, but they also give these lesser, I'm not going to say slower, lesser horsepower vehicles and stuff a blue light. And their rule is you do not touch anybody with a blue light. I made a mistake one time, and I heard about it later. But the thing is that you're coming up on them so much faster. And these Class 11s, they're not kicking up the dust and stuff like the other vehicles. So you see them coming, and you work your way around them.
You know, it's the most disheartening thing to view in the desert from inside of a race car, and that would be a Class 11 pulling away from you.
Oh, well, the one year I did the Vegas Arena with Clyde Stacy, I had our steering rack fall off. I sat there and the one Class 11 car passed me. I'm like, oh boy, this is going to be a long day.
I'm in a deep hole.
So this is the whoops that you're talking about, Jim. And see how they're off camber, so they get deeper and deeper. But Brandon Sims, as he came around this corner, worked himself up to the outside, because you can see there's barbed wire fence. That is a protected area between, if it's desert tortoise or certain vegetations. They want to make sure that they protect that part of the desert. But as you can see, some of the guys, once they get in certain areas, they can move to the right or to the left. But there are some chain link fences out there.
Right, well, let's just talk about who's leading this race right now, and I've got some really good information. Our top 3 currently are from 3 different classes. So in 3rd place overall at the moment, but first in UTV Pro Open, it is Ryan Piplick. In 2nd overall, but first in UTV Pro, it is Dustin Jones. But running first overall right now, it is the Class 10 of Michael Taylor.
Well, now this is great. So this is called the Flyer GMV 1.1. So this was the Hummer replacement. This has got a 4-cylinder twin turbo. It seats 3 people across the front. The driver sits in the middle, and the 2 shooters are off to the outside. And then you have the motor that sits in between the 2 drivers in the back. And then it also has room for a turret. Why do we know this? Why do I know so much? Because myself, Jeff Benrud, and my son Luke Johnson did a lot of this SOCOM training for this vehicle. So an unbelievable, has airbag system, so you can change it depending on your payload, because the gross vehicle weight, depending on if it's 8,000 or if it's 12,000 when it's armored and completely loaded down, how your suspension needs to change. So they have an airbag system. They have their springs for basic setup, but you can also adjust those. Now we're back on. This is not a military vehicle. This is a Can-Am that is running very hard, and I think this could be
Sarah
Dustin.
Price? Is it?
I'm not sure. I can't
Sarah,
quite
no,
see.
it looks like Sarah.
Yeah, I thought it was Sarah earlier, that glimpse we got. This might be Sarah Price.
You know, she and Ricky are both. Ricky Bayback is also in an UTV for this race.
Yeah, I think Ricky's running on 2 wheels tomorrow too. He's doing double duty.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
we have some time scheduled with Sarah tomorrow, but she's got to wait because she's chasing Ricky.
You know, the funny thing is Sarah. I've got one of her old Kawasaki dirt bikes, and I just got it from Sarah last year, and it was completely decked out. It was perfect. So I go and I ride this thing, and I call her. I go, Sarah, what did you give me? And she goes, well, what's the matter? I go, no, it handles perfect. It's an amazing bike. I go, this thing idles at like 13 miles an hour. And she goes, oh, it's geared to do like 120. She goes, I got to keep up with Ricky. I go, well, I got to re-gear this thing, because Jim doesn't need to go 120 on a dirt bike.
and I'll bet Sarah does keep up with Ricky.
Yeah.
Okay, as we continue with the action here at the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400, we are here for the limited races. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break, but don't forget to join us very soon for more action. We'll see you in a bit. The BFGoodrich 2024 Mint 400 is brought to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast. Rigid Industries, Own the Night. Vision Wheels, built to conquer. Cageworks, top quality UTV roll cages and accessories. IBAC springs, shocks and suspension, made in the USA and engineered to win. Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame, the Hall of Fame for the off-road industry. Join today. Legends live at ORMHOF.com. But they saw it. It was one of the.
Or these other 2 seats. How many belts you going to put on them?
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 BFGoodrich Mint 400. We're out here at Las Vegas at the moment for the greatest American off-road race, and that was our current race leader, and this is second place in hot pursuit right now. And I believe that is Taylor Mills, just trying to get confirmation there of a number.
He's doing a nice, tidy job.
Yeah, we're just seeing our race leaders now, and they're sort of coming around towards the end of the lap.
Good old hoopty race. Look at him going.
Oh, there is. There is Emmy Hall there.
Yeah, she's in the Miata, and that's the car on the right.
Yeah.
And Emmy is just telling me how glad she is this is a one-lap race for her. But she's got new suspension. She's finally got this thing so it can actually take a hit. It's all mounted down to the frame instead of the body panels. And as you know, Emmy can tell you an awful lot in a very short time.
That's a very good way to put it. I love this. It's like every taxi that you see in the Middle East.
Mercedes-Benz, but never brakes.
I was looking at some of these at Parker, and I actually had a wild hair for about 5 minutes that I wanted to build one and go race this class. And then I smartened up.
Then minute 6 hit.
That was a good thought for about 2 seconds.
Yeah. It would be a hoot, though. I mean, you talk about folks that are having a darn good time. I'm with it.
Yeah, but if I could just go down and buy a side-by-side and put some belts in it and go 100 times faster than this, I think I'm going to go for the side-by-side.
Well, I'm glad they're here. I'm glad they're here.
Hey, where do you think that's from? Shasky?
I don't know.
I'm going to say Shasky Fire Department. I'm just going to throw that out there. But very, very creative.
I was just looking at the rear axle setup on there. It had some real funky stuff going on. But we're back to the fast guys now, and this is one of the lead UTVs. And look at the dust. Now, I say look at the dust. In fact, if this had been previous years, you wouldn't have been able to see that second place vehicle then. So the dust is right down. This is near perfect race conditions.
Yep, this is out at the sand whoops once again. You can see the off camber that comes down the base, and they keep them with that fence over there, up in there, so you can move a little bit right to left, try to find your way a smoother line, but you have to take that one right in the face and just keep charging through.
Yeah, there's a little bit smoother line there, but not a lot smoother line. No. It's and there's about 3 or 4 in there, and you know, and actually, if you've driven it a few times, it's one of those where you can, if you're good with drifting side to side. There's one area where it starts out really good, and then you kind of drift over towards the other side of it, and it gets better down at the bottom. So
this looks like a Wildcat Double X, which is a NA car. So you can see that it is very short wheelbase, but unbelievably balanced vehicle. A lot of fun, great in the dunes, great in the trails. But you can see that's got the stock kit on it too, so it's not much wider than, it's not very wide.
This is one of the classes where they just put some safety stuff on and come out here and having a good time.
Yeah, that was Dave Barnes there in the U909.
Alrighty, we're looking for a pass as they work their way out of the sand whoops, and that's a race. They're coming into race mile 50, so we got to look into the inside.
He's going.
Yeah, now I think that other vehicle's got a problem. He's really checked up on pace, and that's
yeah, but a lot of times the drivers and the co-drivers, they have mirrors. They see somebody coming, and they know you've worked that hard. You came through my dust. I'm going to let you go right now, and hopefully I see you on the side changing a flat.
And that's exactly what you think, and that's exactly what happens.
A lot of time, but right now you can see both these vehicles are still running very close in pace. So when he was pretty much pulling over and letting them by.
Yeah, now our lead vehicle should be coming around to sort of around about race mile 84, so we're not a million miles off seeing our first cars coming in to complete lap 1.
Yes, sir. Back there on the Joshua Tree Highway, almost to the end, into Joshua Tree Highway, you make that kind of right, and it carries you down that wash. And Ricky and I were talking about that wash when it runs the other way, being just really tough on vehicles right off the start. But it's a very technical wash, a lot of big boulders off the main line, and it zigzags back and forth all the way into Prim.
And this is Ames again with that in-car camera and also pointing out the front. You can see the pace that he's rolling. I'm going to say in the neighborhood of 65 to 70 miles an hour.
He's pushing it right
along
here.
Yeah, he is. But not too far. That thing is well under control. He is not playing I Can Save It. He's not on the bump stops. He's in the spring. Everything's working right.
But you can see that thing is working very, very well when he gets to the crossover. Now, Jim, explain this. How is this in the side-by-side class when someone's sitting by himself?
Well, fair point.
Well, he's not schizophrenic, and neither is he.
I think we'll call it UTV, but instead of side-by-side on this one. This is a Polaris there for a stretch, made the RS1. They no longer make it, but it was a single-seat sport side-by-side, and they did really well in short course.
Yes.
They weren't really widely adopted in the desert for obvious reasons. Normally out here you want a co-driver. But they're really quick. Short course, those things became a dominant force in short course. So there's a lot of good technology out there for them, but they never really got a foothold in the desert.
Well, no, and yet we see very, very fast kind of drivers like Cole Potts and, of course, Zollinger, who use that single-seat platform, particularly at races like King of the Hammers, and they are very fast and difficult to beat.
Well, and I raced against them in the NA class, and it was just between the lack of weight. I'm like, well, then can I run without my co-driver? And they said, no, you have. I'm like, well, but I'm racing against a single-seat car, so let me race and dump off my co-driver. And they wouldn't allow me to do it. But as you said, it's a fun car, but I think we call it side-by-side for a reason. You got to bring a friend.
But when you're carrying a friend who's another 120 pounds or more, then he makes a difference.
None of my friends weigh 120 pounds. My wife weighs 120 pounds, but not my friends. They're all big.
Bring me a small child.
Yeah, that's right. I need a small, very strong individual.
Well, desert racing's evolved because I'm one of the guys that raced an unlimited truck for 15 years. It was a single seat. And
that's right.
And racing that, when I built it at the time, was after Dave Ashley and Dan Smith that had a lot of success. Obviously, we know about Ivan Ironman Stewart having some success, and I took a couple podiums in my truck. But the sport evolved, and there was an evolution there. And now, I think a single seat unlimited truck, a single seat side by side in the desert, with the data that co-drivers have now, and with GPS and with lead nav and everything that we've got live with the Starlink and things like that, going to a single seat in the desert now, you're giving up too much having that the person in the right hand seat.
Yep, agreed.
It's just that was a different era, and there was advantages to it at the time, but that's null and void now. And I think anybody that wants to run at the top level, regardless of class, I think a single seat just doesn't work.
It's almost like you're beginning to need a flight engineer next to you.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
There's a lot of information to process, and if you're processing as much as you can and someone else isn't, you've got an edge.
Yeah. Let me tell you, you don't want to change a tire. I was a single seat guy, and the few times I had to change a tire, that is not fun. You get back in the truck, you're winded. Obviously here, you've got a co-driver, and it's very rare you see the driver get out and help with a tire change anymore.
So winded, you actually fog up your own visor.
Yeah. Well, the thing was when Larry Jobe was the first mentor for Bryce Minzy, they put him in a Class 10 car, and Bryce would say he'd go through the rock art or through the sketchy sections. He is like, I am not getting a flat. I don't care how slow I go. But that taught him, and it's that kind of that you're on your own. If you crash, who's going to help you out? If you're upside down, who's going to tip you back over? If you're knocked out, who's going to get you out of the car? So I think everybody should, because when I was out there in my Class 10 car single seat, I had to think. There was nobody there to either pipe you up, calm you down. You're on your own, and that's basically what you are if you think. So as we're watching the guys come back into the pits, this is once again the Gonzo pit at race mile, 58, right about 58 miles an hour. So that is just over halfway. The total race course is just under 100 miles. So they're already past halfway. We're not seeing a lot of people stop for gas, so we're probably going to see quite a few filling up and doing tire changes in the main pit. Jim?
Yeah, so as we look, I'm just going to look at the three more dominant classes that we've got running here right now. So as we make our way through 2/3 of race through lap 1, in Class 10, in first position overall on adjusted time is Michael Taylor. In second is Tyler Mills. In third is TJ Fisher. Then in UTV Pro, sitting in second overall but first in UTV Pro is Dustin Jones. Then his second in UTV Pro is Brandon Sims. And in third, last year's winner, Joe Tirana. Then we also have UTV Pro Open. And Ryan Piplick is sitting first in that class but third overall, with second Braden Baker, and in third Mitch Guthrie Jr., who's just dropped off the pace a bit and is sitting in 11th overall. So 3 different classes in the top 3 right now.
Alrighty guys, as we're watching 4 cars in camera, we are at the Mint 400. We want to send it down to Brian Little, and he's got some information from the guys at Rugged Radios. Racing communications is so important, and Rugged Radio is at the top of the heap. So Brian, take it away.
Communications are key, whether you're talking in the race car or it's communications between the pit and the drivers. I think comms are going to play a big part in the success or failure of teams out here at the Mint. But what we need to know is what specifically are the guys using to communicate? So we're here at the Rugged Radios booth to find out. Lance, tell us what specific products are the racers using to talk to each other in the car? And then also, what are they using to talk to the pits?
Okay, so while they're in the car, they're using items like this intercom system here. Okay, and the intercom is going to allow the driver and the co-driver to communicate to each other and be able to navigate the car. The co-driver can tell the driver what to look out for, GPS-wise. Okay, to talk to the pits, we've got our M1 radio, okay? And the M1 radio is a 55-watt radio that transmits back and forth from pit to car. So they have a push-to-talk on their steering wheel or on the grab handle for the co-driver, and when they push the push-to-talk, they can now transmit and communicate and let them know, hey, we're coming in and we're going to need fuel or whatever problems they're having with the vehicle at that time.
That is really exciting. Now, I am not an electrical engineer, so do you guys offer a plug-and-play option for me, like if I wanted to put it in my UTV, truck, or Jeep?
Absolutely, absolutely. We have complete systems for Can-Am, Polaris, Kawasaki, and much more. These systems come complete with the mounting brackets, the radio, the intercom, all the cabling you need, and instructions to wire and get it installed in your vehicle yourself.
Yeah, and it looks like there's a ton of features. It looks like I can play music from it. I think I heard something about noise canceling. So you guys have really thought of all of the needs for the individual user.
Yeah, and we do that just by listening to our customers. You know, we listen to the race teams and we find out what it is they need, and we improve our product all the time. That's awesome.
Thank you, Lance. Now, with so many options available, it has never been easier to take advantage of the near instant communication and increased safety that radios afford. So whether you're racing here at the Mint or you're on a group ride with friends, do yourself a favor and get some sort of comm system for your ride. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Brian. Always good to hear from you. And we are back with the action right now. And that is one of the Anderson brothers.
That looks like that is RJ because Randy's the father. Ronnie is running the orange vehicle. So that is RJ Anderson, who we've seen so much. And you can see somebody right on his tail. That could be his brother Ronnie as he starts to go through.
Now, this looks like someone who might have had a problem there. Just that they were trying to pick up pace.
Well, we might have a situation because if they're just starting and they're having a problem. So I think they're having trouble getting to the starting line, and by the time they got going, they're having trouble. This is our first bug as they're going through thumpers. This is the 516. So Jim Beaver, tell us why they call it a 516 and not 5 whatever.
Well, there's the 5 Unlimited cars, which it's comparable, I think, to what would be a Class 12. It's just got Volkswagen kind of body. But 516, this is more of your traditional Baja Bug. Limited motor, limited suspension. They actually look like your traditional Baja Bug, whereas the 5 Unlimiteds, engines are tweaked to the moon. I think they've even opened it up where you can run non-Volkswagen engines now in 5 Open. Obviously, we have the Subaru years past. I think there's some Ecotechs that have been legal for that class. But 516, this is the roots of off-road. This is the OG, Baja Bug that you remember. And I love this class. I think right there that was I think the Negretti brothers, I believe.
The Negretti family.
The Negretti family, yeah.
The whole family, and they run. This is 3rd generation running now.
Yeah, they've been around for a long time.
Dad, kids, and actually, something that's a profile of what off-road racing has been for the last 40 years. All family.
You know what I love about the Negretti family? I've known of them, but I didn't really know them. So Parker 400, they're running the full Unlimited Championship this year. They came to the Parker 400, and we have a thing every year at the Youth Center. And a lot of out-of-town racers don't show up to it. It's very rare. It's mostly locals. I go, and there's some other locals that put on their stuff, and it was awesome because the Negretti family showed up to the Youth Center with their Volkswagen, sat there, signed autographs. The kids went nuts, and and it's awesome that the out-of-town families. That's the type family the Negretti family is. They came to the Youth Center in Parker and go, hey, we want to give back to the community that we're racing in. And it was pretty special to have them there.
They make more smiles than you can believe. They make people smile.
All right, let's give everybody an idea of what it takes to race the Mint 400. Last year's winner, Dustin Battle Axe Jones, did it in 8 hours, 15 minutes, 55.61 seconds. So that is a long day in the saddle. When it came to Saturday's race, it was Kyle Jurgensen who brought it home in 6 hours, so just under 2 hours better. 6 hours, 34 minutes, and 43:49. I'm going to get that out if I can eventually. But that's the thing, is that they're out there a long time, and right now we're just seeing the leaders work their way into finishing the first lap, and we'll probably see a bunch of them, a bunch of the drivers, as they start to change some tires, as well as fuel and taking care of nutrition, whatever they need to do along the way.
Yeah, and just for those people who are watching at home, Sarah Price, who's in UTV Pro, she's running 7th in class at the moment, the 20th overall, and her other half, Ricky Brayback, is obviously having some issues. He's right the way back in 70th position.
Well, when it comes, sometimes it's a little bit of an adjustment from bikes to cars, because you can't thread the needle. Obviously, with a car, you got to either get up on one side or the other.
And yet, interestingly, some of the most successful car drivers have been guys that have raced on motorbikes. I mean, let's think about Stefan Petter Hansel, yourself, and so many others that have made that move.
Well, but it does. It takes some time, because the limiting factor on motorcycles, especially nowadays, is the rider. Back in the day, when the Parnelli Jones, not Parnelli Jones, but you had the guys that went from motorcycles to when it came to cars, is that the cars and the bikes limited you. Now the bikes are so good, it's the riders. So Ricky will be a great driver, just like a lot of the other ones, like Larry Rossler, and the list goes on and on. But when it's brand new, he's getting off a HRC factory Honda and dominating that. So everything is at a peak for him, as we're watching these racers come in after they finish their first lap in the main pit. So Jim Marsden, what are some of the guys going to be doing when they come in?
Well, this is it. We're talking about pit strategy earlier, and for most of these guys, this is going to be where it's all going to be happening. They're going to have their fuel pros set up in here. They're going to have their dump cans. And let's talk about tyre degradation. I mean, I'd imagine a Class 10, they're going to be pretty much going at least 2 laps, if not all the laps, on one set of tyres. Would you agree with that, Bob?
Depends on the tires. No, I'm not kidding. And because they have soup to nuts in some of these classes, and some of these guys are running like the old style, the old technology bias tires, and those will wear out more quickly.
Yeah.
Did you just say soup to nuts?
Well, yeah.
You're going to have to explain that one at lunchtime to me, because I've heard it, but I don't know what that means. But so here's the thing.
It's a powerism. It doesn't have to be.
I know, but I'm just curious where you're going with it. So let's talk about tires and tire management for a while.
All right.
Some of the side-by-sides, now listen, they got the clutch, they got that, so they're not dropping the hammer. They're moving fast, but they're also spreading the load between 4 tires, even though they will wear out a set of rear tires first, because the weight is going back and the sliding and stuff like that. As we see some of the buggies going in and getting fuel as they start to come through, you see the driver, the guy with the fuel gets in and out very quick, no tire change. So a lot of times in these limited cars, they will only change if they get a flat.
Managing your tires for these guys has to do the basic question: are you a radial or are you not a radial?
Yeah, so this is now actually live back at the Gonzo pit there. We are seeing that looks like the 953.
It looks like he's adjusting shocks. I mean, they're not in any kind of rush, so evidently something went wrong and they're just taking their time. As you can hear in the background, that is the number one, that is the first place Class 10 car as he takes off behind us. So first car across has completed their first lap.
Yeah, Tyler Mills now. Tyler Mills is not just first on course, he's actually physically first on adjusted time. Now, this is going to be interesting. We saw those UTVs, particularly on the first part of the first lap, taking the glory, but it's been all about the Class 10s in the second half of this race, or the second half of the lap, should I say.
You know, Ricky Johnson, I really like what I'm seeing from this driver. Everything's so controlled. He's in the lead, but it's nothing that's going nuts. He just keeps it steady.
He's hauling ass, though.
Look at it. He's pushing it. Look at that.
Even on the jumps, he keeps it on the ground.
Yeah, he's not sending it. He's not jumping blindly.
No.
He's actually got everything going, and that's why he's leading this race at this point. I can't remember where he started, but he obviously had to pass a couple drivers along the way. Has an unbelievable pass, and now let's see where the other side-by-sides
Tyler Mills started in 7th position.
So he had to pass a couple drivers, probably got through them before it got too dusty. But this course, I really want to compliment the Martelli brothers for doing a great job, making it a very raceable course. It's one thing to make it challenging. Another thing is to make it to where it's raceable, to where guys can pass.
Look how clear it is, Ricky, out there, in the distance there. We're going to have sun all day. We're going to have probably wind later in the day, like
look at it. It's
said.
already starting to pick up a bit.
Yeah. This is a beautiful day. Great for racing.
So we're back to thumpers now, and we're seeing another one of our UTVs picking its way through. So we're now just starting to see, we're going to see a plethora of vehicles making their way through the start-finish straight now. Tyler Mills has already come through, started in 7th position, and he is our current race leader. Completed lap in a 1:52.
Ooh, sends it.
That was a send.
No, that was a big send, yep.
So a lot of times you see these big jumps and stuff like that. You're wondering, why are they doing that? They want to slow these guys down a little bit. You know, if they make a mistake and shoot it off there, which we saw Don Dodell end his race there. We saw the military guys jump off of there. We saw Gentry also jump off of there.
I think Wes Miller did last year in a side-by-side.
That was a mistake. In fact, I saw Wes Miller yesterday, always innovating. He showed me he's making visors for the shield.
It's actually pretty amazing what he's got.
It's a great deal. I used to run that. I used to pop rivet motocross visors, take a Troy Lee motocross visor, pop it in there so I could duck more of the roost in short course. But when you have a little bit where you can do that for the sun, so very cool. So I'm waiting to hear. So what do you call this? I don't know. It's a visor. Like, you got to come up with something better than that.
Like a half neutral density.
So it's like an inch and a half, 2-inch moto visor, but you put it on your face shield.
Yeah.
And so literally it helps with the roost. You can duck your head, but it goes up with your face shield. So when
it
you
stays
flip
on your shield.
Yeah, it stays on your shield. It's honestly was a no-brainer. I saw it and I go, Wes, this is genius.
For years, why didn't we ever think of that?
Well, they're having that as we're watching more of the vehicles as they roll through thumpers. Right now, as we're watching this is the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. We're watching limited racing action here today on Friday. We're going to have qualifying later on today. We will be right back after this commercial break.
Need a little help? We got help. Need some advice? We got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. We are here in Las Vegas, and right now it's all about the limited classes. And check this out, we have Class 10s coming in to complete their very first lap here at this year's Mint 400.
You know, Ricky, this is those times when you come in, you finish your first lap, you know you got it done. Now is when you kind of like tighten those belts, settle back in, take your time. Oh my gracious.
Ooh, coming in hot.
Full send. Well, you got to think about it. The first time they went over that, they just rolled up to the top and parked. It's not, it's not that bad.
That bad.
As he went into the air, he realized it was that bad. But
yeah,
no
that's
blood,
the worst feeling ever, too.
No blood, no foul. So, hey, I just want to talk a little bit about the military classes that are out here. I did get a call from Terry Merck from 5th Group, and I said, we have on our notes here that you guys are running a pair of daggers. He says, no, that's AVSOC, a.k.a. Air Force is running the daggers, that the 5th Group's 5th Special Forces Group are running the Flyers. So as we can see, the Class 11 cars very evenly paced as they're rolling through the thumpers.
Yeah, look at that.
Awesome.
I think you'll
you
find
can
that is.
set your watch on those guys.
You know, it was funny. I talked to Larry Rossler. I think it might have been after Hammers last year when he raced Class 11. And I asked Larry, and he goes, Jim, he goes, I've driven just about everything you can drive. He goes, this is the absolute most intense race driving I have ever done in my life.
Yeah, because you're watching every rock, every little nook and cranny, because it can blow a tire off, and you just, it's awesome.
Yeah, Larry goes, he goes, I'm loving it, but he goes, the intensity, he goes, you would think it was there. He goes, it's there tenfold.
But that intensity makes it a short day in between your ears.
Yeah.
But I also love that. And what I also love is that we're now seeing these are trucks that are when did the first Beetles come out? It was literally the late 40s, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But we're now seeing manufacturers like Raceline, for example, who are now making alloy wheels to replicate the original steel wheels, because they can't buy any steel wheels anymore that are actually strong enough to do the job they're doing. That's awesome.
Same with brake drums.
Yeah.
Big problem with supply for brake drums, and now they're having to change the rules because the world just doesn't have any more of what you're supposed to have.
Absolutely,
yeah. It's funny, you would think, stock Volkswagen, tire technology. Yeah. No, I was talking to Felix yesterday, who is, he's Mr. Class 11, and Felix was telling me, he goes, one of our biggest problems right now is he goes, tire technology. He goes, and the switch to, between steel and aluminum rims, you got to run different tires, and he goes, Jim, he goes, tires are becoming an issue. He goes, we can't keep them on the cars. And you think, like a Class 11, what do you mean keeping them on the cars? You've got no horsepower. No, they're out driving the tires.
Yeah.
All right,
hitting things.
Sorry about that, Bob, but we have our first UTV.
That is Sierra Romo.
Yeah, that's Sierra.
So as you can see, the course is different. On the start, they went down, they turned, they zigzag back and forth. Now they're just getting them through there and back out onto the course. So this is like a couple turns later, but Sierra running a very, very strong pace. And honestly, I don't know. It looks like the Class 10s are the cars to beat right now.
Yeah, Class 10s they're wicked quick. Sierra, I'm going to give her some credit. She's a Las Vegas local. She knows this desert as well as anybody, so she's been out here just like we talked, probably sneaking out here doing some testing and some pre-running here and there the last couple months. But, man, these Class 10s, they're looking strong today out here at the Mint.
Well, in that pass we saw her do it this morning, she didn't screw around at all.
No.
She just took it. And it looks to me like she took it to the wire and she's in front.
Well, let's talk. Here we see one of the military vehicles as they start to work their way through. But let's talk about some of the other people that are racing with us out here. Brendan Schwab, obviously podcaster now, but unbelievable UFC fighter. Lonnie Unser of the Unser family. I think that's Al Unser's niece.
Yes.
Al Unser Jr.'s niece. Also Cowboy Cerrone, multi-time world champion, UFC champion, and now standout when it comes to side-by-sides. And Governor Joe Lombardo. Joe was one of my guys. He was one of my students. His best friend was John Langley from the Cop Show.
Yeah.
We miss you, John, but it's awesome. Joe has never forgotten his roots. Now he's the governor of Nevada. He was the sheriff of Las Vegas, but it's great to see him. It's probably awesome for him to step away from all of that for a little bit and put his helmet on and go race.
And, you know, that's got to be feeling really good to him. He can leave the governor's office back where it is and go out and beat Joe for a day.
Yeah.
Just give you an idea of the pace of Sierra Romo here. She's currently sitting in 4th position. Actually, there's been a quick change there. Sierra Romo's just gone down to 5th as Ryan Piplick comes in to go into 3rd position overall. But Sierra Roma is in the UTV Pro Open, and she's laying down some really good pace right now.
You know, talking about Ryan Piplick, he's another Las Vegas local, and Ryan's always my dark horse. And I don't want that to sound like a bad thing, but Ryan, he's a no flash guy. His social media accounts, he doesn't do social media. He's a race driver. He is a pure race driver. He shows up, he puts in the work, he wrenches on his stuff. He is one of the quickest UTV drivers on the planet. And then he goes home, and you're not going to go on Instagram and find out what Ryan did. He doesn't care about that. He's here to race and win, and he wins a lot.
He does indeed. Just give him an idea. We were talking about this battle between those Class 10s and the UTVs. At the moment, Ryan Piplick is running 1 minute and 20 seconds behind the pace of Taylor Mills.
We're watching the Ames vehicle, and the shot out the front as they're coming down the sandwash, coming back towards the start line. It's nice and wet. The 2-track was wet. So on, as you were saying, I forget which one of you, I think it was you, Jim Beavers, say that it was dusty on the north side of the course and wetter down here.
Yep.
And that's what we're seeing. So you're going to see a bunch back up right before they get back to the finish line. Alrighty, if you have never been out to the Mint 400, you got to come out sometime because they have a VIP. This is unlike any other off-road race. You get to watch it in style. And some of the people that are hanging out in the VIP is Wilfred Eibach, the founder and owner of Eibach Springs, as well as the whole Baldwin family. And I'm not talking BJ. I'm talking all the actors. All the actors are coming out. I think even Alec and on down the line, as well as former UFC champion Sean Strickland and CJ Ramon. If you grew up in the 80s and you were on a dance floor, you rocked out to the Ramones, that is awesome. I'm going to sneak over there because I want a picture with him.
Well, that was Brandon Baker we actually saw coming in now. Brandon Baker, he is absolutely on a tear. He was our lead vehicle after the very first section. He's watched our first of our Class 5 Unlimiteds coming through. But Brandon Baker, he completed that lap in 1 hour, 53 minutes and 30 seconds. That's 2 seconds behind the current race leader at the moment, who is Tyler Mills in the Class 10. 2 seconds, Bob.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Ricky, I want to go back to Wilfred if we can.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Wilfred just a minute, but I think this is R.J. Anderson as he works his way over. I'm pretty sure that is the blue Nas car. So R.J. Anderson still with a very, very strong pace. If you watch the other Nas car, it's got orange. That is Ronnie.
Yeah, the 37 is R.J., the 52 is Ronnie.
That is Ronnie then.
Yeah, in that case, that is Ronnie that's just crossed the line right there. Ronnie is currently lining 4th position in UTV Pro Open. Mitch Guthrie has just crossed the line also at the P0951. There is Mitch Guthrie right on cue. Mitch Guthrie currently sitting in 3rd position in UTV Pro Open, just behind Ryan Piplick and Brandon Baker.
So Jim Marsden, the pace right now, Class 10 is the class of the field, so to speak.
Well, yes and no. So what we're seeing at the moment is we're seeing Class 10 who are leading at the moment with Tyler Mills, but he's only 2 seconds ahead of Brandon Baker in UTV Pro.
Okay.
Then just behind him is Ryan Piplick, who is 14 seconds back behind him. Then we see the second place Class 10 car of Nick May. So at the moment, yes, it is the Class 10 cars that are out there, but those UTVs are really staying with their pace.
So that, because with the UTV, Will they get better gas mileage? Will they not have to change the tires? So that goes back into what Bob Bauer was talking about, race strategy. Who's going to get, and also getting in and out of the pits. We're talking about a 4-second race right now. So if you can get your fuel and get your tires changed and get your nutrition that much quicker, that could be the race, which we see it a lot in NASCAR.
You know what I'd be looking at, Ricky, is which has the longest speed section that I have to slow down for. Maybe it's my best interest to go out to Thumpers or go out to Gonzo or something like that because it has a shorter distance, so I'm going to be under a speed limit.
Ah, very true. But the good news is that it's not like down in Mexico. Oh, coming in hot. Oh, smack.
Talk about it, got a lower lip there.
Oof, that was a tough one.
Well, and I think most of these side-by-sides, knowing, going by the fuel cells that are in a lot of these, 30, 35-gallon range, some of them get 5, 6 miles a gallon. Can't quite go 2 laps, but I think a lot of them know their fuel mileage well enough. May take a dump can out on course to get to get 2 laps in.
I think that's Dustin Battle-Axe Jones.
That's going to be Dustin Jones there, yeah.
And that was Ryan Prosser who stuffed the nose really, really hard in Amplex Racing. Runs very, very hard, but came in just a little bit hot. But if you notice, Battle-Axe, nice and chill, not tearing his vehicle up.
Now, this is all very interesting. We only have 2 Class 10 cars inside the top 10. That just shows you the pace of these UTVs. And Dustin Jones moves into 4th overall and 1st in UTV Pro.
Wow. So right there, that's the jump that just
there's a kicker going
Ryan
into the
Prosser.
jump.
Yeah, I saw that.
And so what happens is you see the big jump, you slow down, then you take up all of your suspension because typically you see a bump like that, you brake, let off the brake, either coast through it or accelerate, but not when you have a 10-foot jump on the other side.
Now, I'm just looking at the top 4 right now. In the top 4, we have 3 different classes. In 4th position is Dustin Jones in UTV Pro. In 3rd position and 2nd overall is Ryan Piplick. In 3rd overall and 2nd in UTV Pro is Ryan Piplick. In 2nd overall, but 1st in UTV Pro is Brandon Baker. But still, right now, it's all about Tyler Mills in the Class 10 car as they complete lap 1 here at the BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400 2024. Looks like another Class 10 coming in here, Bob.
Yeah. Who is it? Can't see. Can't see. I want to see.
He's hiding.
Yeah. He's hiding.
Is that the 1018?
1019.
1019.
1019.
Josh Burns.
Nicely done. See how he just popped it up and settled it in, got back in the throttle.
And Sierra Romo is currently sitting in 8th overall and 4th in class in UCV Pro Open. So a fantastic run there from Sierra. And she's got track position as well, which is really important.
And as the day goes on, more and more important.
Well, because you look at it, and some of these drivers are going to be finishing tonight. I mean, it's going to be in the dark. And if you have that much dust that you can see right behind this UTV, it's blinding because your white light hits that. Now you can run amber lights. We work with Baja Design. You can run different combinations, but when the light hits it, now if you have to run your lights way down, then you lose your distance and you can't drive the speed and you're blind. It's like driving in the fog.
Look at this. This is an awesome shot.
Now so here's what we have. So we were talking about.
Looks like an assault.
So we have a couple different things. So you can see that front vehicle with the 2 antennas flying, that's a Flyer. Now the narrow vehicles that you see behind that's the Air Force. Those are the Polaris Daggers, and then the last one is also the Flyer GMV 1.1.
I've got to ask, have we got a little bit of battle going on here between the Navy and the Army?
You think? They're like, oh, I will show you. But these daggers are unbelievably tough. That is what you would call a big side-by-side. And so Polaris made that similar, but it's a different kind of transmission. It's also a 4-cylinder, so these guys are running different. But the problem that we saw last year was when the guys came up to try to lap these guys, they're sitting there side by side. What are you going to bump an 11,000-pound vehicle if you're in a side by side to get him out of your way?
It's like going around a wall.
Exactly.
It's when they spin. It's when they spin the 50 cal round that you start.
That's right. They point their gun back at you. Back off.
Well, if that shot of 4 of them across the desert didn't scream America, I don't know what does.
Pretty much. You're right. This looks like Brad Lovell in the in that good old Bronco, I think. Is that Brad?
No, I don't think so. It looks like a
It looks like a Bronco
to me.
or a Blazer. It looks like one of the vintage cars. But I love how the vintage cars, they thought, we're going to go so fast we need a wing. Like we have trophy trucks now, they don't have wings. But back then, they had wings.
They did.
We ran the BFG Blazer at the Nora Mexican 1000, and that wing in the Blazer does work. It absolutely works. You put that thing down, you go faster. And you put it up, you got more control in the whoops.
Yeah.
That's a fact. And we put it on a jack screw so we don't have to work at it.
Well, I think one of my favorite race cars ever, just by looks, and I know they didn't quite work so well, but they were the Chenoweth Millenniums.
Yes.
Because they look like an Indy car.
Yeah.
And they have the wing on the back, and they were just a beautiful looking race car.
That was actually a precursor to the side-by-sides, when you think about it.
It's one of our Class 11s there making his way through. I've also got to put a shout out to Keith Weibel at the moment, who's currently our first place Class 5 Unlimited, sitting in 17th place overall there. So great run there from Keith.
Class 11 has quite a pace as he works his way around the
Ooh,
truck.
look at that, on it.
Nice.
That
was
was
Chad
Hall.
Hall.
Yeah, Chad Hall.
Chad got out of the way, though.
I mean, look at it. I mean, this is
factory
on the
GM
pipe.
vehicle. This guy has got a pace going.
Wow. I mean,
let's get his number and see if we see him later.
I know. Well, then the problem is, I feel bad because I know if I'm watching and if that's my son's car, my friend's car, I'm like, why don't you say his name? I apologize,
Big
folks.
numbers.
We can't.
That's all I'm going to say. Big numbers.
Yes.
Yeah.
but the pace, you're right. I mean, that is
He's cooking.
Yeah. You know, but this is a momentum-based class. You know, with that limited horsepower, you got to keep it up on the pipe. You get out of that power band. I hate to say power band on a Class 11, but you know, it takes you a while to get that momentum back.
Yeah, but they're really starting to push on in Seton Engineering, particularly. They're doing amazing things with these air-cooled engines.
Now here comes the second Hall vehicle, the factory Chevy vehicle being smoked by
a stock 11. Class 11.
This guy is on it. We got to find out who this is. So whoever this is, I apologize for not being able to see your number, but unbelievable place. Annie.
Well, come on, Emmy. You can do it. You got half a lap left. Probably more than that. Where is she? I wonder.
I think she is now. I think she's halfway. I think she's coming into the sand whoops. Yeah, that's the section right before the sand whoops.
She won last year. She's last year's winner.
There you go. Well, she's still moving, so that is a very, very positive
She's defending champion of the Mint 400.
There we go. Indeed.
And got some news. Cowboy Cerrone has just moved into 12th position and 21st overall in UTV Pro Open.
Oh.
Emmy, don't stop the car.
No.
Oh, Emmy, what the heck? Well, they're talking
No,
about
she just had to shift gears. She's putting it in overdrive.
She has a brand new co-driver for this race. We helped shoehorn him in. He's a little bit large.
He's a little big boy. Yeah.
Well, he's well nourished. Let's put it like that.
So are you saying that she gets a new co-driver every race because it's tough to get a return guest?
Yeah.
You know, that's I love Emmy. She, you know, the thing is behind the scenes, she does a lot for the off-road industry with her writing and journalism and.
Jim?
Yeah, okay, look at this. This is Taylor Mills. He is our current race leader, and he is coming up behind Race Traffic.
Well, and that's gonna play a factor, but you can see everyone's spread out enough that he can work his way around it. But that could be a determining factor because once you get lapped, okay, then you know more people are coming. So you know it's not your competition catching you, so you know to stay out of the way.
Drive your mirrors, my friends. Drive your mirrors.
Looked like that was another Warfighter-made ride, I think.
And this is one of the Class 10s. I'm not sure if this is Tyler Mills.
Yep, this is working their way through thumpers.
I love watching these 10s work. Look at that. Just ooze, in and out, in and out.
Yeah, but you can't just, if you watch
look at this for
today and tomorrow, you'll see that the trucks just try to get on top and bridge that gap.
Yep.
But the Class 10 cars, they don't quite have as much speed.
But there is something to be said for staying on the planet with your tires. You can't accelerate, you can't steer, and you can't stop in the air.
But when you're in the air, you're not hitting as many bumps.
It's a true story.
So
Till that one at the end of the air.
But as you're watching this, they're actually, Jim Beavers, they're going up thumpers this year. So it's a different. If you go the other direction, it's much easier to carry your speed going down. This looks like R.J. Anderson, 37, in the other NOS vehicle as he starts to go through. So I had them confused. The all blue is Ronnie, and this is R.J.
Yeah, but as you were saying, going up thumpers, it's a long grade. There's actually multiple lines, but it's kind of crazy. I mean, it's one of those where they're evenly spaced, and it's a commitment. I mean, to get through thumpers fast, it's wide open.
Yeah, we're watching another one of the Class 10 cars here. Just trying to get the number.
1003.
And if that is the 1003.
I'm just getting word, Braden Baker was leading early on in the UTV division. I'm just getting his motor builder sending me a text. Thanks, Mark Queen. But Braden has a broken rear sway bar. So he was leading early on the side-by-sides. We're wondering why he dropped back. Well, it looks like he broke a sway bar. But thanks for the info, Mark Queen.
Well, Braden Baker actually came through in the just completed lap 1. So that is a recent breakage.
Yeah. Well, the thing is a broken rear sway bar, too, on a side-by-side. Doesn't mean you're out of the race. It just means the car's going to handle a little bit differently.
Yeah, I was going to say Braden Baker's still going real strong right now. He is actually currently leading the UTV Pro up until literally 5-10 minutes ago. So we'll keep an eye on that story for you.
In that 1003, that was Nick May. I didn't know if you caught that, Jim, but so Nick is running very strong.
Yep. Yeah. Nick May is currently running second in Class 10, 5th overall.
We have not
is that the slug shark I see coming into the shot there? No, I don't think it is. Right, this is Bryce Allen.
Yes.
He's worn out one co-driver. He's getting another.
Well, yeah. I mean, anything can happen. We've seen where the drivers get sick. I've had a situation where driver gets sick, and in some cases I had to put him out and go down a ways.
I've broken a few co-drivers over my years.
My driving's so bad I made him sick.
Yeah, I've more than once.
But then when he starts puking, I just turn his volume off. I'm like, I'll talk to you later. I don't want to hear that.
I got to defend the co-drivers here, folks. That those guys that get sick. You know why they get sick? Because they're working to do a good job. They get so focused on the screen of the GPS, they lose sight of the horizon. The inner ear tells you your body doesn't like that, and the normal response is nausea.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're
that's
working
one story. But we are in Vegas, and some co-drivers, may have been out talking to their friends a little too late last night.
We call that fellowship.
Socializing.
Fellowship.
A little too much socializing.
And that's when you also start to wonder to yourself, is it right to have narrow mesh on your door nets, or do you have the bigger mesh because it's easier to throw it out the window?
Yeah.
Well.
And if you do get sick, folks, puke out the bottom.
Getting it out of the helmet is the issue.
It's shoot down. Throw it down. All right, enough puke talk. Let's move on.
Well, one more.
Look at that. Went a little deep on that one.
Send it.
Yeah, I got a little nose heavy.
That's probably the reason why he had this guy in the mirror.
Well, that's Indy. That's Indy Haderman with Toyota of Escondido. Dan Myers in the co-dog seat. So they got a clean first lap. But as we're watching the side-by-sides, they're starting to pick up some of the pace a little bit.
So Dan's getting a little pre-run for the race tomorrow is what you're thinking.
Yeah, exactly. He'll be running in his Class 1 car, so he'll be qualifying later on today. Actually, no, he said he's not qualifying. He's gonna take a rear start, but this gives him an opportunity so he could stay in with his son all day today, but he'll have better knowledge of the course tomorrow.
That works, and that's one of our Class 11s there. So there is a change at the top. In first position it is Tyler Mills. In second it was Nick May in the 1003. So great to see him. And in third overall, but first in class, although we hear he's got a problem, is the Braden Baker in the UTV Pro Open. If you're just joining us, this is the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. just outside of Las Vegas at Prim Valley. And we're early into this limited class race, just over a lap gone. Oh, look at this, class 10 all over the place.
Oh, hang on. You don't get extra points for going for the distance, but this is where he's like, I'm going to jump over to the other route. This is where Jim Beaver was saying, being a local, you know where it's rougher and smoother. You know what? Sometimes give up a little bit, change your route. But now notice how he's up on one side. And this what he's trying to do is trying to stay out of that, but it keeps pulling him back in. And see how the chassis goes down deeper and deeper. Every time you're doing that, especially in a 10 car or these limited cars, it just kills the power. Which with even in the unlimited, you want to stay up as high as you can, but you also want to bridge that gap. So this goes against Bob Bauer staying on the ground, but it's like Supercross. If you can clear it, if you can knock out a couple obstacles, you can carry some speed. It's much quicker. Absolutely.
Well, it's like you look at those lines like, he was running, and the thing is, it looks the same from here. But 5 feet in desert racing can mean a world of difference as far as the way the car handles in the rough. So,
yes. And you don't find out about it until you get there.
Yeah, exactly. This looks like, is this one of the youth racers possibly?
Certainly a
the
single
youth 1000 maybe?
Moving right along. I love the drone shots, guys. I love the drone shots.
Have you flown a drone, Bob?
In fact, I do.
Yeah, have you? All right.
You know.
Looks like we've got Class 11 making their way into the quarry, getting bounced around a little bit. You get on those rally roads and these Class 11s work really well, but you get into this rough quarry, and that's not where these things work very well.
No.
Well, Bob, as you watch, so this is the gravel pit. You can see, look around. They're going in and out, some elevation change.
Yeah.
But there's also, the thing that we're doing out here at the Mint 400 is the desert cleanup. We want to make sure that we leave the desert better than we found it. Because a lot of times people will come out here and throw trash, throw mattresses, throw whatever, because they're jerks, all right? I'm going to use that in a light way. But all of us here at the Mint 400 put a group together to do a desert cleanup to make sure that we're leaving the desert in a better place. So check this out.
Hey everyone, it's Jeremy from Republic Services. We're here at the 8th annual Mint 400 Republic Services Desert Cleanup, this year presented by our friends at Sylvania Off-Road. Last year was a record year for us. We collected over 92,000 pounds of trash. This year we're looking to break that record. A few more 100 volunteers back at it. Hopefully we can beat that record.
It's a pretty awesome thing. I live here in Las Vegas, so I'm out here riding all the time. So it's really cool to see the whole off-road community come together, come out here, clean up the desert right before the race.
It's a great turnout. We've got hundreds of people out this year helping us. Beautiful weather. It's important for us to show the world that off-roaders are good stewards of the desert. Over the past 7 years, we've cleaned up over 190 tons of trash out of this area, and we're going to keep going. Be sure to bring all your friends and family out to the Mint 400, March 6th to the 10th. You can find out more information at themint400.com. I'll see you out there.
The 2024 BFGoodrich Mint 400 is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people. The Beast Unleashed, flavors you know, brewed hard at 6.0%. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology. Best off-road, best customer experience, best off-road brands, best prices. Experienced off-road retail re-engineered by bestoffroad.com. Dirty Life race wheels, conquer the dirt. VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel provider of the Mint 400. VP Racing, the brand that you can trust for performance race fuels, lubricants, coolants, additives, and so much more. AMSOIL, engineered for what you drive. Order now at amsoil.com. Okay, here we are. It's the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400, and we are here today for the limited races. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth are none other than Bob Bauer, Jim Beaver, and of course Ricky Johnson. How are we doing, gents?
We are fantastic. The racing has been great. If you're just joining us, we have finished the first lap. So we have finished the first lap, and the guys are going to the second as we're watching some of the guys go through thumpers. So next up, they have the pit. Jim?
Oh, I was just going to say that was my old race car that just went by. That was the Polaris Star car.
I saw Jim waving his hands. I'm like, okay,
that was the Polaris Star car there that just went by. That I haven't seen it in the new color, but it's exchanged hands a few times. But actually the roof panel of that is awesome because it's got Tanner Faust, Travis Pastrana, Dax Shepard.
Wow.
It's got all these autographs from all the drivers that raced with Jolene Van Buet and I in that program. So a little bit of off-road history, but that program debuted here at the Mint.
Well, ladies and gentlemen of the public, now you know how personal these cars are to you. This is like seeing one of your kids when they're finally teenagers, you know?
Yep.
I think Sammy Ehrenberg is going to be driving one of these vehicles as well. That's one of the Wilson Racing Class 10 cars. The Wilson family, unbelievable when it comes to buggies. They've done everything. Ronnie has been a Class 1 champion multiple times, as well as all the kids down the line.
Now, McCachran is getting in that car for the second lap.
Okay.
That's where he's getting.
So watch that Class 12 car because McCachran's getting in it. Is that what you're saying?
I kind of think so.
You know, I think that is Sammy Ehrenberg that's doing the first lap.
You know, let's talk a little bit about the Wilson family because this is a family who you got to respect them because they've stuck with the buggies where you have these families that were buggy families and they slowly kind of graduated into the truck classes. The Wilsons have always stayed true to their roots and, you know, Class 1s, 10s, 12s, and they've been a dominant force in those classes for years.
They know
and you know that they could have gone to trucks if they wanted to, but they've stayed true to where they came from.
And they go like stink. It's amazing. Family
like
deal.
Stink. They go like stink.
No, stink is very fast.
That's very You better be fast.
Can't outrun a skunk. Is that what you're saying?
We all know when stink happens. We know. It doesn't take long.
I hear you.
Can't outrun a skunk, Bob. So
Absolutely.
stinks fast.
All righty, Jim, as we're seeing some of these Class 5 Unlimited cars come through.
Yeah, that is the 539 there making his way through. But I have got some news for you. Still, our current race leader is Tyler Mills. But in second position and still first in class despite a broken sway bar, it is Brandon Breaker.
Well, let's talk about sway bars for a moment. So they call it a sway bar, but we called it's actually an anti-sway. So what it does is it's a bar across the back. So when let's say you turn left, it pushes your right tire up. It lifts your left tire. All right, so it helps the car feel flat and not want to roll over as much. But I've done testing, and we go through thumpers and stuff like that. I was tested with Bryce Menzies a long time ago. Took the sway bar off, we're faster because the rear wheels can follow independently because these bumps aren't exactly up and down at the same time. They're going side to side. You get rid of that sway bar, you're going to gain time down the straightaway because each tire is planted. Like Bob points out, when they're on the ground, they can do their driving. But when you come into the corners, it feels like the car wants to roll over on you. So you have to change your driver style, have a smoother entry, smoother middle, but you can make up time down the straightaways.
First, you have to get your mindset out so that you don't think your door is in the dirt. There's so much roll in these things. I mean, the horizon tilts.
Mm-hmm.
Your tires are fine, but you're not sure they're fine.
Yeah, but also these cars are a lot lighter than you would expect, so they're not being sucked down by gravity quite so hard. So it doesn't feel quite as bad in these UTVs as it would do in some of the bigger trucks if they lost their sway bars.
Yes.
Now, this is one of the Class 5 Unlimiteds there.
No, it was a 516,
Is that a 516? Sorry.
Yeah, 516. You can tell, a little narrow. And notice how he's right up against the fence line. I'm going to stay away from the bumps as much as possible.
Yeah, you get in that middle, and it gets deep. And he's sitting there along that fence just trying to keep those two tires out of the whoops.
Co-riders going to the left, to the right, to the left, to the right. That's one of those things where I always go, it looks smoother over to where I'm not going.
Yeah, it always looks smoother in the line you're not in, right?
Yeah. All right.
So you get down to the bottom, and it actually pinches back in. So you go from 3 lines down to 1, and the whoops down at the bottom get really deep. And it's like Ricky and I were talking earlier. You get all that momentum going downhill, and then you got to slow it down at the last possible second in the deep whoops.
Well, and this course has so much different characteristic depending on if you're going clockwise or counterclockwise. I personally like this direction better. The limited times that I've run it, I like this direction.
I do not like racing this the other direction when you have to go start out going up that wash.
Yeah,
it's so brutal, especially in a side-by-side belt tip spike. It just car's cold. It's just really rough on the drivetrain.
Well, I don't mind the first lap. It's that third and fourth one that just it is just brutal.
That's another 516 car moving.
Yeah, these boys are not hanging around.
No. It's.
That looks like another one of our Class 10s. And right now, our current race leader is a Class 10. It is Tyler Mills. He's making his way out there. Cool, that's Class 10. That is a UTV. If you're just joining us, this is the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. We're just outside of Las Vegas here at Prim Valley for some incredible race action. We're currently into lap 2 of the limited class races, and this afternoon we will be doing the qualifying for the unlimited classes.
So Jim Beaver, let's talk about that front suspension and explain to the people, why are the shocks facing forwards?
Well, to be honest with you, there's all kinds of theories, and I know it has to do with I'm not really a Volkswagen guy, but I think it has to do with the way that the bar in the front swings up and down, correct?
Correct. So it's a swing, the two front swing arms in the front. So what happens is you can change the rate of the shock as it flows through, and also you can get more shock up in there, so by angling it like that. So what they'll do is they'll do an addition to the arm, so it's not pushing it up, but it's actually rocking it forward.
We have Adam Lovell here in the UTV. He is going to run this whole thing on his own. This is his first time out on his own. Dad's in the right seat, praying.
No, I love it because I've watched Adam go from a baby when we started in the Torque series back in the day there with his dad, and now the tides have changed, and it's great. I've had the opportunity to race next to Luke, and you coach and you create this bond back and forth, and we've co-rode with each other. So this is awesome. As we're watching the guys go through the Joshua Tree section, you can see Jim Beaver's completely style of desert from the rock quarry.
Oh yeah, completely different, and one thing I'm noticing, Ricky, is the new Can-Ams. You're seeing a lot of those out here. A lot of drivers switching to that new Can-Am platform.
Yeah, well, because it's something new. All right, I think the Polaris has proven the belts are getting better. We're not seeing belts getting blown off because they're cooling them better. The technology is better. Same philosophy, but different. Now with the Can-Am, they have that 7-speed. They can bring in something a little bit different. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a step aside, and I'm going to bring in the man, the legend, the myth, whatever you want to call him, Matt Martelli.
The myth.
He's been out there walking around, checking things out. It's been a perfect day for him so far. We've got to keep this racing going, but I'm going to step aside and bring in Matt Martelli.
Thank you, Ricky. Looking forward to getting Matt in here at any moment. Now, here's something for you guys I'm going to put to you. We were talking about the Class 10s and could they dominate the UTVs, or would the UTVs dominate the Class 10s? Right now, there are only 2 Class 10s inside the top 10.
Wow, the plot thickens.
It does indeed.
We have lap 3 and 4 to finish the deal.
God, I'm looking at Ryan Piplick. I mean, Ryan, he is pushing pretty hard up those standings. So.
Yeah, Ryan Piplick is currently riding in 3rd overall and 2nd in UTV Pro. And joining us in the booth right now is none other than Mr. Matt Martelli. Matt, how you doing?
I'm doing great. What's going on, gentlemen?
Well, we're just here yakking and chatting and having a good day.
Yeah, well, super stoked to get all those race cars off before the first leaders came around, so quite a few cars off the line.
It had to be, 225, 226?
Yeah, we have a big car count this year, which is fantastic to see everybody out racing.
It's a good problem to have, right?
It's a great problem to have.
Matt, we started this morning just kind of comparing notes amongst each other, what we experienced yesterday at contingency, and the common thing we always is like, holy mackerel, there's something going on. There's a vibe happening here. There's more numbers. The lines at the merch trailers were long, 50 people deep at several trailers. I tell you what, Mr. Martelli, you're on to something here. Unlimited off-road racing is showing itself to be unlimited, and it's got an unlimited future as far as I can tell.
100%. No, it was a great day. It was great to see everybody out, and like you said, it was slammed. It was one of our biggest off-road festivals that we've ever had, and I think everybody's ready to get out and have a good time. We've all been through the last few years of COVID and all the BS, and it's go time. It's time to get back to what America's all about, and off-road racing is just the thing to do with your family.
You sure find out about yourself when you do it.
I laughed. I said, this is great, and I tell people, don't pay attention to the news. Go out and see things with your own eyes. You read the news and it's doom and gloom and inflation and economy. Yeah. You come out here to Fremont Street in Las Vegas, it's completely against everything you hear on the news, and I'm like, that's what I love, because I'm looking at this with my own eyes going, I think we're a lot better off than the news wants to let us know.
Well, people forget we are the economy, right? So everybody else talks about it, but we actually are the economy. So, come out, bring your friends and family, come race with us, come spectate. The weather is beautiful. It's a great event. We're on a roll. It's really fun.
And if you do come on out, bring the family, you're going to run into more family.
Yeah.
This is. I mean, we're seeing racers. We're doing three generations of racers at the same race at the same day.
Yeah.
So bring the family. You'd be surprised how much excitement there can be just walking around and enjoying.
No, and when you look at all the different things you can do with your family, there's obviously a lot, but there's nothing like this, and especially I think, the cost of what we offer versus the value is pretty remarkable.
For a free time, I mean, not a free time, but I call it free time activity.
Yeah, absolutely.
What are you going to do with my free time? Well, let's invest it in doing some self-amazement things with the kids.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's talk a little bit about the race we got on track, because obviously we've got a couple of 10 cars that have been pretty quick, Matt. But side-by-sides, I mean, we've seen these, and you guys have been involved with side-by-sides almost since the beginning with Polaris.
Definitely.
But let's talk about what we're seeing here with the progression and the speeds of side-by-sides, because I mean, this is getting nuts, Matt, how fast UTV racing has gotten.
Yeah, especially their top speeds now with the Polaris R and the Can-Am, the new Can-Am R. Now we're seeing top speeds north of 100 miles an hour, which is remarkable for, a vehicle you can go buy at the dealership.
Well, that's what's funny. I mean, years past, I remember it was like, who's going to be able to hit 100 miles an hour side by side? We've blown so far past that at this point. It's just crazy.
Yeah, it's cool, and I love seeing the battle between the 10 cars and the UTVs. There's a lot of pride wrapped up in being the fastest of those two, right? And it's really not defined. I mean, we've had years where 10 cars faster and other years where UTVs faster.
Well, we're going to find out how it goes this year, because we still have 2 laps to go for these guys.
Absolutely.
And that desert changes every lap.
Well, that's what we were talking about earlier. I asked Ricky, I go, when was the last time you saw somebody lead the first lap at the Mint and also lead at the finish?
Yeah, it's not common, but that field's stacked of a lot of talented drivers. I mean, Larry Heidler's coming in off of a big win at Parker. That was his, the biggest win of his career. He's got a lot of momentum. He's running a Lone Star car, so we know that the car is capable. Now we know that he's capable, but he's in the deep end of the pool. He's got guys out there like Mitch Guthrie Jr., Brandon Sims, a whole host of people. Sarah Price is out there, and on. So it's, I think it's going to be one of those battles where it's going to come down to that last lap and really probably the last part of the lap.
Yeah, and Larry Heidler is currently lying in 12th position overall and 8th in UTV Pro Open. So he's sitting right where, if there's a sweet spot, that's the spot you want to be right now. Because as you say, it's almost like a poison chalice leading this race.
Yeah.
It's, you kind of would just want to be back there just a little bit, want to be in touch, just watching how it plans out and everything. And right now he's sitting in the perfect position.
Well, and like Ricky and I have been talking about, the weather and the rain we got, it's okay to sit back there a couple spots, because in the past you'd have to charge through the dust, and it was tough. Now with being relatively dust-free. I know the northern end of the course there is a little bit, but it's going to be a lot easier to push and make that pass when you need to, because you're not going to have the dust to deal with.
And waiting a little bit gives you a better perspective on who is where and who's trending up and who's not. Who do I worry about?
Well, yeah, not to mention that we've had rain consistently on this course for a while, and I've done a few laps around it, and it's really good right now. The soil is soft and loamy. It's just perfect for racing. We got, like you said, we got a little rain yesterday. I couldn't ask for better racing conditions.
You know, the weather has been very, very good to the Mint 400. Look, it held itself back for the cleanup.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, we dodged a bullet at the cleanup.
Well, it was perfect because everywhere else around this cotton-picking planet was wet.
Yeah. Yeah, well, unfortunately, the NASCAR guys took the brunt of the weather last weekend, but yeah, it's been beautiful out here for the last few days. So, again, makes for fantastic racing condition.
Is this Sarah? That looks like Sarah Price there.
That is Sarah, yeah, big monster on the side.
Yeah. Big props to Sarah. She's the first woman to win a stage in Dakar.
Yeah, she did a phenomenal job, at Dakar. And
for the people that don't
just
know,
got to correct that. She's not the first woman to win a stage in Dakar. She's the first woman to win the stage in her class.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Contreras. Christina Contreras is one.
But let's make a point. This was not an accident that she won that.
No.
She is an accomplished racing driver.
I would refer to her as a badass.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. And I remember back, she was running, when she first transitioned from the dirt bike to side-by-side and off-road racing, she was running Lucas Oil Regionals like a Razor 900 or something, and wrenching on it herself, doing all the mechanics herself. And, she just slowly, it's not like Sarah's independently wealthy or anything. And that's one thing I love about side-by-sides is given the opportunity for drivers who have talent to go out and win races and get noticed and get sponsorship and get factory involvement and work their way up the ladder. I mean, you look at the same thing with like Seth Quintero and what he's been able to do and things like that. It's something completely different that we've seen in off-road in years past, because in the past, aside from guys like Rob McCackern, who, has his own story, it's been really hard for drivers to really work their way up the ladder.
Well, they used to say, look at all the money in golf,
Yeah.
and then they say, look at all the money in off-road racing, and the pros doing it. Well, there's only 4 or 5 guys that are doing it. Everyone else has to work for a living. Everyone else has to make it work.
Yeah, I love these shots, man. The drone follow shots like this really give you a view of a unique view of what it's like in the race.
Yeah, the drones have been. Oh, it looks like we're going to catch up to some military vehicles here.
Yep. And that's part of the Mint too, is the the lap traffic. So those guys have been schooled to pull over and do just exactly what they did. Let the racers get past.
Emmy's about to get passed by the military. First, she'll see the shadow.
Tell you what, that's got to be intimidating, being on a Mazda Miata in a military vehicle coming up on the back of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm super stoked. I mean, that's all active duty members of our military, some special forces guys. And, they're using this as a test ground to, test the vehicles that they actually take out into combat to defend our freedom.
And we have 2 categories in this race. We have the warfighter mate, which brings PTSD guys together and lets them benefit from this race. And then we have the actual military guys that are driving military vehicles. They're currently in the Army and are the real deal. They're out in the desert too.
Yep, absolutely. The vintage military class and then modern military. Big proponents of the military. I mean, this culture started in the 60s with veterans who'd come back from World War II and got bored, started running, the Baja Peninsula, the Eakins brothers, right? Without the guys, without the veterans, this probably wouldn't exist.
All due to a highly developed sense of irresponsibility.
Exactly.
Well, that's funny though. The way the military and off-road racing has kind of been intertwined. I mean, just the projects of the years. You look at Chenoweth, Polaris. You look at the list goes on. What was the challenge with the autonomous vehicles that was tied in with that Sal Fish was involved?
The DARPA challenge.
DARPA, you know, and things like that, and just the, you know, AM General and the Hummers, you know, it's just there's so much intertwined between the military and off-road. I, you know, applaud you guys, Matt, for opening the door and having them out here, because, you know, anybody that knows the history of our culture knows how intertwined the military is with off-road.
Well, I personally, I live next to Camp Pendleton, so it's hard to ignore when, especially when they're bombing. But no, it's important to us. I mean, you know, it's important to recognize, you know, the contributions of our military to our, you know, our ongoing freedom. You know, everybody forgets that we're still in conflicts all over the world, and these guys, especially the Special Forces guys that are being deployed now, are protecting our interests and our freedom. Here's the Armageddon guys, great company, one of our new sponsors. They build UTV parts.
They had an unfortunate start here, Matt. They were upside down for a little while.
Yes, so this young gentleman is a pretty new racer, only been racing for a couple of years, and unfortunately he's earned his nickname as Turtle.
So do we give him a little extra something for learning to fly inverted?
A nickname. He earns the nickname Turtle, right?
Yeah. That's got to be embarrassing, though. I mean, you think about how mortified he must be because he can't hide.
Well, so I was just with his dad, Christian, in VIP, and he explained to me that, you know, Lonnie Unser, the granddaughter of Al Unser, is here, and if you saw her, she's a very pretty young 25-year-old.
Nice little freckles everywhere.
So I think he was out to impress her and didn't work out the right way.
Oh, he made an impression because she's no slouch.
Well, an impression is different than impressing her.
Exactly right.
Right, if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. We are outside, just outside of Las Vegas in Prim Valley, for what is the toughest off-road race in America. And today is about the limited classes. We have 31 classes out there on track and 233 registered racers. That is absolutely insane, isn't it?
And that's just today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, we have the unlimited classes qualifying today at 1:30, and that is going to be absolutely incredible. And we've got multiple classes there. We've got the two-wheel drive unlimited trucks, we've got the four-wheel drive unlimited trucks, the Legends unlimited trucks, the Class 1s, and of course the unlimited specs.
So Jim, are we going to show anything of qualifying? Or
we might just see a little bit of that there, Bob.
Oh, that's good to know.
I hope so. We spent a fortune on that infield for qualifying. We better be showing a lot of it.
Yeah, no, don't miss that one. Make sure you have lunch early and you're settled down in front of your screens for 1:30 this afternoon, because it will all kick off.
Take care of your bio breaks before you sit down. That's important.
Sure, there's somewhere somebody's going to be betting on qualifying and have a side pool. You know, pick your driver, and
I'll bet there's some bets inside.
It's like we got a trophy light coming through right now. That's a really cool class. You can rent those cars and purchase one of them and race against similar vehicles, as, you know, spec vehicle class.
Yeah, I think I mean, I've seen them pre-owned for under $50K, but it doesn't cost much to even rent them for a week for a weekend. And I know I think Jason Kopp puts all the new drivers through some kind of training program, so you're just not thrown to the wolves. And it's a pretty good program, I think.
They're fun trucks. I've raced them twice now, and I would not pass up a drive in them. We had a lot of fun in those cars.
You know, Ron and Austin Stobaugh did the same thing out of St. George, the same cars, and it's a great entry level for someone who says, I think I want to do this, but how do I find out?
Yeah, this is Zaccone's car now. Now, we saw Zaccone being interviewed earlier today by Tiffany, and we've had some great images, but just check out this. He's got that car sitting right on the back of him, looking for that line.
Like, how cool is this technology now that we're able to show live in-car? I mean, it's incredible.
At speed, nonetheless.
Yeah.
I mean, this is so new to Bauer. I can't believe it.
Pretty evolved since the fax machine, right, Bob?
Pretty much, yeah. Fax machine. What are you doing, Ricky Johnson jokes now?
Well, you know, it rubs off on me a little bit, right?
Do you know what I love the most all about this is you get to see a different area of terrain. Our car's coverage is absolutely incredible. But look at that car on the side of the track there. But when you see it like this, you can see the depth of the ruts. You can see everything that's going on. It's absolutely remarkable.
Yeah,
awesome
so
technology.
They're out in the Joshua Tree Forest. You can see all the Joshua trees there, and it's single track for most of it. So, the guy in back is going to have a little bit of a challenge getting around him, so he's just going to have to be patient until it opens up and he gets an opportunity to pass.
There we go. There's the spot.
There we go.
That was a good,
nice pass.
That was a good cooperative pass. You see our visual guy here, he moved over to the left.
Yes.
To the right, pardon.
And we don't have the forward facing, but I'm sure they were signaling. We know you're back there as soon as we get a chance, because nobody wants to get their rear of their car hit.
No way. And if you don't have to, why would you?
Yeah.
Yeah, here we are at the quarry.
Man, the color changes just go straight gray.
Yeah.
Straight gray.
Yeah, we had to clean up quite a bit of that area just to make a path through it. Unfortunately, people come out here and dump illegally and shoot stuff, so that's what our desert cleanup's all about, that we have 2 weeks prior to the event.
And the funny thing is, like I was saying earlier, I've actually cut tires before in the quarry. It's not necessarily rough. There's just a lot of jagged, sharp rocks and stuff. There's no room for run out. It's really easy to cut a tire in there.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And the thing is, they build good tires today. In those cases, I don't care who makes that tire. It's a victim, not the culprit. It didn't fail. It was killed.
Yeah.
Great shot coming into Thumpers, looks like.
Yeah, going up Thumpers, up into pit number 1.
I really like the way, Matt, that in the Thumpers, these guys, Smith UTVs, are just nice and smooth and even. They stay on the ground, but they're moving right along. It's great rhythm.
The suspension in these cars has come a long way. Between Fox and King, the suspension is just amazing. Fox has a lot of new technology they continue to develop as well, making it better with all the live valve technology and some of the new adjustability that they have.
We talk about suspension changes, things like this. Here's what it really means, folks at home. Control. It gets you the same control at a higher speed. You have absolute precise control when you have good suspension. You have a busy car if you don't.
Absolutely.
It's not busy in a good way.
No, it's shocking. And I've taken lots of people out UTV riding, and they don't understand suspension until they're in something that can actually, do some serious off-road work, and they're always blown away because their view of how suspension is a street car, which you're talking about inches, right?
Yeah.
Instead of us, what we have is feet.
Feet. And not only do we have feet, we have slow movement. It's even, it's controllable, it's not out of control.
Absolutely.
But that's one of the wonderful things I love about the Mint 400 is that when you get to go to Fremont Street, you get to see the vintage cars versus the latest technology out there, and you realize that it's not actually that many years ago that we were just running on smoothie shocks and literally cart springs and racing on that. And when you look back at the history, I mean, Bob, you were there with the chariots doing all this stuff, and it's a case of the difference in technology and the driverability of these vehicles is remarkable. And I'm not saying that we're lesser racers today, but some of the racing that the guys endured back in those times,
it's gnarly.
It's gnarly. I mean, it was nuts, full on Iron Man stuff.
Absolutely. It's funny, there's a story that, John Markin, who's passed, but, had a big, involvement with Fox shocks and developing the internal bypass shock. He told me the story of him coming and racing this race and then peeing blood for 2 days afterwards, and that was the impetus for him to go out and build better shocks, right? So pain is a good teacher.
It's hard to forget.
Yes.
Well, there's two things that drive innovation. One of them's racing, the other one's war, and it's kind of a bit of a war of innovation right there, right now.
That's a great analogy. I mean, that's what I always, tell people, that this is really a war simulation, because you're going to go in one end and you're going to go through all this trials and tribulations, and you're going to pop out the other end transformed, right? And it's also transformative with the people that you bring and involved, your family, your pit crew. They all have to be a part of it as well. So I feel it's a really remarkable thing to do, to challenge yourself willingly, and then to bring your friends and family and get them involved. I think it makes us better humans.
Absolutely, but let's not forget, nobody just turns up at the Mint. You don't just arrive. There is months of backstory. There's prep in the vehicles. There's actually, that story where, hey, how did you get here? Well, actually, I came out to watch, or I was watching online. There's all of that goes into it, and everybody you talk to, doesn't matter which racer, whoever it is, whether it's Emmy Horn in her little hoop tie car, or whether it's Rob McCachran, who's got hundreds of wins under his belt, there's that months of build-up before you get to the Mint 400, just so you can take the start line.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, right, okay, we've got more action here. Another car coming around to complete. Is this one of the Class 16s?
Yep.
Or is this a Class
This is a Class 12. So this is the car that, so they've already gone through the pits here. So this is rumored to have Rob McCachran behind the wheel now.
Right now, he is behind the wheel.
Okay.
Lap 2, that's what he was going to take, and he's doing his homework.
Smart.
Doing his homework, but I have an idea. If we had lap times and we could compare one driver to the other, I tell you what, he'd have a shorter number here.
Well, you know the internet's watching lap 2 in the Wilson 12 car just to see Just to see. So.
Well, Rob, obviously, he's our GOAT, the greatest off-road racer of all time and still stacking wins. When we had the race up on the North Course, he raced it in a 16 car and finished top 10. And I remember the finish specifically because I was standing there filming and I'm waving him through. And he pulls over and I go, Rob, you got to go, you got another lap to do. He goes, Matt, I'm done. And I'm like, are you sure, right? We had to go look at the times and for sure he did his 4 laps and he was done, man. And I couldn't believe that he was able to put a 16 car in the top 10.
It's a jaw dropper, no question.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of rules made because of how fast he is at short course as well. Looks like we have one of the Broncos stopping for a pit here. That might be Lovell.
No, I think that might be Atterbury. Yeah, I think that might be Josh Atterbury there is coming on in at one of the 4600 class cars. We more often see him out at King of the Hammers. But as we continue here with the action of the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400, we're going to pop out for a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere and join us once again for more limited truck action here at the Mint 400.
I'm in beast mode, balling on them like I got a cheat code. Cold with the drip, but keep that heat though. I don't take no days off every week, yo. Oh no, I'm in beast, hey, huh? I'm in beast mode, beast, hey, going beast mode, hey, I'm in beast mode, hey, look, I'm in beast mode, balling on them like I got a cheat code. I'm in beast, hey, huh?
bestoffroad.com. Offering the best off-road brands, best customer experience, best prices. Experience off-road retail re-engineered by bestoffroad.com. Stop by our booth in the Midway. Off-road advice is always free. bestoffroad.com can help you create your ultimate off-road vehicle.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Yeah, definitely born in the wrong country for being.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. We are here just outside of Las Vegas at Prim Valley, and today is all about the limited class races. We've got 33 classes out on track and over 230 runners and riders. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth now is none other than Matt Martelli from Mad Media. How are we doing, Matt? How are we doing, Matt? You well?
Yeah, this is great, man. I'm super well because we got everybody started and out having a proper war now, and yeah, we'll see how it all unfolds. Pretty exciting.
It is. It's absolutely amazing stuff. And let's not forget, at 1:30 today, we have the qualifying for the unlimited classes. So we're going to see the big guns out there. Now, we've got a change for this year, haven't we? Because we've got a separate class in the unlimited for the four-wheel drive vehicles.
Yes, we separated the classes just because we wanted to make sure that the two-wheel drives were separated from the four-wheel drive vehicles. That new technology developing, and we wanted to give them each their own class.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to see that. But today it's all about this kind of vehicle. It's about the vintage classes out there. And check this.
Yeah, look at that 12 car that's doing it the hard way. But it's cool, man. You think you're cool, but you're not racing a 12 car in the Mint 400 cool.
Exactly. It's the history that I love. And there's so many cars we see out here, whether it come through all the different classes. And I've got to say, one of my favorite classes is Class 11. And we see those heroes and champions out there and those, near stock VW Beetles doing battle with the desert.
Yeah, those are remarkable little cars. I've raced Class 11 several times, and believe it or not, it's a lot of fun. Like, I used to look at that class and go, man, why would you do that to yourself? But after racing it, you're literally smiling and laughing the whole time you're racing. It's a blast.
Yeah, it's great to see how that class has taken off in the last 5 years, and we now see that as a national championship class with Nitro Cross, and we see it crossing out into Crandon, and of course at King of the Hammers as well.
Yeah, no, I know one of our sponsors, MP, is coming out with a Class 11 in a box. So
I've heard about that.
You'll be able to order those pretty soon and build your own Class 11 car in your garage with your friends.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. In fact, my team at home, they keep sending me text messages showing me VW Beetles for sale. Going, come on, man, we've got to build a Class 11. As I point out to them, we don't actually have any Class 11s racing in Europe. So
small detail, right?
Yeah, it's small detail, but lovely to have some enthusiasm.
The good news is you'd win every race, right?
Well, we'd try. Do you know what? I'm not sure we would, but we'd try. Okay, as we continue here with the action at the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400, Brian Little, our technical expert, is down in the pits with Fox. So, Brian, what have you got for us?
Suspension is what separates off-road from all other forms of motorsports. I mean, you're not going to see an F1 car out here blasting through 3-foot whoops. That is exclusively our domain. Now, the technology to get to this point is quite involved, and some might say it's enough, but not ones to rest on their past successes. Fox is continuing to evolve shock technology. They've been doing it for 50 years. They're going to be around for at least 50 more. And here to talk a little bit about their latest innovation is Dane from Fox. Dane, tell us, what's the difference between your live valve shock and a traditional shock?
So this is a fully semi-active system. So what's unique about Live Valve is particularly on this Polaris Pro R is this has X2. So this is rebound and compression. So this is a predictive suspension. It's creating an algorithm based on a lot of different parameters inside the vehicle. Throttle position, braking position, steering wheel position. So as you're in there fighting the wheel going through terrain, like you said, off-road rather than F1, it is continually making adjustments to the vehicle on the shocks on the fly to make sure the chassis is level, the wheel's doing what it's supposed to be doing, and it is fully semi-active. So it means I can find 4 different kind of platforms: Baja, Track, Comfort, and Race, and I can set it in that, and then I can also have the vehicle make sure that it's doing everything to protect the car and make me have the most confidence and control and comfort.
That is really cool. So we're out at the Mint 400. It's a lap race. The course is going to degrade over time. So with the systems that are in the Unlimited trucks and the other classes, are the guys able to reach up on the dash and adjust on the fly to compensate for that course?
Yes and no. So when I said you've got these kind of 4 parameters, so when we look at an unlimited vehicle, so what we have out there is like Ryan Arciero, a couple different vehicles are running full Live Valve on their trophy trucks. It's a tube chassis, jungle gym with 1,000 horsepower, wheels and everything. So you have a standalone engine management system, Motec. That's the brain. So Motec is getting the steering wheel position, the throttle position. We have our own sensor that does the pitch and yaw. And from that, it's creating all that data to feed into the shocks. Now, those guys have an actual system inside, a head unit inside the vehicle, so they can find presets. So if they want to have a 1, 2, 3, 4, they can preset for that, which would be comfort, or it's starting to get rough, I want to add more compression. It's that window. But Live Valve will always automatically adjust itself as the course degrades and say, hey, this is getting harder and harder, therefore it's getting sharper, the square edge hits are getting more aggressive, so it's going to add more high-speed compression. So if we remember a couple years ago when Lauren Healy at King of the Hammers base jumped that Bronco, he was in a preset for going up. And when it popped off the top of that thing, it went into full jump mode, and the algorithm said, oh no. And it added a ton of compression, and it turned the rebound down so that when it hit, it was nice and supple, and then it opened back up. So you have zones that you can say, I'd like to be within this, but Live Valve will always predict changes and make sure that it's protected and not just going to be in a soft mode and break stuff.
That is awesome. Now, that's obviously great for the racers, but for the rest of us, I think the part I'm most excited about is you had mentioned this same technology is available in the OE and the aftermarket space. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, so I was talking about when you're talking about Live Valve for Polaris, this is fully stock on a Polaris Pro R, is fully stock on a Turbo R in the X2, the rebound and compression. The XP 1000s has a single Live Valve. Ford Raptors, that's there as well. And then we're always looking at how you can add that Live Valve as an aftermarket kit. If you have a Gen 2 Raptor 19 and up, we do offer a Live Valve aftermarket kit that bolts directly in there so that you can preset and you have that adjustability on the fly. Now, from the aftermarket sense, there are some vehicles out there, you know, the Lauren Healys, the Justin Loftons, the Ryan Arcieros that have that on their trophy trucks. Not available to the everyday racer, but that's where we're still doing our racing application and development. That's rad. So it's out there. It's possible. People are seeing it working. Not quite available in that sense, but as a general consumer, you have a Raptor, it's in there. You have a Pro R, it's in there. You have a Can-Am, it's in there.
And I dig it. And that's the coolest thing for people like me. I'm not a shock guru, and I don't want to spend countless hours rebuilding my shocks to get them to work on various terrains. So when I have a platform like the Polaris with Live Valve, I can adjust from comfort to full kill. Yep. And that's pretty cool. Yep. All right, back to you guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Brian. I love that tech. I love hearing about how these companies are pushing the boundaries and bringing new technology into desert racing.
Well, you know, I do a school with my son Luke Johnson for the Fox engineers, and so what we want to teach them is the basic stuff that you can learn: what to do with your hands, what to do with your feet, left foot driving, which you have to do in off-road. You can't just right-footed, because we teach them everything from berms, side slopes, anti-rollover, rock crawling, and all of that. And so it's been a great experience for me to work with the people from Fox, is showing them that side, kind of where the nut behind the wheel makes the difference. But as they say with that Live Valve, what it can do and how it can go. And he's talking about what they have on the OEM cars as we're watching the 111 as they roll through. if you make a mistake or you see a big G out coming up, you have a red button on the Pro R that you can hit that stiffens the suspension up immediately. Or if you find you're going through a big set of rollers, you can just hold that button on with your thumb. And
yeah, well, that was Brendan Schwab we just saw going through there. Of course, the ex-fighter who we saw rolling his car. Did you see that on social media?
Yeah. It made Fox News. I think everyone in the country
I was going to say, even I saw that, and I was in the UK.
I missed that one.
He took a brand new Dodge TRX and wadded it up.
Ooh, that was
he was doing donuts and it hooked and just...
Well, one of the things that we teach, and one of the most dangerous things that you can do, is, especially in a side-by-side, any side-by-side, even if it has active suspension, is don't do donuts. Here's why. It's an all-wheel drive vehicle. A lot of times when people did donuts back in the day, front tires stayed still, back tires rotate around the outside. Now you have a vehicle that the front wheels, if you're turning hard left and you gas it, the back tires are pushing out, the inside tires are pushing in, it rotates, and the next thing you know, you're on your lid.
What tends to happen is you're doing your donuts going really, really well, and then you back off.
Yeah.
That's usually where it all goes horribly wrong.
Well, and the other thing is, a lot of times people will put their arms out, and that can be a bad thing as well. If you are ever a passenger in a side-by-side, they put the O poop bar right in front of you. Hold on to that. And that's why a lot of times riders are hurt before drivers, because drivers hold on to the steering wheel. If just something happens, they grasp harder to hold themselves in. So if you have your arm, this is awesome. Back to that. Go ahead, take that away, Jim.
This is Carrot Potts. Now, we saw Carrot Potts, of course, doing his Desert Turtle impression earlier today. So to see him back on his wheels and up and running again, that's awesome.
Well, and as you can see, the roof missing a little bit there, a little scratch, a little bit, maybe got the antenna.
Pretty
but it's
good for circulation, really.
Exactly.
You know,
getting it back on.
When we saw that crash earlier, though, in the aerial footage, and we reran it a couple times, he was on his roof, but everything was intact. It didn't it was much damage to the car, so I don't think it was a real high-speed rollover. Maybe it just hooked something, bounced it, flipped it over. I don't know.
Well, and that's the thing. Everyone thinks, if you crash, it's always terrible. And these things are built. The cages are bigger, everything's stronger. You have a neck support. You have a 5-point harness, sometimes 6-point harness. You have all these things in case you do crash. Jim?
I've got some news. We have got a change in this race.
All right.
Currently lying in third position and second in class is Mitch Guthrie Jr. in the UTV Pro Open. Currently lying second overall in class and first in Class 10 is Tyler Mills. But first right now, and charging hard in UTV Pro Open, it is none other than Ryan Piplick.
The Las Vegas local boy dropped the hammer. I talked with him yesterday at the Rugged Radio's autograph signing. He sat next to me at the signing, and he was telling me, he goes, I'm really excited about this year, Jim. He goes, because in the past, he goes, I've done 9-10 races a year. And he goes, it's hard. He goes, prep the car and everything else, and you're always, and he goes, this year, he goes, I'm doing 5 races. And he goes, I'm concentrating on winning all 5 races. And he goes, I've never in my career had the opportunity to do that few of races. And he goes, I'm looking at this as an advantage, because he goes, the prep's going to be better. Mentally, I'm going to be better. He goes, I can concentrate on just absolutely doing the best I can at 5 races. He goes, instead of conserving the car because I got under contract 2 weeks later to have it at another race.
Well, but an active driver is a great driver. That's when we saw Rob Mack when he was doing a couple, coming out and doing those other races. So I think if he had his choice, he would love to go drive for somebody else, still get the seat time, but not have to do the prep, because that's the part that kills you.
Yeah, it is. In fact, while I'm sitting here right now, my son is actually taking out the engine and transmission out of my race car. So, Sam, he won't be watching because he's taking the engine out. But if you are,
if you're listening,
thank you.
You are working. Get back to work.
Yeah, exactly. No slacking. It's not going to fix itself.
Our military vehicles continue to
on
press on.
Yep, that's one of the daggers right there.
There's Brandon Sims, it looks like. Yes, that is.
Yes,
that
it is.
Brandon Sims. I think he's a 2-time Mint 400 winner. I believe he's 2-time.
Yeah, Brandon is going well. Now, Brandon actually stepped back. He dropped back a little bit. So I'm wondering if Brandon's actually had some problems. And now we're starting to see things opening up a little bit. And the UTV Pro Open class is starting to show some domination. Check this out. Inside the top 6, we have no fewer than 5 UTV Pro Open vehicles.
Gee whiz, that's...
Yep, and at the moment, let's just run down through that right now. In first position is Ryan Piplick in UTV Pro Open. Sitting there just behind him is Taylor Mills in the Class 10. But then we switch to Mitch Guthrie Jr., Ronnie Anderson, Braden Baker, and then Sierra Romo. So fantastic stuff there.
But look, if we take a look at the screen, you can see the second place is 4 seconds down. Third place is 40, then it goes to 1:05, then it goes to 1:25. So we're getting some of that separation, but that's still.
Hey, we're over 100 miles of racing. We're over 150 miles of racing.
Yeah, we're past
for a few
150
seconds.
miles, but we're still, if you change a tire, if you could do it in under a minute, you're really good.
Well, let's talk about that. So in the unlimited cars, we're talking about guys sort of who can, like Bryce's co-driver, Lauren Oren, who can literally change a 40-inch tire in just around about 1 minute.
Right.
Okay. Now these UTVs, they're running some pretty cool technology. AGM are doing some pretty fancy jacks and stuff like that. But what's the real time? We've got to be 3 minutes for a tire here.
I'm going to say about 2.5. I'm not trying to skin the cat here, but by the time you stop. Right? But if you look at how much time you lost while you're driving on a flat, these also don't have sensors. A lot of the trophy trucks or the unlimited trucks that you see have a sensor. So on my dash, I have green lights. If I hit something, I look down and I see 4 green lights, I'm good. That look like tires. If it going yellow, that means it's going flat. So typically in the unlimited trucks, we're changing it before it's completely flat. These, all of a sudden, it's like, what happened to the car? Did I break an A-arm or something like that? And so you have to pull that tire off that's completely mangled and then muscle it back up onto the rack and strap it back down. But then once you jump in, put the net up, and away you go, Bob.
Tell me, Ricky, how much does one of those tire and wheel combinations weigh?
You're talking about the 40-inch?
Yep.
Yeah, we're about 150 pounds.
150 pounds, and Oren does it on his knee.
Yeah.
So at home, when they take those tires off, it's a 150-pound unit. Plus, when they take the bad one off, it's a hot, prickly.
When you say prickly, the steel belts and everything. Yep.
There's melting rubber around. You're going to burn yourself.
Oren's also a unicorn.
Yes, he is.
And there's a reason why Oren's always got a job.
Yeah, that's a fact, Jack.
Yeah, he is. Oren is one of the best in the business, hands down.
Well, let's just talk about tire changing as well, because there's some very simple technology that helps you. So if you look at these cars, a lot of them, they have cones in the center of the hubs. Now these cones allow you to relocate the wheel very quickly, and you'll also notice that particularly on the unlimited cars, they glue the lug nuts, or the wheel nuts as we like to call them in Europe. They glue those to the actual wheels themselves, and the studs have quick starts on them. So they bang the wheel on, the wheel nuts are already there. The rest of the wheel nuts, they kind of just grow into the desert, and they bang them back on, and that's how they can be so quick.
And then they pick up the ones they threw in the desert.
They did.
Reglue them to the next wheel.
You got it.
Well, as we're watching, and you can see, if you look up there, you can see that the red numbers are Class 10. So we're seeing there's only 3 Class 10s in the top 10. That doesn't make sense, but it's the truth. There's only 3 Class 10s in the top 10. So the UTVs are starting to work their way back, and now the question is, are they going to have to change? Are the Class 10s going to have to change tires?
I'm not sure that's right, Ricky, because I'm only seeing 2 Class 10s in the top 10 here. We're seeing Nick May in my mind hanging on by his fingertips in 10th position at the moment.
Ricky, being confused is not a problem.
No, I got it, but I was just going off what I was reading up there. And
I see what you're saying. You're looking at the red squares.
I'm looking at the wrong numbers. My bad. I take that back. But still, let's talk about Mills, who obviously is still running a very strong pace. Paplik still has him by 4 seconds, and then back a little ways is Mitch Guthrie Jr. 40 seconds, but that's really not. Sometimes people, like if it was qualifying, I'd be worried. But in a race under a minute, we're still in the game.
Mitchie's a gamer. Mitchie's a gamer. He's got a race pace. He knows what he's doing. He's sitting there. He's getting info. We're only a lap and a half into a 4-lap race. Guthrie's sitting back there, and he goes, "You know what? My car's in great shape." He goes, "I know where I'm at. In 40 seconds, he can make that up if he needs to. He's just going to sit back and let the race come to him."
Is this one of the Dagors we're seeing here?
That is the original. That's the original. That's not a Dagger. That's the original flyer. They call it the Tortuga. It's the very first flyer that they brought out.
In fact, now you say that, I think I saw that yesterday in Fremont.
That's Warrior made. That's one of their vehicles, but that is the original Flyer. So when it comes to timing, they have 3 sectors on the track, and they're breaking it down. And this is what's helping out a lot of the communication, so that they can either you get a lot of cell coverage out here back and forth. So it's not so much that they're calling the drivers, but they can call Gonzo Pit and then tell them as they go by. Then they radio, you are 40.3 seconds behind, or whatever the case may be.
Well, that's also come back to the Starlink, because we're starting to see lots of teams fitting Starlink into their vehicles.
Yes.
So instead of VHF, where you're limited on range and you're looking for people to be repeating your signal, with Starlink you're not doing that. You're beaming up to low orbit satellites and then back down again, and that is a revolution for the communications industry.
Well, yeah, it's. And the fact that we can watch. I mean, the fact that we're seeing that, there was some great footage of Jason Coleman and one of the other Herbst trucks going back and forth at the finish of the Bottle 1000, where they're just blasting through the mud. They had the helicopter shot, the in-cars, and I think it was Jason Coleman's car broke right at the end. But you're like, I can't believe this is happening, especially after 1,300 miles.
Yeah,
it was amazing.
It
was phenomenal, and you're in there to see every little bit.
But that was to see that, because let's be honest, it's the hardest form of motorsport to film is off-road motorsport.
Yep. So Jim Beaver, you got some times up. Let's.
We're looking.
Piplik still looked like he's in first. Mills in second. Mitch Guthrie Jr., Ronnie Anderson, Braden Baker, and then Dustin Battle Axe Jones, Torreira.
Yeah, Joe Tirana, Sierromo, Chase Carr, Nick May.
Yep.
Yeah, so this is in-car now with Bryce Allen. Now, we've been seeing Bryce a lot today. Got to put a big shout out to him for allowing us to have our cameras on his car. Showing good pace here. He's running about mid-pack right now. Saw him changing his co-driver earlier as well.
Well, that's the thing. So maybe we can find from one of the, either Tiffany or Brian, why they did that driver change. Did some
co-driver?
Co-driver. That's what I meant to say. That co-driver change. And was he feeling sick, or was that a plan? Because sometimes some of these people are bringing in other people to share the experience with them.
Absolutely.
So it's like you get to run the first lap, you get to run the second lap.
Yeah, or alternatively, they've got co-drivers jumping in with them from the unlimited class vehicles, so they get to see the course and map the course, as we were talking about earlier.
Yes.
So that was a glimpse in car of Allen as we go here, looking at sportsman class entry.
Yep.
Yep, the 8100 class sportsman class entry.
These cars, you always look at them and you think, my God, they look like unlimited class vehicles, but completely different kind of pace.
You just look at the roost out the back and the speed. It gives it away. But when you park that thing, it looks just like it.
This looks like a 5/1600.
Yep.
And look at the speed of the 10 car behind him. Or is that a UTV?
No, that's a UTV, yeah. So the UTVs are lapping these. So the 516 is on its first lap. That just gives you the idea of the pace, that they're 100 miles ahead of them. That's how much faster those UTVs are going.
Yeah, that's nuts when you consider that, isn't it?
That's a long way.
It's a very long way indeed.
They're in Barstow right
now. Yeah, when you actually put it in like down, I mean, this is what we say to people, you say a minute ahead, etc. But you have to put that in real terms. If you actually start at 0.0 and drive for 1 minute at 60 mile an hour and see how far it gets you, it feels a very long way.
Oh, yeah.
This Cowboy? Possibly?
That might be Mark Burnett.
No, that's Burnett. That's Burnett. Mark Burnett, guy that, man, you want to talk about a guy that's got a heck of a resume over the last 20-some years of off-road racing.
Well, you know what the highlight of all of his careers are? Was working with me at my motocross school back in the day.
So you never went on his freestyle tour, though, did you, Ricky?
Yeah, I went and announced one of the first ones, but he started with SMP. In fact, I still have him in my phone under Mark Burnett SMP, back when the freestyle clothing, before he started doing his own tours, and he was a Baja racer and grew up in Chula Vista. Now he's out in Hamul. Come on, Burnett, get it back under control, buddy. I taught you better than that.
Okay, now we're back at Joshua Tree Live, and that looks like the 1077 there.
So here's a moto question for you, Ricky.
Yes,
Did you
sir.
ever have any of the big baggy free ride pants, though?
Yes, I did for a while. That is Brody Atkins.
Yeah, that is.
That's out there in the Class 10 working through Joshua Tree. So I did for a while. Because when I was doing the Baja stuff, I liked the pockets as we're watching one of the flyers as they work their way through. Looks like a big stink bug or whatever it is coming at you with those antennas.
I love the way whatever's on the roof is covered.
Exactly. just keep it. Shh, there's nothing to see here. But Dan, to go back on that, Jim, yeah, I actually was wearing the over the boot pant for a while, but then I had a couple situations in Baja where I kick-started my bike, the kickstarter went up inside my pant leg. No, I fell on my ass because I went to tip over and I couldn't put my foot out because it was up my pant leg. So I tipped over in a parking lot.
I've recently started using the new the Moto overalls they've got.
Yeah.
You're over that, and I love it with all the pockets and everything else. It's been great, but mine's an electric start, so I don't have to worry about the kickstart going up.
Exactly. Unless you're Ken Roxon.
Kickstart Kenny.
So if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. We are just outside of Las Vegas, down at Prim Valley, and today is all about the limited class races. And then at 1:30 this afternoon, there will be qualifying for the unlimited classes, getting ready for tomorrow's race action to start. We got our race vehicles now, and they're coming around to complete the second lap of this 4-lap race. Tyler Mills is currently leading in the Class 10 car. In fact, he's not. Ryan Piblick, sorry, has taken the overall lead.
So we are going to be running to a break really quick. You are watching the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. As we're watching this guy carve through the desert, we will be right back.
The 2024 BFGoodrich Mint 400 is brought to you by Fox, the Fox Proving Ground sponsor. 50 years of pushing potential further. Heatwave Visual, the official sunglasses of the Mint 400. Makers of highly visual eyewear to keep you covered in the shop, in the street, and everywhere in between. Raceline Wheels, go everywhere. Republic Services, sustainability in action. Rockford Fosgate, car audio for fanatics. Shreddy Life, for shredders by shredders, a brand built and based off and any on all types of shred. Site Solar, your leading source for sustainable solar energy, all the time, every time. Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is none other than Jim Beaver, and of course the legend that is Ricky Johnson.
Well,
how are we doing, guys?
I'm doing fantastic, and the racing has not let us down. We've got military vehicles, we got vintage vehicles, we have single seat side-by-sides or UTVs. We got everything going on out there, as well as we should be Emmy should be close to finishing her lap, shouldn't she?
I think she should be. I think she might even have finished.
Yeah.
But 31 classes, 233 vehicles. It's astonishing.
Well, and honestly, we couldn't ask for better weather. It's nice and cool for the motors, and we're seeing a little bit of dust for the racers, but not too much for the spectators, for the chase vehicles and stuff like that. As you can see, that brown dirt is always a blessing when you come out and you're driving.
Well, and I will say I was actually wrong. Ricky's right. I thought the dirt would go away and we'd start seeing dust, but there's a few areas in the course where some dust picking up. But Ricky's right. It's sticking.
Yeah.
That moisture's coming up, and it's. I mean, even that Joshua Tree shots, they must have got a lot of rain on the backside of that mountain.
Well, it's deep, and it hasn't been that hot to, like, what amazed me is last week I came down and came through Prim. That was all water. That dry lake bed was not a dry lake. It was a full lake bed. And all that water is evaporated or absorbed into the ground. So this high desert has seen a lot of rain, but it hasn't been, the heat hasn't come to evaporate it. So it's under there, and I think we're going to see more of it come up, especially tomorrow with the unlimited cars. So Jim Marsden, let's talk about qualifying. We got that coming up here in a little bit.
Yeah.
We got multiple classes. It's not just the unlimited, it's the unlimited specs as well, and class 1.
Yeah, well, we've actually got multiple classes inside of the Unlimiteds as well. So this year we've got a class for the unlimited four-wheel drives.
Right.
We've also got the Unlimited Legends, which of course you would normally race, and then the normal two-wheel drive Unlimiteds. Then there's the Class 1s, and we've got the Unlimited Spec. Now, people might say, what's Unlimited Spec? Surely it's just Spec. Well, no, things have changed a little bit. The class is actually evolving. That means that they're now allowed to use a 40-inch tyre. They're allowed to run underdrives. And the determining factor is the fact they have to run a TH400 and they have to run a sealed LS3 motor.
So when you let's talk about Unlimited and what we're seeing from the paddle shifts, the 6 speeds, the 5 speeds, the X-Track, the Fortins. There's a lot of different things out there that the Unlimited trucks can run.
Yeah, there is, and it depends on where you're putting it as to where there's going to be an advantage. Now, this year we're seeing some very, very fast cars, guys, in the Unlimited Spec, particularly people like Carl Jurgensen and Jack Olgies. Are these guys going to be able to, challenge with that smaller engine size?
This is Rob Mack here. This is Rob Mack in the Wilson car that Bob pointed out. He's doing lap 2. So
yeah, just look at the pace.
And he's not cruising.
Not in the 12 car. It's not.
He's going to love that so much more in his Unlimited truck. But so let's talk about transmissions for a while. Some of the guys. So for myself, I'll speak from what I know. I've ran the sequential / paddle shifts with the air shift, the X-Track, and what I found is that I like it when it's in gear because it gives you multiple ranges. But now with the big blocks, we have so much torque, you can get it with a 3-speed. But now with that much torque and that, you're blowing these Turbo 400s up as well. So they're trying to find what is the right mix. But for the all-wheel drive, we've seen a lot of people either with the Mason-Matic, the X-Track, with the 5-speed, with the big block. And that seems to be the craze, but you're still seeing a lot of Turbo 400s when it comes to the two-wheel drive.
You're not seeing that huge advantage. You're not seeing people stepping across to the Mason-Matic or going across the X-Track or whatever the transmission and suddenly making that breakaway and finding extra pace. You're still seeing those guys like Ryan Arciero, who's running a 3-speed with a big block behind it, and he's still holding there and actually making that work. And I find that really interesting because when we first heard that we got guys like BJ and that crossing over to a sequential package, we were like, well, we're going to see a big difference here. We're going to see people breaking away, putting down bigger times, and that's just not happening.
Well, and BJ went back.
Yeah,
because in qualifying, and when I first started driving for Team C, we had it was a 6-speed X-Track. But the problem is that it's like a no-lift shift. So when you hold your foot down, you shift, it shuts the motor off, makes sure that it's in gear, and then it shifts. But that's stalled because when you use a Turbo 400, if you're coming off the corner, you can use that shift just like shifting a motorcycle and sliding the clutch. You can do the same thing when it comes to a truck.
Yep.
So you use that shift as you're exiting the corner. Get it torque down, load the tire up, and away you go. But if you have to shift and it shuts off for a second and then goes, you have to change your shifting to make sure you're in a straight line. So I think that the X-Track, I'm going to use that as the Band-Aid now for
all sequential.
Right, all sequential for this moment. Is races better than it qualifies. But the problem is, as BJ was saying, I can't afford to qualify 10th. I need to be in the top 3 to top 5 to win this race because it's so competitive. And so that's where you're seeing the guys go back.
Yeah, I mean, and also you're very, very busy when you're running a sequential transmission. You're constantly changing. You're constantly working all the time. I race with an automatic and with a sequential back home.
Yeah.
And with the sequential, you're constantly working that gearbox. You're constantly moving up and down the gears. Whereas when you're using a 3-speed or a 4-speed automatic, it's a lot softer to drive, I think, is probably the easiest way.
The converter takes up the difference.
It does, and it's also it's easier on the mind. It's easier on absolutely everything. When you're racing with a sequential, there is a busyness about everything. It's coming at you a lot faster. With the auto, everything's just a little bit more chilled down, and you just put in the gears as you want them.
But I think that's the biggest thing I've learned. Even with the guys that have tried to go to the sequential, it's changing the mindset and the way you race.
Yes.
And I think that's the biggest thing. There's an adjustment. It may be quicker, but you're it's a learned process to get quicker with a sequential. If you go from an automatic directly to that, you're going to be slower out of the box.
Well, the one thing I do want to watch, and then we've got a car racing, which is the Honda, which is running the twin-turbo V6. Now, what transmission are they running? Because I'll be expecting that to be on the sequential, but because they'll be running a different rev range, and that rev range makes a difference.
6-cylinder turbo, they've allowed that in the unlimited spec. So that's a very interesting point. But let me point something out. The motors now in unlimited, they're running that big block. It has so much torque. 2 years ago with Gus Villadosla, our first race together, my transmission got stuck in 4th gear. We ran it the whole time. How we didn't light our converter on fire, we saw temperatures that were unbelievable. But the truck was still drivable.
Yeah.
And that's the problem, is that it'll pull it. But it's like trying to start a car in 3rd gear, a manual, and you're just slipping that clutch, and so the converter temps go through the moon.
So those big block motors, I mean, in years gone by, of course, you were talking about big block motors, and they couldn't rev over sort of 5,000 RPM. They were great big clunky tractor engines, but not anymore.
No.
I mean, what are you revving to now?
Well, I still don't like to rev them crazy high, but we're up in the neighborhood of $7,000. Which they run really, really strong all the way down there. So as we're watching the in-car with Ames again, watching out the front and out the back, this is awesome. This is a live shot. This is not in the can. So really, really solid. But to finish that thought on it, you can run them, and you got a rev chip somewhere around 8,000 RPM, which is unbelievably high for a big block.
8,000 in a big block is crazy high.
Yeah, that is scary, isn't it?
But you don't race there.
Yeah, but that's why the 3-speed works, is because you've got that great big lazy rev range that you're working it through with that huge amount of torque.
All right, so
here we go. Now look at this. What do we got here? This is
the
Rivian. Now I was looking at this down in Fremont yesterday, and while I was there, he popped the hood. Or the bonnet for those watching him back in Europe. He popped the hood, and he had a remote control in the front sitting in there. And I was like, is this your drone for getting you home? But we were saying about this earlier, I love the fact that we've got mainline manufacturers coming out here and testing their vehicles at the Mint 400.
Well, just think of what this is nothing new. I mean, the electric vehicle is new, but as far as being a testing ground we've seen it for Jeep, we've seen it for Ford, we've seen it for Chevrolet. We saw Larry Ragland's, back in the day, the Chevy Thunder truck was down on display on Fremont Street.
Chad Hall.
Exactly. Chad Hall's out here in a production GM vehicle as well. So this has been the proving ground, especially, I don't want to forget, Ford Raptors. I mean, Jim, you were part of that program, watching how if you can do it here, you can do it anywhere.
Yeah, well, and I mean, even going back.
Oh, hold on. Oh, we had some traffic there. I didn't know what was
Alan
going on.
There. Looks like the car stopped in front of him, and I think he had to stop.
Yeah, was that the 575?
Let's see him reel him in now. This is a great shot, though, live onboard, trying to chase somebody down.
But look at the size of the rocks, just inside just literally either side of the track. And if you touch any of these, instant flat.
Well, that's when someone goes, you have GPS, and the guy, so here's telling you straight. What exactly do you mean straight? So here we go, catching up. He's going to get a shot at him. Oh, no, that's 11 car.
Yeah, that's an 11. So this is lap traffic, as you would say, 100 miles down.
He's like, I'm trying to get out of the rut. I can't. I'm going back in.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Oh, there we go. But see, when you go up, you risk it. It could be one of the, rock behind one of those bushes. As a driver, you hate to do that, but you need to get around.
So now, if we go back and we're looking at the timing of who's still, Pavlik is up front, looking like he's still staying right at 4 seconds. I'm going to look for an update on that.
Yeah, no, don't forget they are now past their second sector on lap 2, so their next sector will be when they cross the finish line to complete lap 2. We'll be able to get a line out on there. And there was a stock car there we just saw very briefly.
So did we have corrected time here?
Yeah, no, that's Yeah, we're just showing Adam Lovell there, but I think he might have an issue because it's showing that he's in first at the moment. No, he definitely is not.
Yeah, it was showing he's completed 2 laps. So there's no way we've had
some
already.
No, I wonder if he's got an issue or something's happened there.
Yeah, I know some of the Class 10 cars were on the Joshua Tree Highway making their way back.
Yeah, it's not going to be long now. We are going to be seeing our race leaders coming in towards town here in Prim Valley. But if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400, just outside of Las Vegas, Nevada. We are at Prim Valley, and we are here right now for the limited class racing. And that is one of our Class 10 cars. Class 10 cars set off first today. One of the 31 classes that we have racing here. 233 vehicles left the start line this morning.
So Jim, you got to race hammers this year. You were great, but evidently that British foot was a little heavy on the last lap.
Yeah, it would appear that we didn't have enough fuel.
Yep, so 5 miles.
5 miles from the finish, yeah.
5 miles. And you passed how many guys in the process?
We passed everyone in our class, and we had gone from 84th to physically to 3rd or 4th.
It's amazing you did it from the right side of the car.
What? No, the wrong side of the car. They made me sit on the left. How dare they? No, it's great fun. It's always great fun to be racing. I haven't raced in the States for a great many years, and there's something we need to do more of.
Well,
watch this space, as they say.
This is going to be a bucket list for you. So we're going to have to get you out of the booth one year to race this race, just because you got to experience.
Did you say you were going to lend me Gus's car? Is that what I'm hearing?
Sure. I think jump right in. But the only problem is I don't think you're old enough to race the vintage class. Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, I was thinking more along the lines of Class 11. I think I could organize that.
Hey, mate, I'd race a wheelbarrow out here.
So the dirt, as we were talking about, still not a lot of dust. I mean, very little. And they're not, as you can see, the roost is not that hard. Once we get the unlimited trucks, they're going to be digging up some wet dirt tomorrow. So I'm really looking forward to the qualifying to see where everybody stacks up, because it's one of those things. And you know it, both of you know it. I was going really fast, but then I rolled, and now we got to work on the car all night, and I still qualified last.
Yeah.
So you have to be smart. You have to save your car, because you're going to be putting it through 400 miles an hour.
Well, this is an interesting. I mean, these kind of races, you want to qualify well because there's no navigation involved in it. But I mean, some of the racing I do, for example, we might actually play with qualifying. We might not want to be that first guy. We want somebody else to go out there in front, let them do the hard work of opening the course, blowing all the boulders off the line, clearing the track, and doing all of that. But the Mint's different. The Mint is all about qualifying. You want that clear air. You want to get out there on track first.
Well, both of you guys were talking about, as we were watching that in-car from Ames, how the rocks are right on the edge.
Yeah.
So now, if you're out in front, that's where I said Robbie Gordon was notorious for this. Qualify up front and hold everybody back. And what that does, now you create a frenzy in the back, and guys are looking to the left and looking to the right, getting flats and bending their steering shafts and all kinds of crazy stuff. So always, an off-road guy wants to be out front, because there's just too much at risk. This is the original Flyer as it works its way through Gonzo Pit.
So what sort of age is that, a Flyer?
That is, I'm going to say about 1984-ish. I'm just taking a guess, because remember they used to have the Cheneth for the Navy SEALs and stuff. They did the Cheneth buggies for quite a long time, but the Flyer was one of those that came out.
Yeah, that's the 1407 there.
Looking at some of our Class 10 cars, it looks like they've made the corner down the wash, and I think we're going to have some of our Elite 10 cars completing their second lap, going out on lap 3, probably in the next 5 minutes, I would think.
Yeah, I think we've got some of those coming. I think it's actually going to be mostly the UTVs we're going to see coming in first of all, which is very interesting indeed. Well, the adjusted time is starting to play out as well, but some of these Class 10 cars are starting to be overtaken now by the faster UTVs behind them. So it looks like Alan there is making his way through. I'm guessing that will be the Gonzo pit.
Yes, he's working his way through Gonzo. He had the stop check come in. You see he's got his shield up, getting some air. Probably going to take a drink of water or something like that. But a lot of times it's just, let me get some fresh air into my head. You do not want to do that at speed because bugs fly at 20 and you go 50. Take a bee's butt right to the eyeball.
I've actually taken a bird to the helmet before.
Oof. Not good.
No.
You definitely don't want it up under your visor. Look at this. This is all so these are the guys that are out there pre-running, and then also we got the racers as well. So
is that an RCero car?
Yeah, it looks just like Ryan's truck.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
I think it is. I think it's his pre-runner. But he's got people hot on his tail though.
Yeah, it looks like we've got some Class 10s coming into town now. I'm seeing Brody Akins coming in on the tracker. So who we got?
Ryan Edwards with Vision Wheels. Oh, so I'm sorry. I'm going to be heading out to Brian Little, and we're going to be talking with the guys from Vision Wheels. So Brian, take it away.
Course full of bumps and rocks. So in these tech segments, one of the things we have to talk about is wheels. Now, to race this race and know that you're not going to get flats, you can't just use a cast wheel. You need something more. So here's Ryan with Vision to kind of explain the difference between what you see in passenger cars and what the people are using out here. Ryan, tell us what makes these wheels so much better.
So it's a forged 6061 aluminum. With casting, it's a lot cheaper of a process, but you also get some porosity. It's like sandpaper almost, into a metal form. Forging's pure. There's nothing's, inaccurate with it. It's very precise. Obviously costs a little bit more, but we can bring the weight down for the same load rating as a cast wheel. So for off-road racing, obviously weight's always a thing. So we went even a step further and did a non-beadlock version, which sheds about 2 pounds from the standard beadlock.
And both these are available retail as well, correct?
100%. They'll fit everything from the new Maverick R down to your old, 900 XP 900. So we got
very cool, very cool. These guys are always pushing the boundaries, and I know it's a little bit early, but I have to kind of hint. They're working on a carbon fiber, like what did you guys call it? Flow?
It's a forged carbon fiber. Yeah. So it's forged just like we're forging our aluminum wheels, but out of a carbon fiber material. That's getting down in the 9-pound range for a 15-inch wheel.
Versus?
We're about 16 pounds right now on the beadlock. Yeah.
You're almost half the weight. So you guys check out Vision Wheels. They are always pushing the technology and helping the racers out here at the Mint 400 get to the finish line. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Brian. Always good to hear from you and hear about the tech that goes on behind this racing. Oh, check this out, guys and girls. This looks like we've got a trophy light out there on the right-hand side.
Yep, we got the buggies coming up. But I'm going to toss it back to Jim. So when I heard about the carbon fiber wheel, my eyes lit up. And Jim, you have some insight on that.
Yeah, well, Vision has been working on it for a couple years, and Phil Blurton's done a lot of testing on it. I've done some testing. We've had Mia Chapman's run it in short course. It's about 8 pounds. It's a carbon fiber UTV wheel. It's a different, you think of carbon fiber like you look at body panels, it's different. Yeah. It's like a carbon fiber, called almost like a slurry, and it's pressed. And it's amazing. It wheels super light. Through testing in that, it's withstood. Phil Blurton had it at King of the Hammers and ran it, did a bunch of pre-running out there and survived that. Mia Chapman was successful running some of the Red Bull Scramble stuff on it last year. So it's definitely pretty amazing.
So it's the resin is the key.
Yeah.
That's what holds it together because it's like the fibers and all that. That's the carbon fiber.
Yeah.
But it's whatever magic resin they've come up with is making an injection mold
yes.
strong enough to be that as strong as aluminum or stronger.
Yeah, no, and it's amazing. Like you said, it's stronger than aluminum. I think the UTV wheels are about 8.5 pounds. Wow. Most of the stuff that we're racing on here today, UTV wheels are anywhere from 14 to 16. Mm-hmm. So it almost cuts the weight in half, which on a UTV is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, that's huge. But that's also going to have a huge impact on drive shaft wear and all of that as well. It's that's remarkable.
I think talking about wheels, and they segued into the carbon stuff, but this is actually a storyline heading into tomorrow and this season in general. I know we've got a lot of unlimited spec trucks been running 18s for a while, the non-beadlock version for Vision, but 18s now in unlimited truck, Ricky. I mean, it's becoming a big deal with the 40-inch tires.
Yes.
Everybody's moving to the 18s for the bigger brake packages.
Yep.
That's one of the big storylines is brakes are getting bigger. Now the wheels are getting bigger. I know the tire company's been developing tires around an 18-inch package. Yep. So there's a lot going on in the wheel and tire space right now.
There is, and I love that kind of innovation. But there is a change at the top, ladies and gentlemen. Tyler Mills is now in second position in Class 10, but first place right now it is Brody Aitkins. So Brody Aitkins is on a charge as he completes lap 2. Now the question is where would the UTVs be on adjusted time? Will they be ahead of the Class 10s?
Well, if we're looking on the screen, which that could be off a little bit. We still have Peplic, and then we have Guthrie in second. But that time frame between
they haven't crossed the line yet. So.
Right, they haven't crossed the line yet, so that could change. But Mitch Guthrie is in a very good spot. Here's we see one of the 10 cars working his way around. That's that old Chenoweth style. I love that. Actually, it's not the Chenoweth style. I take that back.
So the Class 10 cars, they run a rear or would you call it a mid-engine or a rear engine?
Rear engine. So the way it's set up, I don't think you can run those mid where you spin it around. You got the transmission sticking out the back, but the way they run the transaxle and everything, it works out perfect to have the motor behind, the transmission in front, and the transaxle with the wheels coming down the sides. So it's better that way.
Yeah.
Look at the green. They've got a lot of moisture out there when you see that. Almost looks like plush carpet out across the desert.
Well, and that is my favorite time when you're talking about the smell of the desert, the creosote bushes and stuff like
everything
that.
Everything in bloom.
Everything is green. It's probably not great on my allergy, but it's awesome to see that. And you think about all the different creatures and everybody that's just multiplying over that.
And this is one of the 516 cars. And there's a Class 11.
Looks like Alan once again.
Yeah, I've got to say, this camera footage from Alan has been absolutely remarkable. His co-driver's looking super relaxed there. He's kind of got his arm up.
Yeah, pointing things out.
He's going, hey, look, there's a Class 11. There was a Class 11. There's clear track again. So it sounds like we're going to get a replay of this from the in-car as well. So a second image. Oh, here we go. I'm loving this new technology. As Bob would say, that is a cooperative pass.
Co-op.
Now you see the co-driver, he's holding a microfiber cloth there in his hands, and he'll just be wiping down the driver's visor. Now you were talking about this earlier, Ricky, about the technology that's changing in visors as well, because for years we used to have to fight with them to keep the visors clean and everything, and the Cruise Armor has completely cured that, hasn't it?
That way you're not messing around. You can just carry that microfiber, and I also carry a wet one to keep me going as well. But we're going to be right back with the BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400, brought to you from Southern Nevada. We'll be right back.
Need a little help? We got help. Need some advice? We got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
Okay, welcome back. This is the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. We are just outside of Las Vegas at Prim Valley for this incredible race. This history of this race stretches right back into the 70s. And there is just so much action here right now as we're watching one of the Class 10 cars making their way out into the desert. And our helicopter is absolutely doing everything it can to stay along with this Class 10. But joining me in the booth right now, I have none other than Jim Beaver and Brian Little. How are we doing, guys?
Doing good.
Now, Brian, you were out there getting some of this technical stuff. We're finding out all this new stuff from the com, whether it be from comms, whether it be suspension, whether it be about wheel technology. It really is amazing. I mean, I think Matt Martelli puts it best when he says it's a battleground out there.
Oh, it is.
You know, and it's, you know, and with people, oh, look at this.
Oh, man,
loads of action in the short course.
Oh, this is where nobody wants to lift. This is where it gets entertaining.
Yeah, we saw a few send it after the first lap out there of the courses. Now they're a little bit more hesitant, it looks like.
Now, this is interesting to me because we're seeing some real yin and yang out there between the Class 10s and the UTVs. That's Sierra Romo there we see.
Yeah, Sierra's looks like she's getting pushed. Now she's on the inside.
Yeah, no, she's got to be careful here because you can lock wheels. It's very easy to stick the car on its side. Do you know what? That's some sensible driving there from Sierra. That guy wants to go door to door. Just let him go. He's going to make it. He'll make a mistake somewhere else on this course, and she'll just catch him up. Sierra's at the moment running in third position at UTV Open, UTV Pro Open, and 6th overall. But what we are looking at is the Class 10s of Brody Akins and Tyler Mills are currently leading our UTVs. Do you think he's trying to give us a message there?
Yeah, it's a sportsman truck there.
Yeah, I think that's Kyle Washington driving that truck today, right?
Yeah, there's a subliminal message on the side of the car.
Yeah,
I'm not just quite sure what it is. Yeah. But now we're about halfway through this. Well, in fact, we are halfway through this race right now for our race leaders. They're 2 laps down. They're 200 plus miles in. What are they thinking, Jim?
I don't know. Now it's kind of go time, especially on the side-by-side stuff. You know, you kind of lay up for the first 2 laps. You want to make sure your car's in good shape. But then, starting lap 2, especially lap 3, and especially midway through lap 3, you really start to roll it on. And then lap 4, that's when you got to put it on, because everybody's going to drop the hammer. And you hope you've saved your car well enough that you're in it for the fight that is lap 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, there was a name that was missing from our top 10 on lap 1, and that was Brandon Sims. Or lap 2, should I say. Brandon Sims seems to have stepped off the pace a bit, so I'll be watching that story and see if I can find out what's going on there. Now, is he running a right rear flat? No, it's just the way it looked.
Yeah, this looks like this is one of the Anderson cars here. I believe this might be RJ.
It's the blue one, it's Ronnie. And Ronnie has just crossed the line, so it's going to be Ronnie, and that will be, he's currently lying in 4th.
And there's your left rear flat.
Ah, there's your flat.
Gonna milk it all the way back to the pits. It's a long drive. I understand why they don't want to change the tire, but man, that is a long drive on a flat.
Yeah, it looked like you had one in the cassette too,
Yeah.
right? Interesting tactic.
This is a trophy light, it looks like. Been some great talent over the years come out of the trophy light class as well. Jason Kopp's son is now graduated into running some unlimited trucks, but you look at the Hengeveld and Steve Hengeveld and those guys, iconic motorcycle family, but they cut their teeth running those and stepped up into unlimited class cars at one point. So trophy light's been the start to a lot of good desert racing careers.
Yeah, those trophy lights, I mean, they're seriously strong, aren't they? I mean, they take an awful lot of abuse.
Yeah, it's funny. They actually, I've seen quite a few of them roll over because I think they go a lot quicker than you get caught, and they end up rolling over. But they're really durable. I mean, most of the times when there's a rollover, they just push them back over and off again.
But most of the trophy light cars that we see, they're still the original trophy lights that were built all those years ago. And they're still out there and they're pushing hard and going well, which just shows that how durable and what a great class to be in as well.
Like I said, not many classes you can get into racing a truck class for under 50 grand.
There's not many types of racing you can get into full stop for under 50 grand. Even UTV. Oh, great image there. Now this lake bed, particularly when we start to see the unlimited class cars coming across there, we're going to see these boys hitting speeds of over 150 mile an hour, and that still blows my tiny little brain.
Oh boy, and there's some pucker factor when you're in the car at that mile an hour or two. Man, you are just praying that everything's going to go well and you're getting across that lake bed and you can get back down to speed.
When you're doing that and you start feeling the crash helmet starting to lift off your head. And if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 BFGoodrich Mint 400 out here in Las Vegas and Prim Valley. And at 1:30 this afternoon, we are going to be here for the qualifying for the unlimited classes. Be sure to be there. We have so many of your heroes lining up for that one.
Looks like that's Thumpers heading up into the Gene Hurst pit.
Yeah, look at this. This is one of the new Can-Am Maverick cars. Easily identifiable with those incredible front arms.
Yeah, pretty impressive with the amount of travel they're getting out of those cars now, too.
It's remarkable, isn't it?
And you could just see the difference from the Maverick to the shot we're seeing now, where you have a little bit older tech running through the whoops, and you can see it's just a little bit more effort to get through there.
I always love seeing these sort of 516 and the 5 unlimited cars. You got to start having a look around them and the technology that go into them. And you can imagine the guy sitting in a bar somewhere going, now, if we were to do this, do you reckon it would work?
Oh, these guys are the real gladiators of the desert. There is no easy ride when you're out here in one of those cars. So pretty impressive that they're bashing around the desert as fast as they are.
Yeah, innovation powered by Coors Light. But it always amazes me the speed that these vehicles, that the 516 and the 5 Unlimiteds are actually doing. I mean, they're right up there.
Ledesma Racing, that's a family that's been around for a long time. Moving, and that's a scary thing. You can get these 1600s going really, really fast.
Oh boy.
Problem is when you have that big ouch or that big, that big G out, they don't slow down real quick.
No, you don't have those mountains of travel to save your butt when you come into that. You're right to pan.
Yeah, that's where they get into trouble. It's not that they don't go fast; it's they don't slow down or take the hit very well.
But I'll tell you, you look at cars like Blake Wilkie's running, and they put those things through the paces. And if nothing else, these things are tough. I mean, they'll blast this thing off the skid pan 100 times per lap, and it'll still finish. There's a lot to be said for that.
There is indeed. That is. I think that might be our current race leader. Just trying to see if that is. Just trying to get a number there. Is that the?
Is that 10:02?
I think it's that. Is it, or is that 10:12?
Or no, 10:12.
That's Gutierrez.
Yeah, that is Gutierrez there. Yep.
Had a sneaky quiet race so far, but been putting in some good times.
Yeah, and he's absolutely smoking hot right now.
Look at that, car's working well.
Oh yeah, they got the suspension dialed.
Yeah, Gutierrez absolutely flying here. There's always something aggressive when you look at a Class 10 car from the front, isn't there?
Got that nice wide stance, small body, and it just looks angry.
Yeah, it does. Looks like it's coming to hunt you down.
Going back to one of our side-by-sides.
Yeah.
This is on the backside. This looks like the start of the Joshua Tree Forest.
So when you look at it from up here, you can't see it, but when you drop down onto the deck and those Joshua trees are sitting there, sort of 10 to 12 foot high.
Well, this is kind of the start there, and then it lends its way, it snakes around the backside of that mountain. It gets rockier, and the Joshua trees get bigger until you get around the backside of the mountain, then you hit that wash that takes you back home. But like I said, I call it no man's land, because you have a problem back there. You're like Ricky and I were talking about. You're spending the night back there, so that's not the place you want to get into a problem with.
Yeah. Well, I think that might be the. Is that going past the Gene Hurst pit there? I'm not sure. Yeah, no, that does look like that would have been around the Gene Hurst pit area. So we have 3 pits on this race course. We have the Gene Hurst pit, which is around sort of race mile 21. Then we have the Gonzo pit, which is around about sort of 57, something around there. And then, of course, we have Main pit, which is where the start finish is. And strategy is an amazing thing, and it's going to be interesting to see, you know, are the UTVs going to be stopping fewer times than the Class 10 cars? Is that going to be the advantage? Is that going to be what makes the difference between whether a Class 10 car overalls here or whether a UTV does?
Well, you know, the funny thing about the side-by-sides is, you know, Class 10 cars for the most part run a similar size cell. A lot of the side-by-sides, you'll have some that have a 20-gallon cell. You'll have some that have a 35-gallon cell. So depending on the car, you know, some of them have a complete different pit strategy.
Yeah, now we're starting, as people are coming in and starting to cross the line on adjusted time, it's Braden Baker who's moved back up into first place on adjusted time at UTV Pro Open. In second position is Ryan Piplick. In third, it's Mitch Guthrie Jr. In fourth, it's Ronnie Anderson. And in fifth, it's Sierra Romo. But there's 2 names missing from inside of all of that. Where is Dustin Battleaxe Jones? Where is Brandon Sims?
A couple of the heavy hitters, a couple returning mid-400 champions. Yeah, we haven't heard much from them today. I know both of those guys.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, wow.
A little bit of traffic there.
Serious traffic. And look at the way the Class 10 just picks up its heels and just disappears.
Just pounding through the whoops.
Yeah, that was a great opportunity to see so many different styles of race cars.
And the speed differences and the bumps between them.
Yeah, absolutely. Class 10 has got to be one of the most classic classes. I mean, how long have they been racing Class 10s? It's way over 40 years now.
Long time. I mean, well, the Class 12s now were the original Class 10 cars.
Yeah.
And then, you know, things went from the Beam to the A-Arms, and so they kept the Class 10s around, and they just rebranded it as Class 12.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So, they, you know, the 12 cars that we're seeing, like that Rob Mack's behind the wheel of right now, those are the original 10 cars. But, yeah, Class 10, it's one of the original classes. I mean, you know, dates back to, like you said, I mean, 30, 40 years at least.
Yep.
And still, I think one of the funnest classes to drive when you compare the cost to what you're getting out of the vehicle. I mean, they're a blast.
Oh, absolutely. I love the fact that you see so many different types of technology, and yet we're seeing seconds between them after like 200 plus miles of racing, and there is just literally seconds between them. Incredible. Oh, look at this. This is in with our youth racers now.
Oh, look at this shot.
And we need to talk about our youth racers. We've got 2 different classes racing out here. We've got the Youth 570s, and then we've got the Youth 1000, which is what this will be. So that was Cameron Sorensen that we just saw there. There's a youth driver soloing out there at the Mint 400. Just how cool is that? I love the fact that we're bringing the kids into the racing here.
And it's so cool to watch how into it. I mean, these kids are hauling butt. It's not just a weekend drive. You can see they're already figuring out the skills that are going to take them through the next steps of racing. I mean, I dig watching it.
Yeah, so do I, very much so. And it's, you know, oh, look at this. I love watching these old girls. So that's one of the 8 class cars. And joining us back in the booth now is none other than Mr. Bob Bauer. How you doing, Bob?
These Class 8 you're seeing on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, this used to be the Paragon, the top class, and they're still fun. They go like crazy. It's supposed to be a production-based 2-wheel drive, runs a regular frame, everything else. Can't notch the frame for more travel in the front. They're heavy, they're fast, they make a great sound. I love the voice.
That is Gary Lunsford we're seeing there right now. They're an amazing looking truck, aren't they?
Oh, they really are. And you know what, Jim? They're big inside. You know, bad.
Are you saying that you've got somewhere to put a cooler and, like, you know, nice things like air conditioning?
There's 2 people in those things, and sometimes you're elbow to elbow, and sometimes you're not. And in a big old house like a Class 8, there's plenty of room to be seeing each other. You can almost reach over and touch the steering wheel from the right seat, almost. Plenty of travel, plenty of power. What we got here? This is fun.
Yeah, no, this is one of our youth races, Bob.
Oh, the kids are out.
Yeah, so this is going to be one of our thousands. This is
Sorensen,
Cameron Sorensen.
That car sure is set up nicely. Look at that, Jim. There's no kick. There's no.
Yeah, I was just looking at his position of his hands on the steering wheel as well, looking really calm.
Thumbs up, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's been taught well.
Do you know what? I had an argument with someone about that recently. They're saying, no, there's nothing wrong with putting your thumbs in the steering wheel. It's like, dude.
Until you go full lock and break one of them off.
Exactly. Tell that to Jason Shearer.
Yes. That's not good. Another Class 8. Oh, no, this is the pre-runner.
This is the 1400. This is the Bushwhacker car.
I love how this class started. This was really street guys that would build their trucks to look good and have fun. And then they said, well, I can out-jump you. No, I can out-jump you. And they had in a Rialto, they had jumping contests. Yep. And that gave birth to a class until somebody said, why don't we formalize this, throw a flag, and see what happens. Turns out it's one of the better races going.
It is. And when we were looking at the fit and finish of this particular truck earlier today, and they're not the garage-built thing. I mean, it's a really high-quality vehicle.
Not anymore.
No, yeah, it's impressive how far that class has come.
Yeah, it used to have, MIG welding that looked like bubble gum.
Yeah, it was like you were heating it in a spoon and pouring it over the tubes.
Really, yeah. No spoon involved, maybe more like a fork.
Yeah.
And, the Bushwhacker car, I've been trying to find his name. He's not coming up on my computer, but I found him at long last. That was Christopher Roche. We were looking there in the 1407. Oh, we got some action now.
Clean pass.
Clean pass there.
Good, Jim. Everybody likes a clean pass.
And that there is Brandon Sims. Brandon, good to see you back on track, buddy. Now, Brandon Sims is running currently 2nd in class, 8th overall, and so he's doing good. We did lose touch with him for a little bit back there, but he's still pushing hard. That's great to see. So Brandon has a rich history here at the Mint 400.
Well, and he has a lot of experience as a endurance desert racer. he's one of the folks that understands to win this thing. It's almost like you have to visualize closing a vise. You know, every mile is another twist on the thing, and you continue to just close it. It doesn't happen fast. The whole goal is to make it completely closed and tight 10 feet before the finish.
1,498.
Yes.
That's you know.
Yeah.
Okay, what?
No, those are Bob Bauerisms.
Okay.
Yeah. I understand me, but I'm sick.
Mate, we love it. You keep bringing them because we love it. And that is a Class 11 there. That is the 1196. And that is David Sanchez. I love the green lights on the side.
Yeah.
Full Hulk mode. Looks like he's got a microfiber cloth hanging outside of his door, but he won't be worried about that. Now, I believe that's Ronnie Anderson there, one of the NOS cars. Ronnie's having a great race. He's up there in 7th overall at the moment and 4th in the UTV Pro Open. Just sitting in the right position. And he's really not far off the pace at all. The difference between so many of these cars is literally seconds after over 200 miles of racing.
You know, Jim, I was out doing some stuff. I've come back to the booth, but what I have lost track of, and hopefully you can help me, how are we doing UTVs versus 10s?
Now, this is the interesting thing. So we've seen Tyler Mills, of course, has been laying it down.
Yeah.
And the last section of lap 2, he kind of went backwards a little bit, so I'm wondering if he had a flat tyre out there. But Tyler Mills is back on track right now, and he's pushing hard, and he is currently, right now, 1st overall out there, followed by Brody Aitkins, and our first UTV on track is currently lying in 3rd position overall, and that is Braden Baker. Now, we know Braden also has a broken sway bar, but Ricky was telling us that in a straight line, that's actually may even help him go faster.
So, but it's what you've just given me is that it changed, because when I left, it was the
Brian Piplick.
The 10s were trying to find the UTVs. Now it's the other way around.
Now, the 10s actually have track positions. So the 10s right now are actually out in front, and it's the adjusted time that we're watching. So the 10s are actually out leading and charging the way. But lap traffic is going to have a problem here. That we are going to see some issues. Although, now, I'm going to call that, I reckon that's Blake Wilkie.
Definitely looks like it.
Yeah, this is a great lesson for guys and girls who are at home who want to go racing. Dare to be different. Different colour schemes, big numbers on your cars. It does make a massive difference to us sat in the booth. And we're live back in the pits now, and that is race mile 57. So this is going to be that is the Gonzo pit. That is the 956.
Nice controlled lead. Didn't roost anybody.
Yeah, no.
Didn't spit any rock.
Never roost your crew.
No, you only get to do it once.
Yeah, exactly. They won't thank you for it, that's for sure.
Or come back.
Or come back. I have personal experience of watching a pit crew team tell a driver in their own way, we're not pitting you anymore, because the last time you roosted it, took the guy's ankles out. Next time this guy came in, he was ready for his pit, and he just sat there, and people just stood. Stood.
That's one way to get your point across, I guess.
Yeah.
So it is Braden Baker, who's currently leading the UTV Pro Open class. Well, the remarkable thing about that is, of course, he's got this broken sway bar. So
yeah. And you know, he's amazing. He's able to stay just ahead of that drone. I don't know how that happens. See, the drone's trying to catch up.
In fact, he's outpacing the drone now.
Yeah. So let's take the drone back home. Okay, here we go.
And we're back with the 516.
You know, this, I can't help but just marvel at the scene, the beautiful blue sky, those great mountains, this desert that is just, you know, for some of us is like, that's an aphrodisiac. You don't find this in Slovenia, do you? No, Jim. When he races, you know, when Mr. Marsden races all over Europe in his Ultra 4, he's going through some things that we don't go through, but he doesn't get a lot of this. There's not a lot of desert in Europe, in Slovenia. Portugal. Where was he? You won in Portugal where they had you on a zip line?
Oh, that was Corsica. Corsica. Yes.
Would you tell me more about that? What happened? How did that? What?
Well, we do different kinds of racing in Europe. So we do a lot of what we call winch challenge, and it's look at this, the RCRS. So this is Carl Washington here.
Yes, it is.
And again, I'm struggling with the message that he's trying to send us there, but someone will tell me. But no, we do different types of things. So on the winch challenge races, it's exactly that. We do a lot of winching. One of the sections we actually have to get a vehicle across a ravine, and we use a zip line. So the vehicle is suspended.
Wait, 50, in the air?
Yeah. So it'll be 50, 60 feet in the air, suspended. And then
that's wild.
Yeah, then we use the winches to actually take ourselves across and then release, and off we go.
But what a great place to prove you got a fast winch.
Yeah, we do that a lot.
I can imagine. Is there a good winch company out there?
Oh, I know a few.
Do we? Oh.
But no, there's lots of fantastic. I mean, it's a very different world out there. Particularly, I mean, outside of whether it be in Australasia, whether it be in Asia, or even Russia or Europe, there's a big winch culture in off-road racing. It's something that's starting to grow a little bit over here in America, but we still don't see the crazy fast winches over here that we see back in those other territories.
I'm thinking the racing environment is a little different from the pictures you've shown me. Is that here we have dust and it's always there, and it seems from your pictures, Jim, what you go through is similar, but it's mud and it's wet and it's snotty and it's
we have a little bit of everything. It depends where we're racing. So if we're in Portugal, it's usually pretty dry and not dissimilar to what we're seeing right now in many ways. But this, I think this might be one of the youth races. That's this. It's 915. I should know that one.
Well, I've seen your picture at the end of the race, Jim, and you look like a chocolate bunny.
Oh, really. Yeah. There's been days where I
absolutely dipped in chocolate.
Yep, definitely.
And I don't know if you guys have talked about it, but the other cool part, you were talking about the scenery, but what Mad Media House out here with the drones is really impressive to be able to show us these shots at speed in the desert where none of us could be. So bringing the race to us from the entire course is also a really, really cool thing that we get to view here.
You know, I compare this to what we were able to see.
Yeah, that was Ryan Piplick we just saw. That's why I should have known. Sorry, Bob, I had to walk over you there. The P915 is Ryan Piplick. So Ryan Piplick is right up there right now. He is currently lying in second position in UTV Pro Open and fifth position overall. Now, if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. If you want to stay up with the action and see where all your heroes are, pop over to the mint400.com. There you'll be able to find live tracking information and live scoring as well, as we watch Ronnie Anderson in the Noz UTV. Of course, Ronnie, no stranger to short course, and he's out here racing with his brother RJ.
Those two brothers have some fun.
Yeah, do those two do anything slowly?
Not that I've seen yet. Sometimes I used to accuse him, you know, RJ used to be a little boy, so we would accuse him of thinking slowly. But apparently he solved that because this guy thinks pretty quick. He's very, very fast. And he's done a great thing by exposing the UTV world to more stunts and excitement. And, you know, he's selling the dream to the folks that really have the capacity to do something about it, and they'll end up joining us in the desert one day. We hope.
Yes, we're just watching here. We can see now our lead cars are coming up to Sector 2 on lap 3. So we're over halfway through this limited class race. So we watch another one of the 7100 class cars. They do look so fantastic, don't they, Bob?
They are, and this is, you know, inside that 7100 is because it's a narrower truck. You're elbow to elbow, driver and co-driver, and that's And that's kind of intimate, actually.
And I tell you, in some of the bumps, you're also head-to-head.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a preference. I've been in big trucks and I've been in little trucks. I like the little trucks. I like my best. I would love it. Take me back to that 1991 Ford Ranger that we won a championship in. So tight. Nice car. Nice car.
Like you're holding hands in the front. Now, as we're watching the lead cars making their way round, and this is lap 3 of 4 here at the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. Tyler Mills is leading out the pack. He's currently first overall, but we've got to change. Somebody is starting to step up the pace, and just behind him, that is none other than Mitch Guthrie Jr. Mitch Guthrie Jr. just moves up into first position in UTV Pro Open, just ahead of Braden Baker. So Mitch Guthrie, of course, this man is super experienced. He's been out at Dakar this year. He's been racing out there in the Middle East. He's come back here for this race. Seasoned professional, he's been there, seen it, done it. Looks like he's starting to lay down the heavy metal, Bob.
It is, and the heavy metal he just drove past, it's a very plain looking truck. It's almost like a big fast refrigerator, but that truck has amazing time in the desert, experience. It's the Griffiths people, and they know how to win. They know how to find this desert at the end. So while he may not look fast, he's going to end up being very well proud of himself for what he gets done at the end of the race. Where'd he go? There he is.
That's Gutierrez there. Look at the pace. So this is around about race mile 35 through the area they call the Horseshoe. So this is absolutely on it. And then we're back there again. This is one of the, that's the 8110. Now when there's 230 cars on track, you do find yourself running out of who it was. But that's Gary Lunsford. I love that truck. So it's Gary there making his way out through the chokers area.
And you know what I'm still noticing, Jim, is the dirt's still moist. The surface is still wet.
Yeah, now we had this out at King of the Hammers this year. Absolutely perfect race conditions, almost zero dust. Now, is that Mitch Guthrie Jr.? No, it's not. That is one of the Hondas. That is a 995. I'm loving these multiple images that we get there. Yeah, that 1925 was Michael McFadden that we saw there briefly.
You know, coming back into the main area from being out in the desert, you got to reboot your brain, because now all of a sudden we've got lots of people around us. We may have some rules about how fast we can go in certain spots, and am I stopping now? Am I not stopping now? Is he stopping now? You always look for your competition. You look for your spot. It's actually pretty busy. And
Yeah,
you
well,
look forward to get back out in the desert. Well, all you have to do is drive the damn car.
But this is where strategy starts to come and play its part, isn't it? I mean, this is where you're thinking about your fueling strategy. What's the other times doing? It makes all such a difference. But as the racing continues here at the 2024 BFGoodrich Mint 400, we're just going to pop out for a short moment, and we will see you very shortly. The 2024 Mint 400 is brought to you by BFGoodrich Tires, title sponsor of the Mint 400. Find yourself off-road and explore the BFGoodrich family of tires. MagnaFlow, your source for everything exhaust. Camberg, #1 in off-road suspension. Rugged Radios, the official communications of the Mint 400. Stay connected and go further. Sylvania Off-Road, built for any adventure. Belching Beaver, the official craft beer of the Mint 400. The Belching Beaver Brewery brings damn good times. Back to the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. We are out here in Prim Valley, just outside of Las Vegas, Sin City itself. And we are here for the limited class races. Bob, how much good fun has this been today so far?
You know, I'm pretty amazed. I mean, we're 4.5 hours into this thing, and here's what's surprising me. I'm not seeing very many broken down dead cars.
Well, that's the amazing thing. We were talking about this earlier. I mentioned it on lap 1. Normally lap 1 is the attrition lap.
Yeah,
that's
the
the
first
one
half
where,
hour,
yeah, exactly.
die.
There's cars breaking down all over the place,
Yeah.
you know, and we're seeing all kinds of stories unfolding. This time, we were sitting there going, I haven't seen one stop yet. It was almost remarkable to see that, and but that's cool. That's great. That means we've got lots of race cars out there. There's going to be lots of drama, and we're expecting things to change at the front, and things are changing at the front. Although one thing is remaining slightly constant, and that is Tyler Mills. Tyler Mills is currently running in first in Class 1 in Class 10, and he is first overall.
Wow!
As we watch some of our vintage class cars, are these 12s or 16, Bob?
I can't tell the difference because it's basically the motor. Well, no, these look like 12s because they got the big towers on them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's a 12. Great
And
cars
just like
to
that,
drive.
it comes by as a 1649.
Well,
it's always the way.
Forgive me.
Nah, you were already forgiven before it even happened. When you've got 31 classes of cars, it's not always easy to make sure that you get the right ones.
We have a lot of cars in a lot of classes. I got a list here, Jim.
Yeah, 1649. That was Daniel Pina that we just saw racing there for a moment. Now we've got multiple vehicles that are now passing section 2 of lap 3. But right now it is all about Tyler Mills in the Class 10 car. Just behind him in first position in UTV Pro Open it is Mitch Guthrie. Just behind him is Braden Baker. Then in third place it is Ryan Pitblick. In fourth, Ronnie Anderson. In fifth is Sierra Romo, who's driving a fantastic race. Then in seventh overall and second in Class 10 it's Nick May. Then in 8th overall and 6th in UTV Pro Open is Chase Mankin, who's making his way up through the class. And we've got a car stopped on track there. Now who's this? Not sure, but I can see a number there.
Interesting. He stopped right on the race line. It looks
It's Zacconi. Now, this is the car that we actually had the in-car with. So a tough break there for Zacconi.
Oh.
Different Zacconi, I'm just being told, so. So we're back out to the Thumpers area here. Course coverage this year has been absolutely fantastic. And if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400.
Humvee.
And we've got a Humvee out there. We've got multiple vehicles racing in the military classes. Well, we've got active servicemen who are actually driving these vehicles as well.
Enlisted, real ones, not just retired or otherwise.
Yeah, and special forces. But look at this. Speaking of special forces and forces of nature, that was Blake Wilkie I just saw there. And what I love about this, he's got the military vehicle with the shark's face on it, and Blake Wilkie is driving the slug shark. We've got sharks everywhere.
Oh my!
Now here we go.
Jim,
Now this is the lake bed. We're going to see cars hitting speeds of 150 mile an hour out here tomorrow, Bob. But right now, look at the dust, and I'm actually going to say, look at the lack of dust, because normally that is a sheet of white. And there is the slug shark.
Hello, Blake. Come on, buddy. You'll get past that Helmer. Get past
He's actually got a new car called the Mako Shark. Now, I'm wondering if that's the Mako Shark or if that's the Slug Shark, and I'm sure he'll pull me up on it, or one of his team might be able to just pop me a message on that. So this is out, that was out. Here's another one of our military vehicles. Yeah, it looks like he's just taking it nice and easy.
Well, you know,
maybe he's breaking out the C rations, Bob.
I don't know. I talked to these guys yesterday because I'm very interested in what they're doing, and you know, their whole plan is to say we need to average at least a 15-mile-an-hour average. We can go faster, we can do more, but 15-mile-an-hour average. This is not looking like a conservative drive.
No.
It looks like a looking for a place to park.
It is. Now, I'd like to see him a little bit further off the race line than that, if I'm honest. No, he's still going.
Tentatively moving forward.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at that. Can you see that there was roost coming off of the back of one wheel there? So I wonder if he's got a flat tire or something's happening.
I missed that. That'd be good if we could see more of that. That would be great. Because, you know.
Yeah, that's a Hummer by the looks of it.
Well,
that's the one with the shark on the side.
They're not featherweights. So if you lose one of the wheels that you need to drive you're not going far.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to drop that on your toe, that's for sure.
No, not good.
But this race is starting to open out now. I can also tell you a young man who's also making a move, his last year's champion, Joe Tirana. He's moved his way up into 6th position overall and first in UTV Pro. So great run there from Joe Tirana. Oh, look at this.
Bumpity.
Now, like somewhere out there, we've got. Now, is that? Do you think that is? I'm going to call that. Do you think that's Rob Mack in the Wilson car?
Oh, no. I couldn't see the Wilson name, and it's pretty prominent on the side pod. Well, it looks like they're back into normal. 3 occupants.
Yeah, so this is one of the Flyers. Lost the cover off the top. They won't be worried about that.
You know, they had to, they ran this stuff last year and it was too light.
Oh, really?
They took weight off the thing and it handled poorly. So this year they came and they added weight back into the car. So now it's handling the way they want it to.
Yeah, so this is coming into, is this main pit we're seeing here with Alan coming in? Taking the time to do some housekeeping.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to have a co-driver change.
Oh,
change.
driver's out.
So maybe a complete crew change, perhaps?
Well, or maybe a comfort stop, Bob.
You think?
No, this is a driver change. Yeah, different helmet. Including the camera. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? As soon as he plugs in to his radio, even when he gets his pipes on and things like that, then he's going to start talking to each other. So he's going to talk to the co-driver, say, so what have we got? What's making noise? What do I smell? You know, how are we doing? Is there anything I need to know? Are we going to favor anything? Are we going to baby this? Are we going to run it? What's the deal? Because the guy that's been in the car for these 2 laps knows what's going on with the car.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking at this here. So you usually tell quite a lot from a guy's kit. So different style neck brace, but the most important thing is running a carbon helmet. You know, that's not a cheap option. So this guy, I'm expecting to be an experienced driver. Now there's so much imagery. I love this because you can see what's going on here. The pit crew there, they're just removing the cone, and sitting at home you might think, why have they got a cone? That cone is just a real good visual that just says, stay where you are, you don't need to go anywhere, you're good.
Stay off the pedals.
Exactly. And you'll see the driver here is just taking his time. It takes a long time to get into these vehicles. You've got a 5-point harness. You have to bring out that cross strap. You have to bring in your the waist harnesses. And you have to, each one takes 1 click each. So it takes a long time to get them in. You have to make sure that the shoulder harnesses are coming over your neck brace. Then you have to make sure that your pumper's plugged in. Then you have to make sure that your intercoms are in as well. Then you've got to secure your door net. There's a whole load of things going on.
All this is being done inside your helmet. You can't see below your nose, so you have to do it by feel.
Yep, absolutely. And then you saw the last thing was putting your gloves on.
Yep.
And he's back on track. So I reckon that was around about 3 minutes there, Bob.
That's
They would have been, what we wouldn't have seen there is he would have been taking on fuel. If there'd been a flat tire, they would have re-racked the spare as well.
My guess is, you know, that was all happening while we had the camera in the car.
Absolutely.
But now what's going to be fun or interesting is now, so you got a fresh driver and you got a 2-lap car. You got a fresh driver, a 2-lap car, and a 2-lap co-driver. Now, is the fresh driver going to act fresh, or is he going to try and get into the rhythm the car was using when it got to him?
Yeah, now that's the interesting one. And also, is it a car that he knows, or is this a fresh car to him?
Yeah, that's right. Well, let's find out. Let's watch.
So we've got double shot here. See him coming on, making his way out through. No, I was just watching his co-driver there. It looks like he might have an issue with his harness. So they'll probably be talking to each other.
Yeah, you would hope so.
Yeah, just saying, hey, just take it easy, dude. I just got to work this out.
Looks like he's just futzing around with his glove.
Anyway, we're back with the main race.
Yep. We still got chocolate dirt here.
We have indeed. It's absolutely perfect racing conditions, and there is Adam Lovell.
Adam, and you know, this is one of those great father-son deals. This is the first time that Brad Lovell, who's a champion, a Hall of Famer, has turned the entire steering wheel over to Adam. Not only did Adam driving this thing, Adam had to build it and prep it, and it's the mentorship of Brad Lovell is going to show up on this Adam Lovell kit.
Yeah. Success is always hard fought for.
And never accidental.
No, it's never accidental. That was the word I was actually looking for, so thank you for that. Yeah, Brad Lovell, he's been there, seen it, done it, whether it be at short course, whether it be at King of the Hammers, or whether it be at desert races in Baja. And there's our in-car, there's Alan coming across the line. Well, it's not Alan driving anymore. We're not even sure who's driving. But they're out there now, and he's picking up the pace.
He is indeed. I like the graphics on that car, Jim. You know, it's kind of a swoopy look.
Yeah, that looks fantastic. The car's looking good, car's looking solid as they start their third lap. I'd like to see this new driver just finding his pace. Not going to go on kill mode straight away.
No. See, I'm just thinking, Jim. Basically, you're in the race car. You're halfway. What are you thinking about when you know you're halfway? You're going out now on to finish the second half. What do you suppose is on the list of things he says? I got to do this first, this next, this third, this fourth.
At this moment, what he's doing right now is he's just checking all his gauges. He's just making sure everything's all right. He's feeling the car. Okay, so looking for all those little knocks and bumps. What's normal? What's not normal? As every jump he does, as it comes back down, is it hitting me hard on the spine? Can I feel that bad when I come into the corners? Is it going around the corner better one way than going around the other? He's trying to learn the car all the time. Where is it at? Once he starts to get that information, he'll start to settle down.
So he's using that secret instrument that most race drivers have. It's called a butometer.
The butometer. Yep, absolutely. And he'll just be working that, just making sure that everything's good. And also he'll be working on the comms as well. He'll just be saying, hey, what have we got out here? And his co-driver, hopefully he'll be turning around to him and saying, look, this part is easy, this part's going to be really tough. We've got to take care when we get up round to the quarry section, or when we're coming back down through the Joshua Tree Highway. And his driver will be going, no problem at all, I'll worry about what's in front of me. Yeah. You just keep me honest when we get to those areas.
Now, you know, they're on this pavement, which is a speed-controlled section.
Yeah.
It caught my attention. I didn't realize in the speed deal, because I saw the co-driver put his head on his hand like we just heard something bad, we just learned something wrong. No, it's just because they have the time to relax. And I'll tell you, just raising your hand above your head a little bit like that.
Oh, it makes a huge difference.
It refreshes you.
Yeah. Well, this is the kind of time where we do what I like to call housekeeping.
Yeah.
So I'll be sitting there, I'll be making sure we're cleaning the gauges, making sure everything's all okay, checking everything out, cleaning my visor. They don't need to do this because they've literally just come out of the pits. So that's already just been done and taken care of. And I love the fact that the driver's clearly having a good conversation with the co-driver here. He's saying, hey, what's up ahead? What's going on?
He's also waving howdy to the oncoming traffic. I've been watching that. Hey, hi. Oh, hi.
Just watching him raising his visor there. But as we cut back to the racing action. And this is a UTV doing a job of work. But it's not all about the limited classes here today at the Mint 400. We have the qualifying for the unlimited classes starting at 1:30 this afternoon. And that's where the big guns come out. That's where the guys with the big horsepower come out to play. We will have the unlimited spec class. We will also then have the unlimited two-wheel drives, class 1, and of course the big dogs, the full unlimited four-wheel drives. I can't wait for those, Bob.
This is going to be a pivotal year, Jim. An all-wheel drive has never won the Mint 400. And that's not because they've never been entered. They've been entered, and they've always seemed to fall just short of the finish line. They're very quick. They have amazing ability to go through the turns. I mean, they do everything better. They leave quicker. They stop quicker. Thing is, they seem to brake quicker, too.
In theory, they're easier on tires as well, as we watch one of the military entries coming in to complete another lap. Oh! Looks like he's got his boards flying around up on the roof there. So I think those might be sand ladders in the net.
Wonder how many there were when he started, because there's only one there now.
Yeah, I think there's definitely one fewer.
That tells you they had to use it, Jim.
Now, I think this might be the Navy Dragor that we're looking at here, or Dagger, should I say. Now, that's got to be a weird experience racing with outdoors. Coming from a racing background, the two of us, that just could be very unnerving, I think.
I don't think I'd much like it myself. I mean, not worried about getting hit, but there's things that fly in the car.
Oh,
there's
absolutely.
Cactus out there. There's
now, I'm just
creosote.
going back to the unlimited class races that we're going to be seeing later on today. Just listen to this list of names. Okay. Rob McCachran, BJ Baldwin, Tim Herbst, Kevin Thompson, Eric Harding, Cole Potts, Ryan Arciero, Adam Householder, Jonathan Brenthal, and Kristen Serapis. These are big hitters, my friend.
Every one of them is a winner. Every one of them probably has one. If you went over the list, I bet we could see it. It's going to be a Donnybrook.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible to watch.
The qualifying
sure.
is going to be even, I think, more interesting, because the qualifying is going to be hard to take risks. He's got to balance the thing. Is I want track position on this deal because it's so important on that first lap. You can gap the field if you got first off the line, but you can wad your car up trying to get it.
Absolutely, but I'm also looking at the unlimited spec class as well. Some big names in there. We've got Grabowski, we've got Carl Jurgensen, we've got Justin Bean Smith. So we've got E.J. Hurst and Thor Herbst in there as well. These are big hitters. It's going to be absolutely fantastic to watch. And joining us back in the booth now is none other than Mr. Ricky Johnson.
Hey, what's happening? Lunch was great. Fried chicken, pork chop. Well, we had one.
Dead bird, dead pig.
Yeah.
So as the racing continues here at the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400, we've got our technical expert, Brian Little. He's down in the pits. Brian, what have you got for us?
We're out here talking coil springs, and if you're going to talk coil springs, you have to talk to Eibach. They've been making race springs for over 35 years, and they are the go-to brand. So springs are awesome. They hold up the weight of the vehicle. They allow more suspension travel than other designs like leaf springs. But the aspect that I really want to talk about here is the dual rate setup. Can you tell us a little bit about how dual rate works?
So what's nice about the dual rate system is that you can actually set up for more control on the vehicle. So for example, if you're running over a lot of chop and rough terrain, you use the tender portion. So the top portion will be like a softer rate, allows the wheels to move. And then as you get into bigger G-outs, you can do a heavier mainspring, which allows control as you as you're bottoming them out control. So, what's nice about our system, we've been doing this a long time, so we have over 1,600 different springs, which is like, I don't know how that works, but probably 1 million different combinations. So, a lot of times we're out here and we have teams come to us looking for quick changes, and they'll be making spring changes on the spot. It'll help them get to the podium. So, yeah, we manufacture everything in Corona County, California. Everything that we do is made by us and easy to get.
So I think a really good example of this, so everyone can kind of understand what Mark is saying, is picture the unlimited trucks as they're running through the Fox Proving Grounds. They're coming up to that first bump. They're in that top lighter rate spring, way better ride control. The tires are sticking to the ground. Right as they hit that front bump, they run through the travel, hit the crossover, go into that heavier bottom spring. It pops the front of the truck up, putting it at a better attitude for the back of the truck to hit the rear of the bump, and the result there is obviously they go faster, more safely, and we get a good show. So that's coil springs. Mark, what else do you have out here that you guys are excited about? What new tech can you share?
So most people know us as the spring guys. You know, we're the official Unlimited Off-Road Racing spring, or spring of the Unlimited Off-Road Racing. But what a lot of people don't realize is that we now actually manufacture our own damper system. So what we got here today, we're showing off our stage 1, 2, and 2R, which is like an OE replacement clip height adjustable shock lift for your late model truck or SUV. We have a coilover system with the threaded body coilover, and then over here we have our coilover with the remote reservoir, or the piggyback reservoir system. So you know, this is something we've been doing for a few years now, but we finally started kitting them together with springs, and you know, we're not just IBOC springs anymore. As you can see, we're IBOC. We're a suspension company. We've got everything from lowering your car to lifting your truck, lowering your truck, UTV, snowmobile, moto. We got it all. Yeah.
So whether you're building a race car or it's something for fun, if you're looking for springs or tuning, check out IBOC. Back to you guys.
I'm in beast mode, ballin' on them like I got a cheat code. Cold with the drip, but keep that heat though. I don't take no days off every week, yo. Oh no, I'm in beast, hey, huh? I'm in beast mode, beast, hey, what? Going beast mode, G, I'm in beast mode, hey, look, I'm in beast mode, ballin' on them like I got a cheat code. I'm in beast, hey, huh?
BestOffRoad.com. Offering the best off-road brands, best customer experience, best prices. Experience off-road retail re-engineered by BestOffRoad.com. Stop by our booth in the Midway. Off-road advice is always free. BestOffRoad.com can help you create your ultimate off-road vehicle.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. the choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Alrighty, as we are back at the BFGoodrich Tires 2024 Mint 400. As we're seeing one of the vintage cars, I am back. This is Ricky Johnson with Jim Beavers. We're going to have a special guest here in a little bit, but Jim Marsden and also Bob Bowers are taking a little lunch break as we're watching this Bronco, very short wheelbase, as it rolls through, but still running a strong pace here in the Mint 400.
Yeah, that Bronco, I mean, you know, those things are tried and true. I don't know how many races Broncos have won over the course of off-road history, but it's got to be up there. But here's a shot at the quarry. Looks like side-by-side getting around one of the sportsman class vehicles.
Well, and as I was watching, I was looking at the tracker. We have, this is first on course, not on corrected time. Nick May in the Class 10 car is still out front. Braden Baker is in second. And then we have Ronnie Anderson, Mitch Guthrie, and then Sierra Romo. So not a lot has changed, a little bit of shuffling back and forth, but Nick May in the Class 10 car has kind of been the class of the field so far.
Yeah, Nick May seems like, you know, lap one kind of got snuck up there and just hasn't let go since then. But Braden Baker, I was getting some more news. Sounds like that car is 100% running perfect. It's just that sway bar, just guess it's kind of a little loose in the corners, things like that. But other than that, from what I understand, the car is running perfect.
But on a course like this, Jim, we talked about it. It's probably not hurting him down the straightaways. It's probably tracking a little straighter.
Whoops, it's probably helping.
It's probably helping quite a bit. So if you just, as you said, change your driving style a little bit as you come into the corners and don't lean so much in the middle, I think you can really make it work for you. And because we saw yesterday Russ Werdemann, and he back when he made the trucks for Simon & Simon and also Jimmy Smith, he had a detachable sway bar. So when you're going down through there, you could get rid of that. Here we go. We got the Rivian electric vehicle still charging out there. Well, there you go.
Still charging. I like what you did there, Ricky.
That was actually an accident. That wasn't as good as it was shocking that Bob Bowers used.
Oh, you're just electric today, Ricky.
That's right. I'm sparking on all 8. No, but I think it's awesome to see companies like this come out here to test their vehicles. We've talked that Ford did it with Raptor. Chevy's out here with the Hall family, GM. And so why not bring these electric vehicles out? And right now, it's still charging.
Yeah, well, in off-road, I mean, it's been an amazing test bed for technology. I mean, I'm sure you remember late 90s, early 2000s, Ricky, but stock full become really huge. And you had AM General with the Hummer, and you had Ford with, numerous people, Greg Fouts, Steve Olligus got his start in stock full. And, I mean, it was huge in the 90s and 2000s, and it was all stock trucks. They were doing battle as manufacturer warfare.
Well, and that's what a lot of people were. They had the 2 iconic events, the Baja 1000 and the Mint 400. If you could conquer one of those or both of those, it's a huge marketing play. And sometimes these guys were in a class by themselves, but it really doesn't matter because it's you against the elements, and that's what we have here at the Mint 400.
Well, speaking of the Rivian, whether they're racing against each other or not, if that Rivian can make it around the Mint 400 course and get a finish, to me that says something because it's not easy. There's a lot of stock trucks that wouldn't make it around this track.
Well, and you have to attack it completely different. Not quite as hard as we've been seeing these Class 11s, but you have to attack the course like that. You got to be creative. You got to not utilize the skid plate too much, but you're going to be using it some. So but from what we know about the Rivian, it's pretty much a stock vehicle, and they're just coming out here and charging it. Put some safety equipment in it. They're not changing the chassis or anything like that, so good on them.
No, and I had a chance to look at it there on Fremont Street yesterday, and just like you said, it's very, very stock. And so, they're taking it another level, going, we want to take our stock truck and prove something out here. So, props to Rivian for testing here at the Mint 400, and man, it looks like the truck is well on its way to possibly getting a finish.
Yep, and here we're watching one of the Class 11s. They're on the 2-lap. I'm pretty sure they're on the 2-lap format. They're not doing all 4. But right now he is coming through the thumpers as he works his way back up to the Herbst pit.
It was like Max Track, some traction boards on the roof, it looks like.
Yep, or surfboard. You never know. Yeah. It could be either.
Look like I love that kind of like the bomber plane scheme there on the Class 11.
Yep, as we're rolling through Thumpers, we're trying to get up to the Gene Herbst pit, so that will work its way through, looking like Spitfire back in the day. Yeah. This works his way up through the Thumpers, and then he'll come around to the as I said, the Gene Herbst pit, Gene Hurst pit, not Gene Herbst pit, Gene Hurst pit, and then about right there, they're mile 22, so still a lot of racing to go.
Yeah, going to head their way up to the quarry, which we're going to see here, race mile 33 through 35. It extends a little bit further than that, but yeah, it's the crazy thing about the Mint 400 course, Ricky, and you and I have both raced this, is the diversity of the changes. You've got the dry lake bed, and then you've got there's some big rolling whoops coming out of that, and then you get into Thumpers, and then you get up to the quarry, and like we talked Joshua Tree Highway, and there's the washes, and there's just a mix of a lot of different disciplines at this race.
And that's why you have companies like Ford and Rivian and everybody else that wants to come here to prove that their vehicle is capable. And if you can make it work here, as well as the military vehicles that we have, because here's one thing that they don't have overseas is whoops. Whoops are a man-made deal from off-road race vehicles. Now you get the chatter on the smooth roads, but you do not get whoops. That's something unique to off-road racing.
Yeah, and that's what's funny. Yeah, I'll talk to somebody that's say an East Coast UTV driver, and they've never been out the West Coast. Yeah. And, how's your car handling the whoop? So what's a whoop?
Yeah.
What do you think is a whoop? And they'll send you a picture. Yeah, that's not a whoop.
Not exactly. That's road chatter. But you can see as we're watching this, looks like a 9-car or 16 car.
Looks like a 9-car.
And then here comes one of the 10s. You can see the difference in suspension as the 10 car just works his way right up the right-hand side. But yeah, this course has a little bit of everything, and as you can see here, that looks like a lot of man-made stuff because that was an old rock quarry, and so they're pulling material out of there. And so they set it up so you have to stay on course. If you try to short course there, you might end up stuck because there's some 10 to 15 foot drop-offs.
Yeah, some drop-offs, some big boulders. Yeah, the quarry is not where you want to short course. And if you're looking at the map of the, or the live tracking, you see it kind of zigzags around that quarry, but there's no real way to shortcut. I mean, if you did, there's just cliffs in that. It may look like you're 10 or 15 feet from from the other track, but there's a sheer cliff in between.
Well, and you mentioned before, as you watch this truck roll through there, those aren't little rocks. I mean, those are like some 1 and 2 foot size, and if you hit it, it's going to blow a wheel apart or completely blow your tire off the car.
Yeah, the best thing that can happen is you get a flat or a problem with your wheel.
Yes.
That's best case scenario.
That's one case scenario. The other is you rip the complete spindle and A-arm, upper and lower A-arm off. But right now we're about halfway through the race with the guys.
Yeah, we're approaching a little over the halfway point, and I mean, it's been a great race. I think that the next 2 laps, we're going to start seeing the pace pick up this lap, and I think by lap 4, looking at the pace, a lot of they've pushed, but I still think a lot of these top drivers got a lot left in the tank, and I think we're really going to see things start to escalate here in the next lap and a half.
That's what they're going to start to pick it up. But right now, we got Tiffany down with E.J. Herbst, one of the young studs from Vegas, Nevada. So, Tiffany, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Down here with EJ now. EJ, we've got a great qualifying course for the big race tomorrow, and we all know that this is important to get a good starting position. What do you think it's going to take to get that great starting position?
Well, I think it's just going to come down to no mistakes. Whoever makes a mistake is going to start at the back of the grid tomorrow. So I think it's just keeping it clean, keeping it tight, and smooth as fast. So just try to get through with 0 mistakes.
Well, we always talk about wind playing a factor, and the wind's pretty good right now. Not too much, but just enough to keep the dust down. You are starting in the 8th position for qualifying. Looking at the track, though, really, what do you think is going to be the most difficult part of this qualifying course?
Well, for me personally, this will be my first short course qualification, so that'll be interesting. But I think perfect weather conditions. We had a little bit of light rain that kind of helped out with, compacting the dirt a little bit, and this breeze is just going to blow all the dust right away. So looking pretty good, and can't say there's going to be too much of a difference from here in the back, with the wind. So we'll see how it goes.
Wonderful. Well, best of luck to you on qualifying, and back up to you guys.
Well, thank you, Tiff. If you are just tuning in, you are watching the 2024 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. I am welcomed back into the booth, Jim Marsden, Bob Bowers, Jim Beavers, and myself, Ricky Johnson, as we're watching one of the 516s as they roll through the sand whoop section.
Oh, this is the Negretti family again.
Yep.
Yipper.
Which is that's the one thing that's consistent, and Tiffany said it multiple times. It's off-road is a lot about family.
It's
and I even got a text from Johnny Unser saying that was his daughter out there running. So you can see that
Bonnie,
there's so much going on out there. It's so much preparation. It's so much involvement. It's not like short course racing or stock car racing or IndyCar racing or anything like that. There's so much involved, and it's that one person that could make or break it. Go ahead.
Speaking of family, look at this. There is Adam Lovell with his dad, Brad Lovell.
Well, and that's the thing. You'll see that we've seen it with Robbie Gordon. We've seen it with Bob Gordon and Robbie and Max and so on. The list goes down. Is that the families that race together stay together?
They do. They do. And it's kind of good that we finally got Adam going fast. The other scenes where he was poking right along. Adam's fast.
Alrighty, as we're watching another one of the military vehicles, we have Troy Grabowski down there with Tiffany. Grabowski family always fast. They were dominant in Class 5 with that Subaru, but now they are doing unbelievable in that unlimited spec truck. So Tiffany, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Now, Troy, you are qualifying first. You're going to be the first driver out there to get a look at this qualifying course. What do you think is going to happen?
I'm excited. I want to see the course. It's a little nerve-wracking going first, but I'm confident. I'm just going to go in there and run my pace and just hoping for a solid starting position tomorrow at the race, and we'll be good.
With this being your second time racing the Mint 400, you kind of really know what you're getting yourself into. What's something that you learned last year that you're going to implement this year?
Yeah, this is my second year racing the Mint 400, second time actually qualifying the truck. First time I've driven this truck or raced this truck since last Mint 400. But we learned a lot last year, the rough stuff. I learned we're pretty fast in that, and we're going to push hard through the rough. And, I know we'll be all right. Just clear the rock gardens, not get any flats, and we'll have a good day.
Wonderful. Well, best of luck to you. I can't wait to see what your qualifying time is. Back up to you guys.
Or Troy, Jack, and Dustin. And very humble guys behind the mic, but unbelievable when it comes to being behind the wheel. Like, there's a video from Laughlin that has Dustin Grabowski on Kyle Jurgensen going over the big jump, and you couldn't put a hair between them. Nope. They were both wide open, and the fact that they both didn't completely disintegrate says so much about their driving. But that truck is quite unique. You look at the back, they got all that stuff. They spent some time in the wind tunnel to get that aero advantage, and I think that's going to be the next frontier when it comes to unlimited trucks. That's my opinion, because where else can they go? They got the shocks, they got the tires, they got the motor, the trans, the rear end, they got all that. Now we have to find a way to stick them to the ground a little bit better.
And they've got durability now, so you can't count on somebody breaking out.
No, you want to go faster and faster, especially with all-wheel drive. You don't want to float that front. So that's been my dream, because we did some stuff in short course that completely changed the way the vehicle ran in
So just talk to us about that. I mean, is there a rule that says that an unlimited truck has to have a certain look, or is that just purely a historic thing?
Well, it's more of a historic thing, and you want to follow the look of having that. Back when Kurt LeDuc ran a Jeep, that was one way that other guys have ran what they call a Ford Explorer body or things like that. But
how about the Zorro car down in Baja?
Exactly.
Oh, we don't want to talk about the Zorro car. No, boy, no.
But I think you're going to see some different things, because with the all-wheel drive, with myself and Gus Villadosla, I'm wanting more traction on the front. I'm wanting more downforce on the front. I don't want it to lift. I want to be able to use that drive. So,
let me tie back to what we just saw with Adam Lovell. I just got a note from the team. Adam and Brad went together for the first lap and a half. Now, Adam has Byam, his twin brother, in the right seat. The first time these brothers have been in the car together alone.
We might see a fist fight over the bumpers or something like that later on.
No, probably not.
I'm joking.
As we continue with the action here, Tiffany Stone caught up with Justin Bean Smith, who's going to be racing in the Unlimited Spec later today.
Here with Bean, who is looking for that top spot. You said you've raced this a handful of times. What do you think it's going to take to get a great qualifying spot, especially for tomorrow? Because we know having that pole position is pretty much everything. You get clean air.
Yeah, I've raced the Mint 400 a handful of times, and first time in a spec truck, so it'll be a little bit different. Done in a trophy truck, 5 Unlimited, 1600, stuff like that. So want that top spot. Qualifying is going to be really important today, but we're starting behind the trophy trucks, it sounds like. So do I want to be right behind the slow trophy trucks, or do I want to let some guys clear the air for us? So we'll see. I mean, obviously, we're going to give her hell today and see what we can do, and hopefully we get a top handful of spots somewhere in the top 5 would be nice. Obviously, you always want to be first, but we'll see what we can do, and the real fight starts tomorrow.
Well, best of luck to you. And like you guys heard it here from Justin Bean Smith, the real fight is tomorrow. Back up to you guys.
Well, guys, just to clarify, and this Jim Marsden might know, they call him Bean because he looks like Mr. Bean from Great Britain, not because he's a Mexican. so that's where he got the nickname from, because back when Mr. Bean first came out, and before he had the mustache and all that, that's where he got the name Bean from. But I think he's got
I just hope he drives a little bit better than Mr. Bean does.
Well, he drives quite a bit better. But I think he's got a good point, because in some series they mix them all together, but here the number one qualifying, which will be faster than the slowest trophy truck, I can promise you that. The number one qualifier will probably be in the top 5, definitely top 10 when it comes to the unlimited trucks as well. But do you want to be right there and deal with that? But I don't know. I want to get by them as soon as possible. So and how slow? Like you go, I'm going to hold back, and now you're 15th and you're not 6th. So I think everyone's just going to go as fast as they can. My opinion, Jim.
It's going to be a difficult one, that's for sure. I mean, the fact that the unlimited trucks are going to be ahead of the unlimited specs, that does throw. I mean, it's certainly something to think about, but I think I'm with you, Ricky. I think I'd still put it all out there. I'd want to qualify as fast as I can and then worry about that as a problem for tomorrow.
Yes. See what happens, see what comes down.
And, and that's honestly, I know Bean pretty well. He's going to drop the hammer.
Yeah.
There's no lift on Justin Bean Smith. He's going to be full pin. And, I think you're going to see him, what is there, 38, 40 unlimited specs? I think you're going to probably see him around the top 5.
Absolutely.
Well, and Bean is also one of those guys that builds the truck, too. He fabs the stuff. And I'm over my years, I've come to believe that if someone knows exactly what that noise is and is it okay, is it not okay, it's the builder.
Well, and talking about Bean in qualifying, he does really well, especially here. We've got this, this kind of short course setup. I mean, the guy was, I believe, a champion in Pro Light at one point. I mean, he's won some Pro Light races. I mean, he's spent a lot of time in short course. He spent time in buggies, trucks. I mean, he can drive just about anything and any kind of terrain you throw at him. So, not only in qualifying but race day, I mean, he's always one of my favorites.
Well, and I also want to talk about Tracy Graff, his partner.
Yeah.
Tracy has been on a tear. We raced with them down in Mexico in the trophy truck. I'm in the Legend, and we're around each other all the time. And Tracy has really stepped his game up. Obviously, Bean is always fast, but that team and what I admire the most is Tracy's from Canada. Yep. He's not down here in the thick of it all day long. He comes down. He's very diligent about his pre-running. He has a spec truck that he does his pre-running in, but always fast. So keep an eye on that Graff team.
And control. I've been
he's
with
out
Bean.
of control.
One driver says to the other.
No. Well, I'm just joking, but to go as fast as they're going, you're playing with disaster all the time, and that's how. But they're both that. I'm not saying they're bad drivers at all, but when you watch them, they are fast and very exciting.
Well, Ricky, you're surfacing a topic right now that is going to be a tough one to deal with for us and for everybody in the sport, and that's the safety of these trucks.
Yep.
We are doing an seriously honest 160 mile an hour race cars.
Absolutely.
And there are some of us that believe you can't crash that thing at that speed and make it out. So I think our sport's in for some transformation here. There's going to be a lot of trophy truck owners going to buy new metal. Going to have it.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you. The truck, I've seen over 150, and that's down a graded road with everything just right. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's just because people think, why? Well, you can buy a Porsche and go 150 down a freeway illegally, but it's different when you're not on the ground. Okay, you're floating, and then the open windshield is buffeting your head. It's hard to see. There's so much happening at that speed.
Turn your head to the side. Can you get it back in the front?
Yeah, it's going to rip your helmet off. So it's very tough to go that fast because you rarely get that long of a road. You know, even going across the dry lake bed. The dry lake beds are soft. You can get up to 150 miles an hour. We'll see that tomorrow with Ryan Arciero with that big Gibbs motor and stuff like that. But it's very rare. It's how fast is the truck, and this is why the all-wheel drives are doing so well, from 20 to 70 miles an hour. Because with the all-wheel drive, you live around 65, 70 miles an hour. You're up there almost immediately, and that's the thing. That's the thing that makes the difference between if you crash going that fast, something drastic has happened.
Well,
it's pretty rare.
Yeah, I mean something fails. Metal fails.
Well, we don't want that. We want metal to be consistent.
We do.
That's what we want.
That's why we bought it.
We demand it be consistent.
Exactly.
Obviously, this is one of the Honda UTVs, one of the Honda Talons.
Jimmy, these have a different transmission than the other guys, right?
The Honda Talons do, correct.
So what's the deal?
Well, I actually haven't really spent much time in the Honda. I think Ricky spent more time in the Honda than I have. But yeah, it's definitely a different concept, you know. And I think Can-Am's bringing something different to the table. Honda brought something different to the table. Yamaha, we don't see many of them out here in the desert. But they've done really well in short course with the Yamaha with the sequential gearbox. Kawasaki, Polaris are kind of your traditional CVT at this point. But yeah, everybody's got a little bit different take. You know, the funny thing is you know, going back 5-6 years ago, everything was axles and belts, axles and belts, axles and belts. UTVs spit axles, spit belts.
Those were the stories.
And I mean, I remember at Mint 400 one year, I mean, we scheduled to do a belt change every single lap because you're pushing them that hard and the belt would be roasted after a lap. And now you can go and do the Baja 1000 on a belt. You know, you can do Vegas Reno on a belt. Yeah, they're that good now. And I don't know that the belts have got better, but I think the clutching technology and that behind the things have got that much better, you know. And obviously, you know, the manufacturers have done their homework because they knew it was an issue and things like that. So, you know, the days of old when, you know, UTV manufacturers were like, we got to do a gearbox because we want to get rid of the belt and things like that. That's kind of gone away because the technology's improved. Now people are putting gearboxes in them because now it's like we can go faster.
Well, you know, Ricky talked about a 7-speed tranny.
Yeah.
And I would think that having those gear selections, you could put less stress on the belt by keeping it in the right gear. Am I correct or what?
There's no belt in the Honda. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about these. Well, who's the 7-speed?
Can-Am.
Can-Am. Yeah. Do they run a belt?
Yeah. So Jim, hold on. I'm gonna throw it to Jim, and we're gonna come back to that. Marston.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as the racing action continues here at the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400, we're going to pop out for a short commercial break, but do not go anywhere because in a very few short minutes, we're going to be back for the unlimited class qualifying here in Prim Valley, just outside of Las Vegas. We'll see you in a bit. The BFGoodrich 2024 Mint 400 is brought to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast. Rigid Industries, Own the Night. Vision Wheels, Built to Conquer. Cageworks, top quality UTV roll cages and accessories. IBAC Springs, springs, shocks and suspension, made in the USA and engineered to win. Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame, the Hall of Fame for the off-road industry. Join today. Legends live at ORMHOF.com. Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 BFGoodrich Mint 400. And we are here right now for the limited racing, but things are about to get exciting. Any moment now, we are going to be passing across to the unlimited qualifying, setting the race order for tomorrow's main Unlimited Race. Joining me in the booth is none other than Bob Bauer, Jim Beaver, and of course the legend that is Ricky Johnson. How are we doing, guys?
Fantastic. I'm excited for the qualifying because the course is so good. The guys are going to be racing really fast. And I think because we're seeing so much traction, there's not going to be that big of a gap between the 2 and 4-wheel drive. We've only have 2 4-wheel drives out there. So there's a very good chance we could see a 2-wheel drive on the pole.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Now, let's not forget, we've got some big hitters out there as well. But let's just talk about the difference between, we've got the unlimited spec and of course the unlimited cars. You know, how far up can we see these cars? I mean, we've got some real wheelmen out there with Justin Bean Smith, with Carl Jurgensen, etc. Are any of these guys going to be able to, challenge these big cars?
Absolutely, because here's the way I explain it. Riding on a motorcycle, riding a 500 versus riding a 250. A 250, you're riding 70 to 100% throttle a lot. On a 500, you're running 10 to 40% throttle. And because you get so much wheel spin, especially in the 2-wheel drive, even with the big block and stuff like that, you're blowing the tires off. And then also, so the driver gets hesitant because it's like, oh, it's loose, it's loose, it's loose. But the unlimited spec, they can drive more aggressively. So that they can drive it like it is a smaller displacement, it's easier to stop, and you drive it much more aggressive. But the changes that they've made, the 40-inch tires, the underdrive, all the different things, and they've opened the motors up a little bit. Now, they didn't open it to modification, but when you buy it sealed, it is already ready to go. So we're seeing that platform a lot of times. I'm going to bet we see a couple of them in the top 5 when you got guys like Kyle Jurgensen, last year's winner in the unlimited truck, come back here in a spec.
Well, Kyle Jurgensen, let's talk about him for a moment because he's an interesting one. Now, he's a guy who's raced in 6100. He's then gone into unlimited trucks, but then he raced also in unlimited 4-wheel drive trucks, and then he's come back to racing with Camberg, where he started. And now he's going to be racing in that 6100 again. I'm super excited to see what he can do.
Well, and he was in Camberg before, and he won the Vegas Arena, was dominant, was up there, obviously in the top 10 in the unlimited truck. So this guy, like we joke about when we used to race stock cars, that he could take a school bus and put it in the top 5. Because, and I'm not saying that in a putting down any vehicle that he's in, he's just that good. He drives and he makes it work. He's not one of those guys that spends a lot of time being very, very technical, but his driving is so technical, but it's natural because he grew up in the desert driving and riding motorcycles and doing things like that. He is 100% an unbelievable driver, and that's the kind of guy you want behind the wheel, and that's why Camberg brought him back.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing him out there. But there's so many other big names that we're going to be seeing out there. We talked about the Grabowski. We saw that Justin's there going to be out there running with that car. We're also going to see Justin Dean Smith. We're going to be looking at E.J. Hurst, Thor Herbst out there as well. But then we get into the really big guns, like the likes of Terry Householder, of course, Rob McCachran, Ryan Arciero. Now, Ryan, this is an event he should have won how many times?
Yeah. Oh, too many.
I mean, we keep saying this. Is this going to be Ryan's year? We just saw him at King of the Hammers. He was actually wounded. He'd hurt his foot, and he was driving at sort of like, as he would put it, 50% pace. Well, if that was my 50% pace, I'd be very happy indeed.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, so are we going to see, is this that moment that Ryan Arciero can take that trophy?
Well,
I know he's fully healthy. He's fully healthy, and there's a change this year from last. And that is that in the time between last year's Mint and this year's Mint, the Herbst family has put Ryan in charge of 1-9 racing.
Oh, really?
Yes, he runs the business. So he's got that little extra control.
Explain it. I don't understand what you mean by that. What is 1-9 racing? What is that?
That's Herbst rebranding of their Herbst.
Oh, Herbst Racing.
Yeah, and so all of the new vehicles are now made by 1-9.
Got it.
And that's the phraseology we should be using in our broadcast.
Okay, got it. Got it. But now, what is Ryan Arciero's position there? Which I know what you're watching right now, folks. This is not a race. This is the parade lap, so that the drivers can go out there, set marks like right there, looking to the inside. Do I want to use that berm to get a run? Take over that. Do I want to shoot across the inside? Everybody will have something a little bit different, but this is not under speed. They're just going out there and just seeing what everything's doing.
Do you know what? I've just realized we've forgotten about one person here. Who's the qualifying genius in unlimited trucks? Harley Letner. Now, Harley, he's had a tough couple of seasons. Now, they've been playing with a new car, but I think he's back here with the two-wheel drive.
Well, so they had trouble in the Baja 1000. I started right behind them. They had some issue, and Kevin had to pull over, and I got by him. And then last week at the Legacy race, during qualifying, Kevin caught on fire, and they came in, and he didn't know it because the motors behind him, they were in their Mason all-wheel drive. So they're due. They're ready. And Harley, I mean, there's nobody drives, I think, more spectacular than him. I mean, he's just unbelievable. But he's not just that. He's not just the nut behind the wheel. He preps and builds the cars. He knows exactly what he's doing, and he's very, very familiar with the surroundings. So we'll know in a little bit if they're back in their 19 racing truck, aka it was
It'll
a
take
Herbst.
us a while.
It
It'll
was
take us
Herbst,
a while.
or if they're in the all-wheel drive. But I'm pretty sure they're going to be in the two-wheel drive because San Felipe is coming up, and they'll be probably prepping that.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, Harley Letner is one of those guys who could have won this event on so many occasions. I mean, we saw him in his Class 1 right back in, I think it was 18. Dominate the field for 3 laps and then just fall away. We've seen him before how many times qualify fastest here, take it out there, and then have issues. So he is another one who is overdue some success here at the Mint.
And now if we go back to, I'm going to say go back because they're starting behind them, is the unlimited spec. You got Jason Coleman, who's won multiple races. You got Brent Fox, who's a champion in other series, who's always tough. You got Grabowski, you got the Herbst boys, you got a lot of unbelievably fast guys, as well as Kyle Jurgensen and Justin Bean Smith as well. So there's so many fast guys in that class.
There's another one I'm going to throw at you now. Connor McMullen in the Class 1.
Oh.
That
guy is on fire.
Best kept secret going.
Yeah, the kid he's on another level right now. You know, he dominated at Parker a month and a half ago. Went to the Legacy race in Parker, dominated that. Kid is he's on a roll. He's definitely one to watch for. And I mean, I'm going to throw another one out, the Las Vegas local boy, and we haven't talked about it much. We know he can still drive when he needs to, but BJ Baldwin.
Yes, absolutely. Ballistic BJ. Always runs hard.
Yeah, well, and this is his desert too.
Yeah,
this is his playground.
As we're getting ready now for the unlimited classes to go qualifying, Tiffany's actually down there on the finish line with Chad Hall.
Josh Hall, now you've got a big task at hand. We've got Chad Hall, who is racing the limited race. He's the driver of record for tomorrow's race, but you are qualifying for him today. What did he tell you this morning?
Don't mess it up.
That's it. He said, just don't mess it up. Make sure I get a great qualifying time. Don't mess it up. Well, with that being said, sir, what do you think is going to take to get a great qualifying time?
You know, we're here for the 400 miles, and wherever we qualify, but it's more about getting to the finish line and being as efficient as we can from start to finish.
Wonderful. Well, best of luck. I will let you get composed because, like Chad was saying, don't mess it up. So you've got some shoes to fill, but I know you're going to get this done. Best of luck to you, sir. Thank you. And back up to you guys.
Thank you, Tiffany. Now, we're only a few short moments away from these unlimited trucks getting started. But while this is going on, of course, we've got the limited trucks that are still out there on track at the moment. And I'm seeing some different stuff happening. I just want to talk about this very, very quickly. Before we cut across to that. At the moment, it's all about Tyler Mills, who's winning overall at the moment in the Class 10. Now, I've been doing some work while I was out getting some lunch, and I can tell you that Brody Aitkins, who is currently showing as in 4th in Class 10, he was absolutely smoking it out there. His transponder is having some issues, and he looked like, looking on the tracker, that he was actually out in front. He stopped for a flat tyre. So it's going to be really interesting. There's a real yin and yang as these guys are coming in to finish their 3rd lap.
Having Josh Hall do the qualification for Chad Hall is like a sleeper. Many of us have known the Hall boys and Dad for a lot of years. Josh has always been fast. Some of you may remember that big yellow H1 Hummer flying through the desert. Josh is always quick. I'd expect to see something really spectacular coming out of him today.
And I'm suspecting it was a little bit more colorful language when he said, don't mess up. I'm just going to throw that out there.
It's still a single syllable when he said it.
But one of the things that Larry Ragg, when I first went down and started pre-running with him, he said, you got to learn to be Baja wise. And that was Rod Hall's saying. When something happens, stop. be smart. Don't panic and drive through there. And I've kept that, and I still think of that to this day. If anything happens, there's a bottleneck or something like that, be Baja wise. And that has helped me out quite a bit. Cut me out of trouble, get your co-driver out, find your way around, and things like that. So Rod Hall really helped out a lot of guys and was setting the pace.
It ends up being the quickest response you make.
Yeah.
Slow down.
Slow down, check it out.
One thing I first time I went down to Baja, my dad told me the same thing. He goes, sometimes the fastest speed in Baja is stopping.
Yes.
And survey the situation before you proceed.
That Danny Beaver guy, he knows his stuff.
The thing is as a race car driver, last thing you want to do is stop.
Yeah, it's the alien. You don't do that.
Stop and queuing are two things that race car drivers do not enjoy.
No. Look at our win now, ladies and gentlemen. We have it.
Well, our resident weather lady, Tiffany Stone, she called it earlier. She said wind's going to come by qualifying time, and she was right.
Now, this is an interesting one. We're just watching Watering the Course. Now, you're Justin Grabowski sitting there looking at that, and if I was there, I'd be going, please stop doing that right now.
Well, for the show and what we got going on, did you notice that the wind is blowing right into the VIP and spectator area? So what we don't want to do is just flood that area with dust and not. The dirt out here, as you can see, it's pretty sandy. If they keep the water truck moving fast, it's actually going to help. It's not going to muck up. It's not like clay or anything like that. So I don't think it's going to hurt that bad. But I'm on your side. If it were me, I was like,
yeah. As
do you
a driver,
have to do it right in front of me?
Yeah. As a driver, it's almost like, please just go away.
Yeah.
In qualifying, you want to qualify up front, but you never want to be the first guy. I've always wanted to qualify like third is perfect.
Well, that's exactly what he said.
Something's burn in a little bit. It's just,
Well, it's pretty. They threw down some water. Look at it. You can see the shiny spots. So, for a driver, when I was racing short course, I never ran a colored shield because I want to see exactly what the color of the dirt is. If you run a yellow, which Scott Douglas ran a lot, it changes that. Then my mind has to register. Well, blue is green and yellow is. I had to do the math and. I wasn't good at that good enough, so I just wanted.
I'm with you entirely on that one.
But what Kyle Jurgens is going to have is he's going to see where the braking points of Grabowski when he takes off, because there's no other tracks out there, and it's just been water, so he can go, oh, he was too far inside here, too far outside there. Oh, look, it's wet.
Ricky, tell him what he sees. Physical. How do you see that?
Well, you see it by when he comes in. You can see where he accelerates, where he's coasting, where he's braking. Yeah, he's churning up the dirt.
Yeah.
So Grabowski has a complete empty slate, but there's a lot of water, Jim.
Now, the interesting thing with this is, and some people are going to find this really hard, sometimes you are much faster to brake earlier for the corner so you can set yourself rather than going in too deep, having to stall yourself and coming out.
Well, and what they say is that you make tenths of a second on entry, you make full seconds on exit. So, and this is definitely going to be one of those scenarios, and you're going to most of the time want what we call a late apex. Get your turning done early so you can make the next straightaway longer.
So I have a question for the panel here, ladies and gentlemen. What is going to be the spread between the first and fifth qualifier? Are we looking at 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds? What are we looking at?
What's 2 seconds.
Well, I was going to say, what's the length of the qualifying course?
It's begins and ends the same for every one of those guys. So.
Yeah, but the length of the course obviously does change that. Here we're looking at Jason Coleman.
And an Ibach truck.
Yep.
Jason's he's a good qualifier. He's not a great qualifier, but his racecraft on course, there's nobody better than him.
So I worked with him a little bit, and it was great because he was very dominant in a 10 car, and when he got into a truck, he just said, I don't know how hard to drive this. So we went out, and I'm like, okay, you're leaving some stuff on the table. You can race, you can run these harder than you think. And so sure enough, he's like, got it. And I think the next race, and I'm not taking the credit for it, but the next race he went out, showed him what he could do with it, made some changes to his truck, and he's one of the guys that you always got to count on.
I'll tell you what, I used to watch him race a 1600 car way back when, and he was savage in a 1600 car.
He unbelievably fast, and he does it all himself. He does his business, he owns his race team, and does all that. And then he bought one of those 19 trucks from Serapis because Steve Serapis was pissed off on the internet and said, I'm going to sell this truck. And he went on and said, I'm going to buy it. And he bought it side of the seat. So here we go.
Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is Grabowski off the line.
Big air.
I like the way he shot to the inside.
Yep.
Stayed out of the water and straightened out that corner.
No extras, no next movements.
Nice and smooth, nice and smooth.
Smooth as fast as always. Now, it'll be interesting to see what kind of time splits they are doing here.
I'm pretty sure they're going to give him some time, probably a minute between, I'm guessing, but we'll know shortly.
I'm going to say 17 seconds between first and fifth.
Been thinking about that, haven't you?
I have.
Jimmy, I just got a text that the head of Chevy Performance is going to ride with Josh Hall.
Oh, good.
In the qualifying deal.
There you go.
I think he said he's going to ride with Chad. I'm interpreting this message to mean in qualifying.
I would think so. Well, maybe, who knows? Maybe in the race. Maybe do a lap. High five.
Yeah, well.
High five with VR.
Yeah, good luck to you, dude.
It's like we're at least 90-second splits at this point.
Yeah, so if you're just joining us now, this is the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. And we're here for two things. We've got the limited race taking place right now and, of course, the unlimited as we watch. That is Carl Jurgensen coming off the line there in the Camberg truck. Now, what can Carl do?
Ooh.
That's
that's a big
harsh.
hit.
So one of the biggest difference I saw when Grabowski went off, he let off, blipped the throttle,
Yes.
got the nose up. Kyle probably watched that. He hit it, didn't blip it, and that's why you got the nose heavy.
Yeah, but that's a hard hit. That is that's a big first jump. So we could see some action, I'm going to call it, off of that.
Well, let's not forget last year they had that really big first jump. We saw a couple of people doing lawn darts off of that one.
Yes. Which it takes them right back out into the desert and away they go. So the other vehicles have already cleared the course. So they'll do a combination of short course with very little desert, and that desert's going to get more beat up, as we go. So it could help some guys. I'm going to say you want to qualify about 10th. If I had to pick the magic number, I'd say I'd want to be 10th off the line. The berms are going to be set. The water's going to be coming up out in the desert, and also the lines are going to be established in the short course.
And it won't be burned.
It won't be tore up by then.
Yeah.
Tore up much. But what I do like is that they're qualifying everybody together. Like all the unlimited specs are going so that they're getting a like track, and then all the other vehicles will go as well.
Could be a good comparison.
Yeah.
Fair comparison.
Well, with the course being good, all right, let's see what happens off the bit.
That's Jordan Brenthal.
Yeah, Jordan took his time on that one. Good for him.
Yeah, he got radio what happened there.
Yeah, exactly.
Jurgensen.
Good news travels fast.
Now, this has got to be interesting because, of course, Jordan Brenthal was the employee or the employer of Carl Jurgensen. So he would love nothing more than to catch him and stick it on his back bumper, that's for sure.
Well, good luck on that.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I think I'd have tied a rope to the back of him, if I'm honest. So that is Jordan Brenthal. They're making his way through. But look at this. This is Carl Jurgensen.
That was the first one.
That's the first one. The second jump was the big one.
Yeah,
that was the hard hit. He slowed down for the first one, but launched on the second one.
Bicycles on this one.
That's the thing about qualifying with unlimited truck, class 1, spec. You're on the ragged edge. It's such a fine line because everybody's pushing at 110%.
I believe this is Justin Beansmith.
Yep. Let's see what Bean's got up his sleeve.
It's amazing. In the first 4 cars, we've got 3 of the biggest hitters in this class.
I love how nobody just calls him Justin Smith anymore. It's like Macho Man Savage. I mean, you've arrived when they throw your nickname into your name. All right, here comes Grabowski, our first finisher. We'll see what his time is getting across the line. So he's already finished.
Yeah,
4:16.
Grabowski. Yeah, 4:16. I got.
Sorry to jump the gun there on you.
No, you're all good. Oh, look at this.
That was a beauty.
Very good.
Yeah, Justin giving it absolutely everything there. So we have a benchmark, 4:16. So we've still got plenty of racing action going on out there. Now, if you are watching at home, you can go to the mint400.com and you can pull up multiple windows so you can watch the unlimited timing and also the limited race timing at the same time. And stay in touch with both the races that we have happening right here.
Let me tell you a little bit about Trey Gibbs. This kid, he's a young kid, heck of a wheelman. He's currently racing Pro Light, UTV short course, spec truck, UTV desert, and he's got a Pro 2 being built.
What does he do the rest of his day?
Oh, man.
And he's a heck of a driver. I mean, he really is. I think he's probably 20 years old at this point, and he can wheel.
That sounds like a lot of seat time for a 20-year-old.
Yeah. Well, he's another one of those kids that came from trophy cars, and you put a 450, water-cooled motorcycle motor in that.
Okay, I've got some news, ladies and gentlemen. Carl Jurgensen goes into first place with a 4 minutes 14 seconds, 2 seconds ahead of Troy Grabowski.
Whoa, that
landed good though.
That truck of that Camry truck might be a little soft. I don't know. That was.
Yeah, it definitely didn't take the hit like we just saw Gibbs. That looked very, very good.
This is Jordan Brenthal.
Got a pin, lands perfectly smooth.
That truck flies well.
Have the build is that a Mason? Is that a Mason that Gibbs was driving?
I'm not sure.
The body looked like a Mason body.
Yeah, so that's what I was guessing. And the trucks that Neil Mason and Mason guys put together they're unbelievable. I mean, drivability and durability and ease of working on.
This is Andre Lauren and Adam Fitza. Andre coming out of Canada.
Yep.
He's been involved in Canadian motocross for years, right, Ricky?
Yeah. So, and what's cool is that he's got the Motul brand down here. Always exciting to watch, But once again, a guy from Canada that's not entrenched in off-road all the time. So, doing a good job, getting ready to take off. We'll see what Andre can put together.
That's what helped Tracy Graff a whole bunch is getting linked up with Justin Bean.
Yeah, and Jordan Brenthal crosses the line with a 4:25, going into third position. Yeah, the more we watch other cars coming across that jump, it does look like Carl Jurgensen's car was set up a little bit soft.
Well, and typically you're not going to know that because you haven't tested on a big short course jump like that. So, and he rolled around slow for the warm-up, so he's like, well, I think I'll be okay. Oops.
Yeah.
Bam,
But you're committed.
But it's also going to work very well out in the desert, more traction. Here we see Justin Smith as he's rolling through look at the course, absolutely perfect, zero dust. As we said, working up the water from down below, but Justin doing a great job.
Now that's a harsh line there.
That is, that's tough. That was a bump.
That's one of those, you're coming around the corner, you can see him really working the car, the car was trying to zig and zag on him all the way, then you've got to straighten up for the jump. There's a whole lot of stuff going on right there. And this is Smith now coming on, making his way through, crossing the line any moment.
We'll see what that time is as soon as he crosses.
So as soon as we've got anything, there we go. And Justin Bean Smith crosses the line in 4:19, going into third position. So Carl Jurgensen is our current race leader. Now this is interesting. You see they've actually taken the spare wheels off of this vehicle for the qualifying. Now you see that goes against everything in every bone in my body, because you spend all that time setting your car up to work fully loaded, and then you strip things off it and completely change the handling.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of it when I've qualified. I've always left the weight back there. I feel like it upsets the truck. There might be a slight advantage, but I don't think losing a few 100 pounds is going to make that big of a difference.
There's another element too, and that is that he has confidence now, and that sometimes can make a big difference.
Yeah, this is Matila. We'll just get a replay here of his start. Nice and smooth off the jump, but again you see that gets that sort of that double rebound that we saw Carl Jurgensen getting earlier. But let's not forget, we're throwing, I mean, what are these cars, 6,000 pounds? 7,000 pounds? That's a whole lot of metal to be throwing through the air. And this is the first of the Herbst entries. This is EJ Herbst. We saw Tiffany chatting to EJ earlier on. He was saying this is his first time qualifying on a short course, which I find remarkable for a young man with so much driving time. The Herbst family, of course, are only based just outside of Prim Valley. So this is literally EJ's backyard.
It is indeed. The trucks are built
a little nose heavy there
in Fountain Valley, California, but they do their testing here.
Oh, yeah, he's looking nose heavy on all of these jumps so far. Yeah. A hesitant start here from EJ.
Yeah, kind of had that crossed up. You know, the rear of the truck stepped out a bit.
Yeah.
Of course, he's pushing too.
Yeah, he'll be wanting to settle down as quickly as he can. And Trey Gibbs is now coming in 4th position with a 4:22.
Now, this is also tough because the suspension isn't warm. Everything on these trucks is cold. You know, generally they start working better when you get a little heat in everything.
Yeah, so this is a replay of EJ here. And just watch this. He literally lawn darts off of this one. Boom.
Next one was a big one.
Yeah, just checks a little bit too much for my liking there.
Yeah.
And now this road crossing is one of those, you've got to come in on it dead square. As soon as you don't, it goes all away from you.
Yeah, you can't come in on an angle. Well, you did. You can.
It just goes to show how forgiving these cars are.
Yeah, so is this Josh Hall?
This is, Josh Hall driving for Chad.
That's going to be interesting now. You're saying that Josh is a very fast driver.
Very quick. He is quick. Always quick. Always was.
But it's tough when you're getting into a car that you haven't driven for, you know, possibly forever, and you're going against some of the greatest guys in our sport.
Yeah. Well, the Hall family and Hall Racing worked very well together. And I think it's brilliant to put Josh in there.
And Andre Lauren, as we just watched here, as Josh comes across the jump, Andre Lauren has come in with a 4:37, putting him in 6th position. If you're just joining us, you are live here for the qualifying of the unlimited classes at the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. While this is going on, we also have the limited race taking place, and we'll keep you honest on that as we get results coming in. They will be just about to start their 4th lap in this race. In fact, Tyler Mills, as we continue to watch here the action, I can tell you Tyler Mills has completed his 3rd lap and is making his way out to his 4th and final lap in the limited races. Carl Jurgensen is currently our leading qualifier here for the Unlimited in the Unlimited truck spec, with a 4:14. Now, Jim, what are we expecting when we see, as we watch Terry Householder here coming off the line? Actually, that's not Terry, is it? That's Brett Jeffers. Yes, Brett Jeffers. Sorry, I saw the green. The blue and the orange.
Yeah, that's an easy thing to do.
Householders have made that almost iconic. That blue and
absolutely,
blue and
yeah. So as soon as you see someone else with it, you just go, oh. But this is Brett Jeffers here. And the big difference, of course, is that the Householders have their arches are orange. So we've got Carl Jurgensen at the moment. Oh, another big hit there. Carl Jurgensen leading with a 4:14. What are we going to see the big trucks coming in at? Can we see that getting down to sort of around about that 4:05 mark, do you think?
That's exactly the number I was thinking, Jim. Honestly, I was thinking I'm going to go for a 05. So now what do I do?
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that the top qualifier will break the 3-minute barrier, or break the 4-minute barrier.
Wow.
I think we're going to see the top
sexy devil, you're taking a risk. I love it.
I'm going to say, yeah, what, Jurgensen's at a 4:14 now. I think the top trucks can shave 15 seconds off.
Yeah.
That's a big ask.
How far is this lap? Is this like a 3 mile, 5 mile?
Yeah, it's got to be around 3, I would say.
Yeah, if you're looking at a 4:14, you've got to be around about the 3 mile, 3.5 mile.
Yeah, because it might be too short to make up that much time. Need a little longer course to make up more time.
There's also a couple all-wheel drives qualifying too, and they eat these up. So
yeah.
We'll see. We'll get Ricky to chime in on this when he sits back down.
This is James Scully now.
So we're having a question here. What do you think the top unlimited trucks are going to come in? And Jurgensen obviously is leading right now with a 4:14. I said we're going to see him break into the 3 minutes. And I said I think they can shave 15 seconds out. Bob says 4:05.
So does Marston.
And so does Marston. I go, where are you at, Ricky?
I'm gonna go with you. I'm gonna say just into the 3 minutes. Like 59-ish.
Yeah, that's where I was at. Was right around there.
I think you're going to see that number cracked. I definitely think that with the all-wheel drive, because the short, explosive stuff out of the corners, the all-wheel drive can really put that together. So, yeah, I'm gonna. This side of the tent says below 4 minutes. That side of the tent
we're
says
gonna have
above.
a side bet here
Hey,
for
look,
later.
we are in Vegas, so
Yeah,
I think some drinking tokens might
I'm
be on the
going
line
to bet
here.
you guys a belching beaver after the broadcast.
There we go.
You can't give a sponsored product, Mr. Jim Beaver.
Try me.
But I'm honestly surprised. I'm not surprised. I shouldn't say that, but the gap that we see Jurgensen out in front. I thought Gibbs had a great run, and look, he's 8 seconds behind him. So that's a little bit a bigger gap than I thought. But let's see one of the local boys, Thor Herbst, could throw down.
Yeah, and I'm just looking here. EJ had a rough run there. 4 minutes 37 for EJ Herbst, putting him down in 7th position. That's how well that was going on. So Sid Mattilla there has made his way up into 5th, so a great run. And Josh Hall crosses the line with a 4:38. So Josh is our slowest runner of the day so far.
But he did not mess up. They have a race truck right now with 4 wheels all the way around.
And it probably only needs to get dusted off.
Yep.
We've got a couple more heavy hitters coming up in the next 3. We've got Jason Coleman, who's going to be interesting to watch. He's quick. Lincoln Day, not super familiar with Lincoln, but Brent Fox, that's one we're going to want to watch, that number 15 spot.
Yeah,
and Brent drives a lot. He does the other series, and so
I think he's got 2 trucks in rotation.
Exactly. He's running a couple different trucks.
Those landings do look okay. From the outside, it looks a little harsh, but inside the car, it looks just happy.
Well,
this is. I mean, I'm loving that.
That's easy to armchair quarterback.
In car with a Thor there. Thor's really putting together what looks like a solid run. But at the moment, there's nobody troubling our top 3. In first position is Carl Jurgensen. In second is Troy Grabowski. In third is Justin Bean Smith.
Here's perhaps
Here we go,
a
Jason
change.
Coleman.
A Coleman coming out.
Jason's going to put in a good banger run.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
He's got to. He's got Wilfred Eibach here watching the Eibach truck race. So I mean, the big boss is in town. We better perform here, Bob.
Wilfred will be saying, "Vion, you're not faster."
But Wilfred is grinning ear to ear because he loves racing. He loves being here.
Well, he builds springs for everything. But there's nothing more dynamic than an off-road car. So to challenge somebody like Wilfred Eibach, he's like, I love it. All right, somebody challenge me with something better than 4 to 5 inches of travel.
Wow. Do you know the Wilfred story?
Not completely. Here we go. Boom.
No, that was well done.
But it was a hard hit, but it absorbed it very, very well.
He didn't get far past the spring. It wasn't on his
All right,
stops.
Bob, take it away. I want to hear about Wilfred Eibach.
Wilfred Eibach went to work with his dad. His dad had 2 other employees. At 17 years old, his dad got sick. Wilfred had to choose between school and saving the business. He didn't go to school ever again. He built that company into...
Hey, he was in the 2nd grade when he made this decision.
Well,
I'm joking. I'm
17 years old. And,
no,
and you
the
gotta
young
take
man.
over. And there were 4 employees. Ricky, there are now over 700 employees. There's plants in Germany, Australia, U.S., all over the world. And it's still a family business.
Yes.
Which is amazing.
And he runs it that way. I mean, he's one of the most gracious men you'll ever run into. An enthusiastic race fan. Okay, I'm done on Wilfred.
All righty, let's watch the handwork of Jason Coleman. Watch out. Notice how that he always knows where either 9 or 3 is. What I mean by that is look at a clock. The way wheels are designed, they come with that new marker. If you go to get an OMP wheel, you can get that orange mark to let you know where 12 o'clock is. But what was engineered into these things back in the 20s was, well, if we keep it straight, you always know where straight is. Even if you drop a hand one way or the other, you always know where 9 or 3 is, so you're not upside down, and it keeps you straight. So very good.
Yeah, it always makes me laugh when you watch things like Fast and Furious and they're crossing their hands over and doing all that crazy stuff.
You know,
150 gear changes at the same time.
You know, the funny thing is you know, what Ricky was talking about, you know, I've spent last 10 years, Dirtfish has been one of my sponsors, and I go up there 3 or 4 times a year and rally train. And the biggest thing is like the challenge now is I can do, you know, can Jim do an entire stage without ever lifting his hands off the wheel? And I can drive a rally car like that the entire stage. If you start going like this, you're in rally world, you're done. You're done.
Yeah. Well, it's not just rally world. The less you steer, the better off you are. Because when you steer, you scrub speeds. The back comes out or the front pushed out. That's forced down. Now here we have Brent Fox, who's a little bit easier coming off, but watch him, and it looks like he's got a lot of fuel in the back. Like watch how it. And he's running both tires too.
Okay, we've got in 7th position now. Thor Herbst moves on up. So great run there, and Brett Jeffers goes into 8th position.
Good run for
So
Brett.
now notice this: Jason Coleman, 1 spare. We saw Brent Fox with 2 spares. Now, a lot of times people want consistent, but I would go more the route that Jason Coleman is doing. Notice how he drops, but he keeps his wheels. He keeps one hand always either on 9 or 3. So he drops a wheel, hand, then brings it back. Comes right back to square. So he's running he's running a good pace, hitting the berms right. We could see him definitely in the top 5.
I mean, he's running clean and quick. He's on it.
Yeah, Jason doesn't horse around.
And right now, the man to beat is Carl Jurgensen.
Wow.
In the Camberg car at 4:14.
Now this is when you know you got 4 driver announcers, because as soon as we went to that, it's like, okay, look, where am I looking?
Literally analyzing Jason. Poor guy's under the microscope.
Exactly.
I'm just admiring the big beer can in the middle of the truck.
That's right. Well, I'm thirsty. All of a sudden I got thirsty. I don't know why.
Okay, we're waiting for our next qualifier to go off the line. That's Lincoln Day.
425 for Jason Coleman. That moves him into the 6th spot.
Oh, just out of the top 5.
It's a solid run, but it also shows you the pace of Carl Jurgensen. When somebody like Jason Coleman's putting on 425, which is 11 seconds behind Carl.
Yeah.
And you saw how hard he was working there.
Overworking.
Well, that's sometimes it is that case, isn't it? Sometimes you've just got to slow down to go faster.
Well, and the courses, every lap they're working it more and more. Here we watch it as he comes off. Leon's pretty hard, but not too bad. He's a little bit shorter. You can see how it's got like that little dip. But if you don't clear that, which we've seen some of the guys clear, it makes it a lot cleaner, a lot softer. Yeah, Kurt Harkey.
Next up, it's going to be Harrison Weiss, the 266 truck.
The Travis Williams. I know that Travis is in a Mason.
What? Aren't they doing a minute and a half?
So at the moment, it is our top 3 is Carl Jurgensen, Troy Grabowski, and Justin Bean Smith. And sitting behind them is Trey Gibbs, then Sid Matilla. And off the line now is Harrison Weiss.
See, a lot of the guys, as I said, he's got 2 spares, got his left car on. And you'll see a lot of these guys put the car on a massive diet. Every little bit counts. So if you think about how hard you work, you're talking about the carbon fiber wheel, how much you work so hard to get 8 pounds out. And those wheels are 150 pounds. So why not lighten it up a little bit? But if you do like me, like an idiot down in Mexico, I've got 2 flats and I had 1 spare for the parade for the mile 400. And so I only got half a lap. So carry both spares when you do the parade lap. Who's got the ringer on, Bob?
Right, well, we continue with the action here with the unlimited class qualifying. I can tell you that there has been a change in the limited racing. Tyler Mills is in Class 10 and is leading overall, but in second place and first in UTV Pro Open is none other than short course legend Ronnie Anderson, who's making moves right now as we start the fourth and final lap. And then behind him is Mitch Guthrie Jr., followed by Ryan Piplick.
So, Jim, where are we at as far as how much more of a race do they have to go?
They are just starting their fourth lap.
Okay, so they're going to actually finish pretty early.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race.
Did you butt dial me? Or
hey, Bob, you're talking to everybody out there. I didn't butt dial you. You know, we like to work with senior citizens, but sometimes this damn technology messes them up.
So we did have a change. Brent Fox came in with a 422, moves him into the top 5.
Great job by Brent Fox. And as I said, he's driving a bunch. Those guys that race all the time, there's nothing that substitutes seat time. I was talking with Larry Ragland yesterday. I keep getting Ragland and Rosser messed up, but talking to Ragland, doesn't matter how good of an athlete you are or how much you stay in shape, just drive time. It changes you, your muscle memory, your actions, all the different stuff. I know for me, I pre-run in a Polaris side-by-side or my Lumicraft buggy at low speed, then I get into my race truck. It's typically about 20 miles before I'm like, okay, now me and the girl are dancing again. So the guys that get the seat time are definitely going to help.
Yeah, it makes a big difference. I mean, people think you get into a car, but you don't really get into a car. You kind of put the car on.
Yes.
And you have to be absolutely at one. You have to be able to feel the car around. What Bob was saying earlier about, you see these guys who are really working the car hard. Those guys have not got the seat time. They're not feeling the car. You've got to kind of let it come to you.
Yep.
It's very, very difficult to describe.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how quick Kyle Jurgensen slices his way through the trophy trucks, the unlimited trucks. Bob?
You're a teacher of stuff.
Okay, I didn't take Bob to announcing 101. Turn your ringer off, 1. 2, when you start answering the phone, don't put it right in front of your microphone and just say butt dial. And then 3, when you come back on the mic, put your mic in front of your mouth.
Here.
Ready? Go.
Here, pull my finger.
All right, Bob, you're up. Hit it. Okay, go ahead, Bob. You were saying about teaching.
Jen, hell. Well, we teach them about inside the car. I'm addressing what Jen had to say. Slow hands, slow feet. Slow hands, slow feet.
Yeah.
That's the way to make the car do what you want it to do.
But the thing is that I'm going to change the term. Instead of slow, I'm going to say soft. Because the speeds are very quick and you're responding very, very fast. Because I tell people, it's the best driver is not the one that never makes a mistake, but it's the one that can feel the mistake before. Because every time you break a traction, you've overdriven the car. You're past 100%, but in off-road, you drive most of the day at 110%. And people go, that's not possible. When they're sideways, yes, they are. They're catching it. But if you got guys like a Rob Mack and Kyle Jurgensen, and the list goes on and on, all of these top guys, they're reading the mistake as before it's even happened, Jim.
Because you're dancing on the tops, aren't you? That's the... I try to describe it better, but you are dancing on the tops all the time. If you watch World Rally Car drivers, for example, you see they are literally on the top of the dirt the whole time. Their input, I mean, if they want to stop fast, they're going to have a crash. They've got to keep going, and it is a constant accident is the only way to describe it.
Well, Mike Skinner, when we were racing Craftsman truck back in the day, he said that he was chasing, here we go, that's a send right there. But sucked it up beautifully. Anyhow, Mike Skinner was following Ron Hornaday, and he says, that guy crashed 15 times out there. He just didn't hit anything. And that's the deal, and that's what I think a lot of people love about off-road is you're driving loose, you're driving sideways, you're correcting with your hands, with your feet. There's always something happening. It's not like a wing car that's stuck to the ground.
So it's like 6 hours if I can save it?
Yeah,
you're controlling the chaos.
Yeah, you're in the middle of it.
Controlling the chaos.
And you're almost you're not steering, you're almost suggesting a direction. It is the other way of putting it.
Well, I really agree with your word, Ricky, soft. I'm going to change what I say because that's really smart. That's exactly what it is.
Well, we are going to come right back to the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back to the limited race. They are on lap 4, and we are halfway through qualifying for the unlimited spec. We'll be right back with more Mint 400.
Need a little help? We got help. Need some advice? We got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
Down here with Nick Eisenhower now. Nick, you guys are about to go qualify for a great starting position tomorrow. The wind's kicked up a little bit, so this qualifying course should be pretty dust-free for you. What are your thoughts?
I'm pretty excited. Like we just did the parade lap, or the sight lap, if you will, and it's a pretty quick course. Lots of high-speed sections, but then it tightens up real good at the end. So, I mean, the wind, I'm not too worried about dust because it's a pretty wet track. We're super far back, so the train's going to change a good amount, but we're just going to do our best and try and get a good spot. The race is tomorrow, not today, so that's kind of my mindset.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you. And I just want to say a big shout out to Heatwave for keeping the sun out of my eyes. So big shout out to them. Big shout out to you and, of course, your co-driver. And I can't wait to see where you guys qualify. Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Tiffany. Always good to hear from Nick Eisenhower. Of course, drives one of the most iconic vehicles out there. As still the qualifying continues here at the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400.
Go ahead. I was saying, as you can see on the top of the board, last year's Unlimited Truck winner, Kyle Jurgensen, definitely knows his way around this Nevada desert. Qualifying 2 seconds faster than Grabowski, and then Justice B. and Smith, another 4 or 5 seconds there. So he definitely put that down, very comfortable in that cambered truck. As we said, he raced for them before, was the winner of the Vegas to Reno race, but he's been running with Brenthels for the last couple of years. Had some great results there, but probably feels good to be back home.
Looks like this is Pat Gailey, I believe, out on course.
Yep.
Pat, good guy, been around for a long time. They did some unlimited truck racing probably a decade ago, and kind of now doing the spec racing. He got in a pretty bad fire here last year, I think, and behind the wheel of one of the trucks. Stoked to see him back out here because it was pretty rough going for a while.
Now here it says Donald Cerrone. So question is he still out in the side-by-side and someone qualifying for him, or is this him?
So who's riding the UTV?
That's my question. So is like the Hall boys, is somebody else qualifying for that? But it's pretty cool to just see that Cerrone is moving up to the limited.
Absolutely. Now, Cerrone was doing really well earlier on. I'm going to try and find out where he is qualifying or where he is at the moment. But I love the fact that Cowboy Cerrone is coming out here. I mean, do you remember when he first arrived at the Mint 400? And he was literally, never driven anything off-road at all. And now he has a solid off-road program. He races Class 11. He races in UTV. And now he's here in the unlimited spec. Fantastic to see. And that is Terry Householder. What we were saying earlier, that iconic livery.
Easy to spot.
Yes.
Not Brett Jeffers.
but a potential winner right there.
But talking about Donald Cerrone, it's great how he's transitioned. He's acting, he's racing cars, he's doing that, because so many times in a lot of professional athletes, when you leave your first love, and fighting is his first love, let's not joke, trying to find something to replace that, a lot of times it becomes bad things and guys go down dark roads. And Cerrone just like seamlessly did a hard right, got into racing, got into acting and doing his thing. So good for him. I'm really, really happy to see that.
We had a glimpse there of CJ Bison, who is on the start line. I've got to know CJ pretty well. Good guy. You talk about transitions. He's a big YouTuber. Got I think well over 500,000 people follow him on YouTube, but he's a ghost hunter. And somehow he got the bug through Matt Martelli, and he's come out here and put in the work. Here's CJ here, and man, he's been racing a lot, and it's good to have him out here. And he brings a complete different set of eyeballs to the sport of off-road because of what his quote occupation is.
So it may be my old ears, but tell me about Ghost Hunter.
So he's got a YouTube channel. It's, like I said, with an insane following, and he goes to like these old asylums and stuff and spends the night in there, and has all the paranormal stuff to check for ghosts and things like that.
Does he glow in the dark?
I don't know. I've never seen him in the dark. Maybe that's it. He only comes out in the daylight, Bob. He's like,
could happen.
Now, Ricky, I was just watching that. That was a real head snapper.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. What do you want off of that? You don't want to be too nose high, because then when you land in the front really slaps hard. You don't want to be perfectly flat, because then it goes to the chassis. So if I was coaching somebody, I would say just have your front wheels hit one instant before the back. That way that starts to absorb, and then your rear starts to absorb as well. And so this is when when Brian was talking to the iBox folks about the dual rate spring. They have the softer spring, so when that thing is extended, you start with that softer spring, then you get the crossover nut, then it gets stiffer and stiffer, then you have the bump out shock, and then you have the tire. You have all of these things working together to give them that smooth run.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and you can take that further. I mean, I run a triple spring setup on one of my cars just because I can't get the springs that I need to do the job. In fact, iBox have actually now brought out a spring that will do the job, so we're going to go back from the triple spring. Yeah. Love that. But this is one of the Harding cars out on track now. This is Cole Harding. Is he the brother of Eric?
I don't know. You got me. I was looking that up right now.
I would say when we see the livery of the truck, it will give a telltale sign. Here's Donald Cerrone once again out there.
What I love about Donald Cerrone is he's really learning his craft.
Look at his line choice and things like that. He's actually got good line choice.
Yep. I'm not going to lie about this, and I'm going to be highly unpopular. The first time I saw him race, I thought he's not going to be with us very long. And he is absolutely proving
I am so telling him that. He's going to kick your ass after school.
First time I saw him race was the UTV World Championships in Lake Havasu. There's this big jump. It's like I don't know, it's kind of a ridge, and everybody kind of just goes off of it. He hit it full pin, literally flat bottoms, and everybody goes, what in the world is going on? He literally not scared of anything.
Yeah.
The guy's been knocked out by Conor McGregor. He's not scared of wrecking a race car.
Yeah, he's got full headgear when he's driving a car.
Yeah, he's got a roll cage around him.
Yep.
Rather than just a cage. So if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. We are here today for the limited race, which is now into its 4th lap, and we'll be coming back to that very soon. But right now it's all about the unlimited classes. And leading the way at the moment is Carl Jurgensen in the Camberg car with a 4:14.
Well, Ricky and I are looking at the results over here. Look who's snuck into the 6th spot, Sid Mattia.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's been sat there for quite some time.
Yeah, but Ricky and I are looking at that going, wow, we wouldn't have called that one.
Well, give me some background on Sid.
I don't have
I don't have any background on him. That's what I'm saying. I pointed him. I'm going, who is this? And congratulations, buddy. I'm going to keep my eye on him tomorrow.
I will tell you by tomorrow I'm going to have a ton of information on Sid.
Here's what I know about him today. He's doing okay today, whoever he is.
He's doing a fantastic
High five,
job.
you got the attention of the announcers.
You did indeed.
This is Trevor Brain here. We saw Maxime Lossier going off the line earlier.
Well, if you look at the times, now Chad's not doing that bad.
No, all of a sudden, Josh is looking like he's qualified quite well.
Yep.
But it just goes to show the pace of those early runners that we saw out there, particularly Carl and Troy Grabowski. But there is a young man coming up in a moment that could do something in the 227 car.
As Jack Gold gets fresh off the win in Legacy in his father's truck, in the unlimited truck down there, so Jack is on a tear.
Yeah, Jack Gold, he's absolutely nailing it right now. I was looking around this truck yesterday when we were down in Fremont.
If his dad's watching, I'm just going to ask, why do you have both tires on there for this?
Now I'm going to run that by you, Ricky, because if it was me qualifying, I'd run fully reload. I'd probably run less fuel, but I'd certainly be running full what I'd call race trim.
I'm not going to do the tires because it's high roll. It's high. It wants to tip the truck over. So if I would rather run more fuel. It's down low, and it stays consistent. Those tires are high, so when you come through these berms and you're trying to make time through the berms, it's going to want to lift the truck, or it's going to want to give it that Porsche swing to it, or Volkswagen swing to it. So I think when you're racing, having that go through is good. But you typically set your car up for half fuel. You can't set it up for full fuel.
Yeah, that's true.
So I would run half to 3/4 fuel, no tires, which could be a mistake because if you get a flat, now you're stuck out there.
Well, that's the reason. Another reason I'd go the other way. You see, I'd rather run less fuel and run my tires.
Yeah, I would keep one tire in like a quarter tank. I'll split the difference. Jack sent it off of there.
And I would say that you're both right in what you're doing. The reason I say that is because it gives you confidence. If you say, hey, I've got myself set up for the optimal deal, I'm going to do better than if I think this is not half deal.
Well, and that's the difference between qualifying and racing. So we are not forgetting the limited racers. They're still out there. We see the flyers out there. We see some side-by-sides rolling through. And remember, some of these guys are going 2 laps, some are going 4. So it's a completely different deal. And there's that single-seat side-by-side.
Yeah, and I'm just going to very quickly bring you up to speed before we cut back to the Unlimiteds. We have Tyler Mills in the Class 10, currently still leading out the front. In the first position in the UTV Pro Open Pros is Ronnie Anderson. In second is Ryan Piplick. In third is Sierra Romo. Then his second position in Class 10 is currently Nick May. And in fourth in UTV Pro Open is Mitch Guthrie. So we can only surmise that he must have had a flat tire somewhere. But we'll keep you honest on that and come back to it after the qualifying. And first, and this is going to be one for the fans, first in UTV Pro is Joe Tirana, last year's winner.
There's a lot of racing to go.
Oh, yes.
Well, you know, that's always the struggle, isn't it, Ricky? That you have to decide, how am I going to qualify and what am I going to do with the truck, and then what am I going to do to make it last all day after we're done. Those are hard choices sometimes.
You know what they say about ifs and buts and candy and nuts, right? If you had it be Christmas every day of our life, and so you're like, oh, I should have. I left some on the table. I overdrove that. It's a game back and forth, and when it's always easy to see your mistakes after.
Yes.
I should have done this and I should have done that. I should have taken a tire off. I should have kept a tire on. It doesn't matter what that is. So we see another finisher come across the line. But it's a tight field, and there's a lot of racing because a lot of these guys aren't good qualifiers like Kyle Jurgensen and Grabowski. But and when we talk about the Grabowski, we talk about all of the boys too, and the father as well. So everybody there runs really hard. I love that shot.
That's so
right
cool.
Into him. That's got to be kind of spooky. Let's see if we can see the drone coming right at him. Yeah, right over the top. But yeah, everybody from the father to all three boys, those Grabowski, that clan knows how to get it done.
Now the question is, how long is it going to be tomorrow until the Grabowski rear wings fall off?
Oh no, those rear wings never come off. They never come off. Now the body will come off.
You know exactly what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's a great looking truck.
Pretty groovy.
Yeah, I think this is Josh Horschel. Ooh, all out of shape there.
Yep, once again, full two tires. You can see how it squats the back down. I mean, I don't like the truck the first 40 miles. Just it's heavy and lethargic, and you're trying to haul ass through the hills of getting from Ensenada to Ojos, and it just kind of hang on to it.
Floating.
And Gus has nicknamed me Bondo Ricky because I always seem to tear off one fender the first 20 miles. So I'm trying to get rid of that name as much as possible.
Well, I hate the truck the first 10, 15 miles. Nothing's warm, nothing's working right. It's just,
And then the belts loosen up.
Well, and the worst, like going out of Ensenada, was nothing's warm, nothing's anything. And when we'd race at high speed through the city streets and down into the, down into the wash, you'd run it out of town, and then, then you hit the Pepsi stand and you're drag racing. I was in when we didn't have speed limits. You're going 120 miles an hour. It's sketchy.
Wicked. This is a beautiful, beautiful truck.
Yeah,
and he races it beautiful too.
Yeah, this is Nick Eisenhower. Now, this is a man who really could threaten the top three.
Yeah, the Eisenhower brothers are great.
Our top three right now is Justin Bean Smith in third. In second, it's Troy Grabowski. And in first, it's Kyle Jurgensen. What has Nick Eisenhower got out here for us?
What I love is he's got those 180 headers, so it
exactly
revs
what I was
really
thinking.
loud. And if you get a chance to check the Eisenhower brothers, their YouTube, where they have their in-car, them talking back and forth, it is hilarious. I mean, he's going 100+ miles an hour, and they're like, so, what do you have for lunch? Just like this real casual going back and forth, but gotta love that.
See, I don't know about you, Ricky. I'm not sure I could actually have anyone record what we're talking about in the car. So.
No, it's definitely not PG.
They can record it, but you'd have to buy it back.
Yeah, there's that saying, what happens in the race car stays in the race car.
That's right.
There's a video of us somewhere. We were racing in France. There was a lap race. Me and Hilda were getting bored. We started singing to each other. Didn't realize, of course, that you could hear it as we were driving by.
Oh, man.
Oh, dear. That was not a good look.
Castaneda. Looks like we're down to our last 3 qualifiers to hit the track.
Yeah, then we get into the Class 1s. I'm looking forward to that, particularly seeing Conor McMullen there.
So, let's take.
So we're just waiting there for Adam Castada.
All right, as we watch, we're almost our last Castaneda as he takes off on the line. We'll watch him over the first jump, over the second jump, He holds back just a little bit. But now we're going to throw it down to Tiffany Stone with Caleb Potts, someone who is always exciting and one of those few four-wheel drives. We're going to have an interview with what could be our pole sitter. Tiffany?
Really, what is the game plan to make sure that you keep everything on four wheels and then get that top spot?
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's going to be a fun course, right? I think qualifying arguably makes or breaks the race, especially with the competition we have out here. So, but you got to finish, right? You got to finish the qualifying, and you got to get a desirable spot. It's a very, very well balanced act. We're just going to do our part and try to do it in concert, but it's going to be fun, and we're going to have to send it because there's a lot of fast guys out here. So we'll see.
All right, well, best of luck. Like Cole said, he's going to have to send it. We do have a stack field of drivers out here. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. Now, Cole Potts, let's not forget, it was about 4 years ago he had that big wreck in qualifying in the two-wheel drive. He overjumped it and knocked the steering out completely.
Well, but let's talk about that all-wheel drive. That was Bryce Minzy's truck that was built by the Huseman brothers. And so it took them a long time to do it. And Bryce was successful at always being fast but not finishing. So that was a truck that they did a lot of development on, and it was the only one. And when you do that, you're trying new things and this and that. But Cole has been very fast. I think the nemesis is going to be these first two jumps. If I was Cole, I would give up those two jumps to make up all the time. Just stress out everything. When you take a car to the chassis that hard, who knows what's going to come back later on in the day.
It's got so many hits in it. How many do you want to use now?
Exactly.
I mean, does anyone know how much testing he's had in this four-wheel drive platform?
I don't think he tested much at all. I think that they prep the truck, he shakes it down, and then goes. Now, that's just my guess because I'm looking at how often he races it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, see, my point with that is there's a very different driving style between two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. And is it easy to go from a two-wheel drive to a four-wheel drive?
It's much easier to go from 2 to 4 than 4 to 2.
Yeah, that's
so back when we were doing the short course, still there was the guys that were running the 2 and 4. They did the 2 first and then the 4 after. Because if you come out, because you're so aggressive with the throttle, and then you try to do that in two-wheel drive, you're just blowing the tires off all the time and spinning around quite a bit. So Bryce Minzy's, Rob Mack, the Baldwins, Jason and them would actually run both classes, and Carl Renazetter and stuff like that, but completely different driving style.
Yeah, and I think this is the last of our unlimited spec qualifiers coming off the line now. This is Chase Barbieri. Now it's going to be very interesting to see. Nick Eisenhower is going to be making his way around very soon. Can he upset the top 5? The current top 5 is Brent Fox in 5th, it's Trey Gibbs in 4th, it's Justin Bean Smith in 3rd, in 2nd is Troy Grabowski, and in 1st it is the man, Kyle Jurgensen. So if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 BFGoodrich Mint 400 here in Las Vegas. We're here for the limited class racing, which is going into the 4th lap right now, and of course the unlimited class qualifying. We're going to pop out for a short ad break and we'll be back with more action very soon. The 2024 BFGoodrich Mint 400 is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people. The Beast Unleashed, flavors you know, brewed hard at 6.0% King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology. Best off-road, best customer experience, best off-road brands, best prices. Experience off-road retail re-engineered by bestoffroad.com. Dirty Life race wheels, conquer the dirt. VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel provider of the Mint 400. VP Racing, the brand that you can trust for performance race fuels, lubricants, coolants, additives, and so much more. AMSOIL, engineered for what you drive. Order now at amsoil.com. Okay, we've got big crowds here at the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400, and we are here today for the limited class racing and the qualifying for the unlimited classes. But right now, it's all about Tiffany Stone, who's got a special guest down on the start line. Tiffany, what do you got?
Ryan Arciero, now you are no stranger to the Mint 400 and how important it is to get a great qualifying spot. You can tell by my hair right now, it's a little windy out here. What is your thought process to make sure that you can get that top spot out there?
You know, really, we got to keep it clean first and foremost. You know, we got to get ourselves a clean, good lap. Obviously, it's got to be fast. We got to be up towards the top 5. Can't get caught making any mistakes and get caught behind guys. I mean, it's a 4-lap race. It's a tough race. Attrition is hard in this race, but still, you don't want to be caught in the back out of the gate. So qualifying is super important. We feel like we have a really good package underneath us. We've been working really hard with Fox on the live valve in this truck, and we were out here last week, and I feel real confident in this truck in the race.
Well, and going off of that, you know, we had a chance to talk at King of the Hammers earlier in February, and you had a little mishap with your knee. How is that healing up right now?
I'm back to left foot. Absolutely. It's feeling better. Like I said, I ran last week for the first time braking. I just did a lap in Kyle's up truck. Finished up, so I got a chance to really get a chance to feel how the knee was feeling. But it feels good. I'm ready to go race. I'm excited. Mint 400. I got to get the Achilles heel of this race off my back, get the monkey off my back, and we're ready to get after it.
Well, we are excited to see you out there. Best of luck, Ryan Arciero.
Always great to hear from Ryan Arciero. Now, yeah. Ryan is that nearly man, and can he get the monkey off his back, as he keeps saying there? You know, is this his year? We keep saying it. Is this the year that Ryan Arciero joins us in the booth, holds that trophy high, and says, I've done it?
He's done everything else. I mean, seriously. I mean, he's won the Baja 1000. He's won the Baja 500. I mean, he's always, anytime he's in a race car, he's always in the top 5. And when I say in the top 5, most of the time 1, 2, or 3. He's always right there. So he's definitely somebody. But it's what I love about the whole story there is that between his dad Butch and his uncle and everybody involved from Grandpa back in the days, the Arciero lineage is unbelievable. And Ryan is doing a great job. He works the business very hard. He just doesn't show up, and as you said, he's got a new position up there at 19 Racing.
At 1-9, he is the boss. He runs the business. His is the office.
Yeah.
So it's not like he's just there volunteering, cleaning parts, razzing the crowd.
And I love Ryan because he's a great ambassador for the sport of off-road.
Very much.
People don't realize they know Ryan Arciero now, but I mean, he started out, won a bunch of races, I think he did some Toyota Atlantic testing for IndyCar, did a bunch of stock car racing, went and did Dakar.
The Volkswagen program.
Yeah, the Volkswagen program. He's come back now. I mean, he's had businesses. He's brought in non-endemic sponsorship. Just as a friend, I mean, he's a guy that I can call and pick his brain on the business side of motorsports, and he's an open book. There's not many Ryan Arcieros in this business, and, we're fortunate to have him part of the off-road community.
The one characteristic that is definitely Ryan that isn't common, as common as it needs to be, Ryan is a man of the fans. He will talk to the fans. He'll stop and take the pictures. In Mexico, you'd think he was the president of the country.
Right, earlier on during the qualifying for the unlimited class specs, we saw Nick Eisenhower going out on track, and of course, Jack Oligas. Now, both of those guys are superbly fast, but where did they qualify? Well, I can tell you that Nick Eisenhower came in 15th position, which I'll be honest, surprises me a little bit. I thought he'd break into that top 10, but it shows you the talent that we've got out there. And Jack Oligas, he came in 12th position as well. So we now know our qualifying lineup for the unlimited spec. And we'll just go down through that top 10 very quickly. In 10th is Thor Herbst. In 9th is Jordan Brenthal. In 8th is Jason Coleman. In 7th is Sid Matilla. We'll be watching him, that's for sure. In 6th is Cole Hardeen. In 5th is Brent Fox. In 4th is Trey Gibbs. In 3rd is Justin Bean Smith. 2nd is Troy Grabowski. And 1st in unlimited spec is Carl Jurgensen. But right now, Tiffany Stone is back down on trackside and has another interview for us. Triff, what do you got?
Adam Householder, it's always great to chat with you. We had a time to chat at Parker 400. You took that first in class over there for the series right now. Second round here at Mint 400. What's the game plan?
You know, the game plan is we're looking for that Mint 400 win. We've tried really hard for several years. We came really close last year. This year we're doing everything we can to come out on top.
And talking about that, the wind's picking up more and more, but you said this is perfect for desert racing. You're somebody who's usually out front. Do you like to be out front, or do you like to chase some guys down?
I like to chase. I like to let someone else set the race pace. It's easier for me, then I can judge off of. When you're leading, you have to figure out what the speed is going to be of the race, and sometimes it can be too fast. So I usually like to come up from fifth and work my way up that way. It's easier for me. But if we can get win like this tomorrow, it makes my life a lot easier.
And it makes that series, going for the Unlimited series, a lot easier and a lot better going into Barstow later on in October. So best of luck to you, Adam. Can't wait to see where you finish.
So that's something we need to talk about. The guys that are going for the championship, because somebody that's coming here is a one and done. They're like, it's a Super Bowl. If I can't win or if I have a problem.
Well, it's a bucket list race for folks.
Well, but think the guys that typically go, I'm either checkers or wreckers, meaning I'm here to win. If I can't win, then, with the last lap, whatever. But with Adam Householder, he's running for the championship. He's run Parker. He's set up, as Tiffany said, he's set up to run Barstow, later on the California 300. So it's whatever happens to him, he still needs to keep moving, which I want to throw that to you with this rally finish thing that we talked about that you weren't real stoked on. But anyhow, how important finishing is.
Well, I think for him, it's definitely important. I think what we're going to see with a guy like Adam is he wants to win. It's the Mint 400, So I think you're going to see him go out. He's going to go out and he's going to immediately attack, and he's going to try and set himself up to win. But if something doesn't go his way, he'll probably lay up and go, all right, well, I don't have a chance of the win now. Let's go and get a really strong finish, keep those points. Whereas a lot of guys would either pull the pin and be like, I'm done, or they would go back into full charge mode.
Yes.
I think he doesn't, he's either going to win or he's going to have a problem and he's going to lay up and take the good finish points.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we watched him at King of the Hammers. Last year, he won that race. This year, he had a shocking qualifier. He got a flat tire during qualifying, and that all kinds of carnage, blew the wheel bearings apart on the vehicle, and it was all absolute hell for him. And he came back after that and he said, you know what, that was tough, really tough, but I want to make amends. I'm going to go to the Mint 400. I'm going to try and put my championship together. I was chatting to him the other day. He's properly focused. I wouldn't bet against him.
No, and he's taking this very seriously. I mean, he's getting faster and faster all the time. I think last year was a big shocker for him when we said he got out of the car. Everyone was beat up, but he was tired.
Yeah.
And when you're an athlete, as he is, I've noticed he's lost weight. He looks more fit. He's more focused. He's more relaxed. He's taking his job more serious.
I'm so glad you said that, because I've noticed that as well. His physicality has changed completely. He's got a real brightness to his eyes, and he's keen. When he sees you, he wants to come and tell you about how he's getting on. He wants to explain where his program's at, and that's enthusiasm, and enthusiasm breeds success, and I love that.
I think he tasted it last year because he was the champion, correct?
Right
and
there.
so it's like one of those where it's like you taste that glory, and then it's all of a sudden it's like, all right, I need more.
And here he has hanging in front of him the Mint 400. He wants this.
He does indeed.
Wants this.
But you know what? We've got Tiff, and she's down on the start line right now with Brett Kamitsky. So, Tiff, what have you got for us?
Here with Brett now. We just had some amazing conversations about how you used to watch desert racing and off-road racing many, many years, and then you finally said, you know what, I'm about to do this. You got together, you got some UTVs, you won in those, now you're here with the truck. How important is it for you to be here for the Mint 400?
Look, it's got some heritage for me. Like, this has been important for me. This is my 8th time we've raced here. So, look, I'm looking forward to it. The track's good. It gets gnarly by lap 4. You really got to pace yourself, take your time. We learnt that from the UTVs, like you couldn't knock those little cars around. And now we've graduated up to the trucks. So we came here last year in the truck, but we had a few mechanical issues. We did finish, but way down the pack. So this year we've done a lot of testing. In January we came over, we didn't race, we wanted to test the car. So hopefully we'll have a good showing today, so it'll be good.
Wonderful. Well, we always talk about qualifying, sir, and I know that you've waited a very long time to make sure you get that top spot. I'll let you get situated with Jared. Best of luck to you for qualifying. And guys, this is an amazing story. Watching these races, finally deciding to race, winning in UTVs, now moving up to trucks. This is what we want for the Mint 400. Back to you guys.
Yeah, that's a really proud Aussie there, and you can imagine there's going to be people at home right now going, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. They love it. Absolutely love it. There'll be a whole heap of Aussies out in the pits, that's for sure, enjoying this one. It'll be great to see. Now, it's really difficult to break, particularly if you're from another country, to break in to American desert sports and to be competitive. Has Brett got what it takes? Can he put something together out here?
Well, for one, a lot of Americans don't know about it, but there's a race called the Fink Rally, where you race up and you race back. Talk about the most intense racing that you'll ever find. And we're going to have Toby Price up here in a little while. Yeah. We will talk to him about the Fink, because he's the only one that has won it on a motorcycle and a truck at the same time. Not at the same time, the same weekend. And so he had to go back and forth, and it is the most unbelievable sprint that I think they have in racing. So that's where Brett comes from. He understands that. He knows that pace, but he said he came over here, he learned the patience. As he said, you can't beat around those side-by-sides because they break on you and stuff. So the racing here is completely different than Australia, but as far as the intensity and professionalism, those guys know what they're doing down there.
You know, as far as breaking in goes, there's two break-ins. One is break into the standings so that you're a winner, and the other is break into the community. In his case, the community said, come on in. That's one thing about the off-road race culture, our world, is that it's very welcoming, it's very inclusive.
It is.
They
Anywhere,
even let guys like
you go
me
around
here.
the world. But right, let's get back out to a commercial break, because we need to get back to some racing action, and we're going to be back very, very shortly for some more unlimited truck qualifying. See you in a minute.
I'm in beast mode, ballin' on them like I got a cheat code. Cold with the drip, but keep that heat though. I don't take no days off every week, yo. Oh no, I'm in beast, hey, huh? I'm in beast mode, beast, hey, going beast mode, hey, I'm in beast mode, hey, look, I'm in beast mode, ballin' on them like I got a cheat code. I'm in beast, hey, huh?
BestOffRoad.com. Offering the best off-road brands, best customer experience, best prices. Experience off-road retail re-engineered by BestOffRoad.com. Stop by our booth in the Midway. Off-road advice is always free. BestOffRoad.com can help you create your ultimate off-road vehicle.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Well, dot the I.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. We are just outside of Sin City, Las Vegas, in Prim Valley, Nevada, for what is the toughest race in American desert racing. Joining me alongside is Bob Bauer, Jim Beaver, and Ricky Johnson. Gentlemen, how are we doing?
Well, right now, we've noticed that the Unlimited trucks have done their parade lap. They've done their homework. Now it's time to no more talking. All the prep is done. Everything is ready to go. And the course is in great shape. The Unlimited specs just went out. Kyle Jurgensen set the bar at I think it's a 412, I think it is.
414.
414, my bad. A 414. So let's see where they come in. And we got to talk about Connor McMullen in the Class 1 car. As he goes out, that kid has been on a tear, Jim Beaver. We talk about it, and he's reminds me of Harley Letner when Harley was the one guy that could kill trophy trucks with a Class 1 car.
Yeah, kid is hungry. I mean, he is hungry to win, prove himself. He's won back-to-back races now. Obviously we start talking about points. He's the points leader in the Unlimited Off-Road Series. But, I think this kid, he nobody's told him a Class 1 isn't supposed to run up front anymore. He's wanting to come out here and prove a point. I guarantee you he would love nothing more than to take a Class 1 victory overall here at the Mint 400.
Well, we nearly saw this in 2018 when Harley Letner came out there in that bright red Class 1. He tore it down in qualifying. He then tore it down for 3 laps and then had issues.
Yeah.
That was a remarkable day of racing, and so many people, myself included, believed he was robbed that day. It really was one of those things. So it'd be amazing to see what a Class 1 can do again out here.
It's been a while.
We talk about Connor being he's on a tear, he's on a roll, he's all these kind of things. I almost worry about saying it that way because it's like, oh, he's lucking into another one. He's lucking into another one.
Yeah, there's no luck there.
With a result like that, that's not luck.
No.
That is a young driver maturing much more quickly than they expected.
When you watch him every year, as Jim Beaver was saying, he's very fast, but it's not crazy fast.
No,
it's not spectacular. It's very clean, very tidy, and he can run that. Now, this course I don't think favors a Class 1. Parker had a lot more graded roads and things like that where you could take that advantage and say it's a 50-50. That this side favors the Unlimited trucks, this side favors the Class 1. But this one, about 90% of the course favors that solid rear axle with the big 10.5-inch rear gear in that where Connor's going to have to work really hard.
Well, now tell us, Ricky, why is that? Is that because they come off the bumps quicker, they go into the turn slow? Give us the why behind that why.
Well, when you have an all-wheel drive truck and you have that solid rear axle and it's spooled up, so what that means is everything is locked up and it just drives forward. You got the fuel of the bike, you have all the different stuff, and it seems to get better traction and it can maintain maintain the bumps a lot better. They get more front wheel travel out of the vehicles, and I think a little bit of weight helps that vehicle when they're racing. So when you watch them as they're going through the bumps and stuff, it's a much more stable. When we're watching Connor or Harley Lettner back in the day, there's a lot of movement back and forth because it's an independent rear suspended. So they work individually, and it is an open diff. If they leave it spooled up, it's going to put too much stress on that one CV, and we could have a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. But you're going to love this. Tiffany Stone is down pit side, and she's got last year's winner, Eric Harden, down there. So let's see what Tiff's got to say.
Harden, our reigning champ from last year for the Mint 400. What do you think it's going to take to be able to repeat that this year?
Oh my gosh, we ran that first lap this morning, and the pre-runner lap, and got to see the course, and it's brutal out there. I mean, I feel like it's way rougher than it was last year, and nobody's even had raced on it at that point. So I think finishing this thing is going to be the key. Like our last race, or before we won the last one, I mean, we'd never really finished the race, and because we always overdo it and break or make a mistake or all these different things. So I feel like everybody comes here to win this race. They're all going to be running as hard as they can, just like they were last year, and some people are going to get through clean. And I mean, hopefully it's got to be whoever can finish clean. So that's what we're going for, is just to try and get to the finish line and see where we shake out. So
awesome. Well, best of luck to you. I know that you're looking for that back-to-back. Few have done that, and I know that's something that you're looking for. Back to you guys.
That's a really interesting one. Okay, has anybody ever done a back-to-back here at the Mint 400?
If anybody has, it's probably Rob Mack. So if we look at the history book,
I was going to say, Amber sent me the Rob Mack results earlier. He did.
Actually, I've got to say, Lofton. Because we haven't spoken. No, in fact, Lofton's not racing.
No, he had a big problem at Parker, and tore up the front of his truck, and so they're rebuilding it, getting ready for San Felipe.
Gotcha.
So he's going to miss this race. But if you looked in the passenger seat, that's Andrew Myers. Andrew ran very, very strong. I think he ended up third in points when it comes to overall for trophy truck down for the score series. And it's kind of interesting because a lot of guys, if I hear it once and it drives me nuts, I'm not a good passenger. Well, no one likes being over there because you're not in control of everything. You don't have the gas, you don't have the steering wheel, you don't have these things to control the thing. But I think Andrew has gotten faster and faster because riding with Eric. Now that what Eric Harden is driving is an ID truck. Very, very friendly. Not particularly great in the bumps, but handles very well, drives very well. Steven Eugenio used to race those. Larry Rossler's been driving one for the past couple of years. An unbelievable chassis underneath him. And I think that this is having two drivers like that their egos are separate. Andrew stays on his side of the truck, does what he's supposed to do, and then Eric does his, and I think that he can also pipe him up. Come on, buddy, stay in the game, start breathing, eat something, drink something, do what you got to do to make sure that we stay charging. Because last year, as we said, as we're watching on camera the parade lap, some of the guys go out and go a little hard, some of the guys go out a little bit softer, but there you can see the star stream. We're going to be watching that. Jim?
Yeah, no, you can see the star stream there, but interestingly, he's been listening to your live feed, Ricky, because he's running one spare.
There we go.
You should start charging for this information.
I do, but they got to come to the class for the day. Here we see, that looks like Ryan Arciero as he works his way around. But there's, as I said, it's always easy. It's like when you're trying to sing a song on the radio. You always know the word after you hear it. One or two steps behind. Don't turn the volume down because you sound like crap. But going back to it, I think having a driver like Andrew, who's very aggressive, is going to push Eric Harden to do better and better. Because last year, Eric was right there, then all of a sudden, boom, we had problems. So this is one of those races that you cannot relax until you cross that finish line.
And I think the one thing, this is kind of a mental thing, but like with a race like the Mint, that's so long, it's lap one, it's really easy to be focused and have your energy up. Lap two, it's okay. You start getting into lap three and the end of lap three, you've got to stay mentally focused. And it's really easy to start going, oh man, my back hurts. Oh, this hurts. My leg's starting to cramp. Man, I'm thirsty. I'm hungry. I can hear that on the truck. Like keeping that focus, having a good person in the right-hand seat that can keep you mentally sharp, that's really important.
Now, when I hear all of this, and I hear people just saying, the course is the roughest it's ever been, it's going to be a battle to the finish, all of these comments, they just kind of point me in one direction every single time, and that's towards Rob Mack. Because if ever there is a guy who can get a car to the finish line and do it quickly without hurting the car, it's Rob McCackle.
And you never hear him complain.
Never.
He just like, it's just as rough, it's just as dusty, it's just as muddy, it just is. Now, I think he's probably got some massive inner dialogue because he's a very quiet guy and very stressed and very much works unbelievably hard. The whole family, him, Amber, his son, everybody, they work really hard to get him to the front of the pack. But Rob it is what it is. And he's not going to bitch about the beating that's coming. He's going to take it. To the fact, he went out there in a 12 car. So that's probably warming up his body, get the adrenaline going, getting him back into the game, even though it's a little rougher, but he gets to see that course one more time.
You know, one of the things that hasn't really been brought up is that his truck is old. This is an old platform. And he makes it act new. But I think that this has got to be one of the last races for this truck, if at all. I mean, I don't know how he keeps it up.
I think, I won't say anything, but I think that Rob may have a little something up his sleeve for a month from now.
Spill it, for crying out loud.
I don't know anything officially, but I hear Rob may have something up his sleeve.
The rumors are about the Jimco all-wheel drive. That's the rumor that I've heard. And so before Robbie Pierce passed away, Larry Rosser's driven that truck. So it's unbelievable. Very conventional front motor, all-wheel drive, but everything. It's got portals. It's got all the cool stuff. It's just not a mid-engine like the Mason, which I think in some cases you're better off with that motor up front to put traction on the front and drive it.
It's so hard to say. It's a low polar car, you know, with a mid-edge, and it's a high polar car with it all.
Yeah, but either way, as I said, you put Rob back in a little red wagon. He is the
refrigerator.
he's a threat. He's a threat to win. And so if he does get in that in that Jimco all-wheel drive, well, obviously we've seen what he's done with Luke McMillan and that Mason, and he's also a guy that has driven the Mason, so he can give all that input back to the guys at Jimco. So if they're doing something together, it's a great move for them because they're getting all that knowledge with his seat time.
Well, he's set to get the best out of what he's got today. He's got Caden's going to be his co-driver because his Caden's Polaris program is holding off and waiting for San Felipe. And Rob will. You can be sure Rob is going to race every single mile of this race. He's thinking every single mile. He's not planning on winning it until the last mile. Yeah. That's the way his mental thing is.
I disagree with you there. He's planning on winning it when he's signed the entry form.
Well, sure. You are a wizard.
He's
That's
Rob.
Good.
Hey, he's Rob. You know what, Mac? So he's always thinking about winning, but he's got a great strategy. And as I said, when it came to a couple years ago, they lost their communications and they were texting, between Amber and that. It was unbelievable, Jim.
Do you know the most difficult thing in the world is to teach people how to win? Once you've won a race, it changes everything.
Absolutely.
And
that's
Rob just has that by the bucketful. I mean, like 300 plus wins or something like that in the box, and that's over a 30-year career. If you work that out, that's over 10 wins a year.
Yeah.
Okay, that's nuts. Okay.
And he's not slowing down either because he's a racer's racer. He runs his own program. He does all that. So I'm hoping that I think it'd be great for the sport to see another all-wheel drive. I mean, we see so many. I think there's 10 or I think there's 16 or something like that Masons out there. And if you look at
that many, wow.
Oh yeah, if you look at Tavo, Bryce has 2 of them. The McMillans have 2 of them. It goes on and on and on. Lettner has one. So there's a whole bunch of guys out there.
They're coming. They're coming.
They're not coming. They're here.
Yeah.
And they've been winning. They've been winning for quite a while. So
in Mexico.
Yeah.
Not here.
Yeah. Didn't Lofton win in his all-wheel drive? Or no? Nope, not yet. That's right.
He can't get it to the finish at the moment.
That's the problem.
Justin's been having real problems transitioning into that car.
Yeah, so I'm taking the Missouri stand. Show me.
Ooh. Well, to be fair, there's a couple of people who are having troubles transitioning into the all-wheel drive platform. Obviously, Justin Lofton is one of them, and the other one is Kevin Thompson and Harley. But if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. We are here today for the limited class races, and we will be touching back on that with very shortly. But right now on course, it's about the unlimited classes that are qualifying, and we're very shortly going to see the Class 1s going off the line.
Well, I'm going to jump in there, Jim. When you were talking about them having a hard time transitioning, somebody might misinterpret that, and I want to clarify what I think you're saying. It's not that they're not driving it right. I think it's learning what is braking.
Absolutely, that's exactly. Yes.
And so I think Kevin Thompson and Harley, they don't have any problem driving it. They can drive the shit out of it. They can haul ass, and then definitely same thing. With Justin Lofton, there's not a problem with speed and this and that. I think it's a matter of what is braking. It's always something small. There's a little problem here, the little problem there. So I just wanted to clarify that so these guys aren't going, I know how to drive. Yes, you do know how to drive.
It was never ever a question about their drivability. Those boys rock. But they've had dumb luck, and let's be honest, on the all-wheel drive platform, there is a lot more moving parts.
Yes,
and that can actually cost you sometimes. Right, as I'm looking here, I'm looking at the live scoring right now for the limited classes. I can tell you now that Brody Akins is moving on up in Class 10 and has gone first overall as we see the first of our Class 1s leaving the line.
Mario Fuentes takes it off. He's got a lot on his mind right now, Ricky.
He wants to start laying it down. So I'm pretty excited about that. And then we got Maddox Bailey. So we have a big, long history of racers there. So Maddox is that young driver that came from a short course and now moving into Class 1. That's going to be exciting to watch him next. But right now, Mario looks like he has a very good run. A little bit early on that apex, but using up all of the track and a little more.
Yeah.
That guy in the truck probably just had a problem there.
Perfect spot to park.
Taking a few deep breaths right now.
Yeah, mister, you can't park here.
Yeah, he's rethinking his life choices right now, maybe just reversing up a bit.
Yeah. Well, Ricky's got all his spares, and they're low, just like your gas tank.
Yeah. Well, as I said, afterward, if you make the decision to see, like when they start bouncing up and down, that mass going up and down, but right now that weight in the back is giving him more traction. So it's a give and take. As you come through the corners, throwing you around, but it's definitely giving you more traction coming on.
Off the turns and off. You were telling me that there's more speed coming off than there is going in.
Well, when you sacrifice. So what they teach you in road course racing and in all racing is you make a tenth of a second on entry over driving in deeper and that. But if you clean the middle, you make seconds coming off because it multiplies. If you're 1 mile an hour off, it's not 1 mile an hour at the end. It's an increasing scale. So it's 1 mile an hour in the corner. Maybe it's 5, maybe it's 10 miles an hour at the end of the other straightaway. So that's what you have to think about, is always getting off the turn as fast as you can, utilizing the turn as much as you can, and try not to have any hard spikes right in the middle, because that's either going to push you over, like we saw it happen to Mario, and then shoot up over the berm, or it wants to bicycle you and throw you up on 2 wheels. See, he's a lot cleaner right there. Now we'll see that truck sitting over there going, oh, okay. So this is Maddox Bailey. Maddox had a great line there as we're watching. Maddox, as he works his way through the whoops. These are kind of just single jumps. You just hold a pin, just let it go. But when you're coming at them really fast, they look probably steeper than they are. And when you hit them, you're like, damn, why did I lift it? But this is the first time they get to see it at complete speed, 100%.
Drew Norman going to be next up.
Yep.
Phoenix.
You know, I miss the days of all the Class 1s, you know, with the Bob Gordons, the BFGs, and the Arciero brothers and all that. It was a great time back when Class 1 was the vehicle. It was just such a
Well, there was a time too. Wilson's and the Wyricks and Mark and Gary were racing, and it was just a lot of times the overall winner came out of Class 1 division.
And they were running Porsche motors back then, and like I said, it was a different time, and that was weight versus all the different things. They weren't even thinking about putting a V8 unless it was Mickey Thompson. Now, this is who we're talking about. So Jim Beavers, let's talk about this young man.
Well, Connor McMullen, I mean, he's just, like we said, I don't know what more we can say other than he is absolutely just on a roll when it comes to Class 1 racing. And this is showing Jay Reichert, but I believe this is Connor McMullen.
Yeah, now let's not forget we saw Carl Jurgensen qualifying in 4:14 earlier on this
Connor McMullen's out on
afternoon.
track, excuse me. This is Jay Reichert. Drew Norman, but Connor McMullen's already out on track.
Okay.
Yeah, he was in the green car. Oh.
So what chassis, are you familiar with what McMullen runs as chassis, Jim?
I got something for you. Our lead car there was Mario Fuentes. He's come in with a 4:06. He's absolutely smashed Carl Jurgensen's time.
Well, and do you think the all-wheel drive is going to go a little faster than that?
Well,
maybe about 7 seconds.
So Jim and Ricky might be right here.
Actually, well, I'm sitting here with Bob at the moment still going, no, it's 4:05.
Doggone it.
And you know what? You guys could be right. I don't know. You know, maybe Mario just put down a burner for the Class 1 cars. And
I don't know. I'm feeling pretty wrong right about now. I don't know about you.
I was trying to help you out, Bob. I was giving you an out there, buddy. But
well, this is what we're watching Maddox Bailey, and what's great is that this is the third generation. His grandfather raced, was a champion in Trophy Truck Legends with Gustavo Dosla, and then his father raced in short course and also out in the desert. So this is great to see Maddox out there running. We'll see where he ends up. Now that's a big Class 1. It's got a long wheelbase. It's pretty spread out, but so probably very, very stable.
Now, very interesting. There's a car that's not listed here that I was expecting to be running in the Class 1s, and that's a young gentleman called Shannon Campbell.
Yeah.
So I'm intrigued to see where he's going to be.
they've got a class for the Ultra 4s. They give them the opportunity to run instead of the Ultra 4 class. It's called Class 1 Unlimited.
Right, okay.
Because it's for all-wheel drive cars. So if they were to run in the Ultra 4 classes, they were going to have to start way in the back. And now in Class 1 Unlimited, I believe Shannon Campbell and Casey Curry both signed up for that class. So depending on where they qualify, they can start up front.
Okay.
Well, I was talking to Dan Myers, and he was telling me that he wasn't going to qualify. But this is where they got him out on the course because they just put the motor in his car yesterday when I was driving up. So good to see them getting that truck car together and out on the course.
Yeah, now Maddox Bailey has crossed the line in a 4:34. So it just shows you, yeah, so it just shows you where Mary Fuentes really laying it down there with that 4:06. And out there on the course right now, it is Connor McCullen. Let's see what he can do. I think this is Jay Reihart that we're watching.
I think the Jay Reihart, or it is
Dan Myers.
Dan
Myers.
Well, and Jay Reichert, let's go back a few years. I believe he had a Jimco truck. They raced. He did a little stadium super truck racing, but I don't know if you guys remember the Martelli brothers did that world's fastest trophy truck video. And they set a Guinness World Record for 137 miles an hour at the time. That was Jay Reichert.
I'll be darned.
Well, I beat that record, so.
But you didn't have Guinness involved, and that's what Matt
I drank a bunch of Guinness right before I did it.
Okay, I've got some news, ladies and gentlemen. Connor McMullen has just gone in with a 4:05. Astonishing stuff there from Connor McMullen.
I knew it all along.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He got us covered.
Doggone it.
Gonna have to buy him a beer, Bob.
Well, Ricky and I might be wrong, though, because we said 359-ish.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to probably go quite a bit faster.
Okay. Well, I kind of figured you were full of poo, and he put ish on the end of your bet.
Language, Mr. Bauer. Language, Mr. Bauer. Right, now this is the first of our unlimited trucks out there, and this is Robert Malone in the Unlimited Truck Legends class that Ricky races in.
Yes. You have to bring that up, don't you?
Yep, every single time I can.
The old guy. So what's great, this gives the guys that have been around a while, and they don't want to go out and bang bars with the young guys, but they still start with them. So if you're running strong, you get to be right up there with them. And but the ones that are running in the back, that's the problem they were talking about with the unlimited spec. They don't want to be stuck behind them guys. So
they're pretty darn fast, these guys. Look at what Gustavo does.
Yeah, he does very well.
Yeah. That's weird looking stairs from here.
Yeah, it's almost like it's got a front end missing, isn't it?
Well, just saving his body for the race.
That's quite the hanger.
So right now, if you're just joining us, this is the unlimited class qualifying. And it's all about the young man, Colin McMullen at the minute in the Class 1 with a 4:05. And next off the line, this is Luis Sanchez, also in the Legends class. Now, I'm struggling to work out which country he might be from.
No, you don't have any idea?
I'll give you a shot. Just take a wild.
Take a wild.
Texas?
Awesome livery.
Well, I think the next driver that we're going to get to see take the green flag, Mr. McCachran, I think this is going to be a telltale sign of what's to come.
Now, Rob isn't always the fastest of qualifiers, is he? He sometimes sits there right back down there in that sort of 10th, 12th position, and then just sort of appears and sort of third lap of the race.
He said to me, I don't know, a couple of Wednesdays ago, I'm terrible at qualifying. I'm terrible.
I hope someday I'm as terrible as Rob.
Yeah. Well, he's in a good spot because there's a whole lot of the course is going to get a lot worse after him with the berms coming up as you're watching the different guys as they start to come into the corners and the braking bumps are getting bigger, the acceleration bumps are getting bigger. So I think Rob is at a perfect time when it comes to where he wants to be. See how deep the ruts are. If you come in and if you don't just grease it right, man, it's going to want to throw you on your lid.
And you know what? He's also got the advantage of home field advantage. This is his desert.
Yes.
So here he is,
Rob.
the man, the legend himself, Rob McCachran.
Go, Daddy, go. That's what he hears.
Yeah.
Come on, kid.
Now, what was his start?
Yeah, but notice, what does he have on the back?
One spare tire. He does like to listen to you see.
No.
Or have you been listening to him? Come on.
Whatever.
Well, you do realize Monday Ricky's going to send a bunch of invoices out to all these guys. Hey, charging you for my information.
Just stacking pennies here.
And I can also tell you that Jay Reihart has come in with a 4 minutes 38 seconds there. Sorry, getting everyone excited by mentioning the 3 number first. So it's all about Colin McMullen at the moment in the Class 1 with a 4:05. In first place in the unlimited spec was Carl Jurgensen with a 4:14.
Well, it's funny when I'm watching this, and whenever I watch people drive, I kind of live vicariously through them. And I found myself holding my breath watching Rob, just because it's like coming in here, okay, get to the berm just right, let it set. Oh, dang it, I left a little bit there. Probably should have shut off sooner. Now go, come on. Your left brain is telling your right brain what to do the whole time you're out there.
That was very interesting watching there. He braked incredibly late into that corner.
Yeah. Well, and you have to. But then, once again, when you're in the middle of the corner, you're questioning what you did right and what you did wrong.
Yeah, so this is Brett Kamensky, the man from Australia.
One of 3 all-wheel drives. So he's taking it easy, doesn't want to hammer it over there, and now he's back on it really hard. So taking the Bob Bauer approach, get back on the ground, horsepower. So let's keep an eye on Brett as he's going through.
Yeah, so we are live on board right now.
This Rob.
This is Rob McCachran, it looks like.
Yeah, I think so.
Judged by the sponsors on the sleeves.
So soft on the wheel, isn't he?
Oh, he holds like he's holding a wine glass.
Yeah.
Champagne glass, actually, that much. Or a martini, whatever your liking is. But you watch how calm he is, and he's kind of old school, spends a lot of time with his hand on the shifter. I call it the Walker Evans style. Everyone runs it over there. When I was working with Greg Adler, it was, why do you have your hand on this? It's a 3-speed, basically 2-speed. Just shift it, put your hand back on the wheel.
Robbie would have his left leg on the dead pedal and his right arm on the shifter.
Yeah. Very casual. All right, here comes Brett into that same corner. We're not going to get a good look at that.
Okay, and next off the line is none other than BJ Ballistic Baldwin.
Well, if there's a guy that knows how to find the edge, it might be BJ.
Last year, BJ was absolutely smoking hot here until he wasn't. But we saw
you can always hear his truck, though. It is rowdy.
Yeah.
Two-time winner of the Baja 1000.
Back to back.
And he, if I'm right, he Iron Man both of those, yeah?
Yeah. If you think about that, you look back at Ivan Stewart, single-seat car, by himself, no GPS, wearing goggles, no pumper, just an unbelievable animal. Ooh, Rob is running hard.
You know, Ivan knew he was alone. That's why he would never allow an automatic transmission in his race car, because he could bump start it if he had to.
Oh, really? That's why?
Yeah.
Really?
Ask him.
I will.
Here, I got it.
And on the line right now, it is Alex Wacker.
Yeah.
Alex Wacker is in one of the Camberg trucks. Used to race with Ultra 4 back in the day.
Yep.
Then made the changeover, went into 6100, and then moved on up into this unlimited platform.
They had those unbelievable, and I still have one, the koozies with the magnet on it.
Yep, that's it.
So it sticks to the side of your car.
Yeah, I like that.
No. I've had mine for I think 8 years.
It's got to be all of that. Yeah.
Exactly. Monkey racing.
Yeah, Twisted Monkey.
Yep.
So Rob McCachran in with a 407.
Nice.
Yeah, so that puts him in third position right now, behind Mario Fuentes, and also behind Conor McMullen, who is our current pole sitter with a 405.
Interesting.
It is interesting.
It'd be interesting to get a mic on him and find out what he thinks.
Well,
he'll just be happy he's back.
Well, as I was saying, for this course in qualifying, I think it does favor a Class 1 car. You know, because the berms and the transaxle is up higher, so that you're not hitting the rear end as much, clearing off the dirt. And obviously Connor's quite a shoe, but Mario did a great job as well. So you don't want to take away anything from either of those. You got to be proud of yourself when you just out-qualified Rob Mack.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Like I would be on my Facebook page right now. Take a picture of that. Remember we were at Fontana and Robbie Gordon was the first one to go out to qualify, and I took a picture of him up there all by himself. I'm like, dude, you're on the pole.
That's it. Here we got Tim Herbst.
Yeah, another guy who knows this desert like the back of his hand.
This is the number 19 car racing for 1-9.
And Brett Kaminsky has come in and is currently in fourth position with a 424.
Solid run for Brett.
So much seat time and experience in that race truck right now.
Oh, the whole family. I saw Ed yesterday walking down the way. Brett Kaminsky makes his way in, as you were saying. I think he's sitting in fourth place at this time, right behind Rob Mack.
Yeah, and obviously first in class in all-wheel drive.
Back on course with BJ Baldwin. Listen, BJ, this is a tough little section because it drops down, and I think in some cases you think, I should just send it, and then you land, you're like, I should have rolled it.
That's a big drop off on the back side. It doesn't look that bad from the front, but the back it just falls away.
Can I point something out? This is Harley. I don't know if this is Harley or Kevin in this truck, but notice how he's off to the right, looking for that extra little advantage because he doesn't want to be in the rut. Sometimes the rut can give you more traction, but I think in this time, this looks like a Herbst truck because it was before it was 1.9. As we see BJ working his way to the finish. Let's see where BJ finishes.
So BJ crosses the line and goes into second place in Unlimited behind Rob McCachran with a 4:15, a full 8 seconds behind Rob Mack.
Well, we can confirm right now that is the Herbst two-wheel drive truck, which Kevin Thompson was using for pre-running down on the 1,000 last year. So that's that old basically is. They know that truck very well, and so Harley or him, we will find out who is starting and who is finishing that race.
I don't think we've ever seen Kevin actually qualify all the time that he's been teamed up with Harley.
I'm not sure about that. I can't confirm or deny.
No, exactly.
This is Harley. I can tell already, though, just the way he's hanging it out.
Kevin's been matching him, though. Kevin has picked his game up quite a bit.
Yeah, and I don't think Kevin gets enough credit because a lot of people just, that's Harley. No,
Yeah.
I mean, Kevin,
true.
from when he started till Kevin now, two different drivers. I mean, Kevin can hold his own.
Well, he raced stock cars. He's done a lot of different things, so he's been around for a while.
And that is last year's winner sitting on the line right now. That is Eric Harden. What must be going through his mind right now?
Finish the qualifier. The race today is from here to that checkered flag, and then the long race starts. So when I used to do motocross, I'd say you got two races in every race, from the gate to the first turn, and from the first turn to the finish. So you got to make sure you take care of the first one. There you go.
He is on it.
Yeah. Sounds pretty good. That's a thumper motor he got in there.
That was a heavy hit. Okay, and Alex Wacker has crossed the line in a 4:36 and currently sitting in third position in Unlimited Truck. It's a solid run there from Alex and the team at Twisted Monkey.
Here we are with Tim Herbst as he works his way into that difficult corner. Hang it. Helicopter, turn around and go back. All right, now we're back to Eric Harden. Oh, now we're back to Twisted Monkey. And back to Eric Harden. Let's see how he manages through this.
Look at him just riding those berms. I mean,
You know what it looks like to me? He's letting the truck have its way a little bit, as long as
he's just guiding it. He's just guiding it.
Well, yeah, but it addresses what Ricky's talking about. The more steer is more scrub.
Yeah. Well, we're seeing a lot of hand action. It's a lot of scrub side to side. So if being from the outside. Now here comes the guy that could change everything, Cole Potts. Watch, he's going to give up a little bit, kind of soft there. Good landing. Get through this one, Cole. And now it's time to go. This is the guy that is going to get us into
we got to hope it.
Come on, Cole. You can do it.
Okay, and Tim Herbst goes into second in Unlimited Truck behind Rob McCachran with a 4:09. So right now it's all about the young man, Colin McMullen, with a 4:05.
Harley looks like, Harley Thompson. I'm gonna mix them up there. Anyhow, the concrete truck is looking very fast.
So we
very
start calling him
aggressive.
Letson. Oh, yeah, no, it's definitely Harley.
Yeah. Well, that's
it was a shortcut.
No,
definitely Harley.
Oops. But that probably took about 2 seconds, about a second and a half off by straightening that out.
Soft stuff is not fast.
No, but he didn't have to turn as much direction. So very, very smart move by Harley.
Bill Apgood.
Yes. So if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400, just outside of Sin City, Las Vegas, in Prim Valley, Nevada. And we are here for the Unlimited Truck Qualifying.
Yeah, I'm looking at timing and scoring. Looks like Kyle McMullen still hasn't finished his lap in the Class 1 car, so he must have had an issue out on course.
Oh.
Yeah.
They jumped up.
Yeah, Kyle.
This is our last year's winner, Eric Harden. Co-driver is Andrew Myers. Then when and Andrew was his co-driver last year as well. And wow, Eric has got a very strong pace going, just flying all those jumps, so showing a lot of confidence as he rolls through. And that's another one of those ID chassis. Very, very. I mean, everyone's talks nothing. I've never had a chance to drive one, but everybody talks great about them. The turn in, the ability.
So who builds the ID chassis?
God dang it. I'm drawing a blank. As soon as you said it, and ID is the.
Sorry, dude.
I know. And ID stands
I didn't mean
for
to hang you out.
No, ID is who fill the initials, and that's who does it.
So it's David Bernstein next. He's not going to lose that car, is he?
I didn't see it.
One car. Yeah, exactly.
This looks like a video game because it's glowing so bright. You know, you pick the color. Oh, look up.
looks like the throttle surprised him.
That's right. A lot of times, when it's happened to me multiple times, you sit idling for a really long time. You got to blow the stuff off the plugs to get it going.
And Eric Harden now with a 406 moving into the top unlimited truck spot. Connor McMullen with a 405, still our top qualifier in that Class 1.
Yeah, and this is your man. Oh, he's gone.
There it goes.
Oh, damn.
Well,
that was our 3 minute.
Yeah.
Oh, sure,
Cole
sure.
Potts going down. If we get another look at that, he just comes in, he enters the middle, he comes off it a couple times, and then bounces, then gets him up on the bicycle, and down he goes. So, interesting thing is, are they going to yellow flag that, or what are they going to do? Are they going to stop qualifying and re-rack him?
Yeah, they're going to have to re-qualify. Now, that's going to be an interesting one because we've got Harley Letner sitting behind him. Or is Harley ahead of him?
Watch.
Harley was ahead.
Harley was ahead.
Hey guys, let's take a look at this. He comes in, brakes hard, plants that nose, and
right
then
here,
right here,
goes away.
he coming in too hot. Now he gets over the top. He keep bicycling, driving. Oh, and it just bites and goes. He did everything possible, turns into it, but with that little berm there, just a little bit too late. So Cole Potts, that's going to be tough for him. And he said it. He goes, I got to get through qualifying first.
Do you know what that means though? We're going to have some fantastic racing tomorrow when we see Cole Potts trying to chase down that field.
Yeah, because this is just cosmetic. He didn't hurt anything.
He didn't hurt the truck.
Well, he's in a spot, so we were talking about, is he getting out of the truck? The best thing he can do is not, because in a situation like that, as we see Ryan Arciero as he takes off, what are they going to do about that with Cole Potts on his side? Because if somebody comes out wide, they could definitely run into that truck. So what are they going to do as we're watching in-car with Ryan Arciero?
Yeah, Ryan might be our shot to break the 4-minute barrier, Ricky.
Yep. So now notice what Ryan's doing when he puts his hand up on that knob up there. That's a turning brake. So that locks at the back. So if he wants to set the car coming in, a lot of times he'll come in there, and if he grabs it, but he says, not a little bit, just a little touch. But so what that does, it locks up the back. And some people have them as like a cutting brake where you can push and pull if you want to do the front brake, put right or left. But the majority of them is locking up the back.
In my truck, that was how we did it. And you'd have to lead it into the corner just a little bit. And if you grab it, it'd just bring the rear around just enough to make the corner.
You just induce that little bit of oversteer.
But most of these guys are going to be running spools in the back, so you can only ever run a full lockup.
Yes. But I just watched him. It looks like he's got it set up on the front brakes because he's pushing and pulling. So he could have it set up to where when you come in, if you push, it's going to turn to the right. So let's watch what he's doing, and when he goes to the brake, see now notice to the left. It's going to, damn it, stay on that car for a second. So I'm curious because because the back gets to rotate, but as he comes through, if he puts a little bit of inside brake, it's going to help pull him around the corner and help rotate the vehicle. So,
Steve Ologist out on course now.
Yep. So Cole Potts is over. They're going to get him turned over, and he's going to crawl back to the finish line. So, yeah. So they're not stopping qualifying. So they're just showing the yellow. I don't think they're going to give anybody a time correction, but
yeah. So that was Bill Apgood that just went past. So the next car past will be David Bernstein. So if these guys can get Cole over, there he is.
There you go. You got to be careful starting the motor.
Yeah.
You can't just start it and let it go because you'll start blowing things apart. Typically, a lot of smoke waste to come out. No spares on the back of that truck.
Also, when you start it, you've also got to take into consideration anything that's got oil in it is going to have oil in places it shouldn't be right now.
Yep.
And this is Ethan Ebert. Now, this is a very interesting car. This is the V6 twin turbo. So Ethan Ebert now. This is Ryan Arciero.
Don't know who he's voting for in the next election.
I don't get the message.
See, let's watch what he's doing with his hand. If he pushes or pulls. No spares. Run as light as possible.
There's one spare in the rack. Right, he just got past Cole Potts there.
Let's see if we push. Let's see, let's pull. These are all.
These are all left-handers.
Left. Let's see what he does on the right-handed turns. No, he's still pulling. So that's just rear brake. So he just got it set up like an emergency brake, like what they call a rally brake. So he's using that to set up the rear. Or what it'll do is it'll drag the back brake a little bit. Ooh, good one.
Okay, now this is Adam Householder.
He's on it.
Yes, definitely on it.
This is a young man who has really stepped up his game. Well, he all started here a couple of years ago when he took the win.
407 for Ryan Arciero.
Hey,
interesting.
Bob, you know what we said about that 405?
Yeah.
I'm not going to say anything.
So far, well, your secret's safe with me, huh?
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
Well, I also want to point out that Adam Householder ran with Dan Myers down in the 1,000 last year. So, as I said, he's getting a lot of seat time, driving a lot of different vehicles. He pre-runs in a spec truck, so he's got a lot going on. Here's, as we see, Steve August as he's working his way through. His son, Jack, just won the Parker 500 at the Legacy race a couple weeks ago. And now Steve is out here giving it a go. So, Steve, an enthusiast, has sponsored multiple drivers, and as well as does a great job for himself and Fox and his Ford dealerships, Ford and Chevy dealership here in Vegas.
Yeah, and next up, this should be Nick Whetstone.
Well, we got 3 guys after that. Michael Frey, Jonathan Brenthal, who is also in a all-wheel drive, and then last but not least, Christian Serratos.
We could see this thing change at the very end.
Oh, we could.
Young Mrs.
Very much
Serapis
so.
is a rocket.
We got that all-wheel drive Brenthal truck too. So.
Yeah, still a lot of action here to come, and let's not forget we also have the limited race, which we'll be cutting back to straight after this. And things are hotting up over there, and keeping an eye on that one.
You guys are watching this, Jim. Can you give us a breakdown on who's up front? Has that changed at all? I know it's going to take you a second to roll it up.
Looks like Steve Oligus in now with a
Yeah, I can tell you now.
424.
Yeah, they're coming down into the final sector now, and there's Brody Aikens in the Class 10. He's leading at the moment over Ronnie Anderson, who's leading UTV Pro Open. Behind him is Ryan Piblick. Then it's Taylor Mills in another Class 10, Nick May in another Class 10, and then Sierra Romo, who's pushing really hard in 6th position overall, and just behind her is Joe Tarana, who is leading UTV Pro.
This is the HRC vehicle, the Honda V6 Turbo.
It's moving there.
Yes, moving along very fast.
I can tell you right now that this is Nick Whetstone with Cubic Racing.
Yeah, so we should have 3 left. We should have Michael Fry, Jonathan Brenthal, excuse me,
yes,
and Christian Serapis.
And right now that is Adam Householder. Running that big motor in there. I think it's the Joe Gibbs big block.
I've driven that, and it's so linear. It just keeps pulling and pulling and pulling. It's pretty amazing. Like I drove our Ryan Arcieros just one time, and we were at Lucerne Dry Lake, and I got up to 150. And it was still going. Like it wasn't looking at the end where I thought, well, okay, that's enough. It's not my truck. Even though it's a smooth dry lake bed, I'm like, I don't want to, push.
For what?
Well, but still, I was at 150, and I was still moving forward. It was unbelievable. It's smooth. It's like I used to explain the cranks in the Honda, the HRC factory bikes, was so balanced and so clean, and that's the way that Gibbs truck.
Oh no, Michael Fry, it looks like it's just not quite happening. Stalled as it came off the line.
Uh-oh, that's not good.
Well, you were talking about this earlier, Ricky. When these cars sit there on the line, they can sometimes flood themselves. You go, and they just go oof.
Yep.
It looks like they're talking about pulling him backwards. It's a tough break there for Michael Fry.
As you can see the course as we roll through down at Prim Valley. If you've never been to Prim, Nevada, it is right on the California border. If you're going north on 15, heading towards Las Vegas, right as you cross the line, that is Prim, Nevada. And all those hills that you see up to the right, the dry lake beds, which are dry again. They were they were a lake bed a while back, so Mike Frey having a little bit of issue getting off the line, but now he's off and going. And the next should be Christian Serrano, or no, Jonathan Brento.
Right, for those who are following the race in the limited classes, I can tell you now that I'm showing Ryan Piblik stopped out on track right now, so let's hope that's a really tough area just before we come into the wash. And I can tell you now that these cars are going to be coming into town very, very soon.
Yeah, we got 2 left, and it's going to be about perfect timing, I think.
Yep, oh, it's literally we're going to be swapping hats in here, that's for sure.
Like somebody actually thought about this and did the timing right. So looking at the top positions. Oh, this is wrong now. Oh, there we go. Connor McMullen first in Class 1. Eric Harden, last year's winner and first unlimited truck, is there. And then Mario Fuentes is in third. Brian Arciero fourth. Rob McCacker fifth. Tim Herb sixth. Kevin Thompson seventh. Adam Householder in eighth. So Adam did come in. And then BJ Baldwin ninth. And rounding out the top 10, Ethan Ebert in that turbo V6. So
that's interesting. And what was McMullen's time? Oh, 5. He said 5.
Yeah. Hey. Don't get too cocky.
I was going to say it's a little early to rub it in.
And we have a Mr. Serapis to come yet. But Bob, I'm with you.
Yeah.
You do realise it. Yeah. We'll barely mention it.
I don't think Brenthal took the green flag.
I don't think so.
Yeah, for some reason Brenthal didn't take the green flag.
So this is Christian?
Yep.
That beast.
Yeah, that is.
The T-Beast.
Well, if he didn't take the flag, that pretty well seals the deals for the all-wheel drives.
Yep. As we see Christian running no spares.
To be fair, if you got a flat tire out here, you're not going to stop to change it.
Yeah.
No.
Somebody will get you.
Well, and this kind of desert really doesn't give you flats. The sand berms and stuff like that, unless there's a rock hiding inside to do a sidewall cut. And that's the thing. Some of the guys will run lower air pressure to get some more traction out here. So that could be a problem where you fold the tire.
Now, Ricky,
you beat it.
Without giving away too many secrets, I mean, what sort of tire pressures are these guys going to be running in the unlimited trucks?
Well, it depends on the brand, but typically the guys in the unlimited specs, they'll be starting about 25 to 28. And I'm going to say some of the unlimited trucks will start more around between 30 and 33.
That's quite high.
Well, yeah, but they're going to grow up to around 50. We see as we're watching Serapis work his way, navigate his way through these berms and gets over the edge just a little bit right there. But depending on what you have, so there we go. We have our first Class 10 across the finish line.
We do indeed.
Tyler Mills. So great, a long day for him, but ran an unbelievable pace all day long.
Yeah, so Tyler Mills there. We're going to get confirmation. Obviously, we've got a lot of adjusted time, and we've got Brody Aikens yet to come in. So we're just waiting for timing to come up there, but I'll keep you honest on that as we cut back shortly to the finish of the qualifying.
We got one left to finish, I believe. We got Fry out there, and then we got Christian Serapis out there as well. So. Oh, and is Steve Ologist running a second run? Maybe did he get tied up in that Potts?
They might have slowed him down for the Potts deal.
So if so, we got Steve Ologist making another run at it. Yep.
Give him another shot.
That's one of those when you finish, it's and you didn't check up, but they give you the option, and you know where you qualify. Go, I left a little on the table. I'll give her another run.
Yeah. Or you make it very visible that you slow down.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, the things have just been thrown absolutely out there. Cubic Racing, Nick Whetstone, 3:57.
No kidding. Whoa.
Oh my word! Where did that come from?
Hey, Bob, what time is that?
It's 5:03. Oh, it's 3:57.
No, I'm just gonna ask something here. Is Cubic Racing one of the Australian teams?
Yes,
it is.
I'm
indeed.
pretty sure. Yeah.
Yeah. My word.
That is throwing it down right there. And this, I'll be honest with you, this is a lot like the Fink Rally. It's sandy, whoops with the rut, high berms and stuff like that. So great job by Nick
Christian
Whetstone.
is on a burner right now, though. Are you watching this?
Yeah, we'll see what comes up. But boy, the guys, is that oh, a little bit? Oh no.
No, he did the Harley Lettner line. That's the Harley
Lettner line. Yeah.
Well, that's the natural line.
Yeah.
Very good call right there.
Wow, he is just screaming.
Well, that was awesome because a lot of guys were having trouble. That's for cold pots and flips and stuff. So very tough. Jim?
Yeah, we're just going to pop out for a short commercial break, but do not go anywhere. We've got all sorts of action going on here with the limited race coming to the conclusion and also the conclusion of the unlimited qualifying. We will see you very shortly back here for the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. The 2024 BFGoodrich Mint 400 is brought to you by Fox, the Fox Proving Ground sponsor. 50 years of pushing potential further. Heatwave Visual, the official sunglasses of the Mint 400. Makers of highly visual eyewear to keep you covered in the shop, in the street, and everywhere in between. Raceline Wheels, go everywhere. Republic Services, sustainability in action. Rockford Fosgate, car audio for fanatics. Shreddy Life, for shredders by shredders, a brand built and based off and any and all types of shred. Sight Solar, your leading source for sustainable solar energy, all the time, every time. Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. We are here today for the limited race and for the unlimited qualifying. And it's a Grand Prix finish today, so anybody who now crosses the line will be completing this race. And we've already seen our winners crossing, and we'll cut back to that and keep you honest on it. But right now, the big story is Nick Whetstone is our fastest qualifier in the unlimited classes. And then just behind him is the young gun, Colin McMullen. Wow, what a qualifying session that was.
Well, and we didn't see it coming. I mean, none of us, did not see Nick putting that down, and because they actually didn't show him much, but he was looking. I mean, obviously he did everything right.
He did.
Nick's with that Cubic Racing team, and he's absolutely smoking hot. Now, he'll get the bonus of going out on his own tomorrow morning.
Yes.
And then the second row of the grid is going to be Colin McMullen, lined up against last year's champion, Eric Harden.
That's going to be it. Those two guys now.
And then the one that I'm really looking forward to is Mario Fuentes, lined up next to Ryan Arciero. That's going to be epic.
Well, you got Rob Mack and Tim Hurst, a couple of veterans going to be against each other as well. So we got some great lineups coming up tomorrow.
Well, at least it's not Ryan Arciero next to Herbst. That could get dicey.
So as we continue here, we're taking some highlights from earlier today's racing. That was Tyler Mills, who has been leading the race almost from the start. But it's not been all about the Class 10s today. We've also seen the UTVs powering through. But that is the 10.08 there of Tyler Mills. He's been mixing it up with the front of this race right from the start.
Well, as we watched him throughout the day, he had a pace that was unmatched. He made his way around the lap traffic, and he did not waste any time. No, it looked like no flats, and made it all the way to the finish line with a clean run. Looks enthusiastic, looks happy. Mills, congratulations. You are a Mint 400 champion.
That's big.
And our second Class 10 finisher now across the line, Nick May, taking home that second podium spot in Class 10.
Yeah, absolutely superb stuff here. And we're just waiting to see who is going to cross the line in the UTVs. But it's looking likely that it could well be Ronnie Anderson. But we'll just keep an eye on that, and we will let you know as soon as we have any more news. But right now it is all about Tyler Mills, sorry. Now, Ricky, we've been watching this racing since it started this morning at 8 o'clock, and what a day of racing it has been.
Well, it has, but honestly, it's been a perfect day of racing. We can see the wind, we see the flags going back and forth. We saw great racing. You know, we didn't really see any big mishaps. We saw both Potts vehicles upside, both Potts vehicles roll. We saw the 10 car get back rolling. Tough break for Cole, but now he's gonna have to work his way through the pack, because obviously he was on a tear with that all-wheel drive, Jim.
Yeah, and we're just getting news now. Now, let's not forget, this race is on adjusted time. And we're just seeing Abraham Gutierrez, who we were watching, who was charging hard today. He's just moved into that second position in Class 10.
All right.
And that's what we were talking about earlier. The first 2 laps of this race, it's just about making sure you keep your wheels underneath you, make sure that you keep on traction, make sure you're on pace with people. And then those last 2 laps, that's where you start to lay it down and really start to make your places up.
You know, that's the kind of things we talk about all the time. And the reason is, it's the truth.
Yeah. 4:05, Bob, that's all I'm saying.
Yep. 4:05.
Until it wasn't.
Yeah. Well, it still is for some of us, you know. We don't just slide off and give up easy.
Well, what's great is our winner, Tyler Mills, started in 7th place. So he had to do some passing, he had to work his way through. Yeah. Once again, kept it very and so with that being said, the guy that went out there, started 7th, worked his way all the way to the front, is Tyler Mills, and he is with our Tiffany Stone. Tiffany, take it away with our new champion.
Tyler Mills, we are looking through everything right now, but you are the first one to cross the finish line. Like I said, I just want to talk about your day. Talk about how the race unfolded for you and how you're feeling at this moment.
Oh, man, it was just a good day. We just kept moving forward. The car ran flawless all day. The track sure is rough. It got super rough, and I feel good, but, yeah, we just wanted to keep moving, not have any problems. We didn't have any flats, nothing. We didn't stop all day except for fuel, and that's it.
Well, the wind did pick up a little bit after you guys started. You were still on lap 1, going into lap 2, and the wind really picked up then. But no matter what, you did have that clean air out there. So many entries today. How did you navigate through everybody?
Oh, yeah, the wind definitely helped. I don't think I've passed that many cars ever in a race. There was lappers all over, but, I mean, everybody got out of the way, everybody was good, and we just picked our way.
Awesome. Well, I know that, like I said, we're still looking over everything. We're still getting those final numbers, but you got to thank a lot of people for bringing you here and helping you complete, which in a feat itself for the Mint 400.
Oh, yeah. I mean, first and foremost, my dad and uncle and my mom and my fiance and just everybody that helps us out. We're just a small team, man. Just family, and it's good to finally get a finish.
Tyler, you're not supposed to make the host cry, too, over here. We are crying over here. Best of luck. I'm sorry, you had the best day. Now I'm all speechless. Please don't make me cry. Look at me go. But, Tyler, nice job on completing the Mint 400.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Tiffany. Fantastic to hear from Tyler there. But this is a race on adjusted time, and all things can change until the end. And something has just happened there. What's been going on, guys?
Well, Ronnie Anderson all of a sudden pops up #1 spot. So in that Polaris, he has worked his way up there, and now is the shocker. He was hanging back there, being quiet, and right now he is on top of the board, Jim.
Yeah, I mean, he just, it looks like took the overall victory here in the limited class. Ronnie beating Tyler Mills and Abraham Gutierrez. As we're calling them the winners, they did win their class and finish second in their class. But looks like Ronnie going to take the Pro Open and the overall limited class victory. I know Ryan Piplick, who was in second, was within a minute of Ronnie earlier in this lap. He started side by side with Ronnie Anderson, so I believe.
Yeah, while we were watching the qualifying earlier, we could see that Ryan Piplick was stopped on track, so I can only surmise that he must have had a flat tyre. So real tough break there for Ryan Piplick.
Well, we've been talking about, is it going to be UTV or the Class 10, and we were never sure. And even at the end, we thought we were sure. We were wrong again.
But it's not over yet.
It's not over. We still have other cars coming in. I'm looking here at some of the others that could make a difference. Ryan Piplick, Sierra Romo, Joe Tirana. These are all vehicles that stand a great chance of splitting up those Class 10s. But there's some notable names that are missing. Mitch Guthrie Jr., Brandon Sims, Dustin Battleaxe Jones. Where are these?
Well, that's the thing is we don't know where they're at. But as far as where they started in time, they got to come in very quick if they think they're going to push Ronnie Anderson off the top.
Geez, another one of this is RJ, come to think of it, brother.
Yeah, RJ's out on his last lap, but fell off the pace a bit. Let's see if we can pull up some.
Yeah, let's see if we can find him on that. $16 card, working his way out for his last lap. He's going to be out there for a little while.
Oh, I bet he's excited.
Yeah, I can see that. Sierra Romo, she's going to be joining us in town any moment now. And so is Ryan Piplick. So hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. It's all still to play for.
And so our starting interval has been for this class 30 seconds or a minute? 30 seconds is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, 2 cars off the line every 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And there was so it's not going to be very long until we see Sierra Roma coming up into track. Don't forget, we've also got back markers coming in as well. And there's also the drama of people who have lost transponders. But this is a Grand Prix finish. That means that anybody who crosses the line now will be a finisher, irrespective of what lap they are on. Now, gentlemen, we started racing at 8 o'clock this morning. It is now nearly 4 o'clock this afternoon. It's a long day.
Yes.
So who we got crossing the line here? That is Ryan Piplick crossing the line. So we're just waiting for timing now. I'm not sure he can affect Ronnie Anderson.
It looks like he's going to slot into, what is that, 4th overall. Still a heck of a run for Ryan Piplick.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. So he's a 2nd in UTV Pro Open and 4th overall for Ryan Piplick. As you were saying earlier, he's not going to put it on social, so you heard it here, and first and last. So as the cars come in now, what they'll do is they're going to staging. They'll have their GPSs or their trackers removed, their transponders taken off. The cars will be checked.
Class 11 still on it.
Class 11 got another lap to go.
So I was under the impression it was a Grand Prix finish. Have I got that wrong?
For some people, no, but he's obviously not done yet. One more lap.
Off into
out
the desert.
Into the desert he goes.
Yeah, see you later, my friend.
I lost the, what do you call that, the bonnet?
The bonnet.
The bonnet. Is it still a bonnet if it's in the back?
No, it's not the bonnet if it's in the back. That's clearly the boot.
The boot.
The boot,
I'm going to call the reverse bonnet for a Volkswagen.
Yeah.
Reverse bonnet sounds weird.
Ban it. Call it something else.
I think what we're looking at there is cooling.
There we go.
Fair point, fair point. So one thing you got to love about Volkswagen is the simplicity.
Yep.
No,
do you know the thing I find most impressive? I mean, I come from the UK. I mean, you put a car down on the ground, it's rotten in about 30 seconds flat. So it's that you have so many VWs left that are still running is a miracle for me.
That's California.
Can you imagine how many they made? Millions.
There's a bit of history there.
Joshua
What are the 12
Trees.
class?
There's Sierra. Is that Sierra?
That's Sierra Romo coming in. Oh, fantastic stuff. So good to see her. She's going to be coming around the corner now, and she will be taking the checkered flag.
It's going to be a solid
Oh, you can see
podium
that.
finish.
She's pumping the air as she crosses the line. Then we get the flame as the Sierra Romo crosses the line.
Let's see what
and she is in third in class in third in class in UTV Pro Open and moves up into 6th overall.
That was a great run for her, great podium finish.
Yeah, and Nick May is now confirmed in 5th position overall and 3rd in class 10. So our top 3 in class 10 is Taylor Mills in 1st position. In 2nd is Abraham Gutierrez. In 3rd, it's Nick May. And I can tell you that in 1st position overall is Ronnie Anderson in UTV Pro Open and our limited class winner overall. Then in 2nd place it's Ryan Piplick and 3rd is Sierra Romo. Wow.
Yeah, that's.
As you said, a lot of drivers we're not seeing them. You know, Cerrone, Mitch Guthrie. You know, where are they at? Because they started back quite a ways. Mitch Guthrie,
Brandon Sims,
Mitch
Dustin
Guthrie started
Jones.
in 30, yes, Mitch Guthrie started in 34th, so he still has a little time to pick up there. But Ronnie Anderson started 29th, so he's definitely not going to challenge Ronnie.
Yeah, Mitch is still he's still out on his last lap. Looks like he hasn't even cleared sector. No, he's in sector 2. Donald Cerrone, same thing. Ricky Braybeck's still out there.
I bet he's not happy about that.
Sarah Price, sector 1 still.
Not good.
Alrighty, as we're looking at the top 10, if we go from 6th up, we got Romo, May in 5th, Piplick in 4th, Gutierrez in 3rd, and also Mills in 2nd, and then Ronnie Anderson. I got to give it to him. Ronnie, we were watching him. He was close, but he really put it down in the last lap. So I'm curious to what when he comes up here, what he's going to say. Did he hold back on those first couple laps, or was he just running? Was he just running the whole time? As we're watching some of the drivers that fit it on their last lap rolling through thumpers, you can see that some of them not running quite as hard. Same with the guys running through the Joshua Tree. They're thinking about finishing now. It's not about winning, it's about getting to that finish line.
It is indeed, and the shadows are starting to lengthen out here. And when it starts to go, when the light starts to go, that dust becomes an absolute nightmare. Now, there's not much out there tonight, but there's always enough to make your life difficult.
The boogeyman's out there. What are you, crazy?
The Chupacabra?
Chupacabra is
Chupacabra.
There. He jumps across the border. It doesn't matter where the desert is. The Chupacabra is there.
Okay. You're going to have to explain that one to people, but some people like me.
Well, Chupacabra is... we'll talk about it after we're looking at the Gaza pit. So with this driver's got about another 45 miles to get to that finish line. But Chupacabra is a legend that it is a ghost / monster / angel. It's kind of a jack of all trades, but it's the boogeyman. It's the Mexican boogeyman.
Gotcha.
It's true. It's just.
See, I used to really enjoy driving at night. Now I'm not so sure.
Well, I'm a little scared of it.
It's especially south of the border, but the rumor is like it comes in and like it's the I think it's what the goat sucker, right?
Yep.
Where it sucks the blood out of the goat, kills goats, and like It's Chupacabra. We're making you North American now. We're telling you about the folk tales of the Chupacabra.
Well, we like all of that. Right, well, this is the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. It's been the limited class races today and the unlimited class qualifying. We've just seen Roddy Anderson crossing the line to take an absolutely momentous victory. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break, but please come back because the action will continue here and we will see you very shortly.
Need a little help? We got help. Need some advice? We got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. We are here today for the limited race and for the unlimited class qualifying. I'm Jim Marston. Sitting alongside me is none other than Bob Bauer, Jim Beaver, and of course the legend that is Ricky Johnson. Gentlemen, what a day.
Well, thank God for technology. My ex co-driver, Steve Covey, did hit me back, and what ID stands for is Ivan Davis and Dave Peralt. Ivan and Dave. That's where the ID came from. So thank you, Steve Covey, for that information.
Co-driver Steve still keeping you honest, right?
Always. He's running with Alan Ampudia right now, so He started out before with Steven Eugenio, so he knows a lot about these ID trucks, and he was very, very fast with those guys there and part of that whole technology. But yeah, thank you, Steve, for giving me that clarification.
That's always
ID.
good. Now let's just talk a little bit about the limited truck racing that we've
Yes.
seen today, because we have 31 classes and 233 vehicles out there. That's everything from the vintage classes to the military classes to the multiple UTV classes, and of course the fast classes like the Class 10s. Now we saw the Class 10s walking away with it, and then we saw the UTs pulling them back in again.
Yeah.
It's the ongoing battle, isn't it?
Well, and I honestly thought that the 10s had them covered today, because as we were listening to Tyler at the finish getting emotional, that's awesome to see, because he's trying. You put so much into this to get ready, and all of a sudden it's the emotional dump. You cross the finish line, it's like, yeah, everything's good. All of a sudden your life flashed in front of you. You all of these things he's trying to remember. Man, I almost crashed. I almost hit that rock. I almost did this, did that. Even though for him, he said it was an uneventful day. It's never an uneventful day in an off-road race, especially not at the Mint 400. But once he did that, I thought for sure, as he was saying how rough the track got, that he would do it. But I got to give it, my hat is off to Ronnie Anderson for putting that together. He had an unbelievable run, and we'll have him in here later on. I want to hear his side of the race.
Well, and I got a little bit different take on this, because I think you're right. I think the Class 10s did have the UTVs covered. I think that the last lap, though, Ronnie Anderson was getting some pressure from Piplick and Sierra Romo.
Yep.
And I think if it wouldn't have been from that fight they had, that pushed all three of them to drive that much harder.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably why we saw Ronnie on that last lap overtake the Class 10s on corrected time.
Well, I'm going to throw something down for you, okay? Yep. The fastest lap for Tyler Mills was a 1:52.32. The fastest lap for Ronnie Anderson was a 1:51.39.
Wow.
But then there's something that really comes up. Now, don't forget that 39. Because Sierra Romo threw down a 1:51.34. So
Wow.
she was actually faster in lap 3 than Ronnie Anderson.
Wow.
Get your head around that. A fantastic drive there from Sierra Romo.
And you know what? She's going to go back and kick herself. Goes, I didn't start my sprint soon enough.
Yeah.
But if she was out 5 miles from the end,
well,
broken,
I think that Sierra probably had a flat tire out there, because her last lap was a 2 hours and 3 minutes, whereas Ronnie Anderson came in with a 1:54.
Right.
So I think there's possibility that there was an issue out there on track. But Sierra Romo, we've got to watch her in the future. We keep saying it. She's right there.
I've called it. She's due for a massive overall victory, and the poor girl, I mean, she has earned a massive overall victory. She just hasn't sealed the deal yet, you know. But it's coming. It is coming.
And this goes back to what Jim Marsden said. Once you win, you're a different animal. Because until then, you're like, maybe I'm just unlucky, or maybe it's just maybe I'm just not good enough, or whatever. And I've seen it in motocross, I've seen it in car racing, whatever. You can completely luck into a win, but once you've entered that bracket, you're a different person.
Once you know how to do it, right? So that's what Jim's saying. You win on purpose.
Yeah.
That's the point.
But also you learn how to win, and I do believe that people who have never felt that win, you try too hard.
Yeah.
You don't let it come to you. You work too hard and you get that flat tire, or you blow something, or something happens. You always make a mistake, or always something stops you. Once you understand how to break through that, different driver entirely.
Well, and I don't think Tyler Mills was racing to beat Ronnie Anderson or anybody else. He was racing to beat the other 10 cars.
Yeah.
And so maybe he could have pushed a little bit harder. We don't know. Once again, it's always ifs and buts. But the thing is he said it was uneventful. It just happened. He passed everybody, no flats and all that, Jim.
Well, see, I'm going to throw this one at you as well. Eric Harden. Okay, Eric Harden up until last year was, and he's going to be not disrespectful, just going to be as it is, a mid-pack racer. Okay, now all of a sudden we're seeing Eric Harden. He's had a win, and now he's sitting on the second row of the grid for tomorrow's race. That's the difference that it makes.
Right. It just makes you realize that I'm one of the guys.
Absolutely.
I'm one of the top guys, and I deserve to win.
Adam Householder, same thing.
Yep.
And you keep going back and forward with that. Ronnie Anderson, he's a man who knows how to win, and that's exactly what he's done here.
Yep. So we're still waiting to see RJ come in.
But there's still plenty of action out there on track. Let's not forget 233 starters this morning, and that looks like one of the single-seat Polaris is there.
Yep.
Just in
squeak
time.
by. Now that shows you how deep the ruts are, that the shadows are hiding the bottoms, and it's just going to get worse for tomorrow as the 40-inch tires are rolling through there and tearing that up. So those things, it looks like a slot car track, but there's a lot of death booming on the outside.
Yeah. And you know, one of the things that exists out there when you get these deep grooves, and this is can happen if we have a narrow car. So you get there, your right tire, or your rear tires on one side in one groove, and your front tires in the other groove. You're about to crash.
Yeah, you're doing a rail slide. You got bad things are about to go down.
Yeah.
Is this the Wilson Class 12 car that Rob Mack was driving?
Yeah, Rob stepped in for a lap, and then they jumped back in after
qualified.
I'd be very interested to see what that lap time was for Rob. Let me see if I can find it.
As we're watching, the desert is beautiful right now. We're going through, you see the guys coming through thumpers, and as you can see, it's uphill going this way, and so it feels completely different when you're driving because the gap. Now these are unique, kind of like Plaster City has their big whoops, Barstow has their big whoops, and these are what we're going to call the standard straight line whoops. They're gapped so far apart that it's wicked, that you got to be up around 100 miles an hour to bridge the gap from one to the other, and that takes some serious commitment to, like, it's a little
unnerving. Past it.
Well, it's unnerving because you just want to get to the top of each one, and you do not want to clear and G out through the bottom again.
You know, it's funny what he says, the commitment, because it's true, and it's almost like riding a dirt bike and you get into a rhythm section, and it's the bike can get on top of it. It's just that commitment level to get on top of it, and that's what separates the good drivers from the great drivers.
Well, I'm just looking here at the 12:38 of Bradley Wilson, Class 12 car. The first lap was 2 minutes 38 minutes. Second lap, which I believe would have been Rob Mack, was 2 minutes 11. And they're still out there right now for their third.
Well, this is them through the sand whoops. As I think this is already on the. I think this is on the way in. So between mile marker 48 and 49.
And I can also tell you that we have another class winner who's just crossed the line. That would be Joe Tirana, who was last year's overall in UTV.
Yep,
there's RJ.
And he has just crossed the line in first position in UTV Pro and in 7th overall. So a fantastic run there.
Well, that is through Joshua Tree, and that was RJ Anderson. So that's at race mile 80 when it comes down to it. So he has about another 15 miles to go to get to the finish line. So RJ Anderson is moving. It's going to be quite a celebration with the Anderson boys. There's going to be some big-ass smiles going there.
Yeah, the Anderson brothers like to throw down on a night like this.
Yeah. So we want to keep a radius.
No, they're awesome. And one of the things is that when you have a brother like RJ Anderson who's done so well and he did so much with the Polaris videos and all the different stuff, and Ronnie was in his shadow, and for him to come out and be his own man and not just be RJ Anderson's brother. Now he's Ronnie Anderson, the racer, and now the Mint 400 overall winner. I mean, that's going to be great. But what I'm going to love is to see how happy RJ is for his brother and also his mom and dad, Randy, and that's going to be a special day for them.
I hope we get it done.
Well, and he's doing it for the guy that's done so much for them, and right now he's not in a great place, but he's probably going to want to dedicate this to Walker Evans.
I hope he does.
Yeah,
and that's Harlan Mitchell we can see there with his Class 11 car. But we've also got Tiffany Stone is down by the stage, and she's got another interview for us. So Tiffany, take it away.
Ryan Piplick, it feels so good to chat with you here at the end, at the finish line for the Mint 400 this year. Unfortunately, it's not where you wanted. We're still figuring out for your class specifically. Ronnie Anderson, a fellow UTV driver, got that overall win. Talking about you, though, today, how do you feel about the Mint 400?
You know, the Mint 400 is one of those prestigious races. You know, you come in, you get the #1 trophy. It is pretty much a career accomplishment. So Mile marker 50 on the last lap, they told us it was 1 second splitting Ronnie and myself. So we started pushing really hard. I caught up to a pre-runner out there, and unfortunately I pushed really hard and I clipped a rock. So, that's racing. So, you know what? I'm pretty happy with the results. Disappointed at the same time.
Well, I know you've got to thank a lot of people, including your beautiful family, for helping you get here today. Who is everybody that makes sure Ryan Piplick finishes the Mint 400?
Absolutely. First and foremost, my family, Ron, Brian, and then the other Ron, my kids. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here. So thank them. And then Nate for stepping in. My normal co-driver was out. He just graduated from the academy, so he's stuck on a crappy schedule. So Nate stepping in, thanks to him. Polaris, Long Travel Industries, CST, Fox, Vision Wheels, Anti-Gravity, PRP, and, the list goes on and on, but I can't thank everybody else enough.
Awesome. Well, nice job, Ryan Piplick.
Well, there you go, guys. 1 second separation. And so he had to take a chance. As he said, what was the other thing? He's happy and disappointed in the same breath. And he's congratulatory towards Ronnie Anderson, which is that's a sign of a champion. This is our last year's winner. And he's like, I was there, but I pushed a little hard and probably shouldn't have. But if you didn't try that, you know what I mean? It's just one of those things.
You don't want to go home and go, if only I had.
Right, and he did. He went for it, and it bit him a little bit, but still, great interview.
An honorable defeat.
Yes.
I think, 2021, Ryan won both the Best in the Desert and the Legacy Championship in the same year in a UTV. He did something like 12 races that year and won probably half of them.
Wow. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what people were saying, is it a step down to go into UTV? And when I raced the NA car in Vegas to Reno, I had a blast. I mean, I was on the wheel all day long, and I had to work, and I couldn't just... Racing a trophy truck is completely different from an unlimited truck. You're keeping it between there, and the speeds are much, much higher in that, but you got to work the terrain. Not as much as a Class 11 car, but you still have to think about what you're doing with the 30. We were running 32-inch tires and stuff like that, and you just don't want to be, because you're at the end of the field. All the trophy trucks and everybody is gone in that race, and so the ditches are really deep, and you're on the skid plate quite a bit.
Yeah, there's a big difference between a 30-inch rolling diameter and a 40-inch rolling diameter.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, I think it's fair to say that one of them is racing and one of them is survival.
Yep. Well, and as we talked about, the guys that came in and pushed, and now what they're doing is they're seeing the shadows start to get long. You see it start to go, and you start doing the math. You're like, well, I got this much time to get back before it gets dark, and I do not want to break and be stuck out here. So when they're going to be coming in, they got a ways to go. They're just through thumpers, and they're just starting basically their third lap.
Well, if you think about it like this, our lead cars were coming in around about sort of 2-hour mark. They were sort of that 1 hour 54 minutes. That means their average speed was just around about 52 mile an hour.
Yep.
So, yeah.
And a Mint?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That's pretty fast.
Yeah, and you got to think about this. This is the limited class.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah. So you can dial that up tomorrow.
I think with the unlimited trucks, we're going to push, at least 65.
Yes.
If the air stays the way it stays, the surface stays the way it is, it's almost a slam dunk. Of course, we say that.
Yeah. It took Ricky and I till the last qualifier to get what we thought time-wise.
It wasn't easy.
But you know what the end of the day is? Ricky and I still beat you guys.
Exactly. We won.
Do you know when you snatch failure from the jaws of victory?
Exactly right. Yeah. Not everyone can do that.
Yeah. W is a W, gentlemen. The only thing they need to know is your credit card at the bar.
And there is Gary Lunsford there.
It's in his Class 8 truck.
He's just cruising around going, yeah, it's about time for me to get to the finish line.
Well, I'm guessing, and it's just total guess, but I'm guessing that things are pretty noisy inside the cockpit right about now. He's hearing the squeals and the squeaks.
You hear
and the screeches.
everything.
That's and honestly, it's especially when he starts getting at night. You hear everything tenfold then.
Oh yeah,
you're racing at night. Oh, every smell and every noise.
So there you are in the dark. Your truck's making weird noises. Why do you look at the noise? Why?
Because hopefully you're gonna. It's like when something breaks in my car, I open the hood and look in there. I don't know what I'm looking for. I'm just hoping that something's gonna jump out at me and go, the problem is right here. Put this plug wire back on. Something like that, but it's not.
Once in a great while, it does happen that way too. But
if you can't fix it with race tape and cable ties, it didn't happen.
Exactly. So back through Thumpers, these guys have quite a ways to go. They are at race mile 20, and they have quite a bit to go. And I'm pretty sure these guys will be ending at night. They'll be going to be out playing around in the dark.
Yeah, they take their headlights out so they can save weight.
Yep. Not too good when it gets dark, but
it's when you have to break out your mobile phone torch.
That's right. Well, guys, it has been an unbelievable day. I want to thank you guys for. I'm not leaving or anything like that, but I just want to say that it's been an awesome show all day today. Oh, I'm getting a call from Rob Mack.
Wow,
unbelievable! Hold on.
Everyone, hold the line.
That's just like Ricky. He gets a bigger star on the other line. He leaves us like we didn't even matter. He's gone now. He's off on a thing, talking on his phone.
To be fair, mate, if I was getting a phone call from Rob McCachran, I would probably dump us as well.
True, too.
So what a day of action it has been.
It has. Upcoming, we're going to be talking to Ronnie Anderson.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we're bringing him in here. I'm going to bail on you guys, and you're going to have Ronnie to play with for a few minutes. How's that?
No, that's pretty
It's going to be entertaining, I can tell you that already. But that means we're going to see Mr. Bauer in the VIP, I'm assuming.
It could happen. It could happen. Okay, so here's the report. Ricky's off the phone with Rob Mack. We don't know what he said, but he's smiling. He's got that look in his eyes like this is going to be a report. So.
No, well, we were just talking, and some things were said and stuff. I just clarifying what I said. All good. So Rob Mack is ready for tomorrow. That's all I got to say.
5 minutes.
Rob Mack is ready for tomorrow. All good. Well, that's it.
Butthead.
Well, what I'll do is I'll take that, I'll divide it by 5 and add 2.
Exactly.
And, yeah.
No. But anyhow, it's all good.
It is all good indeed. As we keep on watching here, the action keeps on coming here at the BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400 2024. We are just outside of Sin City, Las Vegas, here in Prim Valley, Nevada. And today was all about the limited classes and the unlimited classes qualifying. We have Nick Whetstone. If you haven't heard that name before, you will do by tomorrow morning, who has out-qualified some of the biggest names in the sport to be sitting on the front row of the grid tomorrow here at North America's toughest desert race.
Well, and as these guys, they're working once again. They are working on surviving, trying to get their way back to the finish. As we said, as Piplik said, he was going for it. Got that one extra flat that cost him a little bit. But once again, I really want to congratulate him for handling that like a champion. He didn't make an excuse. He dealt with the facts. I pushed hard on that lapper truck, and it got a flat. So that helped me up a little bit. But that's it.
You're 1 second back at the Mint 400, and it's midway through the last lap.
You gotta go.
You gotta push.
You gotta go.
If you're not a racer, if you don't pin it.
Yep.
And he could have made it.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, seriously.
He rolled the dice, and it just didn't come up in his favor.
And it was like Sierra. She just made her decision a little too late.
Yeah, but as Jim put, it looks like she got a flat on the last lap.
Yeah, I'd love to have a chat to Sierra and find out what happened there, because she definitely dropped off that pace.
Yes.
I mean, we can see she's got killer pace. I mean, she's laid down a faster lap than Ronnie Anderson. And let's not forget, Ronnie Anderson is our champion.
Exactly.
So, yeah, that's incredible stuff. And then, of course, we saw Tyler Mills chatting to Tiffany Stone. So much emotion.
Yeah.
And we keep saying it, you don't just arrive at these races. It takes months of preparation to get here.
Well, you typically don't win the race on Saturday. You win it on the prep from the last race all the way to here.
He's got some of these other limited classes that are slowly working their way back here to Prim. Going to be a long night for a few drivers, but
yeah. So what we're going to do is we are here at the BF Goodrich 2024 Mint 400. We're going to slide out for a short commercial break, and then we're going to be back with our champion, UTV Pro Open champion Ronnie Anderson, and the overall champion for the limited class. So do not go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss this. We'll see you very shortly. The 2024 Mint 400 is brought to you by BF Goodrich Tires, title sponsor of the Mint 400. Find yourself off-road and explore the BF Goodrich family of tires. MagnaFlow, your source for everything exhaust. Camberg, #1 in off-road suspension. Rugged Radios, the official communications of the Mint 400. Stay connected and go further. Sylvania Off-Road, built for any adventure. Belching Beaver, the official craft beer of the Mint 400. The Belching Beaver Brewery brings damn good times. And welcome back to the 2024 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. What a day of racing. It's been absolutely incredible. We've had the unlimited qualifying, but most importantly, we've had the limited races out there. Joining me in the booth now is none other than Ricky Johnson, Jim Beaver, and the superstar himself that is Ronnie Anderson, who has just won the limited races. Just how good does that feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing. That's my first overall desert win right there. So pretty happy to be able to do it here at the Mint 400 legendary race. So and a really, really, really tough one that a lot of people like to win. So super, super excited. So proud of my whole team. They work their butts off for moments like this. So wouldn't want to have it any other way right now.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Now, we saw you out there, and let's be honest, the Mint 400, you don't win it from the front, do you? You have to hunt that down. You just keep working your way through. I mean, Ricky, you were watching Ronnie all day, just doing that, and we were talking about this, and you just got to hang that back and then go for it. So what was your strategy for today?
Yeah, we come from a short course background, and it's usually we're sprinters through and through, but I've learned pretty quickly here that desert racing is more about the marathon than the sprint.
So Ronnie, take a look at some of your work here as you were working your way around the course, and talk about the course itself. I mean, obviously a lot different from place to place. Now there's the finish. You're at that point, but tell us about this course.
Yeah, it's brutal. It actually wasn't too bad, lap one, but over the time, just over the hundreds of cars going lap after lap after lap, by lap 4 it was absolutely brutal. There wasn't a section on the course that wasn't beat up, wasn't whooped out, so nutrition was definitely a big factor there, and that's where we got a lot of our track position there on lap 4. A lot of people fell out there lap 3 and 4, so yeah, we just played it smooth, consistent, conservative, and it paid off today.
But was that a plan, or were you just listening to the splits and this and that and running accordingly and then pick it up the last lap, or was it just I'm going to keep myself in that top couple spots and then go at the end? Or I'm summarizing.
Yeah, for sure. We went through the plan to be a little conservative, and we got lucky. We had Mitchie that started right by me. RJ started right by me. Tirana started right by me. So it was pretty easy to keep tabs kind of on those guys that do lead the packs here very, very oftenly. So I was very fortunate to start by all those guys and kind of just judge my pace off that. I could tell, based on going through pit one, they would tell me, hey, Mitchie's only 40 seconds off your back bumper, or, stuff like that. So we definitely played it by ear a lot today. But yeah, definitely definitely conservative and happy we did it that way.
So last lap, I know Tiffany Stone went with Piplick and said, I think halfway through the last lap, you were within a second of each other. So take us through that second half of the last lap, because you guys were, and I said, the Class 10 cars had you licked. But I go, there was a point in the last lap where you guys turned it on, and Sierra was right behind you and Piplick. So I'm like, was that really what you think pushed you guys? Because you guys, it was a burner of the second half of that lap.
Yeah, for sure. I lost a power steering belt actually, literally pulling into pit 1. So I pulled over, put a new power steering belt on it, took off right behind Piplick, and I knew Piplick was going to throw down an absolute heater after that because he had to put a minute on me, started the row in front. So I knew at that time it was game on. So and we passed a ton of traffic. We passed 6100s, Class 10 cars, Baja bugs, you name it, we were passing on that last lap. It was a ton of fun. And then he ended up getting a flat. And handed it over to me. So we got a little fortunate there on the last lap.
So was he in front of you when he got the flat?
Yep.
Oh, so he was. Okay, I thought he was chasing you.
I was probably only 20 seconds back. I was in his dust, and then he got the flat, and I got him pretty quickly.
How bad was the dust?
It's been a lot worse, I'll tell you that. It was probably 50-50 because we got a lot of rain yesterday. So 50% of the course, really the dust wasn't bad at all, and the other 50% it was really bad. Yeah. So honestly, it was a fun mix though of being able to race with no dust and then race with dust.
Well, cool. No flats.
No flats all day for me, luckily.
Did you change the tire, or did you just ran the same set all day long?
Nope, same set all day long. Just stopped for fuel today and a power steering belt.
So let's talk about it. You're saying about nutrition helped you out. You look kind of fresh. I don't know if you're ready to run a marathon or anything like that. Maybe do a trailer park drift race or something like that. But what? Tell the people what you did for your nutrition.
Yeah, it's just honestly just making sure you're healthy, hydrated, all those things. It's nothing too crazy that I do to get ready for a race like this, but it is 8 hours of beating your body in this car. So it can be brutal, but I would say hydration's the number one thing. I've caught myself out a couple times not being hydrated enough. So that's my number one, and after that, just some energy throughout the race as well.
You running some goos or blocks and things like that throughout the day?
Yep, exactly.
So there's going to be absolutely no party tonight in the Anderson Brothers pits, right?
Zero. Just make sure your brother doesn't get in a fight like he did with me and the other guys.
Is it going to be like Crandon?
Yeah. It happens.
It's going to be sleeveless Fridays instead of sleeveless Sundays like at Crandon?
I would bet you it's going to be
That's how it started. That was how it started. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to congratulate Ronnie Anderson. You are now a Mint 400 champion. That's got to be awesome for you. Who do you want to thank your sponsors? Throw that out before we go.
I have to thank NOS Energy Drink, Polaris Razor, South Point, BFGoodrich Tires, like you were saying, no flats all day. So that's a huge part of this whole deal. Walker Evans Racing, Optima Batteries, everybody who helps us out. We couldn't be up here without you guys, so it's really exciting to bring home my first one here.
Well, don't forget your mom and dad.
Yeah, and of course my mom, dad, and my whole team, of course. I wouldn't be up here without them. They work their butts off. So mom, dad, brother, and whole team, they're the most important ones for sure.
Jim, take it away.
Yeah, well, Ronnie, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here and to have you here as the champion of the BFGoodrich 2024 Mint 400 limited classes and a UTV sitting up in front of the Class 10s. So what we're going to do now is we're going to pop out for a short commercial break, and then we're going to get your big rival, Tyler Mills, in here and find out how his race went. So we'll leave you to go partying as we step out for a short break, but do not go anywhere because we will be back very shortly with Tyler Mills and find out all about his race today at the BFGoodrich 2024 Mint 400.
beast mode. Hey, look, I'm in beast mode. Ballin' on them like I got a cheat code. I'm the beast. Beast. Hey, huh?
BestOffRoad.com. Offering the best off-road brands, best customer experience, best prices. Experience off-road retail re-engineered by BestOffRoad.com. Stop by our booth in the Midway. Off-road advice is always free. BestOffRoad.com can help you create your ultimate off-road vehicle.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400, just outside of Sin City, Las Vegas, at Prim Valley, Nevada. I'm Jim Marsden. Sitting next to me is none other than Ricky Johnson and Jim Beaver. And joining us in the booth is a young man that we have just watched out on track, absolutely laying it down. It is Tyler Mills in the Class 10. Wow! Welcome to the booth, Tyler.
Thank you for having me. It's cool. It's awesome to be here. I just wanted to finish and
you walk away as a Mint 400 champion.
Hey, I told my team that if you could finish this race, you're going to already do better than you think, because there's so much carnage out there.
But you had a good pace all day. I mean, you say that, oh, we just wanted to finish, but I mean, you had a great pace all day. So, I mean, was that the pace you were planning on running and it just, fell into your lap, or do you feel like you were pushing yourself just a little bit quicker than you thought you would have?
I picked a good pace off the start. I was catching some cars, and then I actually got caught by Connor McMullen and the Diesel Tech car, and they kind of pushed me more. And I actually never seen Abraham Gutierrez the first lap at all, so I honestly was chasing him all day, even though he wasn't even in front of me. And then they finally told me, no, you're the lead 10, and I was like, oh, okay.
Now let's talk about Abraham, because I mean, we think he might have had a problem on lap 1, and you were saying as you were going into your 4th lap, he was 10 minutes behind you still, wasn't he?
Yeah, they said leaving main it was 10 minutes, and then pit 2 he was 3 minutes, so I was like, oh, okay. So from pit 2 on, I kind of picked it back up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he really did come in. I mean, we were watching the screens, and we could see Nick May sitting there in second position, and all of a sudden, boom, Abraham comes in second place. It was like, wow, where's he been hiding all day long? So, yeah, he was right on your tail.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have a great battle all the time. I've raced him, and he's super fast, and I honestly put him as the one to beat here, and that's why I said I just tried to chase him all day, and I guess it worked out.
Absolutely. Now, talk to us about the continual battle that happens between the UTVs and the Class 10s. They're really smoking hot now, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. They go through stuff that I don't understand how they do it, but they do it. and the washes here, I can see that they scoot pretty good through the washes at 4-wheel drive, so.
Yeah, that's where they're pulling. They got those front wheels pulling them through there. But when you get to the bumps, that's where you guys got them. You got the length, and then you got the 10s are a little more nimble. They stay up on top, and you can bridge from gap to gap. Now, when you're going down the thumpers and stuff like that, are you able to get up on top? It's hard going this direction.
Yeah, definitely uphill is hard. There's actually a line to the left of the thumpers. It's actually a little rougher, but they're closer together.
Yeah.
So like I feel like I can get on top there, where over here these are like trophy truck whoops. They're real long, and you can find yourself in a 10 car just bouncing through there. So
that's how I've always run that left line in a side-by-side because they're closer, and like you said, it's you can get a rhythm there. It's like those other ones that are spaced out. You just can't get a rhythm.
Yeah. You just find yourself just kind of hopping in them, slapping the pan, and that's never good.
so when you're going around the course, I mean, are there areas of the course where you go, yeah, I love this bit, and areas where you go, oh, God, not this bit again?
Oh, the proving grounds to the quarry is I just held on for dear life. That's why my hands hurt. And then it just seemed like after the quarry, all that's pretty fast, washes, so you can kind of settle down. So,
but there's no give from the proving grounds to the quarry. There's an old concrete road or old asphalt road was like beyond square edges, and it just wants to rip the wheels out of your hands and stuff like that. So no matter what, it just jarred the crud out of it. Even in a 10 car, which the 10 car has got a lot more suspension than the side-by-sides.
Oh, yeah. And to the quarry, like that embedded rock, it just feels like the car's being ripped apart as you just go through sliding on it. And
I've said the quarry, too, it's really easy to cut a tire there. It's not super rough, but you can cut a tire real quick.
Yeah, and it's nasty out there today. It looked like water just ran through there. So it doesn't even look, most of those corners don't look like roads even. There's just rocks all over the place, and you just kind of pick your way through there. But
so a great day. Congratulations. Who do you want to thank? I mean, obviously, and take your time, man. This is a special moment. You're up here. You've just won the Mint 400.
Oh, man, my dad and my uncle, they're M&M. They built this car, and they kind of I rode with them, and they kind of said, hey, do you want to drive? Like, yeah. So I started driving in like 2019, ran some snore races, won some snore races. But so if it wasn't for them, I seriously could not do this. My whole family, my fiance, we're a small team from a small town, and we just come out here to have fun, honestly. And
you know what's a lot of fun? Winning.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. It really is.
That's the best kind of fun.
Go ahead. Keep going down the line. You got some guys you want, your family, everybody?
Yeah, the entire pit crew, honestly, at every pit is all family. Kevin and Connor McMullen are a big one. They prep the car and stuff, and chasing him out in the desert today was fun. That's always fun to chase Connor. And, it's just us, really, just family.
Well, beautiful, man. Congratulations. It looked like an awesome race. As you said, there was wet down low, so you could really be racy with other people and stuff like that. Then it got dusty and really beat up and rocky up top, but a good variety. Like if you could actually design an off-road race, that's kind of what you want. You don't want it too perfect, but then again, you don't want it so blown out and suck. So the wind helped you with the dust, but the water seemed to help you out as well with traction.
Yep, and even in the washes, it just seemed like you could run up on people and there's no dust. So that was real good.
Well, awesome. I want to congratulate you once again. It was great to watch you from here. As I said, we back and forth all day long, but you were the guy that every time the board came around, you were there. Were you shocked that a side-by-side got you at the end? Overall?
Anymore, no, because like he said, we're so matched up. I think any race, any of us could win, honestly.
Yeah.
Just kind of depends on. I mean, it sounded like he had a flawless day.
Yeah, he had a perfect day.
Yeah.
Well, it means a lot to have those hats with the first place on the side. So you will cherish that till the day you die.
Yeah, my dad got one. He won Parker in 2006 in a single seat 10, and I said I've always wanted a BFG winner hat.
There you go. There you go. All right, Jim.
Okay, now Connor, I've got to ask you. Sorry. Why am I calling you Connor? Tyler, I want to ask you one thing. So are you going to come back for the California 300 and try and take on this championship?
Yeah, for sure. That was our goal this year, to just go to Parker, come here, and just see if we can go for a championship.
Fantastic. Well, we're very much looking forward to it. So, Tyler Mills, you are the champion of Class 10 here at the 2024 BFGoodrich Mint 400. How does that feel?
Oh, it feels amazing. I was so beat up when I came in, but when they said first place, I'm not even sore anymore.
That is awesome.
You'll feel it tomorrow, though. Trust me. You're going to wake up and go, oh, what happened?
Yeah.
Congratulations, champ.
Okay, now let's just have a quick look. This is our top 10 here in the limited So in 10th position there, we've got Sean Krebs. And in 9th, it's Tim Fitzpatrick. In 8th, it's Chase Carr. In 7th and first in class, it was Joe Tarana. Then in 6th, it was Sierra Romo, who was so close. Then in 5th, it was Nick May. Then in 4th, it was Ryan Piplick. In 3rd, it was Abraham Gutierrez. In 2nd, and sitting next to us right now, is Tyler Mills, who was first in Class 10. But it's all about Ronnie Anderson, first in UTV Pro Mod, and of course, first overall in the limited classes here at the BF Goodrich 2024 Mint 400. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break, but be back. There'll be more action very soon.
Need a little help? We got help. Need some advice? We got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver. Straight on through.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 BF Goodrich Mint 400. We are just outside Las Vegas in Prim Valley, Nevada, and what a day of racing it's been so far. Joining me is none other than Jim Beaver and Ricky Johnson.
Yes.
Guys, what a day.
Man.
Well, looking at the highlights, it's been an unbelievable day. Ronnie Anderson brought it back, and here we're seeing Rob Mack as he goes into qualifying today. He's put himself in a great position. He's won this race so many times, but Eric Hard was really fast, our defending champion. It's going to be a lot to watch tomorrow, a lot going on. Jim?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's not forget that all the action is going to be starting tomorrow morning, so do not forget to join us here. Now, Jim, these are the unlimited class trucks tomorrow. What are you thinking? We're going to be seeing a Class 1 sitting on that second row.
Well, I think Connor's sitting there in the number 1 spot. That's going to be the story of the day. You know, we're going into the biggest, baddest off-road desert race in the United States, and we've got a Class 1 car out front, not the traditional unlimited trucks. I think that's the big storyline. Can the young kid...
No, you got that wrong, sir. We've actually got, if we're looking here, this is our unlimited spec class here. We're looking at Carl Jurgensen sitting in first position. In second is Troy Grabowski. In third, it's Justin Bean Smith. In fourth, it's Trey Gribbs. In fifth, it is Brent Fox. That is a stacked top 5.
Well, and when you talk about the limited trucks, these guys are going to be running on the gas all day long, and we have seen some, friction between Jurgensen and the Grabowskis. As I said, if you go back and you watch that Rage at the River up in Laughlin, how they were going back, that was with Dustin. But if you wanted, this race tomorrow is going to be unbelievable.
Yeah, now let's look at this. This is our unlimited classes. In 10th position, it's Adam Householder. In 9th, it's Kevin Thompson and Harley Letner. In 8th, it's Kristen Serapis. In 7th, it's Tim Hurst. In 6th, it's Rob Mack. In 5th, it's Ryan Arciero. Then we've got Fuentes in the first of the Class 1 cars. Then it's last year's champion, Eric Harden. Then in second, it's Colin McMullen. And then it's the big story of the day for me, which is Nick Whetstone, straight out of Australia, sitting up top on the pole position.
As I said, if you go in, type in the Fink. It's the Fink Rally in Australia. It's a 200-mile race, and it's very similar to these conditions. Very sandy. It seems to be that red sand, so you get a lot of traction. So very similar to the Fink Rally.
So here's a question with Nick Whetstone real quick, though, and this is a story for everybody to ponder. I mean, he's in the number 1 spot. He's going to have a lot of pressure on his shoulders.
Absolutely, but here's the schedule. At 10 a.m. tomorrow, the live stream begins. At 10:15 is the opening of ceremonies. At 10:45 is the unlimited race start, and at 5:30 is the estimated finish. Be sure to be here. This is the BF Goodrich Mint 400 2024. It's been a fantastic day of racing, and we will see you live here tomorrow morning.
Look, I'm in beast mode. Ballin' on them like I got a cheat code. I'm a beast. Beast. Hey, huh?
BestOffRoad.com. Offering the best off-road brands, best customer experience, best prices. Experience off-road retail re-engineered by BestOffRoad.com. Stop by our booth in the Midway. Off-road advice is always free. BestOffRoad.com can help you create your ultimate off-road vehicle.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
The white ain't so white no mo.
What was that?
Said the white ain't so white no mo on it.
Oh, no. She's been through a couple races. Been a little dirty, so.
But it looks sharp anyway. Go ahead and put that medal around your neck. I got the bottle. And then one for your co-driver with that freaking awesome mustache. What's your name, man?
Jackson Lish.
Jackson Lish? Oh, boy, I could play with that last name a whole lot, but I'm not going to hold on to that. Great job out there, man. Tell me what vehicle this is.
So this is a BC Customs SXV-XL. It's a CH-47 lightweight mobility vehicle for the U.S. Special Forces.
So you guys sit clear on the outside, obviously, so the drivetrain's up, tucked up in the center, but you guys look like you're gonna fall out like at any minute.
Yeah, no, like the cars are pretty safe. We go through a lot of rigorous crash testing and everything, and never really too worried about it. So
that's awesome, man. Who would you like to thank? Who gets you here?
I'd like to thank my family, my dad, my company, BC Customs. We build all these for the Special Forces. I'd like to thank the Mint for giving us the opportunity to bring these out here and test, develop, so the guys on the ground can get better vehicles. I'd like to just thank God. So
I can't top that at all, man. Are you ready to shoot off some champagne? Or are we going to do documentary? That's right. Documentary crew's going to come up here. I'll get it right one time. I swear. I may get it right. So custom-made vehicles for Special Forces. You ready to shoot some champagne on this thing now? Don't shoot it on the driver's seat, or are you going to take it home, put it on the shelf?
Take it home and put it on the shelf, put it next to my Baja one. So, yeah.
Awesome job out here, man. Check that out. Custom-made rigs for Special Forces coming out of his own shop. This is where the rubber hits the road right here. I mean, everything's tested to beat the snot out of it, and no better way to do that than out here at the Mint 400, go blast a bunch of laps. I was looking over it and I see like the drive line is offset in the back to go past the motor so the motor drivetrain can sit down lower in the vehicle. Second place in class. Go ahead and hand that around your neck. Great job. What's your name, partner?
Caton.
Caton, so you went out there and mobbed this whole thing by yourself, didn't you?
Oh yeah, just all by myself.
All by my lonesome. I think that's pretty cool, man. So getting to the finish, you got to be pretty daggone happy with that, and second in class.
Oh yeah, after the second lap, it was a struggle to get it here. It was a long one, a lot of shaking back and forth. The whips were killing me in this thing.
I'm sure they were. Who would you like to thank, buddy?
I want to thank Motors of Energy, Miller Hats, Kryptonite, the awesome ball joints, tie rods, and all the suspension stuff. Smitty Racing for the best shocks out there. The Fox is too. Just a dream. Trinity for the awesome exhaust that just sounds so good. Really good radio to keep us all in contact. Polaris, of course, because they made the car. Sandcraft for the drive shaft, front diff. Hurley Motorsports for getting the car with me, done last minute and all that. BK Racing for the driving help and all that. BFG Tires, since they make one of the best tires out there. And I want to say a special thanks to Sean Kelly and Mikey Kelly for getting me out parts within 24 hours. That was awesome. Without them, I would not have been able to race today.
It's awesome. Give it up for him right here. Coming in second in class. Going up over or second? First place in class. First place in class. Joe Tirana, here you go. Put that on. Put that on. That's right, back-to-back wins. Look at that, isn't that sharp? That is sharp. Hold on to that too. Joe, congratulations. What a great time out here. Who's your co-driver?
Jason Montez.
So Jason Montez was giving you the ones and twos on over there on the DJ setup in the passenger seat, just keeping you in line, and you were hammered down.
Oh yeah, he was chatting all day.
Captain Chatty Cathy, huh?
Oh yeah.
I love it, man. Anyway, folds out. You got first in class. You got to be pretty happy. Tons of talent in that class that you were trying to battle against.
Yeah, it was super fun. We obviously came here for the overall again, but we'll settle with this first in class this year.
That's right. Who helps you out, Joe?
Oh, I got to thank my dad and my mom and my family first off, and Jason for co-driving. And I want to thank BFG Tires, Can-Am, VP Racing, Patras Graphics, KWI Clutching, Sparco, Lone Star Racing for building this car. We actually rolled, we got tangled up today and rolled about 4 or 5 times, and we landed on all 4 wheels and we made it to the finish. So them building a strong car for us.
We hope the camera crew was there to pick up that kind of wild ride.
Oh yeah, the GoPro was rolling, so something will be out there.
I love it. Like to thank anybody else?
Oh, we hit them all. Thank you.
Right on. We're going to bring in our documentary crew. They're going to come in here and shoot a quick spot. Joe, I think you should hop on top of that car and make it worthwhile, because I know, first in class is still legit. Here, I'll hand it up to you. Hold on a second. No, don't start poking at it yet. Dagnabbit, hop on top of that car. Yeah, don't cave it. Oh, look at that. That thing's seen the roof now twice today. That's awesome. Give it up, Joe Terrell, first in class. Sun's coming in at a great spot on him too. He was going after the overall like he did last year, but there it is, there it is, there it is. Nice. Oh, that's a good shot right there. Beautiful. Congratulations, first in class. One of our finishers coming up over the stage right now. Are you Greg?
Me.
Fantastic, Greg. There you go. There's a great finisher medal right there. Here's another one right here. Hand that to your co-driver. Great job out there, man. Getting the finish, you got to be pretty happy.
Really happy about this. This is a new car for us. We've had it for just under a year and had some teething issues to start out with, but I think we got it worked out.
think you got her figured out because you got her up to the stage. That's a pretty big deal, man. I mean, there's a lot of people still hanging out there, camping out there in the desert.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not even sure what place we finished. I think 4th.
I didn't get that information. I'm only giving a little bit because I forget everything else.
Yeah, well, we're real happy to be up here. We raced last year in a 12 car and DNF last year. So working through some teething pains on that car, but here we are.
Fantastic. Who would you like to thank, man?
So primarily Altitude Motorsports. And of course, Mint 400, we're really happy to be here. Off-Road Warehouse made sure we got here with all the good parts. Impact Racing with the gear, PCI radios, kept us in communication with our pits. Kermit Lennox Motorsports, he took care of us in the pits. Fodder Motorsports also did a really nice job with our parts. Cloak Wraps made the cars look pretty. And Krieger Manufacturing took care of building the cars.
This car does look really, really good, man. This thing, when it was brand new and clean going off on the first lap, it looked sharp. It looked like you found a couple little muddy holes, but that's okay, man. And I know the traction was really good for quite a while out there with the rain we had a little bit earlier, right?
Laps 1 through 3 were great. Laps 4 was horrible.
If it was great all the time, it would be flat track. That's what we're not doing. Anyway, congratulations, Greg, on that finish. Coming up to the stage, 3rd in class. Are you Tegan? What's your name, buddy?
My name is Sean Romano. Tegan's my daughter.
Oh, dude, that's awesome. Cool. Coming out real quick. 3rd in class. Go ahead and put that around your neck. You got to be thrilled with that. Don't forget, Sunday is our big awards banquet, and that's when you get the real hardware. This is just for finishing. Here, we'll close up the door so we can see the side of the door for everybody. Tegan's your daughter. She gets to drive some laps too.
So we racing this in memory of Tegan. This is the first race she ever went to, first desert race she's ever been to. She passed last February 19th. This is in her honor. So.
That's pretty awesome, man. So she was riding in spirit in this car.
Absolutely. She was with us the whole way.
That's awesome. So she's looking down at you right now going, way to go, Pops, 3rd place.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's freaking awesome. Anybody else help you get here, buddy?
Oh, pit crew, our wives, this animal right here, James Moore, DAT Suspension. They really pulled this all together in a short time, and here we are. First desert race ever, and we're standing here talking to you.
I think that's pretty bitchin'. First desert ride ever, 3rd place overall in your class, so that you got to be pretty tickled. Anyway, man, thank you so much for coming out, and what a great run for Tegan.
Absolutely, thank you.
Give it up for him right there. Next car coming up, 3rd in class. 3rd in class coming up next. Watch that helmet. There goes one. There goes two. 2 for 2. Third place in class. What kind of rookie move was that? That was fantastic. Those bad boys are impact tested already. I love it. This is the first truck I gotta kneel down to. You guys are like 4.5 inches off the ground, man. This is a hell of a good ride, isn't it?
Some of those ridges in the middle are a little low. I think we're gonna need new skid plates.
Skid plate, I'm sure it probably transfers right into your butt while you're running through those things.
No, you gotta lift your butt up a little bit.
Just a little bit. Squeezed together so it ricochets off. Anyway, what's your name, man?
My name's John Steinover.
So, John, tell me about this car real quick.
It's a Myers-Manx on a pretty much stock VW pan. Ferdinand Porsche and Bruce Myers knew what was going on.
They figured it out super early. When did they come up with this?
Bruce did the buggies in 1964 is when he came out with them, and this is like a 1968.
I mean, they didn't really change them a whole lot over the years anyway, right?
No, not too much. I mean, there was changes, but this is all like stock running gear. This is 60-year-old parts in this car.
The green wheel, that is money right there. That is money. You sell that on eBay for like $10,000 because of the stories it's got with it too. Anyway, man, who would you like to thank?
I want to thank Kevin, my son, rode with me on the second half. My daughter Jillian was in the first half, and then got my buddy Warren here. He helped out with Chase and meeting us out of the pits and taking care of us. So appreciate all that. And my buddy Joe that couldn't make it this weekend, kind of bummed he wasn't here, but had stuff going on. And
you have a kidney specialist back at home?
No. I'd like to thank PRP Seats. It's really not that bad here. People think it's terrible, but it's not that bad. You gotta drive the car to what it can do.
Exactly, and it smiles per mile on this bad boy, isn't it?
Definitely smiles per mile.
I love it. Give it up for him. Third in class and things. The Myers-Manx car. This thing's so cool. OG El Gusano. That thing's pretty awesome. First in class coming up. Look at this awesome car right here. Oh, he got blasted immediately. Man, talk about a drive-by champagning. If Beverly Hills and Compton came together, that's what just happened. Here's one more. You'll get retribution. No, not yet, not yet. You can't do it. You can't do it yet. Anyways, first place. Don't forget on Sunday we're giving out the big hardware.
We popped his cherry today. First time ever in a race car, and he wins the freaking Mint 400. Are you kidding me? Wow, I knew we had.
This is so great. What's your name, sir?
Tevin. Tony. Josh.
Who's talking? You're the chatty one, but I'll let you chat. Right. Here, let's pull the door shut so everybody can see the side of the car. Whew.
57 small window. This car was my father's car, our father's car. Tony and my father's car back. He raced it in the 70s and 80s. Won some championships at AMSA. Raced a couple times at Riverside Raceway when they had the race there. My brother found the car. Great friend of ours now. He's helping us fit the car at his house in Fontana. We brought it back, ended up putting this body on a new chassis and said, let's go for it.
That's so awesome. I love it. This is all hand painted on the side of the car. That's what's so freaking cool about this.
It's the original paint.
The original paint.
Original paint from back in the 70s and 80s. It's Emerald, so it's lethal.
It's like the lead paint. You don't scratch and lick it.
Yeah.
So who helps you out? Who gets you here, man? This is a big deal.
So American Mobile Ornamental Welding, they're the ones that actually made this all happen for sure. King Shocks, JG Transworks, Wick Racing Engines, sorry. Who else am I missing here, man? Oh yeah, BFG for sure. I'll tell you what, these tires, man, take some abuse. Of course, yeah, and my wife right there. For sure. CarTech and JMAR Performance Products. All those people were great, amazing. They were very helpful with the building of this car.
That's awesome. Great story. We're going to bring up our documentary crew right here. We're going to shoot a quick documentary on you folks. Here we go. We're going to shoot off this champagne. Okay, let me give you a little hand. Hold on to that for a second. Okay, so go ahead, flick that off. Have you run one of these before?
I'm going to do it for this. Yeah, I've done one time.
Okay, hold on to the end of it. Build up some pressure. Let that guy have it right there. Freaking blast his ass. Congratulations. Oh, this is such a cool deal having great stories like that. That thing coming from the 70s in original paint, hand painted. That's probably why it's still on there. Another great story. Third in class coming up to the stage as the sun is setting. What's your name, buddy?
Cameron Westbay.
Cameron? and
Jordan Payne.
Awesome job. Here you go. Put that around your neck. Third in class, you got to be pretty daggone happy with that.
Yeah, not bad for a first race, huh?
First race, you just get a car. It's like, hey, let's go out and run the toughest freaking U.S. off-road race we can run, right?
Yep, exactly.
Where are you guys from?
We're from Las Vegas.
Las Vegas, so at least it wasn't a far drive for you. You could just kind of like pretty much drive this thing on the back roads all the way here and stage up and go, and then it looks like it's in great shape. You're just going to drive it back home?
Oh, I try to. Drive shaft's rubbing a little bit, but other than that, we're good to go.
Yeah, the state patrol won't see that, so you'll be fine, man. I just send it on down the road. Who helps you guys out?
Man, we couldn't have done this without Oscar Martinez from the Adrenaline ATV Tours. If you guys ever want to come drive one of these things, we're based out in Logandale, so we basically rent these, and they're not stock. So, yeah.
I love it. So I do see the rental numbers on it. You're going to put this back in the fleet?
Yep, you're going to go take it back up to Logandale and wait for somebody to rent it.
Turning the money back over. Congratulations, you guys. Number 3. Make sure you face the crowd so everybody gets a great picture of you. Adrenaline ATV Tours out of Logandale. One of our finishers coming up over the stage. Chase Carr getting the finish. You got to be pretty daggone happy with that. Go ahead and hand that over to your co-driver. Congratulations on getting the finish. Looked like you got to get a little food in you. That was a rough run, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was definitely some learning. Took some learning, but coming from short course to this is a big game changer. Got to learn some stuff, but I mean it was pretty fun out there.
You're going to be back in it again soon, aren't you?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
The desert's got its hooks in you. That's what's funny. Anyway, who helps you out yet, man?
Yeah, I got to give a big shout out, first of all, to my mom, my dad, Polaris Racing. I can't thank them enough. They've been helping us countless hours. Man, Fox Shocks, KMC Wheels, West Coast Motorsports, Jess and Andy, I can't thank them enough. My mom, my grandpa, uncle, Chris, auntie, Zach, everyone that came out to help me out this weekend, I can't appreciate them enough. And then this guy, Brian, over here. I got to thank Car One. And my grandpa and Keith and everyone. They're kind of important.
That's going to be a rough time at Thanksgiving if he didn't then name those names. Anyway, congratulations. First in class coming up over. First in class, this big Chevy Silverado coming up here. Come on out. Got to have you out here because we're going to do an interview with you, a couple of them. Man, it's got the cup holders in it. AC's running.
Going on right now with the AC earlier this morning.
Fantastic. Here, let's close up the door real quick so we get a good visual on the truck. But throw that around your neck. The lovely Monster girls are coming up here to stand beside too. What's your name, partner? Wakaz. Wakaz? Man, that sounds like somebody coming at you like with a karate chop. Wakaas! Go ahead and hold on to that too, brother. What's your name, man?
I'm Chris.
Chris. So Chris coming out here with his full-size Silverado, doing it in the manufacturer's class. You got to love this thing, man. I mean, it's like, what year is this truck?
I believe it's the newest model you can get. You should go get one on the dealership.
Oh, so it's the 2024. You should, or you should run down and go get one. Win on Sunday, buy on Monday. Is that the way it goes?
That's right. That's why we're here.
I love it. Absolutely. The truck looks brand new still. Just like hose it off and run it again.
That's the plan.
That's the plan. This is fantastic. So he did a little work to it. Got it. He had to get some safety stuff to it, and that's about it. And then run it.
That's pretty much it. That's what you can do with these new Silverados.
I love it, man. Who helps you out?
Everybody, Chevrolet Performance, Hall Racing, obviously. We have a Multimatic suspension, BFGoodrich Tires, KC Lights, Sign Pros, Tifco Industries. We got a lot of people behind this truck.
That's fantastic. We're going to have our documentary crew come up here so you get to do it all over again. It's going to be a little bit quicker this time for those guys. Chris is wooing the woman over here. He's like, hey, it's warm in here. Come on in. Do you want to shoot that thing off, or are you going to take it home?
We're going to take it home. I'm going to finish this one right here first.
That's perfect. You know what? I can fetch you another one if you want.
Please.
I got it. I want to thank one of our great sponsors, Belching Beaver Beer. You're welcome, Chris. Thank you so much for coming out and being a part of the Mint 400. And whookah! That won't get old. Group of finishers coming up over the finish line. Frank's Water Truck Service. Go ahead and put that around your neck, man. You got to finish. There's that one too. Hold on. I got an awesome little TPQ sticker for the kiddo over there. Yeah, look at that. He's silly how much this little sticker's fun. What's your name, buddy?
Sean.
Sean, who helps you out, Sean?
King Shocks, Cartech, all the guys on the side of the car, GG, Sandcraft. I'm kind of on the spot. I'm not a pro.
That's all right, man. That's all right. Just trying to race and have a good time. Well, I tell you what, thank you so much for coming out. I'll let you finally get out of the car, go get something to eat and stuff. Oh, did you get your Belching Beaver beer? You did. Oh, awesome. Okay. Thank you guys so much for coming out and being a finisher at the Mint 400.